If a father teaches his son to perish, the son who does not perish is unfilial. Establish oneself and walk the way, gain fame for later generations, thus glorify one's parents. This is the ultimate filial piety. When sipping water and eating simple food brings joy, that is called filial piety. Among the 3,000 offenses under the 5 punishments, none is greater than unfilial conduct. Stop reciting. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Memories surged like a tidal wave, bringing soul-tearing pain. Yiyang knelt on the bed, gripping his head and pulling out handfuls of hair. At first he could resist, but as those obscure ancient texts interwove into a net layer upon layer, his consciousness grew more chaotic and gradually dissipated. Finally, he collapsed onto the bed, drained of all strength. When he woke again, it was already bright daylight. Yiyang twisted his body, gasping for air, his heart filled with the relief of surviving a calamity. Huff, huff. It's over. Finally over. Did I break the heavenly laws? He laboriously raised a hand to rub his brow, then slowly opened his eyes. The next second his pupils abruptly contracted. What met his eyes was an antique-styled room with lattice-patterned windows, black lacquer screen doors, and a white plastered wall. Straight ahead was a round table carved from rosewood. On the table sat a bronze incense burner from whose hollow patterns curled wisps of blue smoke, intertwining with sunlight to emit a soft purple glow. He looked down. Beneath him was a large Nanmu bed with intricate carvings, delicate craftsmanship, elegant yet weighty. Where is this? Could it be? I've transmigrated. Recalling the agonizing memory infusion and taking in his surroundings, he quickly accepted the fact. As the saying goes, without great fortune there is no delivery. I sleep and traverse the heavens. Sleeping through transmigration is also an old tradition of Blue Planet. He just had one question: in whose memory would all the content be classical Chinese? Apart from the stiff language, the new memories were all about rules, etiquette, and filial piety, woven from ancient texts as if crammed in crudely with a roughness that was astonishing. Who did it? Why? Just as he was doubting his existence, a soft sound came from outside the door. Creak! The door was pushed open. A little servant girl gripping the door panel peeked into the room. Yiyang raised his head and met her eyes. Her eyes suddenly widened, flashing with joy. Forgetting to close the door, she turned and ran, her clear voice piercing the courtyard. Master! Master! The young master is awake. The young master is awake. Yiyang froze stiff on the bed. His memory was so problematic, he didn't even know how many people were in the family. What if a group entered and he couldn't call them by the right titles? He'd be exposed on the spot. What's coming can't be avoided. He forced himself to cheer up. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. At that moment, hurried, chaotic footsteps sounded from the outer corridor. The door curtain lifted and 2 men entered. At the lead was a middle-aged man with a slightly reddened face and a short beard under his chin, exuding an extraordinary aura. Behind him followed an elderly man with an elmwood medicine box tucked at his waist, his eyes bright and shrewd. The middle-aged man walked to the bedside, looking down at Yiyang from above. A smile played on his lips, but his eyes carefully swept over Yiyang inch by inch. Then he nodded with satisfaction. My son has a hard life, he said proudly. After crossing Lin River, he slept for 2 days and woke up. Yiyang pulled the corner of his mouth, but didn't reply. He had no impression of this person at all. From the words, this should be his cheap father. But he dared not call him. What if he got it wrong? New account just arrived, doesn't want to die. The middle-aged man sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, looking at him with undiminished smile. Dr. Lee said you hit your head. It's normal not to remember your father for a while. Even if you never remember for the rest of your life. The man paused, his face turning serious. You are still my son. How straightforward. Yiyang's tense spirit relaxed abruptly. He looked at the middle-aged man and opened his mouth to call him father. But as their eyes met, instinct made him stop. He noticed the middle-aged man's eyes. From the moment he entered, he had been scrutinizing him constantly. What kind of father looks at his son like that? And this man's words, though seemingly caring, actually provided an excuse. Combined with the bizarre memories in his head, the more he thought, the more terrifying it seemed. Yiyang narrowed his eyes, deliberately coughed twice, pretending to have choked, and tested the waters. The elderly man stepped forward, removed his medicine box, and took Yiyang's hand to feel his pulse. His expression wavered ambiguously for a long time before he sighed. Young master, he has long frequented pleasure quarters and was already weak. This choking has somewhat broken his constitution, but it's not serious. A few days of rest will restore him. Yiyang glanced at him, thinking inwardly, is this a real doctor? Can't he tell I'm faking? Wait, he was transmitting information to me. Long frequenting pleasure quarters, telling me I'm a playboy. Yiyang's scalp tingled. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. Choking and unable to speak is normal. I was too impatient. Rest well for a few days, I'll come back later. With that, he gave the elderly man a meaningful glance, and the two rose and left without any hesitation, like hunters who had achieved their goal. Watching their figures disappear, Yang lay back down on the bed staring at the beam overhead, full of question marks. Something was very wrong. His cheap father was too good at smoothing things over. He took the initiative to explain my amnesia, and when I didn't speak, he made an excuse for me. Every step seemed premeditated, as if he had already rehearsed what to say, afraid of revealing any flaws. Why would he do that? Did he know the person had been swapped? Yi Yang's back went cold, goosebumps rising all over. At that moment, a mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Detected stable soul wave of host. Life simulator loaded successfully. Each simulation can settle harvest, including peak cultivation, before death items carried at death talent traits, etc. System. A surge of joy rose in Yi Yang's heart. As a 10-year veteran bookworm, he knew perfectly well what this meant. Transmigration standard, golden finger delivered. He suppressed his excitement and urged simulate. Let me see what conspiracy they have. Remaining simulation count 0. Detected hosts current cultivation body tempering layer 3. Each simulation requires consumption of 10 spirit stones or equivalent items. Spirit stones. This isn't an ancient feudal dynasty. It's a cultivation world. Right? A feudal dynasty wouldn't have the means to implant memories. No matter what, I must find a way to survive. He turned his head, gaze landing on the cabinet beside the bed. It was made of rosewood, exquisitely carved, definitely not cheap. How much is that cabinet worth? Estimated value 30 spirit stones. Yi Yang decisively said trade it. Exchanged. Remaining simulation count 3. Before each simulation, the host can choose one talent to bring into the simulation. Please choose from the following talents. Kidney deficiency black, your stamina is greatly reduced, frequent urination urgency, and incomplete voiding become the norm. Muscular build white, your physical quality surpasses ordinary people, granting stronger limbs. Optimist white, you always believe things will turn out for the better, facing everything with optimism. Yi Yang looked over the 3 talents and shook his head. Such talents were better than nothing. Optimist. It's a bit early to be optimistic. Yi Yang shook his head. I choose muscular build. Okay, talent muscular build white equipped. Simulation start. Remaining simulation count 2. Day 1. You are acutely aware that you are a clone within the simulation. Discarding all hesitation, you take the initiative to summon the young maid Hongdia and inquire for information. She knows little and tells you that this is a main city of the Qi Kingdom named Tianyuan City. You are the eldest young master of the Yi family in Tianyuan City, a minor cultivation clan. The family head, your father Yi Tai, is at the early Qi refining stage and manages the city's medicinal herb business. You also have a twin brother named Yi Yin, the future heir of the family. You then ask her about your own character and temperament. Hongdai blushes, saying that the young master is a notorious playboy in the city, most fond of visiting flower boats by the Lin River. You do not fully believe her and go out to find other servants to verify the information. Day 2. After questioning all the servants in the manner, observing their reactions and words, you confirm that the information is correct. Rather than visiting flower boats, you are more inclined toward cultivation. You decide to test the family's true attitude toward you. Breaking from your original self's habits, you head to the family's scripture depository. The Yi family is small with few cultivation books. After searching, you find some basic knowledge. The cultivation realms in this world are body tempering, Qi refining foundation, establishment, golden core, infant, immortal. You are currently at the 3rd layer of body tempering. Only by reaching the 10th layer can you advance to Qi refining. The prerequisite is having a spiritual root. Unfortunately, you do not have one. That means the highest realm you can achieve in this life is the 10th layer of body tempering. You are momentarily stunned, vaguely understanding why your original self would rather be a wastrel than cultivate. But you refuse to accept fate, so you find Steward Liu and ask him if there is any way to cultivate without a spiritual root. Steward Liu is not surprised by your question. He says with a gratified expression the young master has grown up and begins to talk about spiritual roots. According to him, there are 2 types of spiritual roots: heavenly born and earth grown. Heavenly born is the easiest to understand, one is born with it. Yi Tai and Yi Yin belong to this category. As for earth-grown, many major clans and sects possess secret methods to make spiritual roots grow from the earth. A person swallows it and then acquires a spiritual root. Confirming that there is still hope, you formulate a plan. First, improve your cultivation, then find a way to enter a righteous sect to obtain a spiritual root. It is not difficult to improve body tempering. It requires only medicinal baths and tempering the physique. The family has medicinal herbs, saving you trouble. Tempering the physique is even simpler, just frequent exercise. Day 3. With Steward Liu's help, you prepare the medicinal packs for the bath and begin your first attempt at body tempering. There is no pain and the effect is visible. Within just a few hours, you experience results that would take a month of gym training in your past life. Your muscles condense as hard as iron. First month, you spend 3 hours each day soaking in the medicinal water, and another 3 hours tempering your physique. Your speed and stamina have greatly improved. Your father Yi Tai, having heard of your diligence, sends you many delicacies and tells you to eat as much as you like. Second month. Steward Lu replaces your medicinal pack. This time the effect is even more pronounced. Strength fills your limbs. A single swing of your arms yields thousands of gene of force. In your past life you would have at least been an Olympic champion. But you are not satisfied. This is the cultivation world, and you are merely a slightly larger ant now. You ask Steward Lu about your current realm. He says the 6th layer of body tempering, meaning there is still room for improvement. You watch your father, who pretends not to notice anything unusual, and feel that some matter is awaiting you. So you train even more vigorously. Third month. One day you hear that a pockmarked immortal master has visited your home. You pay it no mind, but that night you are knocked unconscious. When you wake up you find yourself on a fat man's back. You instinctively push him away and look around. You are surrounded by 7 strangers. 6 of them are young people like you, their faces numb with despair. The leader is a pockmarked dwarf only reaching your waist. Seeing you awake, he reveals a mouth of yellow teeth, his breath foul and unbearable. Your scalp tingles, and you turn to flee. The dwarf stares at you from behind and shouts, "Shouchy, stop now, and I will spare you." Hearing the code name, you know he is calling you, but you have no intention of stopping. Ahead lies an endless reed marsh, a fleeting chance to escape. You speed up just a few steps from the reeds when you hear the dwarf's cold snort. Your heart chills, sharp pain strikes your waist, and your legs collapse beneath you before you can take another step. You cry out in pain and try to look back, only to see the dwarf already before you, fast as lightning. He pays you no attention, smiling at the other 6 as he waves them over. "Come here, all of you. See what happens to a runaway." As he speaks, he grips a cleaver and chops down, severing the arm that supports your body. The dwarf uses you to make an example of the others. You struggle to turn over and curse loudly. Though you are not dead, yet with all 4 limbs severed you no longer fear death. Foul words pour out without stop. The dwarf remains indifferent, ordering Old 6 to carry you on his back and continue on. Old 6 sprinkles some powder on your severed limbs to stop the bleeding, places you in a bamboo basket on his back, and shoulders you. You curse until nightfall, your voice hoarse. Fatty Old 6 hands you a cup of water. You refuse to drink, only wishing to die quickly. Old 6 tells you that the dwarf will not let you die. Either you drink yourself or the dwarf will force feed you. You don't understand and ask him why. Old 6 says the dwarf is searching for the Dengxian temple. He needs to lead 7 people born at the darkest hour of the darkest day of the darkest month along a path bathed in sunlight, worshipping gods along the way. Not one can be missing. This is the first time you've heard such a tale. You ask him how the dwarf knew all their birth dates. Old 6 frowns, saying he doesn't know how the dwarf learned his, but he does know how the dwarf learned yours. You press him for an answer. He tells you that the Yi family owed a debt to the dwarf. Since you were born at that dark hour, the Yi family used you to repay the debt. With that explanation, you understand. No wonder the Yi family didn't care about you being a transmigrator. They just needed you alive until the dwarf came to collect the debt. As they speak, the dwarf tosses a water pouch to Old 6, ordering him to pour its contents over you. You suspect it is a torture, but you cannot stop it. You have lost all limbs and can only submit. Old 6 obediently opens the pouch and pours the liquid over your body. The liquid is not water, but a slime as slippery as the mucus on a loach's skin. It itches a little on the skin, but brings no pain, and it even has a faint herbal fragrance. You recognize this scent. It is the medicinal aroma from your earlier baths, but far more potent. You cannot fathom what the dwarf is up to, why he is helping you temper your body. You think for a long time, but find no answer. Still, it's not a bad thing. Your strength can grow further, paving the way for your next simulation. In the days that followed, you grew much quieter, silently following the 7 as they traveled by sunlight and rested at dusk. By the 4th month, a statue appeared along the path, a dragon-head, human-bodied figure, lifelike and faintly radiating golden light. The pockmarked man showed profound reverence before the statue, kneeling to perform 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Rising, he pointed to the scrawny one in the group and said, "Boss, go offer incense to the deity." The scrawny one, addressed as Boss, trembled like a leaf, his legs giving way as he knelt. Shaking, he retrieved 3 incense sticks from the basket on his back and lit them. He muttered incessantly, pleading for mercy. You tilted your head, watching him with awe and confusion. But soon you understood. Once Boss inserted the 3 incense sticks, his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. You shuddered, blinking to confirm the scene before you, and drew a sharp breath. A perfectly healthy person gone just like that. Clearly you had underestimated the dangers of the immortal path. Even a random wild deity statue by the roadside could claim the life of an ordinary cultivator. Seeing Boss dead, the pockmarked man's expression remained unchanged as he ordered number 2 to take up Boss' bamboo basket and continue the journey. The following days proceeded as before. Whenever they encountered a deity statue, the pockmarked man would perform 3 bows and 9 prostrations, then have someone offer incense for good fortune. By the 5th month, fewer and fewer people remained on the road. Number 2 and number 3 had also exploded into blood mist while offering incense. The pockmarked man grew increasingly irritable. To continue benefiting from the free body tempering, you stopped provoking him and became even quieter. It wasn't just you. The entire group fell silent. By the 6th month, one night, as you lay in the bamboo basket, you suddenly heard footsteps. It was number 4 and number 5. The two pulled along the usually taciturn number 6 and hid behind a massive boulder. You couldn't hear what they were saying, but from the sounds you could tell they were scratching and drawing on the ground, seemingly plotting something. This wasn't the first time. Last time it was number 3 who had tried to rally everyone to flee in different directions. He was then tied up by the pockmarked man, ridden like a beast of burden for half a month until he found release only during the last incense offering. For this you could only wish them success. Otherwise their fate would be no better than yours. The next day at noon, number 4 collapsed under the blazing sun, his face flushed red as if suffering from heat stroke. Number 5 and number 6 simultaneously reached for their water skins, only to find them empty. The pockmarked man, staring at the drained skins, cursed under his breath as he drew a circle on the ground to trap you all, then went off to find water himself. You watched quietly as the pockmarked man disappeared into the distance, then turned your attention to the 3 with keen interest, curious to see how they would escape the circle. This circle was a magical barrier. Even a giant bear that had passed by one night couldn't break through. Of course, that also meant that even a giant bear once trapped inside couldn't get out. You had no idea what cultivation level that bear had reached, but it was at least the 10th layer of body tempering. Here the 4 of you, excluding yourself, were only at the 10th layer of body tempering with far weaker blood and chi than that bear. Time ticked by, and the pockmarked man's footsteps faded completely. Number 4 opened his eyes and signaled number 5 and number 6 to pour water on the circle's boundary. Number 4 stood up first, took off his pants, and twisted them tightly, letting a thin stream of water trickle down onto the circle's edge. Number 5 and number 6 followed suit, removing their pants and wringing out the moisture. You watched as the water-soaked boundary gradually blurred, and you roughly understood their plan. Once all the water was squeezed out, number 4 stared at the circle before him and cautiously extended a hand. There was no obstruction. They had succeeded. The 3 quickly fled the circle. Without exchanging pleasantries, they instinctively bolted in 3 different directions. No one bothered to take you the burden along. You weren't angry. You quietly waited for the pockmarked man to return. What you wanted most now was to see him furious. It would certainly be amusing. Yet you didn't get to see that. The pockmarked man returned, and he brought all 3 of them back with him. Number 4 and number 6 were riddled with over a dozen nails each. Only number 5 seemed relatively unscathed aside from his tattered clothes. From the expressions on number 4 and number 6's faces, you could guess what had happened. This number 5 was probably no good. With number 4 and number 6 badly injured, the task of carrying you was passed to number 5. As he carried you on his back, you asked him what the pockmarked man had promised him. Number 5 replied with a foolish grin to be the last one to offer incense. That's certainly worth betraying them for. You shook your head with a bitter smile and asked no more. By the 7th month, number 4 was dead. Before his death, you saw him attempt to assassinate the pockmarked man at night, only to have his legs severed and over a dozen nails driven into his body. You knew this was a warning. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, a message for number 5 and number 6. It worked well. The 2 harbored no more schemes. By the 8th month, number 6 was dead. Number 5 had been the last to offer incense, and next was your turn. You didn't refuse. Having reached the 10th layer of body tempering by applying the medicinal ointment daily, this simulation was already worth it. The statue before you was of the golden crow, identical to the paintings from your past life. The statue emitted a soft, gentle light, but the pressure emanating from beneath the golden crow was terrifying. If not for your now remarkable physique, you would have exploded into a blood mist before even getting close. You held the incense stick in your mouth, wriggling your body to place it before the statue, while the pockmarked man performed his 3 bows and 9 prostrations not far behind. The expected pressure never came. The statue before you vanished, and in its place appeared 2 gates, one black, one white. The gates slowly swung open, and a young Taoist boy in a black robe came out to welcome you, announcing that this place was the Ascension Temple. Ascension Temple. You didn't know whether to be happy or sad. This place had finally been found by the pockmarked man. Overjoyed, he asked, "Can one become an immortal here?" The young Taoist boy nodded and told you all to follow him. Number 5 hoisted you onto his back again, and together they followed the pockmarked man into the temple. The door behind them vanished into thin air. Before them, the temple was filled with abundant immortal energy and surging spiritual power, with ethereal, celestial music drifting through the air. You looked around from inside the bamboo basket thinking to yourself that it did seem like the real deal. You all proceeded along the immortal staircase, and the young Taoist boy pushed open a door pointing to an ancient stone staircase in the courtyard. Ahead lies the Ascension platform. Ascend 4 levels, and you shall become an immortal. Beside the Ascension platform stood another young Taoist boy about 7 or 8 years old holding a peachwood tray. Dressed in an immaculate white robe, he smiled warmly as you entered. The pockmarked man stared at the Ascension platform, which seemed carved from white jade, but didn't rush. He pointed at number 5 and ordered him to go first. Number 5 trembled all over, taking a few steps as a large patch of moisture spread beneath him. Unable to contain yourself in the bamboo basket, you said, "Oh, go." The black-robed young Taoist boy stopped you, stating that to ascend one must possess a spiritual root and a sincere heart. Both were indispensable. Among the 3 of you present, only the pockmarked man was qualified to ascend. Pockmark hesitated for a moment, then arrived at the Ascension platform and leaped, aiming to reach the summit. 2 young acolytes stopped him, saying the immortal path required patience, 1 step at a time. First step, shed the mortal dust. Heeding their words, Pockmark took a step forward. The heavens and earth shifted, and a faint golden light shimmered across his skin. Second step, don the yellow robe. Clad in yellow, fortune eternal. The white-robed acolyte draped a yellow robe over Pockmark. He took another step, feeling as light as a swallow. Third step, swallow the golden pill. A single golden pill swallowed fate from then on in one's own hands. The black-robed acolyte presented a golden pill with both hands. Pockmark swallowed it in one gulp, ascended another step, his golden light retracted, returning to simplicity. Fourth step, transform into an infant immortal. Pockmark reached the summit in one bound, laughing heartily to the heavens. Startled by his own bellowing laughter, he sensed something amiss, looked down at his arms. Both had transformed into bovine legs, and so too had his lower limbs. He bellowed and turned into an old yellow ox. You, watching from behind, saw clearly the yellow robe was no robe but cowhide, and the golden pill was not a pill but an insect egg. The Ascension Temple was a conspiracy, the Ascension a trap. The displeasure you felt upon entering vanished entirely. If it wasn't a celestial opportunity, then fine. Better anyone than Pockmark. Pockmark's eyes turned bloodshot, his hooves stamped, desperate to flee. The white-robed acolyte drew a nose ring from his sleeve and fastened it onto the ox's nose. Pockmark instantly froze. Then he threaded a rope through the nose ring and led the yellow ox to the backyard. Old Fifth trembled in terror. The black-robed acolyte looked at you 2, chuckled, and said, "Almost forgot there are 2 more." Old Fifth dropped you and bolted. The black-robed acolyte did not pursue. Instead, he turned his gaze to you in the bamboo basket. His small hand reached out, and a searing pain erupted in your chest. Looking down, you saw a gaping hole in your chest, your heart thrown out by him. He smiled at you, saying, "Master said we can only eat 1 a day. You were slower, so you're the one." You glared at him, your mouth filled with bloody froth, surprise in your eyes, but no resentment. Thinking you refused to die with peace, he closed your eyelids and said softly, "You won't die in vain. Buried here, you'll grow into a spirit root." Your consciousness gradually faded and the sounds around you ceased. You died. Simulation ended. Survival time this session, 8 months. Evaluation swept along by fate, powerless to choose. Powerless to choose, powerless to choose. Apt. Yi Yang's eyes glistened with tears as he read the evaluation. 8 months of life experience surged into his mind, clarifying the Yi family's intentions, the despair of the journey, and the deception of the immortal ascension. The Yi family intended to use him to settle debts. Pockmark intended to use him to find the Ascension Temple. The Ascension Temple used them to help Pockmark find the temple. All was fate. He felt only sorrow and absurdity. Detected inheritable content for the host. One of the following may be retained. 1 peak cultivation level before death, tempered body 10th layer. 2 items carried at the time of death, none. 3 talent trait, well built. 1. Yi Yang did not hesitate. He had lost his limbs early on and never experienced the benefit of being well built. Realm was more important. The next moment, a surge of power filled his entire body. His joints cracked audibly, muscles swelled, even his sleeves tightened. Rolling up his sleeve, he saw chiseled muscle lines gleaming with a healthy luster in the sunlight. He flexed, feeling the immense strength, then smoothed his sleeve and sat back on the bed, planning for the next simulation. There were still over 2 months before Pockmark would come to collect the debt. Only Yi Tai, the family head, was at the Qi refinement early stage, the rest were at the tempered body realm. Fleeing early was not without opportunity. He had to stay steady, not reveal any issues. System, Yi Yang said, simulate. Please choose 1 talent from the following. Minor luck, white, you will always be slightly luckier than the average person. Cursed by misfortune, black, misfortune follows you every moment. Even a dog passing by will suffer bad luck. Intermittent discipline white. When disciplined you enter a flow state, but discipline is rare. 2 whites and 1 black again. Yang side. Minor luck then. Alright, talent minor luck white equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation count 1. Day 1. Knowing your chances of escape from pockmark were slim, you set your sights on the first 2 months, drafting numerous plans on the table. Day 2. As before, you questioned the servants and then resumed your playboy act. But you weren't entirely pretending, you were mapping out escape routes. Soon you identified a route, a flower boat straight to Lynn River. Based on the distance the boat traveled downstream, you had ample time to flee. Day 6. You pretended to fancy a boat girl, spending entire days and nights on the vessel. Sensing no one was urging or watching you, you resolved to act quickly. To avoid trouble, you decided to slip away in the dead of night. That night you left the flower boat in the middle of your sleep, jumped onto a small skiff, and as soon as you boarded you were struck by a blunt object. Day 7. You found yourself lying on your bed in the mansion. A chill ran down your spine. You hurriedly checked your limbs. Thankfully they were all intact. You acted as if nothing had happened and left the room, asking the maid Hong Dai and steward Lu, but no one knew what had occurred. However, not everything was the same. Father Yi Tai said you had overindulged in pleasure and should not go out for now. If you wanted a woman, you could tell steward Lu and he would arrange it. You had no plan to seek women, knowing someone was watching. You temporarily abandoned the idea of escape and took the initiative to visit the family library, hoping to learn a light body technique for emergencies. You searched every shelf. There was none. Considering the family's attitude, you decided to test their limits. You approached Yi Tai directly, saying you wished to learn a light body technique. He took a manual titled Traceless Steps on Snow from a drawer and handed it to you. You took the manual, then pushed further, asking Yi Tai to teach you personally. Yi Tai shook his head, saying he was injured and his position was unstable. He needed to recuperate. He told you to seek steward Lu. When you asked about his injury, he told you not to pry. You changed the subject, asking what unstable position meant. He explained that position could be thought of as one's perspective. People at different positions stand at different heights and see different views. Position also reflects strength. Only with strength can one hold it. His injury had destabilized his strength and thus his position. You pressed further, asking what views there were. He told you that the Qi refinement realm's absorption of spiritual energy was actually a process of interacting with heaven and earth. With a stable position, one connects with the cosmos and can see the fortunes of all things. You asked him what kind of fortunes specifically. He gave a random example, saying one could see ghosts and the Qi imperceptible to ordinary people. You roughly understood the meaning of rank, took your leave, and went to find steward Lu to learn traceless snow walking. Steward Lu was quite agreeable and immediately demonstrated the essence of traceless snow walking in the courtyard. After watching, you were quite satisfied. You didn't demand this lightness skill to be exceptionally fast, only that it be faster than old fifth. The first month. Under steward Liu's guidance, your lightness skill achieved minor success. You could leap back and forth over rooftops without damaging a single tile. Though it was still far from true traceless snow walking, your control over your own strength became increasingly adept. The 10th layer of body tempering was no longer just a superficial display. The second month. You didn't go out again, practicing traceless snow walking day after day until your lightness skill reached great success. Compared to before, your speed had increased by more than half. A single light step carried you several zhang away, and at full sprint you were absolutely no match for an ordinary body tempering cultivator. The third month. Calculating the time, pockmark should be arriving soon. Just like last time, you were knocked unconscious again and joined pockmark's group. Having experienced this before, you didn't run. Instead, you actively ingratiated yourself with pockmark, intending to use your past lives' experience to survive until the end. Seeing that you were sensible, pockmark gave you the name Shao Qi and told you to call him master. Suppressing your disgust, you called him that and followed the group. You traveled by sunlight and rested at sunset. The fourth month. Before you appeared the first statue, a dragon-head, human-bodied statue. Pockmark performed 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations before the statue, then ordered the leader to offer incense. Watching the 3 incense sticks ignite, you stepped forward to stop him. Master, this statue frightens me. I fear it will not bless us with good fortune. Pockmark stood up, stared at you, and tightened his grip on his cleaver. His posture seemed to say, unless you give an explanation, I'll cut you down. You lied, claiming that since childhood you had possessed an instinct for avoiding misfortune. Seeing the statue, you sensed danger, and offering incense would bring no good luck. Pockmark stared at you for a long time before ordering the leader to offer incense. The leader, already terrified, was so frightened by your words that he dropped the incense and tried to flee, only to be dragged back by Pockmark. The leader offered incense while crying. The next moment, a crushing pressure descended, and he exploded into a mist of blood. Pockmark began to regard you with greater importance. Soon you encountered a second statue. Pockmark asked if it was dangerous. You said it wasn't. Pockmark ordered second brother to offer incense, and indeed there was no danger. After that came several more statues, and your predictions were completely accurate, until you arrived at a statue of a human head on a serpent's body. You told Pockmark it was dangerous. Pockmark hesitated for a moment, then ordered second brother to offer incense. Second brother numbly lit the incense and placed it before the statue, only to explode into a mist of blood just like the leader. From then on, Pockmark fully confirmed your ability. At every statue along the way he asked for your opinion. You couldn't clearly recall the safe ones, but you knew every dangerous one. None of the remaining people were killed by the statues. The 8th month, you successfully arrived before a black and white gate. 2 young acolytes, just like last time, tricked Pockmark into becoming an ox. Then their gazes swept over the 5 of you, a flicker of greed in their eyes. Perhaps due to the influence of your little fortune talent, they didn't choose you. Instead, they killed Old Sixth and ordered you to bury him under the tree to cultivate a spiritual root. Third brother tried to run, but the 2 acolytes raised their hands and suppressed him, declaring that he would die tomorrow. Now everyone was terrified. You barely suppressed your fear, picked up a shovel, and began burying the body. The 2 acolytes chuckled and led the old yellow ox to the backyard. Before leaving, they told you not to wander and that you could eat the fruit from the trees if you were hungry. You looked at the fruit on the tree, which resembled human faces. For the sake of the spiritual root, you picked one, closed your eyes, and bit into it. The taste was surprisingly pleasant, somewhat like a cream cake. Eating it dispelled all your previous fatigue. After regaining your strength, you began searching the front yard for traces of a spiritual root, but found nothing. The next day, a sprout grew from Old Sixth's grave. Third brother had his heart dug out by the 2 acolytes, and you personally planted him. On the 3rd day, a sprout emerged from third brother's grave. The sprout on Old Sixth's grave had grown half a man's height, bearing a small bud. Fourth brother attempted to assassinate the acolytes, but had his heart torn out by the 2 children. You personally planted him. On the 4th day, the flower on Old Sixth's grave bloomed and withered. Fifth brother tried to curry favor with the 2 acolytes, but had his heart dug out instead. You were blessed by fortune and became the last survivor. At night, knowing that you were certain to die tomorrow, you decided to go to the backyard to see if there were any mature spiritual roots. You went to the backyard and saw a yard full of yellow oxen. They neither cried nor bellowed, tied up in the shed, quietly eating grass. Among them, a reedied old ox spotted you and began to moo loudly. You were greatly alarmed and hurried back to the front yard. By then, the hour of Z had passed. You surrendered yourself to fate, staring intently at the changes in the flower on Old Sixth's grave. As the night deepened, the withered petals fell away and a milky white fruit slowly emerged. You didn't know what it was, but it held an immense allure for you. You stared at the fruit slowly approaching. Suddenly, a chill ran down your spine. Turning around, you saw the 2 acolytes staring at you. No, they were also staring at the fruit. The black-robed young acolyte opened his small mouth and sighed another low-grade spiritual root. As expected, planting waste only yields waste. The white-robed young acolyte, on the other hand, smiled at you, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth as he murmured, "Should it be breakfast or lunch?" Your heart tightened. You slowly backed away, then lunged toward the fruit, snatched it, and swallowed it in one gulp. The 2 acolytes froze for a moment, their expressions shifting dramatically. The white-robed acolyte's smiling face suddenly crumpled into tears. The spiritual root. It's gone. Master will beat us. But the black-robed acolyte laughed heartily. Junior brother, planting waste yields waste. Now that he has a spiritual root, planting him will yield an even better spiritual root. Master won't beat us. The white-robed acolyte wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth and broke into a smile through his sobs. You stared at the 2 madmen, unable to move. Not because you didn't want to, but because you couldn't. After swallowing the fruit, you realized just how immense its power was. The rank it carried pressed down on you, making it impossible to walk. You lamented that this life would end again, but you refused to die in vain. Feeling the spiritual root sliding into your dantian, you exerted all your strength to control it, making it devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Even if you were to die, you would formally step into the chi refining realm to lay the groundwork for what was to come. The 2 acolytes didn't stop you. They stood by, watching the spectacle. This was to your advantage, and you frantically devoured spiritual energy for an entire day. A thumb-sized mass of chi appeared in your dantian. Though small, the aura it contained was vast. You knew you had likely broken through to the next realm. The 2 acolytes grew even more delighted. At this moment, the scenery before your eyes changed. The once ordinary temple now appeared utterly eerie. The soil beneath your feet seemed to sigh. The fruit on the trees grinned. Above, the graves of the others' living souls drifted, being devoured by the sprouts growing from the burial mounds. Your hair stood on end. You clenched your fists and declared solemnly, "Wait for me, everyone. I will avenge you." You looked at the 2 young Taoist boys, sensing the same chi within them as in yourself. Grabbing a nearby iron spade, the surge of power made you no longer fear them. You swung the spade with all your might, aiming at them. The two neither dodged nor flinched, their smiles only widened. The spade stopped half an inch before their bodies, unable to advance further. The white-robed boy reached out, and a searing pain erupted in your chest. He clutched your wildly beating heart in his hand. You were dying, but your rank had not yet dissipated. A thread of breath remained. You watched as he took your heart. The black-robed boy picked up the spade and slowly began digging a pit beside old Ascension's grave. Your consciousness gradually faded, and that last breath dissipated. You were dead. The simulation ended. Inside the room, Yi gasped for air, his chest heaving as he leaped from the bedside. He couldn't comprehend why his body, tempered to rival a beast's, felt as soft as tofu before that tender little hand. Both were at the chi refining stage, yet the gap between them was as vast as the distance between clouds and mud. His eyes were hollow, his face numb. Against two children of 7 or 8, he lacked even the strength to resist. The immense disparity left his mind blank. Only when the chirping of birds outside the window reached his ears did his vacant eyes regain focus. Yi slumped onto the bed, muttering, "Were they cultivating since birth?" Yi rubbed his face to steel himself. With the simulator, he could eventually bridge that gap. He exhaled and summoned the system in his mind. The simulation ended. Survival time, 8 months. Evaluation: you bravely resisted your tragic fate, ultimately elevating your rank and glimpsing the higher vistas. Though fallen, you died with honor. The host has inheritable content. You may retain one of the following: first, peak cultivation before death, chi refining layer 1, low grade with spirit root. Second, items carried at the time of death, none. Third, talent trait, minor luck. Gazing at the 3 options before him, Yi weighed the value of each. Choose cultivation. Chi refining layer 1 was indeed far beyond the body tempering stage, but the spirit root was too inferior. Choose the talent. Somewhat useful, but the Dengxian temple was a death sentence. Beyond that, it was unnecessary. Yi hesitated, then ventured, system, can I choose during the simulation? Yes. 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 He narrowed his eyes, a bold idea taking shape. Currently, the Yi family had only Yi Tai as a chi refining cultivator, and he was at the early stage, claiming his rank was unstable due to injury. A sneak attack might succeed, and even if it failed, he wasn't without a fallback. Yi Yan's courtyard was right beside Yi Tai's study. He could settle for crippling Yi Yan's spirit root. If Yi Yan was crippled, what would Yi Tai do? Considering the existence of pockmarked, it should unfold like this. First, for the sake of emotion, disregarding the family's development, he might stubbornly hand over his only remaining chi refining cultivator to pockmarked and keep Yi Yan as the heir. Second, for the family's greater plan, sacrifice Yi Yan and leave himself to inherit the family. A competent patriarch should know what to do. The more Yi thought about it, the more he felt it was worth a try. System simulate, he said. Please choose one of the following talents. Schizophrenia, black, an extra voice appears in your mind. It both belongs to you and does not. Gluttony, green, your appetite greatly increases. You are never full, and the food you consume turns into blood and chi to nourish you. Slippery feet, white, your escape skills improve. Every flight becomes smoother. A green talent. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. This was the first green talent he had seen. After carefully reading the gluttony trait, he recalled the common knowledge of cultivation from the sutra library. It was written that although body tempering only had 10 layers, in theory no one knew its upper limit. Slippery feet doesn't align with the plan. Choosing gluttony is never a loss. As long as the plan succeeds, I can develop stealthily. Yi quickly made up his mind. I choose gluttony. Alright. The talent gluttony green has been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation count 0. Day 1. Having the complete memories of 2 simulations, you recognized yourself as a simulated clone. Following the plan, you chose to inherit the cultivation. The moment you gained the rank, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into your dantian, causing a considerable disturbance. Yi Tai came to your quarters to inquire, but did not point out your anomaly. You exchanged pleasantries and saw him off, then instructed Steward Liu to prepare food for you. You didn't plan to confront Yi Tai Heiden right away. You still had 2 months. Ample time to strengthen your physique and observe in secret for a decisive strike. Unfortunately, the gluttony talent wasn't as powerful as you had imagined. It was a slow-burning talent, granting at most a dozen gene of strength per day. Far from enough. Day 3. You refocused your attention on Yi Tai. You observed him daily, summarizing his behavioral patterns. Apart from eating, sleeping, and using the latrine, he barely left his study, occasionally visiting Yi Yan's courtyard to guide his cultivation. The study was the least suitable place for a fight. During meals and bathroom breaks, servants attended him, and many of the Yi family's servants were body-tempering cultivators, easy to get surrounded. His bedroom was protected by a formation radiating a dangerous aura. Only during his visits to Yi Yan's courtyard was there an opportunity to strike, and even if the blow failed, a backup plan could be executed. Day 10. Yitai pushed open the gate to Yi Yan's small courtyard, and you followed. Yitai asked if you had changed your mind about cultivating. You nodded, saying you wanted to learn and also visit your younger brother Yi Yan. Yitai nodded in satisfaction and led the way with you following, waiting for the right moment. Soon Yi Yan was summoned. It was your first time seeing this nominal younger brother. He resembled you by 8 or 9 parts, indistinguishable at a glance. Yitai called you both before him, took out 3 swords, and announced that today you would learn swordsmanship, the wind-chasing sword technique. With that, he began to demonstrate on his own. You stared at his back, sword in hand, thinking it was a perfect opportunity. You tapped the ground, executing Snowless Trace, and thrust your sword forward. Bang! The sword struck Yitai's back, but did not pierce through. You cursed inwardly. He was wearing soft armor. Yitai turned, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and chuckled, saying he had long anticipated this. Since things had come to this, you wasted no words and attacked directly. He was at the early chi refining stage, and so were you. Neither was significantly stronger. He didn't move, but beckoned toward your left rear. A chill ran down your spine, and you leaped aside on guard. At the spot you had just occupied stood another person, a woman. This woman seemed familiar. You had seen her portrait in Yitai's study. She was Zhou Qingqing, the matriarch of the Yi family, a name never spoken of before. The Yi family has more than just Yitai at the chi refining stage. There's another hiding in the shadows. You suddenly recall the 2 times you were knocked unconscious before. Whoever could strike you down without warning was likely not at the body tempering stage. It must be this person. You feel remorse for your recklessness. Zhou Qingqing gazes at you, her eyes softening, and says, I can pretend nothing happened today. You laugh. Pretend nothing happened. Then wait for Pockmarked to come and hand you over as repayment. Even if it means death, you refuse to go to the Dengxian temple again. You draw your sword, once more thrusting at Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing retreats a few steps, parrying with her sword while urging you to yield. You feign hesitation, slowing your blade to lower her guard, then pivot sharply toward Yi Yan, who stands watching the commotion. You strike his dantian with a palm. The force is not lethal, but it's enough to cripple his dantian and spiritual root. Zhou Qingqing's face drains of color as she catches the collapsing Yi Yan, tears welling in her eyes, choking on her words. Yitai's face turns ashen. After a long silence, he exhales a turbid breath. From now on, you are the heir of the Yi family. You ask him with a smile if he already knew your identity. Yitai replies flatly, nothing more than a golden core powerhouse's reincarnation or a demon from beyond the heavens seizing a body. His voice is as casual as if such beings were everywhere. You ask if he doesn't care. He laughs, looking at you like an ignorant junior, and says, you carry my son's blood. Any child born will be of the Yi family. Why would I care? You fall silent, for he speaks the truth. Seeing this, he continues, anything else you wish to ask? Why send her to follow me instead of locking me up and waiting for Pockmarked? Wouldn't that be safer? He is surprised you know about Pockmarked and sighs. If I had a choice, I wouldn't hand you over to him either. I want to see what surprises your arrival might bring. Besides, the tale of Dengxian Temple has circulated for at least a millennium. Going there doesn't mean you can't return. One must not go too far. Offending fate could bring annihilation to the entire clan. You sneer inwardly. I've been there twice. Do you think I don't know if I can come back? You voice your final doubt. Was it you who implanted those memories in me? Yitai nods. My son lost both the celestial and earthly souls, leaving only the human soul. My own cultivation base is unstable, unable to create dreamscapes, so I had to force-feed the memories. It seems the effect was poor. You roll your eyes. Poor effect. That's an understatement. Without those vile implanted memories, you might never have doubted Yitai's words. Having resolved your doubts, you instruct Zhou Qingqing to care for Yi Yan, and when Pockmarked arrives, you will personally hand him over. A month later, Pockmarked comes to the estate. You knock Yi Yan unconscious and entrust him to Old Six, asking him to look after the boy on the journey. With Yi Yan gone, you become the sole heir of the Yi family. Yitai's attitude toward you shifts, and he willingly hands over all the family's resources. The first year, you gradually adapt to your role as heir, learning commerce and household management from Yitai while using resources to cultivate. Your chi refining first layer foundation grows increasingly stable. As for the sky, you dismiss it. An early chi refinement cultivator can fly for at most half an hour before exhaustion. Sustained flight requires at least the 4th layer of chi refinement. Combined with herbal baths and your gluttony talent, your strength surges. A single swing of your arms carries tens of thousands of gene. Your cultivation advances in tandem, smoothly reaching the peak of chi refining first layer. The 5th year, you formally take over all Yi family affairs as Yitai goes into seclusion to heal his injuries. You successfully step into chi refining 2nd layer. But afterward, you find cultivation increasingly difficult. Breathing exercises become utterly ineffective. The 10th year, Yi Tai emerges from seclusion, his cultivation having regressed rather than advanced. His chi refining stage foundation is lost. Disheartened, he resolves to spend his remaining years in leisure. Your cultivation stalls at the peak of chi refining second layer, failing to break through for over half a year. You hear that the foundation pill can increase breakthrough chances, but its price is exorbitant, forcing you to work even harder to earn spirit stones for its purchase. The 12th year. After consuming the foundation pill, your cultivation reaches chi refining third layer, further enhancing your strength. The 20th year. You become stuck at the peak of chi refining third layer. You try various pills, all to no avail. Yi Tai urges you to give up, saying that with a low-grade spiritual root, the third layer is already your limit. Refusing to accept this, you seek out a heretical cultivator in the city and ask for a method to advance. The heretic says he has a way: slaughter the city refined blood pills and consume them to break through. You abandon the idea without hesitation. Since cultivation cannot advance further, you stop obsessing. With your gluttony talent, you can pursue the path of body refinement. The 30th year. You relentlessly temper your physique, achieving an arm strength of an astonishing 200,000 gene. Your body becomes as tough as bronze and iron. Ordinary blades shatter upon striking your skin. You forge a unique path of body cultivation. You challenge the city lord, a chi refining fourth layer cultivator. After an intense hour-long battle, you emerge victorious by a narrow margin. You confirm the immense benefits of a powerful physique and devote yourself even more fervently to this path. The 50th year. You progress from training muscles, bones, and skin to refining your internal organs. Your viscera are no longer fragile, immune to all ailments. Your appearance, sustained by a surging vitality, remains that of a young man. One day, while practicing swordsmanship, a new maidservant announces a visitor, a Taoist riding a yellow ox. After a moment of surprise, you go to the gate and see a familiar face. No, more precisely, two familiar faces. You also recognize the reedied yellow ox. It's pockmarked. Riding on pockmarked is Yi Yan. You brace yourself as if facing a great enemy, reaching for your sword, but find yourself unable to move. Yi Yan smiles at you and says, "Inner demon, long time no see." His voice is soft, but each word strikes like a sword against your ears, piercing your very soul. Your physical body disintegrates and your spirit dissipates. You die. Simulation ended. Ha ha ha. He's back, truly back. How dare he? The Dengxian temple was a fraud. How could he ascend? I can't see his realm, I can't see clearly. Could it be immortal? Yi Yang's eyes burn red. He cannot understand, cannot fathom it. He collapses to the ground in a daze, muttering, "I have become his inner demon. Damned fate and karma. Every path leads to death." Yi Yang falls silent, speaking no more for a long time. Now going to the Dengxian temple means death. Sending Yi Yan away also means death, and escape is impossible. No, there is still a chance. I have cultivation, I have the power to inherit. Yi Yang regained his composure and summoned the system within his mind. Simulation ended. Survival time in this simulation, 50 years. Evaluation: you found a glimmer of hope in the depths of despair, rising from a discarded pawn to the head of the family, winning half a move against fate. In your later years, constrained by your innate talent, you stalled at the early stage of chi refining, living a rather ordinary life. Ultimately, due to karmic retribution, you fell at the hands of Yi Yan. In summary, your rise and fall were both tied to Yi Yan. Detected that the host did not inherit last time. With two simulations stacked, the following three items can be retained. 1. Peak cultivation in your past life, chi refining layer 1, a low grade with spirit root. 2 items carried at the time of death, none. 3. Talent trait, minor fortune. 4. Peak cultivation in your past life, chi refining layer 3, peak low grade with spirit root. 5 items carried at the time of death, 1. Azure edge sword artifact, 12 spirit stones, 1 pure spirit sachet. 6. Talent trait, gluttony, and the physique enhancement brought by the talent body tempering limit, initial insight into the secrets of the 5 viscera. Choose 3 from 2 combined simulations. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled as he stared unblinkingly at the options before him, weighing their cost-effectiveness. Cultivation realm. After 50 years of training, he had come to understand the importance of talent all too well. A low-grade spirit root meant a lifelong limit at the chi refining layer 3 peak, and once planted it could not be changed. There was no future in it. I can only choose talents and carried items. I picked 3, 5, and 6. Fortunately, the physique was not considered together with cultivation. Yi Yang felt a sliver of relief. The physical strength honed over 50 years was in no way inferior to the chi refining layer 1 or 2, perhaps even surpassing them. But lacking the corresponding status, Yi Yang felt a pang of regret. Having glimpsed the views from the heights, returning to the mundane left a lingering sense of melancholy. Boom. As he reminisced, a surge of vast blood and chi power crossed the river of time, descending upon his frail body. Ugh! Yi Yang groaned, falling to his knees, his body curling like a shrimp. Pain. Such excruciating pain. An agony akin to dismemberment engulfed his entire being. Waves of hot blood and chi tore through his meridians, burst his skin, shattered his bones, and then rapidly healed them. His meridians were being widened, his skin refined, his bones reshaped. Wave after wave of intense pain struck, each more agonizing than the last. Yet Yi Yang did not scream or cry out. Instead, he bared his teeth in a grin. This was the result of daily tempering over 50 years now gained without effort. How could it come so easily? He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the terrifying strength in his arms. 10,000 gene. 20,000 gene. 100,000 gene. 200,000 gene. 300,000 gene. This was the limit of body tempering strength. The surging blood and chi did not stop. Moving from the outside inward, it scoured his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Yi Yang stood up, the pain already fading. The blood and chi washing through his organs was exceptionally gentle, filling him with a sense of fulfillment. He flexed his limbs and reached for the azure edge sword by the bed. Suddenly, a foul stench hit his nose. He looked down and saw his undergarments stained with filth. Thick blood and grime were mixed together. The sensation. Hong Dai, fetch some water. I want to bathe. Having played the role of a master for decades in the simulation, Yi Yang was used to ordering servants and called out instinctively upon returning to reality. A timid reply came from outside the door, followed by hurried footsteps. Soon a large wooden tub was carried and filled to the brim with water and scattered with flower petals. Quite particular. Yi Yang stripped off his clothes and jumped into the tub. No one asked why he was covered in blood. The servants silently took his clothes and brought a fresh set of robes, placing them by the tub. Yi Yang rested his head on the edge of the tub, savoring the rare comfort as he planned for the next simulation. In 3 simulations, he had already walked 3 paths. The bad news was that there were few paths left to take. The good news was that he now knew the Yi family's stance had gathered more information and grown stronger. He could try a new path. First, seek fortune in danger. Wait for pockmarked to come to the Yi estate, kill someone in his presence, and forcibly bring Yi in to the celestial Ascension temple, begging for that sliver of immortal fate before your younger brother. Second, play the emotional card. Persuade Yi in telling him that the celestial Ascension temple is his opportunity, and let him follow pockmark willingly, avoiding any bad karma. Third, the conservative approach. Continue playing the wastrel and flee the Yi estate. Only Zhou Qingqing is watching you. Beating her won't be easy, but escaping, she probably can't stop you. Yi Yang gazed at the beam above, analyzing the feasibility of the 3 paths. The first path had 2 difficulties. 1, pockmarked strength was terrifying. Killing someone before him would not be easy. 2, even if successful, given pockmarked's temper, he would likely make an example of you, either making you the first to worship the gods or cutting you into a human stump. With his power, even Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing combined couldn't stop him. This path was fraught with trouble and not feasible. The second path, persuading Yi Yin to follow pockmark, was difficult as reaching the heavens. It was like someone in a past life saying there was big money to be made in the Golden Triangle, just follow the human traffickers, and you'd have piles of cash at the compound. Yi Yang shuddered involuntarily. No sane person would agree. They'll have to go with the third path. It's better to be conservative. Staying in the Yi family held no benefits. Outside, the sea was wide and fish could leap. There was a chance to join a righteous sect, and with luck, maybe even get a high-grade spirit root. Speaking of spirit roots, Yi Yang had studied them carefully, troubled as he was by his own poor talent. Spirit roots were divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and supreme. A low-grade spirit root had too many impurities, making the absorption of spiritual energy laborious. A lifetime of effort would only reach the chi refining layer 3 peak. A medium-grade spirit root had fewer impurities, but its ceiling was still low. Without fortune, one would be stuck at the late stage of chi refining for life. A high-grade spirit root made cultivation as easy as drinking water. With no mishaps, foundation establishment was within reach, and with luck, one might even touch the threshold of a golden core grandmaster. A supreme-grade spirit root, also called a heavenly spirit root, was the purest of all. Cultivation advanced 1,000 miles in a single day. It was said that nascent soul and transcendence cultivators all had heavenly spirit roots whose future was bright. Yi Yang didn't dare dream of a heavenly spirit root. He would be more than satisfied with a high-grade one. I still need to simulate first to scout the path. Yi Yang summoned the system. System simulate. Current remaining simulation count 0. Detected hosts current cultivation body tempering layer 10 true combat power chi refining layer 2 peak. Each simulation requires the consumption of 100 spirit stones or equivalent items. You're price gouging, damn it. Yi Yang cursed the system under his breath for being unreasonable, then pointed at the rosewood square table in the room and asked, how much is this table worth? Valuation, 15 spirit stones. It's not even worth as much as the bedside cabinet. Yiyang gritted his teeth and pointed at the incense burner on the table. Valuation 5 spirit stones. The bed. Valuation 20 spirit stones. The quilt. The pillow. Valuation 10 spirit stones. Find the whole room is junk barely enough to scrape together half. Yiyang sighed, picked up the pure spirit sachet from beside the tub, and asked its value. Valuation 90 spirit stones. Yiyang nodded, then took out 10 spirit stones, combining them. Exchange. Redeemed. Remaining simulation attempts 1. Please select one from the following talents. Enhanced perception green. Your perception is greatly heightened. You can sense the cultivation level, status, and strength of those no more than 2 ranks above your own. Discernment white. Your analytical abilities are greatly enhanced. You can decipher a person's predicament through their subtle expressions. Self-discipline green. Your inertia vanishes. You become unwavering in the pursuit of your goals, executing daily plans with steadfast resolve and automatically entering a state of flow during cultivation. Enhanced perception. It's somewhat like a basic data panel. Perceiving those no more than 2 ranks above himself meant he could view the panel of chi refinement cultivators. That was sufficient. Escape depended on strength and information. Enhanced perception compensated for his shortcomings. The flow state from self-discipline also seems promising. Yiyang hesitated briefly. One talent was immediately useful while the other offered long-term benefits. Their value was comparable. No escaping is paramount. Nothing else matters if I can't get out. Yiyang made his choice. Enhanced perception. Very well. Talents little luck white, gluttony green, and enhanced perception green have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining attempts 0. Day 1. You have a well-laid plan, but you still remember that caution is the parent of safety. You decide to first test the specific capabilities of the enhanced perception talent. You arrive outside Yitai's study and look at him. Yitai? Cultivation, Chi Refinement Layer 3 Peak. Status severe, unhealed injury, unstable rank. This matches the information you have. You confirm the accuracy of enhanced perception. Day 2. You hesitate no longer. You ask Steward Liu for some money and head to the pleasure boats to play the part of a dissolute young master. You board a boat and look around, finding no trace of Zhou Qingqing. You choose to hold your position and wait. Afterwards, each time you board a boat, you inspect it, yet still find no sign of Zhou Qingqing. You speculate that Zhou Qingqing is either observing from underwater every time or from a great distance. As for the sky, you dismiss it. An early Chi refinement cultivator can fly for at most half an hour before exhaustion. Sustained flight requires at least the 4th layer of Chi refinement. Day 7. To locate Zhou Qingqing, you change your strategy and board a different pleasure boat for amusement that day. Upon boarding, you don't rush into the cabin. Instead, you step onto the cabin roof and survey your surroundings. You detect a faint ripple of spiritual energy from your side and rear. It's subtle, but with your enhanced perception, you still capture it. Looking closely, the figure is clad in a night suit, their features indiscernible. You can't even tell their gender. You know it's Zhou Qingqing. Estimating the distance between you, you abandon the escape attempt. Over 200 meters away, she would take only 5 seconds to fly here. You wouldn't have time to flee. To ambush her, even getting close would be difficult. You return to the cabin as if nothing is amiss, planning your next move. Afterwards, you always locate Zhou Qingqing's position before entering the cabin. Gradually, you discern a pattern. Zhou Qingqing never proactively approaches the pleasure boat. She only draws near when your position is obscured or something seems unusual. Day 13. You conceive a plan: jump into the river to lure her over, then wait by the stump for the rabbit. Confident in your swimming skills, you pick up a wine bowl, stagger to the bow, feign an unsteady step, and tumble into the river. Holding your breath, you count down from 4, then suddenly break the surface, covertly observing Zhou Qingqing's direction. You see her stepping on a flying sword, speeding towards the pleasure boat. You submerge again, hold your breath, swim to the stern, and retrieve the azure-edged sword you had prepared earlier. Now the enemy is in the light while you are in the dark. The tables have turned. You crouch in the shadow of the stern, waiting only for Zhou Qingqing to land. Zhou Qingqing circles the area on her sword, her expression growing colder. She lands on the boat you were on just moments ago and questions the boat girls. Now, you seize the opportunity. The azure-edged sword leaves its scabbard. You stomp down hard and lunge, thrusting towards Zhou Qingqing's back. A thrust through the heart. Zhou Qingqing doesn't cry out. She leaps half a step back, turns her head, and fixes her icy glare on you as she slowly pulls the longsword out. You sense something is wrong. A normal cultivator struck through the heart couldn't react this quickly. You activate enhanced perception and look at Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing. Cultivation Chi Refinement Layer 3 Initial. Status living dead, a puppet forged by a secret art, lightly injured. Not alive. Your face shows surprise, but you quickly regain composure. Lightly injured is still injured. Since you've struck, you can't hold back. You swing your longsword again, striking down. Zhou Qingqing parries with all her might, urging you to go back, saying she can pretend nothing happened. You ignore her, pushing your strength to the absolute limit as you hack at her relentlessly. The force of 300,000 Jin crashes down again and again. The pleasure boat shatters, and you both fall into the river. Zhou Qingqing chokes on water. She no longer holds back, thrusting her longsword towards your vital points. You neither dodge nor evade. Your longsword swings towards her neck. She withdraws her sword to parry, but is still struck and sent flying backward. You use the floating wooden planks to close the distance, swiftly swinging the azure edge sword to deny her any chance to recover. Zhou Qingqing, drenched in blood, ceases her entanglement. She leaps onto her flying sword and flies towards Tianyuan City. In that moment you are free, but you dare not linger. You command a nearby boatman to take you out onto the river. The boatman on the pleasure boat doesn't refuse. He plies his oars, and you smoothly enter the river. Breathing the air of freedom, you clean the azure-edged sword and order the boatman to continue rowing. You want to leave Qi country far behind and head to Great Chu to find a sect. First year, the boat travels 8,000 li and stops at a port. You jump ashore to inquire about the local area. This place is no longer Qi, it is the border of Chu. Chu has 3 righteous sects: the Tao-seeking sect, the Golden Sword sect, and the Heaven sect. All are first-rate major sects. You visit the 3 great sects one after another, only to find you don't even qualify to enter. Even the menial disciples of these 3 sects are cultivators with spiritual roots. Second year, you lower your sights, planning to join a minor sect. You visit over 20 small and medium-sized sects within Chu's borders. The result is the same. A small sect is still a sect. They do not accept rootless wastes. Repeatedly thwarted in your attempts to join a sect, you consider giving up. You decide to gather more information to plan for the future. You chance upon a piece of information from an old Taoist selling medicine. Besides being innate or earth-grown, there is a third way to obtain a spiritual root: inheritance. Receiving a legacy from a senior expert also offers a chance to gain a spiritual root. This reignites your fighting spirit. You join the Canal Union on the Chu border, gathering information on the side and using the gluttony talent to cultivate. Your physical body and strength have reached the limit of body tempering. However, you have only just begun to master the secrets of the 5 viscera, barely achieving poison immunity. There is still room for further tempering. In the 3rd year, you heard numerous tales about inheritances. At first, you would go and investigate, only to find they were either scams or baseless rumors. By the 5th year, leveraging the management experience and strength you gained from the Yi family, you ascended to the position of Hall Master in the Chao Gang. With more channels for information, your subordinates would verify both credible and dubious news and record it in ledgers. In the 7th year, your mastery over the secrets of the 5 organs advanced further, evolving from immunity to poisons to immunity against all evils. A single word made a world of difference. After countless verifications of various rumors, you learned to distinguish truth from falsehood, no longer paying attention to unreliable information. By the 10th year, your heart had been tempered to its peak. From controlling your heartbeat to regulating blood flow, you mastered a new skill: suspended animation. Yet every year, tales of inheritances still reached your ears, most of them repetitive scams. Of course, you weren't without gains. You heard that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion under the Heavenly Sect sold such information, and the sect was renowned for its integrity, with no complaints. However, the price was steep: 5,000 spirit stones for a single accurate piece of information. After deducting expenses for socializing and cultivation, you could only save 500 to 600 a year, meaning it would take a decade to gather the sum. Trusting the Heavenly Sect's reputation, you decided to take the gamble over 10 years. By the 20th year, you had saved 5,000 spirit stones, entered the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and purchased a piece of information. An inheritance would descend atop White Maple Mountain in the southwest of Chu State. That night, you packed your belongings and rushed to White Maple Mountain. Only upon ascending did you realize your carelessness. Many others knew of this news, and the summit was already dotted with makeshift camps. Using your enhanced perception to scan the crowd, you detected several Qi refining midstage cultivators. Not daring to approach them, you found a bamboo grove nearby to settle in and await the inheritance. Within days, the inheritance truly descended. A blood-red gate materialized atop the mountain, exuding an alluring aura. You watched as the cultivators before the gate, their eyes bloodshot, rammed into it like madmen, not stopping even as they bled from their wounds. Their life force rapidly faded. Danger! 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 Your enhanced perception amplified the eerie sensation filling your mind with a single thought: run, and run fast. Without hesitation, you turned and fled. Someone behind the gate noticed you, their gaze falling upon you. A chill ran down your spine, as if a venomous snake had fixed its eyes on you. You bolted down the mountain like a madman, but failing to notice a stone underfoot, you tumbled off a cliff. bouncing and crashing all the way to the bottom. You were dizzy and disoriented. You tried to run, but every time you stood you fell again. The sensation of being watched by a venomous snake lingered overhead. Gritting your teeth, you stopped your heartbeat and played dead. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, then an entire hour. Just as you were about to reach your limit, the gaze finally shifted away from you. You dared not move until nightfall, then limped away from White Maple Mountain. Back at your residence, the more you thought about it, the angrier you grew. You considered demanding a refund from the Heavenly Sect, but recalling their reputation of having no complaints, you abandoned the idea. Returning to the Chow Gang, you avoided mentioning the incident. When asked, you simply said you arrived too late and missed it. By the 25th year, your mastery of the 5 organs secrets reached its zenith. Achieving internal and external unity, you gained astonishing control over your body, able to shift organs to avoid fatal injuries, further enhancing your strength. Meanwhile, your subordinates brought you good news, an accurate inheritance rumor. At Black Thatch Mountain, an inheritance was about to emerge with fluctuations already visible at the summit, likely that of a Foundation establishment elder. Upon hearing this, you hesitated for a long time before finally packing your bags. Your path of body tempering had reached its end, and your only goal now was to find a spiritual root. Such accurate news came only once every few years, or even decades, and a body tempering cultivator rarely lived beyond a century. You couldn't afford to wait. However, with the previous lesson in mind, you reminded yourself to be cautious and flee at the first sign of trouble. Arriving at Black Thatch Mountain, you noticed many others like you along the way. You grew more vigilant, as among them were chi refining early and mid-stage cultivators, and even a few threatening later-stage ones. Fortunately, your talent allowed you to avoid them and successfully climb Black Thatch Mountain. At the mountainside, you caught a familiar scent of earth. Looking up, you saw a black and a white gate standing atop the peak. The gates were all too familiar. Grateful you hadn't reached the summit, you turned and ran, bumping into 2 young lads, one in a white Taoist robe, the other in black. Your gaze swept over their faces, and you let out a sigh. Old acquaintances, all grown up. This time you clearly discerned their cultivation. Both were at the 10th layer of chi refining minor perfection. You could still contend with early chi refining cultivators, but against the 10th layer, escape was your only hope. Staring at them, you forced a smile. Gentlemen, please let me pass. The white-robed lad chuckled. Since you're here, why not go in and take a look? You shook your head, your only wish now to flee. The black-robed lad grabbed your shoulder and said calmly, our master told us the number of people is fixed. We need to plant a heavenly spiritual root. Cooperate. You glanced at him, feeling a pang of boredom. At least put on an act, give me no chance at all. Thankfully, with the little luck, talent, if the temple's rules hadn't changed, and they still killed one a day, with so many people around, you could buy some time. You followed the crowd into the temple. The 2 lads closed the gate and said with sincere faces, we deceived you. There is no inheritance. Our master ordered us to plant a heavenly spiritual root, and we need everyone's help. Several late chi refining cultivators tried to slip away, but the lads' expression shifted. Vines from a nearby tree instantly coiled around them, binding them tight. The lads' faces remained unchanged, as if they had done something trivial, telling everyone to cooperate. Now everyone understood and scattered in panic, but vines ensnared their feet. You didn't run. You had been hiding behind the crowd anyway, and making an example of someone wouldn't target you. Besides, you knew fleeing was futile and might get you killed first. The 2 lads noticed you and burst into laughter, saying they liked obedient people. They handed you a shovel and told you to bury people. You asked whom to bury. The black-robed lad tore open the chest of a man beside him, took out his heart, and pointed, saying him. You muttered inwardly about their ruthlessness and shoveled earth over the man. As with the previous 2 times, a small sprout emerged from the grave the next day. You noticed it looked identical to before and wondered if burying someone with a spiritual root always yielded a supreme grade root. You dared not ask too many questions and busied yourself with eating fruits and burying bodies. After a few days, you finally noticed a difference. These sprouts bore no fruit and kept growing longer. 2 of the tender shoots even intertwined, and you thought this might be the condition for birthing a heavenly spiritual root. You worked even harder. Half a month later, 7 or 8 blossoms had already entwined together. After 1 month, over 20 flowers coiled tightly into a single cluster. Their petals withered, while the central bloom flourished more brilliantly than ever. 2 months later, the central flower's petals fell away, giving rise to an ice-blue fruit radiating a soft, serene aura. A black-robed boy plucked it and grumbled, worthless upper-grade spirit root. What bad luck. An upper-grade spirit root signifies potential for Foundation establishment, a chance you just squandered. You cursed your own ignorance, bitterly regretting the missed opportunity. Yet you steeled your heart, refusing self-reproach. Over 100 others still remained. There would be another chance. 2 more months passed. You watched the withering blossom, intently resolving to harvest at the moment its aura matched or surpassed the last. But just as it ripened, a white-robed boy appeared, wildeed and feverish, and snatched it away, shrieking, "Last time belonged to Xiaohei. This one is mine." Speechless, you retreated into patient silence, biding your time once more. Soon a crimson flower bloomed again atop the earthen mound. This time you vowed to guard it without rest, harvesting it the instant it matured. This blossom was extraordinary. 2 months passed, yet not a single petal showed signs of decay. Your tension mounted. Glancing at the remaining 30 candidates, you realized, if it did not bloom within the month, your turn would come. You kept vigil for 15 days, until at last its petals began to fall. Day and night you stood sentinel around it, terrified the 2 boys would strike first. On that fateful day, the final petal drifted down, and slowly a blood-red fruit swelled into being. A wave of terrifying flame energy surged through the courtyard. Just as you reached for it, a face blocked your hand. The black-robed boy gazed at you in eerie stillness. "What do you think you're doing?" You drew a deep breath and replied, "I only meant to pluck it for you, so as not to soil your noble hands." The black-robed boy smiled, a chilling, unsettling grin, and asked, "Do you intend to pick it for me, or for him?" Faced with a question that spelled certain death, you paused for 2 heartbeats, then gambled, "That depends on who proves more worthy of following." "What does that mean? I don't understand." The white-robed boy tilted his head, blinking his large eyes innocently. You considered a moment, then said, "Whichever proves stronger." The black-robed boy let out a ghastly cackle. Your scalp prickled, and instinct screamed to retreat. Yet he made no move against you. Instead, he struck the white-robed boy across the face with a thunderous slap. Stunned by the sudden blow, the white-robed boy burst into tears and tumbled into a frantic scuffle with him. Perfect opportunity. With a silent chuckle, you seized the fruit and swallowed it whole in one swift motion. It dissolved into spiritual energy, surging as a spirit root into your dantian, its celestial rank surging upward, pinning you immobile under overwhelming pressure. Both boys froze mid-brawl, turning their heads toward you in unison, silent, unblinking, unnerving. The black-robed boy's arrogance vanished. He panicked, shrieking, "It's gone. The heavenly spirit root is gone. Master will kill us." The white-robed boy wailed uncontrollably, "I'll slaughter you. Slaughter you. Master will kill me. What do I do? What do I do?" Watching the 2 descend into hysterical madness, you threw back your head and laughed, a wild, triumphant roar, as ambient spiritual energy flooded your dantian unimpeded. You entered cultivation once more, this time in a single breath, your internal chi, now denser, richer, more potent than before. They made no move to stop you, only resumed quarreling. The white-robed boy accused the black-robed one of recklessness and gullibility. The black-robed boy retorted that the other had failed to rein him in, and they clashed again. Heartened, you scanned for an escape route. You leapt onto the twin doors, one black, one white, and touched the threshold beyond. No barrier, no ward, no illusion, just open air. Overjoyed, you vaulted outward. The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky boundless for birds to soar. You had escaped the Ascension Immortal Temple. Before you stretched the mountain path leading up Himeo Mountain. You knew it well. Breathing free air, at last you fled headlong down the slope. At the foot of the mountain, the black and white doors blocked your way once more. You tried to circle past, then froze. They opened outward. So this was still inside. Your knees buckled. Beneath your feet, soft, yielding earth. You had never left. Turning back, you found both boys watching you, motionless, silent, eyes gleaming with quiet mockery. A shiver raced down your spine. Wordlessly, you stepped backward. You cannot flee. Cannot flee. You will never escape, and neither can we. Huh. The black-robed boy's laughter twisted like broken glass. You backed until your spine pressed hard against the door. Nowhere left to retreat. The white-robed boy wept and laughed simultaneously, tears dripping from the corners of his mouth. "It's all your fault. All your fault. We're doomed. I'll devour you, breakfast. Or lunch." So vexing, so vexing. Clutching his head, he trembled, as if multiple souls warred within his flesh. Suddenly, he moved. His pale, delicate hand flashed like lightning. Your chest exploded open, a gaping wound, blood gushing forth. Yet when he reached inside, his fingers closed on emptiness. Your heart was gone. You have no heart. Ah-ha-ha. You have no heart. You're not even human. He shrieked, utterly unhinged. You had shifted your heart downward by 2 inches the moment his gaze locked onto you. Now inches apart, you lunged forward and embraced him tight. At that instant, you unleashed your full, terrifying strength. 300,000 gene, bones snapping like dry twigs in your ears. You smiled. "If I cannot flee, then let us depart together." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed endlessly. His vitality plummeted, but he too smiled, mocking your folly. One after another, bloody apertures pierced your body, your copper skin, iron bone frame crumbling helplessly beneath his counterstrike. Spitting a mouthful of blood, you held him fast, unyielding, unmoving. Even in death you would take him with you. Boom. His body could bear no more. The pressure shattered him utterly. His dantian ruptured, unleashing a cataclysmic torrent of spiritual energy. The blast hurled you backward, drenching you in crimson. You collapsed to the ground, coughing blood, and memories rushed past like flickering lantern light. You smiled. A perfect exchange, pushed to the absolute limit. Not a loss. You died. Simulation terminated. Survival duration, 25 years. Assessment transcended physical limits. Through sheer will is secured the coveted treasure through meticulous caution. Exceptional composure, resilience, and decisive courage, even when cornered. A peerless heaven-defying one-for-own sacrifice. Merely cultivating to the peak of chi refinement. Nothing extraordinary. My death was not in vain. Yi Yang stepped barefoot from the wooden tub, water cascading in shimmering droplets. More than vengeance, he now burned with anticipation for what this trial had granted him. First, a supreme-grade spirit root, raising the possibility of nascent soul formation. Second, mastery of the five viscera's deepest secret, not only enabling feigned death, but allowing precise injury-free relocation of vital organs. A power of immense strategic value. Detected that the host has inheritable content. You may retain the following 2 items. 1. Your peak cultivation in life, Chi refining layer 1 initial stage, supreme, grade fire spirit root. 2 items carried at the time of death, green peak, sword 11 spirit stones. 3 talent trait, super perception. For mastery of the secrets of the 5 organs. I choose 1 and 4. Yi Yang made his choice. Although the super perception talent was useful, he was about to reach Chi refining, and the sights he would see would be no less than super perception. Crack. As he made his choice, a loud noise echoed in the room, and Yi Yang felt as if struck by a paralysis curse, unable to move. After one breath, his dantian gradually filled, his vision began to rise, and the fortunes of all things appeared before his eyes. So this is the supreme grade spirit root. Awesome. Yi Yang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling refreshed. Congratulations to the host for elevating your status. The blue trait pool has been unlocked. Blue traits are rare traits. To prevent the host from failing to obtain them after prolonged attempts, the number of selectable traits before simulation has increased to 5. Blue talents are here. Double happiness. Yi Yang was overjoyed. With the support of a blue talent, his path would be more stable. Suddenly, he heard chaotic footsteps again, so he grabbed his clothes and put them on, not daring to be careless. Just as he slipped on his outer robe, he saw Yi Tai push open the door and walk in. He looked worried. Yang, you were covered in blood just now, and now you've made such a commotion. What's going on? Yi Yang blinked. Father, I've been wanting to cultivate lately. It's nothing serious. That's good to hear. Wanting to cultivate is a good thing. If you need anything, just come to the study. Yi Tai promised with a smile. All right. After chatting with him for a while, Yi Yang closed the door and analyzed the situation. I've definitely been exposed. I can see his realm with my status, so there's no reason he can't see mine. He didn't call me out, and was still willing to pretend, which means I'm not a threat to him yet. Now I'm on par with Yin in value, or even higher. He won't cripple me. The worst outcome is being locked up. Yi Yang sat back on the bed and sighed. Although there was no immediate danger, Ma Zi was always a threat, and he couldn't rest easy without resolving it. After hesitating for a while, he began to plan his next simulation goal. To deal with Ma Zi's strength was paramount. Though he didn't know Ma Zi's realm, it was likely Qi refining. He still needed to leave the Yi family, as it could no longer provide much help. The Yi family only had 2 thin volumes of Qi refining techniques, 1 incomplete, scene creation, and 1 incomplete, rain prayer record, neither suitable for a fire spirit root. Only by entering a major sect could he learn a usable technique. Among the 3 major sects of Chu, the Heavenly Middle Sect was out of the question. It was as treacherous as a demonic cult. The Golden Sword Sect and the Question Dao Sect. The Golden Sword Sect was too far, and its disciples and elders were all old-fashioned. The Question Dao Sect was closer and not as domineering as the Heavenly Middle Sect, so it was worth a try. Yi Yang said, System simulate. Current remaining simulation attempts 0. Detected hosts, current cultivation, Qi refining layer 1 initial stage, true combat strength, Qi refining layer 3 peak. Each simulation requires consuming 100 spirit stones or equivalent items. Out of money again. Yi Yang muttered to himself and headed straight for Yi Tai's study. Spirit stones weren't managed by Steward Liu. He had to see Yi Tai, since he wanted to pretend it would be a crime not to freeload. Knocking on the door, their eyes met, and Yi Yang gave an awkward smile. Father, I want to cultivate immortality. Could you give me some spirit stones? 200 or 300 would be enough. He didn't ask for more. The Yi family's total assets converted to spirit stones were only about 20,000, and Yi Tai only had 2,000 on hand for emergencies. Yi Tai's expression didn't change. He took a key from the drawer and placed it on the table. This is the key to the family warehouse. Take it yourself. So generous. Yiyang couldn't help but think more highly of his cheap father. Knowing he was an otherworldly demon, yet still being so generous made him a qualified patriarch. Yiyang took the key and turned to leave. In the simulations, he had visited the family warehouse countless times and didn't need a guide. He walked all the way to the warehouse door and pushed open the old wooden door. Entering the warehouse, he gently closed the wooden door and whispered, "System, take it yourself and simulate." Exchange completed. Remaining simulation attempts 1. Please choose one of the following talents. Sleepless green, your sleep begins to decrease, requiring only 1 to 2 hours of rest each day. Coward black, you want to surrender at any difficulty. Your cowardice is etched into your bones. Photosynthesis green, you can go without food for long periods, sustaining life by basking in the sun. Exceptional insight blue, you can learn any skill after seeing it once, adept at summarizing failures in practice to advance further. Empathy white, you can sense the true emotions of those around you and can transfer some of their pain to yourself. This batch of traits is a bit luxurious. Yiyang was momentarily at a loss on how to choose. First, the sleepless trait, reduced sleep, meant more time for cultivation. Originally needing 4 to 5 hours of sleep per day, now reduced to 1 or 2. It was like gaining half a day more. Next was photosynthesis, a feat only Foundation establishment elders could achieve, abstaining from food. In extreme situations, it might prove remarkably useful. Finally, the blue talent, exceptional insight, which increased the efficiency of learning techniques. 3 choices, tough call. Yiyang wavered for a long time before saying, "I'll pick insight first. This time I'm going to a sect. With only talent and no insight, it'll be looked down upon. I choose exceptional insight." All right, talents little luck white, gluttony green, and exceptional insight blue have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining attempts 0. Year 1. You know Yi Tai sees your cultivation and don't rashly flee, instead starting to work within the clan. With your elevated status, you're constantly aware of the chi around you, and you easily detect Zhou Qingqing, who's been following you. On a delivery out of town, you feign escape, luring her close to ambush her. A single strike kills her, and you successfully flee the Yi family. On the road, you buy a small boat and sail downstream to Chu. With a clear goal, you head straight for the questioned Dao sect. Along the way, you pick up a follower, Fatty Wong. He's neither surnamed Wong nor Fat, but you fancy yourself the protagonist and believe you need a Fatty Wong to solidify your status. He was originally a beggar, honest and simple, seeing he had a spirit root and shouldn't waste his life, begging you give him the name Fatty Wong. It's not an insult. His original name was unpleasant too. Others called him Erlingzi. When he followed you, he was as thin as a pole. To make the name fit, you treat him to rich food all the way. When you reach the questioned Dao sect, he's noticeably rounder. At 5 feet tall and weighing 150 pounds, he looks every bit of Fatty. "Boss, will the questioned Dao sect let me in?" Fatty Wong asks nervously. The mountain gate of the questioned Dao sect is too grand, it frightens him just to see it. You reassure him, "Don't worry. You have a spirit root, and I can sense it's quite good. At the very least, you'll be an outer disciple." Fatty Wong asks what an outer disciple is, and you tell him they're the backbone of the sect, living the high life every day. Fatty Wong beams with joy and follows you to the mountain gate. The One Dao sect does not recruit disciples at a fixed time each year. One may visit at any time, and as long as the test reveals spiritual roots, they may stay. You and Fatty Wong entered the mountain gate and were stopped by 2 disciples. After inquiring about the situation, they fetched a stone called the One Dao Stone, which could assess the quality of spiritual roots, and asked you to place your hands upon it. Fatty Wong was the first to press his hand on it. A bolt of lightning coalesced on the stone, lingering, without dispersing, emitting crackling sounds. The gate disciples' eyes lit up. "Congratulations, junior brother. You possess a top-grade lightning spiritual root and may enter the inner sect." Fatty Wong didn't fully understand, but sensed that the inner sect was superior to the outer sect, and a wave of surprise and joy washed over him. When it was your turn, the moment your hand touched the stone, a blaze of fire shot into the sky, startling the 2 gate disciples into retreating in haste. The flames lasted for a while, and over a dozen figures appeared before the mountain gate. Men and women, their strength varying. With your level of perception, you couldn't fathom their true cultivation realms, only vaguely determining they were all at the Foundation establishment stage. At the forefront was a middle-aged man carrying a sword on his back. He looked at you and nodded repeatedly. "Good lad. I am Luo Chuan, Peak Master of the Spirit Sword Peak. From now on, you shall cultivate under my guidance." A palisarebed beauty behind him chided angrily, "Old Luo, don't snatch people recklessly. A top-grade fire spiritual root would be wasted if not used for alchemy. Stop arguing. Following me and artifact forging is the true path. Alchemy is better. Artifact forging." They argued right before your eyes, showing not a hint of an immortal's demeanor. Fatty Wong looked at you with admiration and whispered, "Boss, you're truly impressive." You smiled modestly, saying nothing, waiting for their quarrel to escalate. After all, when vying for a disciple, offering no benefits would be improper. You planned to wait for the best offer. As expected, Luo Chuan made the first bid, saying that if you followed him, he would gift you the top-grade magic artifact, the 7-star sword which he carried on his back. The Palace Arabed woman followed suit, promising a top-grade magic artifact alchemy furnace and free access to all her pill formulas if you chose her. The others also raised their bids, and the competition grew fiercer. In the end, Luo Chuan offered an exorbitant price: the top-grade magic artifact 7-star sword, a top-grade magic artifact black robe, 20,000 spirit stones, and all the spiritual herbs needed for the Qi refining stage. The others ceased bidding, and you became Luo Chuan's disciple, joining the Spirit Sword Peak. Luo Chuan took his promises seriously, delivering all the agreed items to your cave dwelling without any delay. You developed a favorable impression of him. Having just joined the sect, you didn't rush to cultivate, but instead wandered around to familiarize yourself with the mountain gate. Through observation and listening, you quickly understood the sect structure. The sect's disciples included menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and various personal disciples. Your current status was that of a personal disciple, the backbone of the sect and its future hope. At the lower echelons of the sect's leadership were various stewards, typically cultivators, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Above them were the peak masters, also foundation establishment cultivators, but seasoned veterans among them, either stronger in power or skilled in the 100 arts of immortals. Your master was one such peak master with a cultivation base at the great perfection of foundation establishment, only a step away from the golden core stage. Above them were the rarely seen sect elders who spent years in secluded cultivation and rarely involved themselves in sect affairs. Beyond the elders, you knew nothing. Your master Luo Chuan was a dedicated ascetic who seldom took disciples, including you. He had only 5 students under his tutelage. The senior apprentice sister and the third apprentice sister were in seclusion. The second apprentice brother had gone mad from practicing a heretical cultivation technique and was confined to the cliff of reflection. Only the fourth apprentice brother Lu Yuan remained outside, indulging in daily drinking and pleasure. The master seemed to have given up on him. You intended to seek out senior brother Lu for a chat, but Luo Chuan stopped you, urging you to cultivate diligently and not to succumb to idleness. When you asked to learn a cultivation technique, Luo Chuan told you that studying techniques before the 4th layer of Qi refining was of little benefit. He instructed you to first reach the 4th layer, promising to prepare a suitable technique for you. He had walked this path before, so you had no reason to disregard his advice and began cultivating assiduously. By the 2nd year, you had stepped into the 4th layer of Qi refining. In the Qi refining stage, layers 1 through 3 constituted the early stage, 4 through 6 the middle stage, 7 through 9 the late stage, and the 10th layer was the minor perfection. Reaching this level granted the qualification to attempt foundation establishment. However, the 10th layer was not the true culmination of Qi refining. The highest achievable was the 13th layer, known as the Great Perfection. Yet attaining Great Perfection was exceedingly difficult, requiring the breaking of limits, and most cultivators could not achieve even a single limit break in their lifetimes. You were only at the middle stage of Qi refining and not yet ready to contemplate limit breaking. What you needed most now was a cultivation technique. You went to Luo Chuan to request one. He was well prepared and produced 3 manuals: Sword Control Art, Fire Spirit Art, and Indestructible True Body. The Sword Control Art was the foundational sword technique of the Spirit Sword Peak, encompassing sword flight, sword combat, and sword Qi. Luo Chuan instructed you to solidify your foundation before learning advanced sword techniques. The Fire Spirit Art was a technique most suited for those with fire spiritual roots, allowing one to control fire with precision and wield it in battle. The Indestructible True Body was a technique for strengthening the physical body. Luo Chuan discerned that your physique had already reached the pinnacle of mortal limits and would be wasted without cultivation. This art not only enhanced the body, but when mastered to perfection, could even regenerate severed limbs. After a brief perusal, you marveled at your master's thoughtfulness. 3 books covering 3 dimensions for comprehensive improvement. However, the difficulty of the 3 techniques clearly varied. The Sword Control Art was the simplest. The Fire Spirit Art required meticulous refinement and time. The Indestructible True Body demanded rare treasures to initiate and was the most challenging to master. You decided to tackle them from easiest to hardest. With Luo Chuan personally teaching you the Sword Control Art, coupled with your exceptional talent and insight, you achieved entry in a day minor mastery, in 3 days major mastery, in a month, and perfection in 3 months. In a duel limited to the Sword Control Art, you and Luo Chuan reached a draw. He praised you lavishly, claiming you had the potential to become an infant immortal. You felt a surge of pride, casting aside all thoughts of vigilance in times of peace. To live up to Luo Chuan's expectations, you devoted yourself even more fervently to cultivation, forgetting sleep and food. 3 months later, your cultivation reached the 5th layer of Qi refining, and the fire spirit art achieved minor mastery. Your control over flames had reached a level where you could perfectly regulate temperature and power. A fireball shot could strike the bullseye of a target 100 meters away without any deviation or leakage. One day, while you were cultivating, Fatty Wong arrived to borrow spirit stones. When you asked how much, he replied, "As much as you have." Bewildered, you asked if something had happened. Fatty Wong inquired if you knew about the Gu gambling. The Gu gambling was a well-known game in the Wen Dao sect played by inner disciples, outer disciples, and even menial disciples. The rules were simple. A batch of venomous insects was numbered and sealed in a jar. Using the method of raising Gu, they were incited to kill each other until only one remained. Whoever guessed the survivor would win a large sum of spirit stones. You had watched others play this game and knew some of its intricacies. You asked, "Do you have inside information?" Fatty Wong glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice. "No, but lately I've been having dreams where I see which insect survives to become the Gu." Upon hearing this, your previously relaxed nerves tightened. You asked, "Have you confirmed it?" Fatty Wong grinned and said, "I bet twice based on the dreams, and both times I was right." You stared at him, your expression grave, and pulled him into a quiet chamber, closing the door. The chamber had a privacy array. You didn't want your next words to be overheard. Fatty Wong looked at you, a hint of unease in his eyes, and asked what was wrong. You asked, "Have you heard of dream construction?" Fatty Wong shook his head. At his current level of the 9th layer of body tempering, he had yet to learn the techniques of the Qi refining stage. You said, "Illusions mean someone can impose their thoughts on you, like making you dream or giving you psychological suggestions." Fatty Wong trembled, asking what he should do. You said, "Whoever is behind this has 2 possible goals. First, they are in collusion with the designer of the Gu gambling, or they are the designer themselves, aiming to get you addicted. Once you stake all your spirit stones, they'll feed you false information and clean you out in one go. Second, they want to participate in the Gu gambling, but cannot act openly due to their status. They use illusions to tip you off, letting you win spirit stones. The first few times you'll likely test the waters. Once you confirm it's true, you'll raise your stakes, make a big profit, and then you'll be in danger." Fatty Wong gasped sharply, suddenly recalling something. He untied a jade token from his waist. "I just accepted a mission. I'm leaving the sect in 2 days to find a corpse king fungus. I thought I'd make a good profit and take Suehua." You cut off his idle daydreaming, snatched the jade token, and asked, "Who else knows you're going after the corpse king fungus?" Fatty Wong thought for a moment and said, "Quite a few people." He had told at least several dozen. Finding a corpse king fungus was no easy task. It usually grew on the crown of a corpse, and the corpse bearing it was often a powerful zombie, making it difficult for Fatty Wong to handle alone. You sighed and said, "Don't play Gu gambling anymore, and find a way to swap out the mission for the corpse king fungus." Fatty Wong nodded, genuinely frightened by your analysis. Watching him leave your dwelling, you decided not to let the person behind this go. You donned a black robe and followed Fatty Wong. The black robe was a magical artifact given to you by Luo Chuan when you first joined the sect. Its main function was defense, but it also concealed your aura, making it harder for others to detect you. You watched Fatty Wong go to the mission hall, exchange his token, and return to his dwelling. Nothing unusual. You leaped onto his roof, concealing yourself in the shadows, planning to observe for an extended period. At dinner time, a woman knocked on the door of Fatty Wong's small courtyard. Fatty Wong, excited, welcomed her inside. The woman immediately asked why he had changed the mission. Hadn't they agreed to go together? Fatty Wong stammered, saying he was afraid of the danger. The woman mocked him for being useless, but didn't leave in anger. She asked which number he would pick in tomorrow's Gu gambling. Fatty Wong hesitated and said number 6. The woman nodded, then asked if she could borrow some spirit stones, as she didn't have many. Fatty Wong took a box from under his bed and handed it to her. The woman opened it, smiled in satisfaction, and said she was going to make a big play and he should wait. Listening to their conversation, you lamented how deeply Gu gambling corrupted people. You didn't intervene, planning to use the woman to catch the rat behind it all. The next day, the jar was opened, and the number 6 venomous insect caused an upset. The woman won 30,000 spirit stones in one go. You watched her hide most of the stones under the bed and return a large chest to Fatty Wong. Then she went to the mission hall to recruit teammates for the Corpse King fungus hunt. "So it's come to this," you muttered, hiding in the shadows to keep watch. Suddenly, you felt a tap on your shoulder. It was a female disciple with a pretty face and a good figure. Startled, you asked her what she was doing. She countered, asking what you were doing. After a moment's thought, you said you were just wandering around, not doing anything. She invited you for a drink. With more important matters at hand, you declined her invitation. She turned and left without further insistence, but then her voice suddenly echoed in your ear. "Do you know why Luo Chuan spent a fortune to recruit you into the sect?" Startled, you looked back in confusion, but she had vanished. Her voice sounded again. "If you want to know, meet me at the elegant pavilion tonight." You stood still for a long time, pondering a question you had never considered. You had assumed it was due to your talent, but now it seemed there might be hidden reasons. On one side was the harmful rat, on the other shocking news about Luo Chuan. You hesitated. After much deliberation, you tossed a copper coin, leaving it to fate. Heads meant staying on watch, tails meant going to the elegant pavilion. The coin landed on tails. You abandoned your surveillance and headed to the elegant pavilion. The woman was already waiting in a private room. When you entered, she beckoned you in and offered you wine. Not in the mood for drinking, you asked, "What hidden truth do you know?" The woman didn't answer. She poured you a cup of wine and insisted you drink it before she would speak. You downed the cup in one gulp and pressed her for answers. The woman let out a strange chuckle. "Guess." You said coldly, "I don't have time for your games." The woman pouted and said, "Speak not aloud lest you startle the heavens. Don't you understand? You mean you can't say it, and I have to guess with you just saying yes or no?" The woman nodded. Intrigued, you sat down and asked, "Does he want to groom me to solidify his position?" Drink. "Does he have a hidden ailment that requires me to reach a certain cultivation level to cure at the cost of my own cultivation?" Drink. "Is there something he can't handle himself and needs me to do once I'm strong enough, something dangerous?" Drink. "Could it be that I can help him break through somehow?" The woman smiled without answering, urging you to drink. Confused, you forced down another cup, feeling dizzy and losing clarity in your memories. You opened your mouth, slurring, "Tell me." The woman traced her slender finger across your face and said softly, "Since you guessed right, just get a good sleep." Sleep. Your eyelids felt heavy as lead and closed weakly. The next day you woke up, quickly checked your limbs and sighed in relief when they were still there. You cursed yourself, wondering when you had developed this habit of checking your kidneys first after being knocked out. Recalling the previous day's words, you slumped over the table deep in thought. The woman's words might not be false. You would have to be wary of Luo Chuan from now on. As you pondered, you realized yesterday's memories were fading. With a shudder, you knocked over the wine cup and quickly scrawled a few words on the table, "Beware of Luo Chuan." After writing, you let out a long breath. As long as you remembered this, the trip to the elegant pavilion wasn't wasted. You took out a handkerchief, bit your nail, and rewrote the words, then wiped the table clean and left. Back at Spirit Sword Peak, you stared at the handkerchief, having completely forgotten when you had written it. Still, the handwriting was yours, and you felt those 4 words must hold deep meaning. You decided to seek out 4th senior brother Lu Yuan to talk. Lu Yuan was still his usual carefree, drunken self. When he saw you, he slung an arm over your shoulder and invited you for a drink. You took a cup, sipped it, and asked, "4th senior brother, what gift did Master give you when he accepted you as a disciple?" Lu Yuan tapped his temple, thought for a while, and pointed to a gourd by the wall. "That's it," he said. You looked at it. It was an ordinary magical artifact, not much better than your green-edged sword. The 7-star sword Luo Chuan had given you was on a different level. You pressed on just this one item. Lu Yuan nodded emphatically. Filled with confusion, you asked, "4th senior brother, what spirit root do you have?" "Ultimate grade, Earth spirit root." "Another ultimate grade spirit root." Perplexed, you were baffled, thinking logically treatment should be the same. Is there something different about me? Or am I the most important? No, it might be because I completed something. Remembering there were 3 other senior siblings besides you 2, you asked, "What spirit roots do the eldest senior sister and the others have?" Lu Yuan rarely opened his eyes wide, then squinted them, chuckling evasively. "Junior brother, have some wine. Some things are better left vague." "4th senior brother, do you know something? Speak not loudly lest we startle the heavens above." Lu Yuan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. "4th senior brother, I wasn't asking about Master, but about eldest senior sister and the others." Lu Yuan sighed. "Eldest senior sister has an ultimate grade metal spirit root, 2nd senior brother an ultimate grade wood spirit root, and 3rd senior sister an ultimate grade water spirit root. The 5 elements are complete. This can't be a coincidence, can it?" You shook your head with a bitter smile. Though you didn't yet know what it signified, it didn't bode well. You bid farewell to your evasive 4th senior brother and headed to the sect's scripture depository, intending to delve into the sect's secrets and various forbidden elixirs. Days passed with no discoveries. One day, returning to your cave dwelling, as usual, you found Fatty Wong waiting outside. His eyes were red and swollen, evidence of recent weeping. Seeing you return, he clung to your leg and cried again, "Boss Tsuehua is dead." "Who is Tsuehua?" The name rang no bells. Fatty Wong recounted that on the day he went back, Tsuehua had sought him out, asked for the betting numbers on the goo worms, won a fortune, and died before she could spend it. Your memories of those 2 days were exceptionally hazy. You vaguely recalled tailing Fatty Wong, and then, you crouched on the ground, your head splitting with pain. Fatty Wong released his grip on your leg and asked what was wrong. You shook your head, saying it felt like someone had tampered with your memories. Fatty Wong wept, asking if it was because of him. You shook your head, then nodded, saying it might be. You warned him never to dabble in such goo-worm gambling games again, and to come to you if he had any more strange dreams. Fatty Wong with a solemn expression vowed he would never play again. You saw him off, then plunged into your meditation chamber, taking out paper and brush to scribble down the fragments of memory you had just recalled. Tailing Fatty Wong. Then Tsuehua. A woman I can't remember, inviting me for a drink. And then what? You pondered for a long time, placed a handkerchief on the table, and roughly understood. The woman is the mastermind behind the scenes. She knew I was on at Tsuehua, so she lured me in. I was drugged, but I must have pried something out of her. In the morning, I wrote down beware of Luo Chuan. That fits. You slumped to the ground, lamenting the dangers lurking everywhere in the cultivation world. No, there's still a problem. You recalled the woman's cultivation level. She was only at the 5th layer of qi refining. At the qi refining stage, the most one could do was forcibly implant memories, not delete or block them. So who had influenced your memory? A figure emerged in your mind, Luo Chuan. He was a foundation establishment cultivator wielding numerous restrictions and divine abilities. It was possible he possessed such a skill. She deliberately told me to beware of Luo Chuan, leading to him erasing my memory. Now I can't recall her face at all, and she got away clean. And she's only at the qi refining stage. Such scheming. A shiver ran down your spine as you realized the cultivation world was even more terrifying. From now on, I must be cautious, and ever more cautious. You kept repeating those words, trying to etch them into your mind. Picking up the brush again, you analyzed the current situation to plan for the future. The woman was lost to memory, likely unfindable. 4th senior brother surely knew something, but played dumb, unwilling to divulge. Luo Chuan's scheme must involve the 5 elements' spirit roots, perhaps for a breakthrough or to cultivate some divine ability. Now that the 5 elements were assembled, why hadn't he acted? There were 2 possibilities. 1, my cultivation level was too low, requiring all 5 to reach a certain realm. 2, the time wasn't ripe or the opportunity hadn't come and he was waiting. If it was the first, it would be easy to test. I could slack off or pursue other distractions to gauge his reaction. If it was the second, I could only pray for time. Drawing the ink, you resolved to test the waters first. Next to Spirit Sword Peak was Sword Forging Peak. With your Fire Spirit root, you could learn artifact forging, a worthy endeavor as it was no trivial path. Crucially, you lacked a storage artifact. In the cultivation world, storage pouches were rare treasures. Even many cultivators at the minor perfection of qi refining didn't own one. Even foundation establishment elders carried at most 2 or 3, illustrating their rarity. They were beyond purchase with spirit stones, one had to craft them by hand. Drying the ink, you folded the rice paper and tucked it under the table, then left your cave dwelling for Sword Forging Peak. The Peak Master, an old man you'd met at your initiation, was all muscle, clearly a lifelong blacksmith. Seeing you ascend the mountain, he beamed and pulled you toward the forge, saying he was short-handed and you looked sturdy enough for the work. You asked what the benefits were, explaining you'd come to learn how to craft storage artifacts. He told you that storage artifacts were no easy feat, requiring mastery of both artifact forging and formations. You asked if he could teach you. He said he knew both and would teach you if you worked the forge for 3 months. You understood it was a trial of hard labor first. With your goal in mind, you decided to go for it. But less than half a month into forging, Luo Chuan arrived, berating you for neglecting your duties and threatening to drag you back. You explained that the Sword Forging Peak Master had promised to teach you how to make storage artifacts in return for your help. Luo Chuan scoffed, saying he'd gift you one once you reached the minor perfection of qi refining. The minor perfection of qi refining means death, you realized. Returning to Spirit Sword Peak, you revised your plan, determined to maximize your gains. The 10th layer of qi refining was the current limit, but there were other areas to improve, such as the Blazing Flame art and the Indestructible True Body. The Blazing Flame art was currently at minor mastery. To reach major mastery, you either needed to forge a heart flame or find a fire essence to adopt as your own. Conveniently, you had memorized the rumors of various heavenly treasures and inheritance sites emerging within the Chu Kingdom, including news of a fire essence. Though you recalled that the cultivator who obtained that fire essence had died abruptly, you figured that given your importance to Luo Chuan, he wouldn't let you perish. Beyond that, there were treasures to strengthen the physique, also likely traps. With Luo Chuan backing you, you could take the risk. After all, a cheap master wouldn't let his prey fall to another's claws. You listed the memories on paper one by one, crossing them out until only 2 remained. One was the news of a fire essence appearing at the undying volcano in 2 months. The other was the news of a 7-colored lotus emerging from the white miasma swamp in half a year. Both pieces of news were timely and not too far away. You could take a sect mission and go along the way. Such rumors spread widely, and pretending to have heard of them on the road and going to check would give Luo Chuan no grounds for objection. Moreover, all sect disciples had to complete missions. Even a personal disciple favored by a master could not do nothing. Having made your plan, you burned the paper to avoid leaks, then headed to the mission hall to check for missions along the way. After searching, you finally found a low-risk mission escorting Steward Sun's great-grandson back to the sect. The mission was simple, yet offered many spirit stones, a typical high-quality task. 2 cultivators had already accepted it, and you were the third. As you took the last jade token, the mission was closed. The other 2 received word through their jade tokens that same day and met you at the mission hall. One was a man named Xiong Qi, an inner disciple at the 5th layer of Qi refining who lived up to his name by resembling a giant bear. The other was a woman named Yi Ning, also an inner disciple at the 6th layer of Qi refining. She was fairly attractive with slightly downturned lips and modest cheekbones, giving her a cool, slightly sorrowful appearance that evoked pity. The 3 of you exchanged names, and then flew together on swords towards Sun Family Town, where Steward Sun's great-grandson resided. Sun Family Town was not far, but you deliberately wanted the other 2 to hear the rumors, so you gave up non-stop flying and chose to rest in inns at towns each day. One day, as the 3 of you were dining, a storyteller entered the inn, sat down with practiced ease, and began to spin tales. He spoke of the undying volcano, once a phoenix's lair covered in treasures. A sage had prophesied that a great treasure would emerge there, one that could grant immortality upon consumption. You were unfazed by such exaggerations. A wisp of fire essence being touted as a path to godhood was nothing new. Xiong Qi and Yi Ning, however, were intrigued. As inner disciples with limited experience, they had not yet grown immune to such tales. They asked for your opinion, and you had no objections. Why not go? Steward Sun's great-grandson wasn't going anywhere. That night, the 3 of you deviated from your route toward the undying volcano. From afar, the spiritual energy around it was indeed abnormal. Several craters showed signs of eruption, harboring an otherworldly concentration of spiritual power. At the peak, cultivators hovered in the air, some wary, others allied, all with a look of determination. Your gaze swept over the crowd and settled on a young man in a black robe at the mountain's foot. His surname was Gua. You didn't know his full name, but one thing was certain: he would be the one to obtain the fire essence. 3rd layer of Qi refining. You were slightly surprised. At that level, he couldn't even sustain prolonged flight, let alone easily claim the fire essence. You stared at him for a long time, observing his Qi. Suddenly, your vision blurred, as if shrouded in mist. You quickly withdrew and understood why it was him. His Qi was obscured by someone of higher rank. He was a pawn, and that was likely the reason for his sudden death. A pawn is always a pawn once the game ends, it is discarded. Thinking of your own situation, you felt a kinship with him. You flew down and landed beside him. Fellow Taoist, do you also seek the treasure? You struck up a conversation. He grunted in acknowledgement, saying little. Fellow Taoist, you seem determined. I see great ambition in your eyes, as if you know you'll succeed. Do you have a premonition? No, not at all, he said, waving his hands with a fearful expression. You continued. I recently had a dream. In it, a treasure appeared and the volcano faded for me. He grew even more alarmed. You too. He looked around and transmitted his voice. What did you dream of? A fire essence, you replied. A fire essence. He stepped back a dozen paces, his face ashen, and transmitted. I didn't dream. A few days ago, I met an old Taoist who said a wisp of fire essence in the undying volcano was fated for me and could help me break through. Break through? You sneered inwardly. How could a fire essence aid a breakthrough? It was yet another trick preying on an ignorant rogue cultivator. You hesitated for a moment, then said, a fire essence likely won't help you break through. How about this? I have many pills. Take me to find the fire essence, and I'll trade them with you. He frowned, noting your cultivation level, and sighed. Do I have a choice? You shook your head. He agreed. With him leading the way, you smoothly ascended the mountain and stopped at a cave. He said to wait there. When the volcano erupted, the fire essence would come on its own. You kept your promise and handed him the pills you no longer needed. They were unlikely to help him break through, but they were enough to nurture a junior. He seemed to have expected this and didn't object. As night fell, several volcanoes erupted simultaneously, lighting up the sky. Inside the cave, you saw a wisp of flame floating. The flame was orangered, as if alive. You knew it was the fire essence and refined it on the spot, mastering the fire spirit art. A terrifying aura of flame spread around you. Facing the wall, you struck out with a palm. Over 10 zhang of stone shattered, its surface vitrified. The strike was not only powerful, but also carried a burning effect, leaving you greatly satisfied. Leaving the cave, you didn't linger and went to find Xiong Qi and Yi Ning. Fortunately, they were unharmed, though their expressions were off, both somewhat annoyed. They were particularly displeased with your unauthorized departure. You claimed to have run into an acquaintance, and they reluctantly accepted the excuse. With the fire essence taken from the undying volcano, the abnormal fluctuations ceased. Yi Ning suggested heading to Sun Family Town immediately, while Xiong Qi argued for waiting a couple more days in case they could find other treasures. The two argued, and Xiongqi eventually gave her 200 spirit stones to stay. They waited 2 days, found nothing, and Xiongqi cursed their bad luck, deciding to proceed to Sun Family Town. Arriving at Sun Family Town, you visited the Sun residence and stated your purpose. They brought out Steward Sun's great-grandson, a boy of 13 or 14. You examined him carefully, full of questions. He was an ordinary person, not even having undergone body tempering with a low-grade spiritual root. The mission offered a reward of 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones for such a worthless person. You had doubts, and so did the other two. Old Master Sun explained that his brother valued sentiment above all else and didn't care about a descendant's talent. As long as they had a spiritual root, he was willing to nurture them. The three of you accepted this explanation. After all, people were different. You took the boy and flew away from Sun Family Town. After several days of flying, Xiongqi suggested resting in a nearby city. You and Yining disagreed. He claimed to have acquaintances nearby and wished to visit them, then shifted the blame onto you, saying you started it. You had nothing to say to this and agreed to rest for one night. That night, Xiongqi played host, inviting you both into a local wealthy household for a feast. You did not drink. Having learned from your last intoxication, you knew your immunity to poisons did not extend to alcohol. Xiongqi tried several rounds to persuade you, but when you refused, he simply dragged Yining along. The meal dragged on until midnight. Yining was dead drunk, but Xiongqi remained spirited. The number of people at the table dwindled. Aside from a few cultivators, the others had long since retired. You sensed a whiff of danger from behind. You rolled aside to dodge and turned to see a sword embedded precisely where you had been sitting. Xiongqi dropped the pretense, summoning his men to attack. You realized the peril and moved to protect Steward Sun's great-grandson, but another sword beam shot towards you as you approached. You dodged instinctively. The sword beam flashed, and Steward Sun's great-grandson exploded into a mist of blood. You had no time for regret. You hoisted the dead drunk Yining onto your back and fled on your flying sword. Over a dozen cultivators blocked your path along the way. Relying on your black robe, you shook them off without injury and escaped to a valley. Once inside the valley, you swallowed a pill to restore your spiritual energy and waited for Yining to awaken. The situation was complicated and the mission had failed. You intended to discuss it with her and incidentally find someone to share the blame. Half a day later, she woke up. You told her about Xiongqi's murder and asked for her opinion. She was not surprised. She said she had sensed something wrong when Xiongqi was stalling for time and had thought you were in league with him. Now she saw that was not the case. She analyzed the current situation and said, there are two options now: 1, voluntarily return to the sect and confess your mistake; 2, help Steward Sun find another great-grandson. You decisively chose option 1. Finding another great-grandson for Steward Sun was not difficult. You could find several such candidates just by strolling through a nearby city, but fooling a Foundation establishment cultivator was far too hard. Not to mention, you didn't understand the perspective that came with the Foundation establishment stage, and there was always the possibility that Luo Chuan was watching from above. Doing such a thing would be suicide. You asked her what the consequences of a voluntary confession would be. She said at worst you would have to pay spirit stones, at best you'd be sent to the Cliff of Reflection. If Steward Sun was truly sentimental and sought retribution, being expelled from the sect was not out of the question. Paying spirit stones or going to the Cliff of Reflection, your master could handle either. Expulsion was impossible. You could fully accept the consequences. As for how the sect would deal with Yining, you couldn't be bothered. You had already saved her life. It was only fair she bore some consequences too. Seeing your resolve, Yining agreed to return to the sect with you. The two of you flew on your swords all the way to Cloud City, which surrounded the Asking Dao sect. You pulled Yining into an inn and said, I've been thinking the whole way. Xiongqi's goal probably isn't just murder. Steward Sun's great-grandson was too ordinary. If he were a spy for the sect, what would be the point of killing such a common person? The only explanation is that he wanted to replace Steward Sun's great-grandson. Yining nodded, clearly having already thought of this, and added, for you, so returning to the sect is going to be difficult. You shook your head. Not necessarily. I have a plan. Fatty Wong came to the Peacock Tower in Cloud City for a meal at the end of every month. The dishes at Peacock Tower were legendary, but the prices were exorbitant. Fatty Wong couldn't bear to come more than twice a month. Now was the end of the month. If you could find Fatty Wong and have him deliver a message up the mountain, the problem would be solved. Isn't that too simple? You fell into thought. Even if Xiongqi was guarding the mountain gate, sending a message wasn't that hard. How could he replace someone? How could he stop you from returning to the mountain? A Spuro-Themit decision. Impossible. Could it be again? After much deliberation, you formed a plan. You bid farewell to Yining and headed for the Peacock Tower. As you entered the Peacock Tower, you ran into Fatty Wong, who hadn't yet paid his bill. Fatty Wong's face lit up when he saw you. Boss, are you treating today? Get lost. You gave him a beating, then handed him the letter you had written. You instructed him to deliver it to Steward's son, warning him that the letter was important, not to rush, and to take the main road. After the beating, Fatty Wong was docile. He scampered out of the Peacock Tower. You went upstairs to a private room, bought some wine and dishes, and sat waiting. Not for Ning, but for a woman, or perhaps not necessarily a woman. The door swung open without a breeze. A woman with a comely face entered holding a wine pot. She smiled and said, "Daoist friend, since you're in my Peacock Tower, have a drink before you leave." You shook your head. "I don't drink. It's not wine, it's a local specialty honey from Cloud City. Have a cup." Her voice was soft and alluring, laced with a hint of sorrow. Though her features were ordinary, her charm was immense. You pushed the cup away and didn't drink. You got straight to the point. "Was it you last time as well?" The woman's pretty face stiffened. She murmured to herself, "You? How it shouldn't. What shouldn't?" She raised her head, glanced through the gauze window at the sky, and shuddered violently. Instead of answering, she asked, "Do you know of the 5 elements grand pill?" "What?" The words caught in your throat. Your head spun, and your recent memories grew increasingly hazy. After an unknown amount of time, you opened your eyes. A sharp pain shot through your arm. You rolled up your sleeve and saw a line of blood-red characters. "Don't waste time. Go save Fatty Wong immediately. He is on the main road back to the sect." Staring at the blood-red script, you dared not hesitate. You tossed down a few spirit stones and gave chase in the direction Fatty Wong had taken. In less than half an hour, you spotted him. He had just left the city gate, munching on a candied hawthorn skewer as he walked. "Thank heavens I made it in time." You stepped forward to call out to Fatty Wong, when suddenly a whoosh sounded by your ear. A flying sword streaked through the air, its blade aimed directly at Fatty Wong's neck. You hurled the 7 stars sword at your waist to block it. Clang! With a deafening crash, you severed the incoming flying sword and shouted for Fatty Wong to hide. Fatty Wong's legs gave way and he knelt on the ground, playing dead. You sighed. He hadn't improved a bit in all this time. Grabbing him by the collar, you flung him toward the city gate. "Come out," you called, staring at the nearby woods. "Troublesome, aren't you?" 3 figures emerged from the woods. At the lead was the comely woman, followed by Xiongqi and Yining. Just as expected. You sneered at the trio. "Some tricks only work once. Playing them again won't fool me." The woman's expression was calm. "They'll tell you something, and we'll stay out of each other's way. How about it? Do you want to make Master erase my memory again?" "No, even if I told you, you might not remember. It's just a guess of mine." "What guess? Do you want to overthrow the sect?" "It's not that serious. Manager's son is a sentimental person. I'm just helping him find a great-grandson to secure some cultivation resources." You hesitated for a moment and nodded, "All right." The woman sighed in relief and said, "I come from a family of cultivators, and there was once an ancestor who established his foundation. I know the methods used to shield memories. When it comes to shielding memories, it leaves no trace whatsoever." "No trace? Then why do I remember being careful of Luo Chuan?" The woman looked at you and continued, "I have 2 guesses. First, you have something special about you. Second, there are high-ranking individuals plotting in the shadows. From your appearance, I lean towards the latter." You also lean towards the latter. In the simulation, you wouldn't be affected by your real self. Apart from the simulator, you had nothing special about you. What merit do I have to be cared for by so many high-ranking individuals? You chuckled bitterly to yourself. The woman glanced at you and asked, "Do you have any other questions? I find you quite interesting. If possible, we can collaborate in the future." "How does he shield memories from a distance? Is it a divine ability?" "It's not a divine ability, it's a type of restriction. As long as you hear anything about his plans, it will be shielded from you. The closer the content is to the time when the plan is shielded, the longer the shielding lasts. It's a layered shielding of keywords, isn't it?" Understanding this, you continued to ask, "Is he watching me right now?" The woman pointed to the sky. You rephrased your question, "What methods do Foundation establishment cultivators use to watch others?" The woman asked, "Do you know about soul lamps?" You nodded. Foundation establishment ancestors have methods to intercept qi. They can take a thread of qi from you and track your location to see if you are in danger. It doesn't seem that terrifying. I thought he was always watching me from above. You relaxed your tense nerves and inquired, "What do Foundation establishment cultivators see?" They see fate, which is essentially a person's life path. The woman generously shared her knowledge. You frowned and stopped asking questions. The woman smiled and said, "My name is Yang Shan, a direct disciple of Dan Xiaopik. If you wish to collaborate in the future, you can find me." You waved your hand, not wanting to say much, and the 3 of you turned to leave. You woke up the pretending to be dead Wang Pongzi and returned to the sect together. Back at the cave, you dove into the quiet room, took out the rice paper pressed on the table, and wrote down a line. "The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Be cautious of the memories in your mind, and beware of coincidences." After finishing, you blew dry the ink and walked out of the quiet room as if nothing had happened, quietly cultivating. 3 years later. You perfected the fire spirit technique, manipulating the heart fire with ease, its power and range enhanced. At this point, even facing latest-stage chi refinement cultivators, you had the strength to fight. You opened the last technique, indestructible true body. Cultivating the indestructible true body isn't difficult, but it requires rare heavenly materials to help the physical body transcend. You set your sights on the seven-color lotus. In your memory, all cultivators who went to the white miasma marsh were drained of their physical bodies, and eventually a snake demon swallowed the mature seven-color lotus and transformed into a human form. Heavenly materials that can transform demons into human forms are worth at least enough to help a person transcend their physical body. Calculating the time, you waited for half a month, received a new mission from the task hall, and set off for the white miasma marsh. To enter the marsh, you must first have the miasma avoidance pearl. You brought spirit stones to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion is affiliated with the three major sects, and all disciples of the three sects receive discounts. You didn't have a storage bag and had only a few spirit stones, so you aimed to save where you could. As you stepped into the treasure pavilion, several invisible presences swept over you, clearly the overseers of the three sects behind the pavilion. A smiling overseer from the Tian sect approached and asked what you wanted to buy. Upon mentioning the miasma avoidance pearl, his expression changed, and he pointed towards the back courtyard. You felt a bit apprehensive, but didn't ask further and headed towards the back courtyard on your own. As you left, the Tian sect overseer manipulated his fingers and muttered, "Clearly the fate isn't exhausted. Why buy the miasma avoidance pearl? Strange, very strange. What are you thinking about? His fate is shrouded in clouds and mist. He is undoubtedly a pawn of some golden core expert, one we cannot fathom." The golden sword sect overseer chimed in. "Indeed, do not pry into what is inappropriate, do not listen to what is inappropriate, do not speak what is inappropriate, and do not entangle in karma." The Tian sect overseer looked up at the sky and muttered softly. You arrived at the back courtyard and found the miasma avoidance pearls to be reasonably priced, so you bought several, planning to sell them at a higher price once news of the seven-color lotus spread. As rumors spread widely, more cultivators gathered near the white miasma marsh. You sold several miasma avoidance pearls at a higher price, making a small profit, and bought some defensive talismans to carry with you. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the maturity of the seven-color lotus grew stronger, and thick mist rose from the white miasma marsh, revealing a 100-foot giant python that appeared and disappeared within the fog, deterring anyone from approaching. Originally excited, many cultivators began to have second thoughts. Within a few days, the number of people decreased by 20%. The remaining individuals were more powerful, but none were foundation establishment cultivators. You recalled Yang Shan's words and considered the status of foundation establishment cultivators. They likely anticipated the outcome long ago. You peered through the mist at the seven-color lotus in the center of the marsh. Without hesitation, you flew down on your sword into the mist, intending to pluck it before it matured to avoid prolonged uncertainties. As soon as you landed, a flash appeared before your eyes, revealing an apparition. It was an old man with blue whiskers standing before the seven-color lotus, blocking your path. "Youngster, go back. Your fate is not yet sealed. You still have time to leave now." You blinked, trying to gauge his cultivation level, only to find that he was merely an apparition devoid of any chi, leaving you standing there in hesitation. The seven-color lotus was within arm's reach. Consuming it would grant you the opportunity to transcend and cultivate the indestructible true body. You found it hard to let go. After a moment of hesitation, you took a step forward. Suddenly, two doors appeared before your eyes, one black and one white. The ascending immortal view. You shuddered with fright and leaped backward over 100 feet. Only after steadying yourself did you recall the fate of the others. They had been drained of blood and chi, not vanished. The gate before you was merely a manifestation of your inner demon. You fixed your gaze on the old man blocking the way and drew the seven-star sword, your expression hostile. He sighed silently. "Have you considered the consequences?" "What consequences?" "You are a master, and perhaps I have one backing me as well." You raised the seven-star sword and approached him. He shook his head. "Once that sword falls, your future freedom will no longer be yours to decide." You sneered and swung your sword, striking the phantom. The apparition vanished, and along with it the seven-colored lotus behind him. A sigh echoed in your ear. "Young one, the opportunity for your flesh to transcend mortality will come in 3 years. Return now." "Is this a 3-year covenant?" You laughed in exasperation. This old charlatan was utterly maddening. Not only had he taken the seven-colored lotus, but he also cursed you to wait 3 years before obtaining the next celestial treasure. Yet you had no choice. The old charlatan's status was certainly above yours, and if he insisted on taking the lotus, you would never find it. Disgruntled, you returned to the sect only to hear more dire news. A few days prior, the tri-sect competition had been held at the questioning Dao sect. However, due to the machinations of a spy from the demon sect, a menial disciple of the heaven sect had died suddenly. The elder was thunderously enraged and demanded a thorough investigation. Subsequently, Fatty Wong was thrown into the sect's demon-suppressing prison. It was said that he had personally confessed to being a disciple of the demon sect. Did you not know what kind of person Fatty Wong was? Someone who would feign death and hide whenever he heard a fight. How could he be a demon sect spy? Using your status as a personal disciple, you bribed the prison guards and gained entry to see Fatty Wong. Fatty Wong burst into tears at the sight of you, sobbing uncontrollably, his fat quivering. You looked at him in silence. His prison uniform was stained with blood and covered in whip marks. He had clearly been tortured. Given how terrified he was of pain and death, his confession to being a demon sect disciple suddenly made sense. You asked him what had truly happened. Fatty Wong choked out between sobs. A few days ago, a notice was posted saying that anyone who found the demon sect spy would be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones and a storage pouch. What does that have to do with you? Don't you know your own strength? I was thinking that you wanted a storage pouch, boss, so I thought I'd investigate. What else could you say for such a loyal follower? You sighed and asked, and then I went to see the corpse. Boss, you have no idea how gruesome the death was. Get to the point. The point is, I smelled a fragrance on him. I had smelled that scent before. It was the same as in the inner sect's alchemy hall. Your brow furrowed deeply as the image of Yang Shan flashed through your mind. If you remembered correctly, she was a disciple of the Cinnabar Cloud Peak, and all its personal disciples were alchemists. Could she be the demon sect spy? It's not impossible. A storm raged within your heart. Fatty Wong waved his hand before your eyes and continued, so I went to the alchemy hall and searched for days, but found nothing. They said I was acting suspiciously and didn't look like a good person, so they arrested me. You sighed. During a sensitive time like this, it's no wonder they caught you sneaking around the alchemy hall. The alchemy hall was one of the sect's most vital resource repositories. Even in ordinary times, loitering there would warrant an arrest and interrogation, let alone now. You glanced at the aggrieved Fatty Wong and immediately promised to rescue him, telling him to wait. Fortunately, Fatty Wong had done nothing wrong and had only confessed under torture. You found the warden of the demon-suppressing prison, bribed him with spirit stones, vouched for Fatty Wong, and brought him out. After sending Fatty Wong back to the inner courtyard to recover, you made your way to Cinnabar Cloud Peak. After a series of announcements, you found Yang Shan waiting for you. Yes, she had been expecting you. Before you could speak, she said, "We are not demon sect spies. At most, we are disciples who merely gather resources." You did not believe her, but there was nothing you could do. Bound by a contract, you could not speak of her to anyone without suffering backlash. At best, a regression in cultivation, at worst, mental decay and death. You asked what she knew. Instead of answering, she countered, "Have you ever seen a pearl covered in dust? Can you not speak so cryptically? Just say it plainly, can't you?" "I have already made myself clear. Figure it out yourself." Seeing your frustration, she wore a bland expression and gestured for you to leave, offering tea as a dismissal. Descending the mountain, your mind was consumed with the meaning of a pearl covered in dust and what it alluded to. Returning to your meditation chamber, you sat at the table, replaying every detail of this simulation, pondering what could be described as a pearl covered in dust. Your cheap younger brother, Yi Yan. He was the heir of the Yi family. Hardly that. Your senior brothers and sisters. Though they had fallen victim to Luo Chuan's schemes, they were still personal disciples of the questioning Dao sect. Not quite. After pondering for a long time, a name suddenly surfaced in your mind: Fatty Wong. He possessed a superior grade thunder spirit root, a talent that would have earned him direct entry into the inner courtyard of any of the three great sects. Yet he had begged for years without notice, and without your help he would have perished in that winter. Is she hinting that Fatty Wong is the problem? You replayed the past in your mind, and the more you thought, the more suspicious it became. You had met Fatty Wong on the road to the questioning Dao sect. Upon learning that you intended to join the sect, he decided to follow you. This could be seen as him seeking a way to survive, but it could also be a calculated move. Moreover, if a mere chi condensation cultivator like you could discern his extraordinary spirit root, how had countless other cultivators failed to notice? He also had a habit of leaving the sect every month to go to Cloud City. Could it really be true? A chill ran down your spine, and the more you thought, the more horrified you became. Is there anything in this world that is real? You collapsed to the ground, a lifeless heap of mud. After a long while, you forced yourself to calm down. This was merely speculation, not necessarily the truth. You decided to tell Fatty Wong to give yourself and the sect a definitive answer. Donning a black robe and concealing your aura, you left your cave dwelling and headed for Fatty Wong's courtyard in the inner sect. The courtyard door was shut, with only the flickering light of a candle revealing a faint silhouette. You leaped onto the roof, lifted a tile, and peered inside. Fatty Wong was hunched over a table writing. His movements were stiff and his grip on the brush was oddly awkward. He wrote in the same direction as you, making it impossible to see what he was writing, though you could vaguely make out only 2 short lines. He blew on the ink to dry it, lifted a stone slab beneath his feet, and pressed the paper underneath. There is indeed something wrong. Your brow furrowed in disappointment, and the pain of betrayal flickered in your eyes. You told yourself to stay calm, not to overthink, and to keep watching. Fatty Wong blew out the candle, pushed open the door, and limped out of the courtyard, heading toward the inner sex alchemy hall. You jumped down from the roof and followed, closely watching as he evaded the guards and entered the hall. You mimicked his movements and followed. You saw him stop by a water vat in the hall, fumble in his robes, and produce a paper packet. Fatty Wong, put it back. Put it back. You dared not speak aloud, silently praying that he would stop in time. Fatty Wong did not withdraw his hand. He poured the powder from the paper packet inside, then abruptly turned around. He saw you, a numb smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Your eyes met his. You realized something was wrong and wanted to flee, but it was too late. A cold gleam flashed. A blade was thrust into your back, its tip emerging from your chest. You had never seen such a sharp knife. Your bronze skin and iron bones were utterly useless. Your consciousness gradually sank into darkness, the figure before you growing increasingly blurred. Is it going to end again? You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After an unknown length of time, you awoke. Opening your eyes, you saw Luo Chuan, who was gently changing the dressing on your wound, as if afraid to wake you. You looked at him and called out, "Master." He told you not to move and to rest. You asked about Fatty Wong. Luo Chuan wore an expression of utter disappointment. He said, "You still have the nerve to ask. Fatty Wong is a spy from the demon sect. You brought him into the sect and vouched for him. Now even I, your master, find it hard to save you." You forced yourself upright and asked, "What do they plan to do with me?" Originally, you were to be sent to the Cliff of Repentance for 10 years of reflection. But out of consideration for your ignorance, I pleaded with the third elder, and the punishment was reduced to 3 years on the mountain, confined to Spirit Sword Peak. Oh, you breathed a sigh of relief. This punishment was not severe. It wouldn't hinder the opportunity 3 years from now. Seeing your calm expression, Luo Chuan gave you further instructions before leaving your cave dwelling. You lay back down, your mind a tangled mess of thoughts. Struggling to rise, you stumbled to the meditation chamber to analyze. That old man in the white miasma swamp said that if I struck that sword, I would lose my freedom. Has it come true now? Who is he? Is Fatty Wong really a demon sect spy? He knew I was Luo Chuan's pawn. How dare he have someone kill me? What did he write that day? Who are Yangshan and the others? These questions weighed on you like boulders, crushing your breath. Dizzy and light-headed, you coughed up blood. You lay in the meditation chamber, wanting only to rest, to wait until your wounds healed before seeking your 4th senior brother's help. That day, after changing your dressing, you left the cave and found your 4th senior brother, Lu Yuan. He was drinking as usual. You snatched his gourd and asked him to go down the mountain on an errand. Lu Yuan asked what you wanted. You handed him a map, telling him to first go to Fatty Wong's courtyard, lift the stone slab under the table, and retrieve the papers inside. Then go to Danxiao Peak to find Yangshan. You had questions for her. Lu Yuan snatched back his gourd, saying he wouldn't go for free. 200 spirit stones and a jug of wine. You had no wine, so you gave him 300 spirit stones and told him to buy it himself. Lu Yuan, swaying, went down the mountain for the sake of the spirit stones, then swayed back. In his hands was a chest he handed to you, saying it was found in Fatty Wong's room. As for Yangshan, there was no such person on Danxiao Peak at all. 4th senior brother, did you go to the wrong place? How could she not exist? You couldn't believe it. Just a few days ago you had seen Yangshan. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. There simply isn't. I asked the peak master of Danxiao Peak. She has never accepted a disciple named Yangshan. You were frozen on the spot. If there was no Yangshan on Danxiao Peak, then who was the person you had spoken to before? You looked up at the sky, feeling it growing higher and higher until you could no longer see it, no longer comprehend it. You bid farewell to 4th senior brother Lu Yuan, took the chest back to the meditation chamber, and gently opened it. Inside were sheets of rice paper covered in crooked handwriting. 7th month, circles, circles, eat crosses. 10th month, boss taught me characters. The circle is called a fried dough stick. Delicious. 11th month, I came to the question Dao sect. It sounds powerful. Boss said we'd eat well and drink well. 12th month, boss took me to the Peacock Tower. The food was so good. I want to come every month. 3rd month, I won a huge sum in the goo gambling. I wanted to treat boss, but he didn't go. I took Tsuehua instead. I think she wants to bear my child. 4th month, I wanted to go big. Boss said it was a trap. I'll never play again. So scary. 4th month, Tsuehua died. Boss is amazing. I'll never gamble on goo again. 2nd month, when will boss come back? I'm so cold. I keep dreaming. So many dreams. 3rd month, my name is Fatty Wong. Boss gave me that name. I am Fatty Wong. I am not a demon sect spy. I am not a demon sect spy. What is the blood demon sect? Who am I? I am Fatty Wong. Who is Fatty Wong? I am a demon sect spy. Your gaze sharpened as you looked at the last few sheets, tears welling in your eyes. He was controlled. Your mind roared, and all the stories suddenly clicked into place. Twice you had left the sect to test Luo Chuan's limits. Finally, by striking that sword, you had thoroughly angered him. He no longer wanted you to leave the sect. Knowing your relationship with Fatty Wong, he orchestrated this play, making Fatty Wong a demon sect spy, leading you to vouch for him, and thereby robbing you of your freedom. Yang Shan was an accomplice, fanning the flames using the phrase "a pearl hidden in dust" to provoke your thoughts, making you suspect Fatty Wong and witness his poisoning with your own eyes. It's all my fault. You beat your chest in regret. This is the price of that sword. The moment I struck it, Fatty Wong was doomed. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down your cheeks. Your mind was filled with the memory of that cowardly, pain-fearing Fatty. He was dead, schemed to death. You wiped your tears, reminding yourself not to be distracted. There were still unanswered questions. Who is Yang Shan? Why did she disappear? You had 2 guesses. First, she was Luo Chuan's pawn, becoming his instrument from the very beginning of the scheme. Once the game was over, she was no longer needed. Second, she was a demon sect spy. After completing her mission, she needed a scapegoat. She discovered Luo Chuan's plan, fanned the flames, and then seized the chance to escape. But how to explain Fatty Wong being a superior spiritual fruit and a pearl hidden in dust? Could it be that the person behind Yang Shan had already planned a scapegoat and sent him to me? Can they see the future? You gasped, feeling a pervasive aura of deadly schemes all around you. If that were true, it would be terrifying. What level of cultivation would the person behind them have to possess to achieve this? Your head ached. You felt an increasing reverence for this world. You spread out the rice paper and reorganized the plot, discovering an anomaly you had previously overlooked. Their goal was too simplistic. First, they killed for a few 10,000 spirit stones. Then they replaced a steward's great-grandson. Now they had killed a mere handyman disciple of a celestial sect. Could the death of a handyman really provoke a war among the 3 sects? Could there be something special about that handyman? Sensing that your own knowledge was insufficient to solve this, you went to ask Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't know either. He never paid attention to worldly affairs. Even if the sky were to fall, he wouldn't care. Frustrated, you went to ask Luo Chuan. He told you that the deceased was not a handyman disciple, but the holy son of the celestial sect disguised as a handyman. That was why the elder's fury was so immense. That made sense. If the dead was a sect's holy son, the ensuing catastrophe would be far from trivial. The celestial sect was the most domineering. At best, the questioned Dao sect would have to cede territory and pay reparations. It could easily sow discord among the 3 sects, allowing the demon sect to grow. You then asked about steward son of the inner sect. Luo Chuan replied what could become of him. He passed away a few days ago. When he issued that task, he was simply looking for a junior with spiritual roots to inherit his legacy. Once he found the person, his last breath dissipated. So that was their scheme. I truly underestimated them, you sighed, then took your leave. Since there was no way to leave the mountain, and with nothing else to do, he planned to pass the time by cultivating. Of course, reaching the 10th layer of chi refinement meant death, and he had yet to obtain the heavenly treasures needed for mortal transcendence. He dared not cultivate at full strength, so he resolved to learn a new technique every so often to bide his time. In the 4th year, he stepped into the 7th layer of chi refinement, officially becoming a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator, and his cultivation speed slowed slightly. He took the opportunity to study common techniques usable at the chi refinement stage, such as illusion weaving, a complete mastery of illusion crafting. This technique could not only influence others' memories and implant psychological suggestions, but also be employed in battle. As long as the disparity in cultivation was not vast, he could forcibly construct images in his opponent's mind, causing them to lose focus. In a life-or-death struggle, a single second of distraction could decide the outcome. During this time, second senior brother Niu Feng returned to the mountain. Luo Chuan claimed he had recovered, but needed to cultivate, and was unavailable for visitors, so they never met. Fourth senior brother Lu Yuan continued to live for the moment, caring about nothing. Unwilling to seek gossip from Luo Chuan, his information grew increasingly outdated. In the 5th year, he reached the 8th layer of chi refinement. He had tried to suppress his breakthrough, but his talent was too extraordinary. He advanced effortlessly, even in his sleep. Having gained experience, he now knew that to avoid breaking through, he must first exhaust the spiritual energy in his dantian. Only then would even the most devouring spiritual root struggle to advance. To consume the excess spiritual energy, he practiced nearly every chi refinement technique he knew: concealing breath, fire, escape soul, binding, exorcism, paper figurine transformation. He went through them all. The only remaining options were the 100 arts of Immortal Dao. He was intrigued by alchemy and asked for pill formulas, but Luo Chuan refused, and fourth senior brother's price was too steep. He gave up. In the 6th year, by year's end, he had reached the peak of the 9th layer of chi refinement, a hair's breadth away from the 10th. Every day, he drained his spiritual energy before sleeping, terrified of an accidental breakthrough. His only wish was to obtain the heavenly treasure before death and forge the indestructible true body. The 3-year deadline drew nearer, and he felt a mix of anticipation, wondering how the treasure would arrive. One day, while consuming his spiritual energy, he saw Luo Chuan rush in carrying a tray. On the tray lay a peach no larger than a child's fist, but radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. A heavenly treasure. He blurted out, never expecting that after all his scheming, it would be Luo Chuan who delivered it personally. Luo Chuan explained, this is a peach from the purple-veined flat peach tree, which bears only 3 fruits every 100 years. Your master obtained one for you to aid your breakthrough. He sighed, suspecting that eating it would seal his fate. Yet if it could help his body transcend mortality, it would not be a loss. He sat cross-legged, took the peach from the tray, and devoured it in large bites. Once again he experienced unbearable agony. Every meridian snapped, his skin split, and his bones shattered. This was destruction before creation. He was too pained to speak, allowing the vast energy to reshape his body. Then Luo Chuan's voice reached his ears. Don't resist. Circulate the indestructible true body heart method. Without hesitation, he activated the heart method. One by one his shattered acupoints opened, greedily devouring the immense vitality brought by the peach. After an entire day and night, the feast concluded. His body now resembled a jade wrapped in blood, exuding a mesmerizing luster. The luster faded in an instant, restoring his original appearance, but he could sense that his body had changed. The former physical shackles had vanished. He picked up the 7-star sword nearby and slashed fiercely at his index finger. The finger fell to the ground. At the severed point, blood and chi surged as flesh slowly regenerated. He picked up the finger, pressed it to the wound, and the blood and chi fused, restoring it completely. So this is the indestructible true body. Truly formidable. He exhaled, checking his cultivation level. Without his suppression, he had already broken through, officially entering the 10th layer of chi refinement, minor perfection. He was not surprised. Glancing at his master Luo Chuan, who stood by with a faint smile, he asked, Master, what are you waiting for? Luo Chuan was taken aback and chuckled, I almost forgot. Your master always keeps his promises. He unfastened a storage pouch from his waist and tossed it to him. The disciple's expression turned puzzled. This isn't right. Shouldn't you throw me into Lord Laozi's alchemy furnace? He stared at Luo Chuan in bewilderment, muttering silently. Luo Chuan smiled faintly and said, Your master is always generous. Keep what's inside. Now go wash up. It's time you left the mountain for a while. I'll have Luo Ran accompany you. He had no idea what Luo Chuan was up to, and he had never heard of this Luo Ran. Was she his daughter? He had a guess, though he wasn't sure. After seeing Luo Chuan off, he washed up, changed into casual clothes, and opened the storage pouch. The space inside was as vast as a basketball court, with a dozen bottles and jars floating in the center. He opened them, all filled with pills. He really is generous. He didn't know much about pills, but judging by their quality, he estimated their total value exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. All are pills to enhance physical strength. Does he want me to continue training the indestructible true body? He had an idea. If it could prolong his life and strengthen his physique, why not? He swallowed several pills and refined them on the spot, stabilizing the indestructible true body at the great accomplishment stage. But reaching perfection would require more. Pills alone could not achieve it. They needed to complement cultivation. Thinking Luo Ran might be waiting, he stepped out of his cave dwelling. Pushing open the door, he saw a beautiful silhouette from behind. A tall figure in white robes, a high ponytail, a 3-foot azure, sword at her waist, exuding a heroic spirit. Hearing the door, she turned to look. He could only think of one phrase, a smile that could enchant 100 beauties. He saw a blend of coldness, softness, pride, and purity in her face, creating a mesmerizing beauty. The moment he saw her face, his heart pounded wildly, and an inexplicable desire stirred within him. He instinctively stepped back, trying to calm himself. Yet her image lingered in his mind. She was like the girl next door, the queen of the nightclub, the cool little seductress, the aloof senior. Whatever he imagined, she seemed to embody that style. 100 faces in a single second. Is this human? He closed his eyes, afraid to look further. She approached and said softly, My father asked me to find you and take you for a walk. So she is Luo Chuan's daughter. What is he planning? Has he given up on immortality? Is he looking for a son-in-law? Confused, he hesitated, but followed her, letting her lead him through the sect. At this moment, he felt not enjoyment, but fear of the unknown. Compared to Luo Chuan, simply cutting him down with a blade, this soft approach was far more terrifying. Who knew what he intended? To turn him into a puppet for daily harvesting. The very thought was horrifying. No, too horrifying. Chi refinement cultivators could live at least 200 years, and he was only in his 20s. Daily harvesting. He couldn't bear it. After dinner with her, you fled and immersed yourself in the cave's cold spring to regain your composure. This mission is complete at least. You have enough cultivation physique techniques, even artifacts and pills. No matter what, it's a gain. Don't be afraid. You must not be afraid. You calmed the turmoil within and decided to find a mission to leave planning for the long term. The next morning you arrived at the mission hall to seek a task. You found a mission to plant trees at the back mountain. It was simple and allowed you to stay away for a long time. You accepted it immediately and headed to the back mountain. Skillfully digging a hole with a spade, you had just placed a sapling into the pit when the sound of silvery laughter echoed in your ears again. This voice had haunted you all night. Without a second thought, you knew it was Luo Ran. You asked her what she was doing at the back mountain. A smile curved at the corners of her lips. She produced a bottle of fine wine called Forget Worry, raised it, and said, "Of course I'm waiting for the one I like, senior brother." With that one word, your heart pounded wildly, and you could no longer suppress your agitation. "Senior sister, don't tease me." Her foot slipped, and she fell into your arms, murmuring softly, "I'm not teasing. I truly am waiting for you, senior brother." As she spoke, she raised the wine glass to your lips. After a moment of hesitation, you downed it in one gulp. The wine was rich and mellow with a lingering aftertaste. You had never tasted such exquisite wine. Gazing at your junior sister, she seemed even more beautiful. She handed you another glass and entwined her arm with yours. "Come drink this nuptial wine, and I will be yours." You held the glass, opening your mouth instinctively only to feel a wave of dizziness. When you awoke, you found yourself back in your room. Recalling the events of the previous night, your thoughts were a tangled mess. You plunged headfirst into the cold pond. The cold had no effect. Your mind was filled with fear. Your eyes fell on the Forget Worry wine on the table. Trembling, you poured yourself a cup and drank. The fear vanished, leaving only Luo Ran in your heart, clearer and more beautiful than ever. Gradually, you became addicted to the wine, drinking Forget Worry day after day. Luo Ran never tired of accompanying you in your revelry. Sometimes you thought, why not just let it be? You had already achieved your goal. Instead of worrying about unknown dangers every day, it was better to live in the moment. With fine wine and a beautiful companion, why burden yourself with unnecessary worries? One day while you were drinking and making merry, Luo Ran suddenly suggested visiting the scripture library. You waved your hand. No. I've almost mastered all the chi refinement techniques. What's left are either city-destroying forbidden arts or various evil practices I have no desire to learn. Luo Ran smiled charmingly. You've only studied the techniques of the Question Dao sect. You've probably never seen those of the Heavenly sect. When you asked what she meant, she didn't answer, simply taking your arm to lead you to the scripture library. Upon arriving at the library, you found it had changed drastically. In 3 years, the collection had more than doubled. You learned that the Heavenly sect had sent these texts to prevent their destruction due to harassment by the demon sect. Luo Ran looked at you and smiled. The Heavenly sect's techniques are the most comprehensive. Who knows, there might even be a dual cultivation method. So it's finally come to this, you sighed inwardly. If it was with her, it wasn't something you couldn't accept. You glanced at the densely packed bookshelves and suggested they split up to search, saving time. Luo Ran teased, more eager than I am. Your face flushed with embarrassment. Pretending not to hear, you began searching on the spot. Luo Ran let out a playful whine and skipped off to the other side to search. After searching for a while, you became increasingly aware of the eclectic nature of the Heavenly sect's techniques, ranging from mental serenity methods to demonic arts for refining blood pills by slaughtering cities. Only now did you realize that the techniques you had previously cultivated were but a drop in the ocean. As you continued searching, a manual fell to the ground. Bending down to look, your eyes lit up. The title was Evading Heavenly Secrets. Opening it, you gasped in awe. This was a technique for the foundation establishment stage, using one's own chi to condense a paper effigy that could deceive the chi-sensing perception of foundation establishment cultivators. Could this be sent by that little yellow bird? You looked around, lamenting the irony of fate, with schemes lurking everywhere. You considered putting the manual back, but couldn't bear to. After all, this was an opportunity, a chance to escape. After a long hesitation, you tucked the manual into your sleeve, pretending nothing had happened, and continued searching. As night deepened, you bumped into Luo Ran. She grumbled, "Senior brother, I didn't find anything here." "Neither did I." Luo Ran pouted. "Senior brother, you go back first. They'll search a bit more. The Heavenly sect must have a dual cultivation technique." You gave her an encouraging look and turned to leave. Back in your cave dwelling, you unrolled, Evading Heavenly Secrets, and attempted to cultivate it. Condensing a paper effigy was a technique you already knew, but you repeatedly encountered problems when trying to replace your own chi signature. You discovered that your extraordinary comprehension talent had failed. You could no longer summarize experiences, and your mind felt like a fog. The manual seemed more and more like an incomprehensible scripture. What's going on? You refused to believe it, thinking it was due to the wine. You decided to try again after sobering up. When sober, you opened the manual again. It was slightly better than the day before, but you still couldn't learn it. No. I need to quit drinking. To master the technique and escape, you resolved to give up wine. The next day, when Luo Ran poured you a drink, your resolve crumbled. On the third day, your determination reignited. You quit drinking. On the fourth day, you were reveling with Luo Ran dead drunk and forgot again. This cycle repeated for months. You went into seclusion. With that little vixen Luo Ran around, she was hindering your cultivation. After a few days in seclusion, you felt as if ants were crawling in your heart, filled with a craving for forget-worry wine. You immersed yourself in the cold pond to endure, but without forget-worry, fear once again filled your heart. You began to dread the path of immortality, fear Luo Chuan, and fear that unseen yellow bird. Knowing this couldn't continue, you tied yourself up, creating a self-imposed prison. For 7 days straight, you didn't touch a drop of water. Finally, you were no longer afraid. Now your mind was consumed with thoughts of drinking water and eating. When a person is hungry, they have only one thought to fill their stomach. Fine wine and fear were all cast aside. You had succeeded. Untying the ropes, and after dinner you once again unfolded, evading heavenly secrets. This time it was no longer an incomprehensible scripture. You condensed a paper effigy before you replaced your own chief fortune and succeeded on the first try. I am free. Breathing the air of freedom, a desire to escape the question Dao sect grew in your heart. Know that yellow bird might be waiting outside. As inhumane as Luo Chuan is, he at least puts on a show. Who knows what that yellow bird intends to do? Within the sect, I have Luo Chuan's resources and Luo Ran's company. Why would I go to my death? Aside from his schemes, Luo Chuan has treated me while giving me artifacts and spirit stones, even entrusting his daughter to me. You slapped yourself. How could a leek thank the scythe? Flee or not? So vexing. Full bellies truly breed more troubles. You plunge into the cold pool to calm yourself. The icy waters envelop your body, your thoughts momentarily stalling. You sit cross-legged in the water, breathing and refining qi to pass the time. Suddenly you freeze. Examining your inner self, you discover droplets of water on the inner walls of your dantian. You have broken through your limits. You don't see this as a blessing in disguise. A chill runs through you as you recall your recent actions, realizing you've still been walking the path others chose for you. Just like this sudden breakthrough. Flee, I must flee to a place they can't find. You dress and bolt, unwilling to stay on Spirit Sword Peak or in the Question Dao sect any longer. Though you haven't decided where to go, being controlled is worse than returning to the Yi family to await death. You leave your cave dwelling, forego flying on your sword, and sneak to the back mountain. Grasping vines, you descend slowly. Reaching the mountainside undetected, you draw your flying sword to escape. Then you hear that silver bell-like laughter again. It's Luo Ran. I knew it. Seeing her, you know you can never leave, for your heart holds only her. Luo Ran tilts her head, studying you. Senior brother, where are you going? You remain silent, at a loss for words. Luo Ran smiles, radiant and bright. Senior brother, take me with you. Let's elope. Elope, eh? Such a familiar yet strange word. Scenes of eloping with Luo Ran often flash through your mind, just like now. You look up at the night sky, your gaze shifting to the peak of Spirit Sword Peak. Is Master watching all along? Is this still considered eloping? You shake your head, gazing deeply at Luo Ran. Junior sister, the peach blossoms in Shieling are about to bloom. He'll take you there. To see the peach blossoms. No, to kill. Since escape is impossible, you don't mind using Luo Chuan again. When the peach blossoms bloom in Shieling, rumors of the peach demon will spread. Rumor has it that devouring the peach demon grants instant ascension to immortality. That's impossible. It's another trap fabricated by the corpse refining sect to lure rogue cultivators, robbing them of wealth and virtue. But you're not here to rid the world of evil. You only want to seize the corpse refining sect's treasures. It's said that a scholar seeking vengeance annihilated the sect and took all its wealth, successfully reaching Foundation establishment. How vast must that wealth be to aid Foundation establishment? Even a fool knows it's beyond imagination. Now that you're a cultivator with a storage pouch, you have the means to transport it. Luo Ran's peach blossom eyes blink without a trace of fear. She simply says yes. Junior sister is truly good, obedient, and understanding, never asking why. A flicker of joy stirs in your heart. She steps forward, clinging to your back, her arms wrapped tightly around your waist. Steady yourself. Hold on tight. You draw the 7-star sword, step onto its blade, and head straight for Shieling. Traveling with pauses, Shieling soon appears before you. Mountains covered in peach blossoms, petals strewn across the path. Senior brother, it's beautiful. Indeed. Such beauty is always infested with vermin. You guide the flying sword to land on a ridge, gripping the 7-star sword in your hand. A flash of sword light cleaves through a group of corpse refining sect cultivators, cutting them in two. You soar back into the air, continuing your search for more sect members. Onward you go, slaying as you travel the mountain path littered with corpses. Reaching the summit, you halt, awaiting the sect's grand elder in silence. No elder arrives. Instead, a scholar leads dozens of rogue cultivators to the peak. Fellow Taoist, did you kill these corpse-refining sect men? The scholar speaks calmly. You nod, slightly scanning him. A chi-refining tinflayer minor perfection with a bulging storage pouch at his waist, suggesting origins from a major sect or prominent family. He must be the one who ultimately profits. Thank you for delivering justice, fellow Taoist. We seek revenge against the corpse-refining sect. Would you join us? The scholar invites. I'd be honored. You smile faintly and fall in with the group. Along the way, you inquire about the scholar's past. He explains he was a learned man from a shieling cultivation clan living comfortably on family support until the corpse-refining sect arrived, plundering everything. His family fell into ruin and he fled shieling. Fortunately, he possessed spiritual roots, joined a sect, and cultivated for over a decade, now seeking only vengeance. You ask about the rogue cultivators behind him. He says they are all pitiful souls whose families or friends were captured by the sect. They've gathered to rescue the captives and then destroy the corpse-refining sect. The scholar produces a map pointing to a location marked as the sect's prison. You nod silently and follow the group toward the prison. The prison lies in a rugged hollow with narrow paths leading to a pitch-black cave. Luo Ran's voice transmits into your ear, "Senior brother, be careful." You point to the sky. Heaven watches all. You doubt Luo. Chuan hasn't used some kinterception technique on his own daughter. That old fox won't let his cooked duck fly away. Luo Ran giggles, her laughter like swaying blossoms. She transmits, "Senior brother, so clever." You shake your head, too lazy to feign ignorance, and follow the scholar toward the cave. Two corpse-refining sect cultivators stand guard at the entrance. The scholar slays them before they can speak, pulls torches from his storage pouch, and leads the way inside. Entering the cave, you extend your divine sense. No trace of living beings. It is indeed a prison, but not for the living. A thunderous crash echoes behind you as a stone door falls, accompanied by the whistling of arrows. Countless unseen projectiles rain death upon the group. You parry with your sword, handling it with ease. Luo Ran remains motionless, the arrows veering away from her on their own. After the volley, most of the group lies dead or wounded. The scholar drops all pretense, boldly revealing himself as the sect master of the corpse-refining sect. This massacre was to nurture the blood corpses beneath. Rumors can't be trusted. You snort derisively, striking the arrogant scholar with a palm. The scholar is sent flying, his face pale with shock at your power. He crashes into the wall, triggers a hidden mechanism, and unleashes his carefully cultivated blood corpses. The blood corpses are formidable, each rivaling a latest-stage chi-refining cultivator, an endless sea of them. Your knowledge of corpses is profound. You halt, your heartbeat feigning to be one of them. Countless blood corpses stream past you, and you spot the scholar lurking behind, a triumphant smirk on his face. The scholar hesitates for a moment, then summons a silver armor corpse to shield himself, his expression twisted. Even with your extraordinary skills, you're still at chi refining. Before my silver armor corpse, you're doomed. I'd like to try. You grip the 7-star sword tightly draped in a black robe, pushing the fire spirit art to its peak, and bring down a single strike. Sparks fly from the silver armor, but it only staggers half a step unscathed. My silver armor corpse rivals a Foundation establishment ancestor. A chi refining brat like you shouldn't bother. The scholar laughs, wild and unbridled. A corpse devoid of divine abilities dares to claim parity with Foundation establishment. You sneer, charging at the silver armor corpse with your sword. After all these years of cultivation, you've rarely had a proper fight. Seizing this opportunity makes the journey worthwhile. Clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed incessantly within the cave. The silver armor was scarred with countless gashes, and a faint aura of death seeped from the cracks, reeking of foul corruption. At first, you managed to hold your own against the silver-armored corpse with agile movements, but as the deathly aura spread, its ferocity grew and its strength doubled, gradually forcing you into a disadvantage. So this is the insurmountable chasm between chi refining and Foundation establishment. Even a corpse is too much to handle. You lost some of your edge, becoming increasingly aware of the gap in cultivation. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. The scholar put on a look of feigned concern. Almost forgot about you. You let out a cold snort, parried the silver-armored corpse with a single sword strike, and lunged toward the scholar. You had merely been testing your true combat strength. Now, it was time to capture the leader first. The scholar had no time to dodge. Your sword pierced his heart, but he revealed a sly grin. I was prepared for this. A burst of toxic gas erupted from his wound, and his body exploded. It was merely a paper effigy. While you were engaged with the silver-armored corpse, his true form had hidden away, leaving only this decoy waiting for this very moment. The poison invaded your body, clouding your mind and blurring your vision. You collapsed to the ground. Boy, your skills are impressive. Refined into a blood corpse, you'll surely shine brilliantly, haha. The scholar's sinister laughter rang in your ears as you looked up at the sky. Was this situation dangerous enough? No matter how cunning your schemes, the only sight before you is me. You sat on the ground calmly waiting for Luo Chuan. Boy, aren't you going to resist? The scholar, finding it dull, stepped out from the shadows. No need. He's here. Who? Who's here? The scholar's heart trembled with fear as he retreated back into the shadows. Yet after waiting a long while, not a single figure appeared. Feeling deceived, he cursed loudly. You treacherous little wretch, truly cunning and deceitful. You scratched your head and apologized. I miscalculated the timing. How about you wait a bit longer? You're mocking me. Silver-armored corpse, kill him. The scholar fumed. The silver-armored corpse stepped forward and exploded with a thunderous roar, and a figure in white robes materialized between you and him. Master, you're here. You greeted the white-robed figure from behind. Shut up. I won't even mention you eloping with Luo Ran, but now you've stirred up that old monster. He'll deal with you later. Luo Chuan's voice was icy as he stared ahead on high alert. What old monster? You muttered silently, not daring to speak further. The scholar collapsed to the ground, wanting to flee, but his legs too weak to stand, so he gave up struggling. His storage pouch stirred without wind, floating in midair as the tide strings slowly loosened. A human head emerged. Beneath the head there was no body. Only a head, a woman's head, pale as paper with blood tears at the corners of her eyes, as if she had recently died unjustly. She left the pouch, opened her eyes, and vibrated the air as she spoke. Luo Chuan, it's been 100 years since we last met, hasn't it? 150 years. Luo Chuan gave the precise number. Yes, 150 years. The woman lamented the passage of time, then sneered. You still haven't formed your golden core. What good is your golden core if you've ended up like this, neither human nor ghost? Luo Chuan remained cautious, his hand never leaving his sword. Watching from behind, you felt an inexplicable dread. What had started as mere rumors of a scholar seeking revenge was actually a scheme orchestrated by a golden core powerhouse. Truly, danger lurks everywhere in this world. I wonder if Luo Chuan can hold his own. You watched with keen interest, hoping they would fight and both be destroyed so you could escape. The woman tilted her head slightly, glancing at you, and then at Luo Chuan. I had intended to use the corpse refining sect to rebuild my flesh, but that's no longer possible. This little one is important to you, isn't he? Give me a physical body, and he'll let you both go. Impossible. I can't find a golden core level body. Name another condition. Then I want a 5 elements grand pill. You wish? After all my hard work, I'd be making a wedding dress for you. Luo Chuan was furious. Luo Chuan, whether you make it for me or for him, it's the same. You can't protect him. Give me this trouble, and he'll share your burden. Dream on. You were sitting on the ground originally, wanting to watch the spectacle, when suddenly your consciousness grew hazy and your memories became increasingly faint. Damn, it triggered the keyword again. Your vision blurred, and you gradually lost consciousness. When you awoke, you found yourself back in the cave dwelling. Opening your eyes, you saw a grim-faced Luo Chuan, his white robes tattered, his face bruised and swollen, as if he had been badly beaten. Master. You rose and bowed. Luo Chuan snorted coldly, suppressing his anger, and asked, why did you elope with Luo Ran? Elope? When did that happen? Oh, you suddenly remembered and gave an awkward smile. Master, it wasn't eloping. We openly went to admire the peach blossoms. You dare mention peach blossoms? Luo Chuan's rage flared. Please punish me, Master. This was the first time you had seen Luo Chuan so furious, and you chose not to argue. Luo Chuan stared at you for a long time before asking, do you truly love Luo Ran? This? Hesitating and stammering, speak your mind. Luo Chuan glared angrily. I suppose so. You weren't entirely certain. Luo Ran occupied your thoughts, but that was mostly due to her allure. As for love, she was beautiful, had a great figure, was obedient, sensible, and willing to be with you. It seemed impossible to find anyone else to replace her. Yes. Your tone was resolute. Hearing this, Luo Chuan's expression finally softened slightly. He said coldly, in that case, I won't stand in your way. But your strength is too low to protect her. Cultivate diligently, and once you break through your limits again, it'll allow you two to meet. Master, what must I do for the second breakthrough? I won't hide it from you. The 3 breakthroughs are severing desire, crossing love, and conquering fear. You must comprehend them yourself. Severing desire, crossing love, conquering fear. You pondered the 3 terms, recalling your last breakthrough, which was mostly due to quitting alcohol. Quitting alcohol meant severing desire. So what about crossing love? You fell into thought. Crossing love likely involved people. Was it romantic love, familial love, friendship, passion? Should you sever emotions, forget them, or devote yourself to one? You looked at Luo Chuan, who had yet to leave, and asked, Master, how did you break through back then? Luo Chuan sighed. I didn't have your conditions back then. I hastily established my foundation at the 10th layer of qi refining. It doesn't seem to have affected you. How could it not? The strength of the Qi refining stage has a huge impact on foundation establishment. The stronger you are at Qi refining, the more choices you have at foundation establishment. Luo Chuan said flatly. You wouldn't understand anyway. Figure it out yourself. You thought to yourself, I was just saying it nicely and now you're angry again. It's not like I was the one who got you beaten up. Luo Chuan shot you a glare and turned to leave. Master's unreliable. I'd better go ask senior brother. You went to fourth senior brother Lu Yuan's cave dwelling but didn't see him. Word had it he had gone down the mountain to buy wine and no one knew when he'd return. Fortunately, second senior brother Niu Feng was there. It was your first time meeting this senior brother. He lived up to his name, built like an ox, and was somewhat insane. No, he was at the level where he should be in a mental institution. He was playing house with himself. As senior brother. Im Yiyang Master's fifth disciple. I have something to ask you. Fifth junior brother. He looked at you with a face full of relief and asked with a smile, Junior brother, have you eaten? I have some peaches here freshly picked and still warm. You followed his gaze and twitched the corner of your mouth. Those peaches would probably break your teeth if you try to eat them. You didn't want to get tangled up with him and cut straight to the point. Senior brother, am at the 11th layer of Qi refining and want to break through my limits. What should I do? Crossing love. I know it's crossing love, but how do I do it? Xiao Chui, how did I cross love? He asked the empty air. Of course, by becoming one with each other, he answered himself. You. Becoming one, junior brother, do you understand? I'd better run. What does becoming one even mean? Cannibalism isn't encouraged. You fled in panic. In the following days, you visited the direct disciples of the surrounding peaks and discovered their diverse methods for overcoming emotions, all of which you compiled together. Ultimately, emotional detachment emerged as the key to transcending emotions. You stared at the phrase emotional detachment, lost in thought. To detach from emotions for the sake of emotions seemed somewhat counterintuitive, yet it was the simplest approach. You hesitated for a long time before binding yourself again, creating a self-imposed confinement. When a person is hungry, they have only one thought: to be full. This time you prepared water, intending to endure a longer period of starvation. On the first day, your mind was filled with luo ran. By the third day, you began comparing luo ran to bread. On the seventh day, you lay by the cold pond, finding even the lotus leaves there tempting. Luo ran appeared in your dreams, feeding you with her own hands. By the 10th day, you were so dizzy from hunger that you wished you could drink the northwest wind. In the first month, luo ran vanished from your thoughts, replaced only by flatbreads, meat buns, and bread. You freed yourself from the ropes and attempted to break your limits, but failed. Puzzled, you sought out your fourth senior brother, who had returned to the mountain to ask for advice. Fourth senior brother laughed at your ignorance, explaining that emotional detachment is not about forgetting a specific person, but about supreme detachment, rising above emotions unbound by sentiment or disturbance. Starving yourself could never achieve such transcendence. When you asked him what to do, he told you to choose another path. Overcoming emotions is a trial of the heart. Either achieve supreme detachment with a mind as still as water devoted solely to the great Tao, or find a spiritual anchor, feeling all things with your heart, realizing that the heart is the principle and nothing exists beyond the mind. One path is absolute rationality, the other following the heart in all things. Compared to the first limit breaking of severing desires, the second limit breaking was a hellish challenge. You bid farewell to fourth senior brother and pondered for a long time, deciding to take the second path. Having studied Wang Yangming's philosophy in your past life, you had a unique understanding of the unity of knowledge and action and the clarity of the heart, so you decided to give it a try. However, you still needed a spiritual anchor. You thought of luo ran and retrieved your treasured forgetfulness wine. Once consumed, it dispels all fear and worry, leaving only the person in your heart. In the 7th year, you became enamored with drinking again daily, indulging in forgetfulness wine to dwell on luo ran. Her weight in your heart grew heavier, surpassing your fear of the unknown, and you found your spiritual anchor. You began to try seeing all things with your heart, believing that if the heart holds the heavenly principle, nothing exists beyond the mind. You successfully broke your limits and formally stepped into the 12th layer of Qi refinement. The inner walls of your dantian were covered with dewdrops of condensed spiritual energy, each containing immense power. In terms of spiritual power alone, you were now more than twice as abundant as at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, with your strength further enhanced. Luo Chuan kept his promise and allowed you to meet Luo Ran. When you met again, your feelings remained unchanged, and you formally became Dao companions. In the 8th year, the good times came to an end. Without any warning, the demon sect launched surprise attacks on various strongholds of the sect, causing heavy casualties. All sect disciples were assigned to garrison major cities. You and Luo Ran were stationed at Joshan City, a frontline position against the demon sect. Daily casualties were immense, and within just half a month the corpses outside the city piled up like mountains. You also suffered considerable injuries. Yet you dared not retreat. If you did, over a dozen small cities would fall and millions of people would be refined into blood pills. The pressure was immense. Senior brother Yi, the demon sect's forces are growing. I feel tomorrow will be the final assault. Can we hold? Luo Ran's face was pale, etched with fear. You comforted her, saying that even if death came you would protect her. Luo Ran wept silently. The next day the demon sect indeed launched a massive attack. Your comrades fell one by one, and you grew increasingly exhausted. Behind you stood Luo Ran and several main cities. There was no ground to yield. You swallowed large amounts of Kyre-storing pills and led charge after charge. Eventually you ran out of pills, and your Dantian was depleted of spiritual energy. Before you were the blade-wielding demon sect disciples, behind you the severely injured Luo Ran and helpless mortals. You were at your wits' end. No, not yet. The third limit breaking was called fearlessness. It seemed this very situation was meant to test you. You looked up at the sky shrouded by dark clouds, knowing your end was near. But you no longer felt fear and raised the 7-star sword. In the next moment, spiritual energy from 10 miles around surged into your body, and you stepped into the 13th layer of Qi refinement, the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage. The spiritual energy dewdrops on the inner walls of your Dantian slowly trickled down, gathering into a small lake. Reinvigorated, you led the few remaining junior disciples in one final charge. This time the demon sect retreated, leaving only corpses behind. You collapsed to the ground, took a deep look at Luo Ran, and your arms fell limp. You knew that what was destined to come had finally arrived. In a daze, the beauty vanished. You had left the battlefield, landing on a mountain peak surrounded by an invisible cauldron. Within it floated countless spiritual herbs, awaiting only your presence as the main ingredient. You looked up at the top of the cauldron and asked, Master, since I'm about to die, at least let me know the truth. To refine a pill, I need you 5 to forge the 5 elements great pill for my ascension, Luo Chuan said calmly. Why give me the immortal peach? Why help me cultivate the indestructible true body? For the pill, your blood and qi are extraordinary. Your flesh can be used to refine the longevity pill, he said with downcast eyes. Am I that useful? You felt like laughing. He truly wasted nothing. You blinked and asked another question, Yangshan. Is she dead, or did she escape? She escaped. So she really was a demon sect disciple, you thought, and continued. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Are you sure you won't end up working for someone else? Luo Chuan fell silent for a moment. No, but I have to try. You shook your head, feeling pity for him, scheming endlessly for a faint hope only to benefit others in the end. How tragic. After thinking it over, you had no more questions. You said nothing more, lay down on the ground, and awaited death. The temperature inside the cauldron rose steadily. The faint scent of herbs reached your nose, and your consciousness gradually faded. In a daze, you saw an old man with a green beard riding a white python flying toward you. A gentle voice reached your ears. The 5 elements great pill could help me advance further, friend. Would you be willing to part with it? You struggled to open your eyes, eager to watch the drama unfold. Luo Chuan's face darkened, and without a word he struck the white python with his sword. Then, you saw the cauldron become a scene of chaos. The python and Luo Chuan were both thrown inside. You looked at Luo Chuan, finding it slightly amusing. After all your scheming, you end up like this, Master. How does it feel? Luo Chuan shook his head. He gave me the formula for the 5 elements great pill back then, and I knew this day might come. It's just the consequences of my own actions. Now that you're in the cauldron too, what kind of pill will be forged? You asked with interest. The great longevity pill, Luo Chuan replied absently, as if his heart had already died. A faint smile curled at the corners of your mouth, and you silently closed your eyes. You died. Simulation ended. Simulation survival time 8 years. Evaluation out of the frying pan into the fire, a self-inflicted demise. Yet with unwavering determination you ceaselessly sought a path, even in dire straits, adept at leveraging circumstances. Both your mindset and cultivation achieved breakthroughs, earning admiration. In summary, fate plays cruel tricks, but you died a worthy death. Detected inheritable content for the host. You may retain the following 2 items. First, peak cultivation in your past life, Qi refinement layer 13 perfection, supreme, grade fire spirit root. Second, items carried at the time of death, azure edge sword 7-star sword as a superior grade artifact, a black robe as a superior grade artifact, 1 storage pouch, 63,000 spirit stones, 1 bottle of foundation pill, 2 bottles of yellow dragon pill. Third, talent trait exceptional comprehension. Fourth, cultivation techniques, sword control, art mastered, fire spirit art mastered, indestructible true body mastered, Qi concealment mastered, illusion creation mastered, heaven evasion mastered. Truly magnificent. Yi Yang's breath quickened as he scrutinized the content before him. The cultivation was a definite choice. With power at his side, he could trample Yi Tai, control the Yi clan, and no longer fear even the arrival of pockmarked. As for the item's talent and techniques, Yi Yang felt torn. 3 choices to pick from, and he loathed to part with any. Perhaps I can choose next time. Yi Yang ceased fretting over the selection and began planning for the next simulation. The sect? Definitely not. The endless scheming and manipulation were repulsive. The Yi clan, staying or leaving mattered little. The real issue was Yi Yin, who harbored a grand secret. The Ascension Temple was a death trap proven over 3 attempts, but he could achieve immortality or something akin to it, which was certainly no simple feat. Next simulation, he'll uncover Yi Yan's secret. When pockmarked arrives, he'll kill him and take Yi Yin to the Ascension Temple. Yi Yang thoroughly reviewed his plan, found no omissions, and murmured, "System, take it and simulate." Exchanged. Remaining simulation, count 1. Please select one of the following talents. Sword Heart Blue. Your mastery of the sword has reached its zenith, attaining the realm where the sword in your heart makes all things your blade. Birthday Gift Blue. On each of your birthdays, you randomly receive a gift within a 300-mile radius. Gifts include, but are not limited to, spiritual herbs, pills, and artifacts. Garment Cleanliness White. Your undergarments automatically remain clean and dry, slowly repairing minor damages. Measurement Proficiency White. You can accurately estimate the weight, length, and volume of any object with the naked eye. Senile Dementia Black. Your mind grows unclear, often forgetting important matters. In severe cases, you may even forget the way home. I choose Sword Heart. Yi Yang made his decision. The Ascension Temple was a perilous gamble with slim chances of survival. A long-term talent like Birthday Gift was useless. Sword Heart was pure power, usable immediately upon acquisition. Acknowledged. Talents Little Luck White, Gluttony Green, and Sword Heart Blue have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation, count 0. Day 1. You followed the plan, choosing cultivation and techniques. Inheriting the cultivation drew spiritual energy from dozens of miles into your dantian, causing no small disturbance. Yi Tai came to inspect. You said nothing, merely standing there, yet he felt immense pressure. You gazed at him calmly, extended your divine sense to find Zhou Qingqing on the rooftop, and lightly stomped your foot, shaking her to the ground. Yi Tai, alarmed, asked what you intended to do. You told him you would become the clan leader of the Yi clan. Relieved, Yi Tai voluntarily went to the study to hand over the account books. You didn't bother looking at them, indifferent to the records, and told Yi Tai to manage things himself. You wanted to see Yi Yan. You entered Yi Yan's courtyard and observed your younger brother. His chi was no different from an ordinary person's. You felt a slight surprise, but after prolonged observation still found nothing amiss. Could it be an opportunity found on the road? You wondered, full of questions. You informed Yi Tai of your plan and instructed him to make preparations. After detailing the plan, you disguised yourself, fled the Yi clan, and went into hiding. The disturbance from your recent breakthrough was too great to take lightly. Yi Tai, thinking both his sons were heading to the Ascension Temple, decided to leave an heir for the old Yi clan. He found many young women in the city, ordering Yi Yin to sire offspring before leaving. First month. You hid outside the city for a long time, detecting no anomalies in Tianyuan City. Believing you had overthought things, you returned to the Yi clan. For several days nothing happened. But when you looked again at Yi Yan's courtyard, you suddenly noticed an unusual fluctuation in qi. Among the women Yi Tai had brought for Yi Yin, no fewer than 3 were qi refinement cultivators, and not at the initial stage, the lowest being at the late qi refinement stage. You pretended nothing was amiss, not daring to provoke the entity behind this, only praying that no accidents would occur before pockmarked arrived. Second month. You sensed several invisible auras sweeping over the Yi clan. You grew more cautious, constantly using qi concealment to suppress your cultivation to the 4th layer of qi refinement, rarely showing yourself. Yi Tai, puzzled, asked if you had discovered something. You didn't reveal the truth, only claiming a cultivation mishap and telling him to focus on being clan leader and not to seek you out lightly. Yi Tai looked up at the sky, understanding, and never visited your courtyard again. Third month. Pockmarked arrived. You saw his cultivation clearly qi refinement layer 8. No wonder his oppressive presence was so strong in the early stages. But that was then, and now he couldn't survive a single blow from you. Of course you still dared not act. The women around Yi Yin remained, forcing you to alter your plan from killing pockmarked to letting Yi Yin set out while you secretly followed. You silently prayed that these women in the courtyard wouldn't trail behind. Fortunately, since Yi Yin was leaving, they didn't linger. They took some spirit stones and departed the Yi clan. You remained vigilant, checking behind you frequently, while trailing pockmarked's group, wary of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. At first, a faint, elusive aura brushed over you, but after a few days it vanished as if it had never existed. Fourth month. As during your time with the group, a dragon-head, human-bodied statue appeared. Pockmarked forced the leader to offer incense. You struck. With a single slash from afar you cleave pockmarked in two. The others, frozen in terror, dared not move. You calmed them down, but didn't let them go after all 7 people were needed to find the Ascension Temple, and you couldn't afford to lose anyone. Fortunately, you weren't pockmarked and didn't force them to their deaths. 3rd brother and 4th brother remained docile. 5th brother, seeing your strength, approached you at midnight, offering to be your loyal servant and monitor the others. You chuckled. If not for needing him, you would have gladly slapped this wretch to death. Suppressing your anger, you nodded and told him to handle it as he saw fit. In the 5th month, the 3rd, 4th, and 6th brothers attempted to flee, but the 5th brother reported it to you. You never imagined that, unlike Ma Zi, they would still try to run, so you taught them a lesson of love. They behaved themselves by the day's end, and the 5th brother came to you seeking credit. You looked at his fawning smile and thought to yourself, what a loyal lackey. You promised him that if he harbored no ill intentions along the way, you would set him free upon reaching the Dengxian Temple. The 5th brother immediately pledged his utmost loyalty. You nodded slightly, telling him to work hard. In the 8th month, you arrived before the golden crow statue. Gazing at the familiar idol, a thought struck you, and you told Yin to go and offer incense. Based on past experiences, by this point only you and the 5th brother remained. He was the last to offer incense, you were the first, and upon kneeling the Dengxian Temple had appeared. What would happen if Yi Yin did it? You didn't know, but you were filled with anticipation. Yi Yin obediently lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them before the statue. The golden crow statue suddenly blazed with radiance, and 2 enormous golden gates materialized before you. Indeed, it's different. You thought, a secret joy welling up within you. An opportunity had arrived. The gates swung open and a disheveled woman emerged, proclaiming this place to be the Dengxian Temple. Those with immortal destiny could ascend the celestial platform and become immortals. You stared at her for a long while, but her form was shrouded in mist, revealing neither chi nor cultivation level. You probed cautiously, is there any danger? No, those without immortal destiny will merely be expelled from the temple. Truly. The woman nodded slightly and gestured for you to proceed. You did not follow immediately. Glancing around, you announced, before us lies the Dengxian Temple. They'll give you all a chance. Those who wish to leave may do so now. Those who seek immortal destiny may follow. The group exchanged glances. The 3rd, 4th, and 6th brothers departed without hesitation, while the eldest 2nd and 5th brothers hesitated. The promise of immortal destiny, a chance to ascend in a single step, was too tempting to forego. Seeing some stay and some go, you ignored them and followed the woman directly. Inside the gate was a world apart from the mundane. You sensed a surging spiritual energy and melodious celestial music devoid of any ominous aura. You became even more certain that this place was utterly different from the Dengxian Temple you had encountered before. Following the woman past a flight of stone steps, you stopped before a stone platform. She looked at you and asked who wished to ascend first. You glanced at the 5th brother and gave him a meaningful look. He felt a pang of dread. He had come seeking immortal fortune, not to be a pathfinder. You glared at him, urging him to hurry. Trembling, the 5th brother stepped onto the first stone stair. Nothing happened. The 2nd stair remained unchanged. The 3rd and 4th stairs brought no change either. He was still the insignificant ant at the 10th layer of body tempering. The woman shook her head, declaring him devoid of immortal destiny, and cleared a path for him to leave. Once he had safely exited the gate, you turned to Yi Yin and instructed him to ascend. Yi Yin did not refuse. As he set foot on the first stone stair, heaven and earth shifted. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his dantian. With a single step, he shed his mortal coil, breaking through from body tempering to the chi refining stage. As the spiritual energy poured in, his cultivation soared. Chi refining, 1st layer, 2nd layer. Within mere seconds, he had reached the minor perfection of the 10th layer of chi refining. He had not broken through the limits, but it was still astonishing. You recalled that it had taken you 6 years to reach the minor perfection of the 10th layer of chi refining, even with your supreme spiritual root. Yet Yi Yin had achieved it in a single step. You watched as he lifted his leg to take another step. Golden light descended upon his form, and a majestic aura radiated from him, carrying the pressure of a foundation establishment elder. One step to chi refining, another to foundation establishment. A strange light flickered in your eyes. With yet another step, the golden light merged into him, returning to simplicity, the pressure intensifying. A golden core had been formed. Yi Yin took a final step, but halted midair as if meeting resistance. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stamped down heavily. A thunderous roar erupted. A deafening crash echoed. The immortal Ascension platform shattered, and Yi Yin's physical form disintegrated into brilliant golden light. You watched as the light drifted into the sky, then coalesced back into Yi Yin. The reborn Yi Yin wore an expression of utter indifference, like a transcendent monk who had surpassed the mortal world. He gazed at you coldly and asked, should I call you brother? Or an extraterrestrial demon? Locking eyes with him, you felt as though your heartbeat had ceased. Struggling, you forced out 2 words, brother. Good, Yi Yin replied calmly. What is it you seek? You pondered for a moment, and then uttered 2 more words, immortality. A mayfly in this world, born at dawn and dead by dusk. Are you willing? What do you mean? That idea only last a fleeting moment and then die. You hesitated briefly. But they say hearing the way in the morning is worth dying at dusk. I wish to see the scenery from on high. Very well. Yi Yin nodded and pointed at the Immortal Ascension platform. You understood instantly and stepped onto the second stair. The scenery before your eyes transformed. People were no longer merely people, but bore distinct fates. You discerned the fate of the eldest brother, a rootless duckweed adrift with no fixed abode, a life without anchor. You looked at the second brother and saw a dangling thread, a life hanging by a slender, fragile strand. You nodded slightly, as this aligned closely with your expectations. Shifting your gaze to the disheveled woman, she remained veiled in mist, impossible to perceive clearly. Puzzled, you thought your status might still be insufficient. Taking another step, you pierced through the mist to see 2 black lines, one leading to a handful of soil, the other to a burning stick of incense. The handful of soil seemed to sigh, and the incense burned steadily. You let out a scornful laugh, roughly guessing the woman's destiny. Her end would come when the incense burned out. From the earth she came, and to the earth she would return. That was her fate. You ceased to regard her and looked up at Yi Yin. Before and behind him you saw a boundless river. You asked him what it was, and he told you to take another step. You set foot on the final stair and clearly saw the river. Its name was the River of Time. Behind him stretched an infinite past, while before him flowed a slender stream. Are you a reincarnated infant immortal? You asked. Yi Yin nodded. Yes. An infant immortal ascends in one life and becomes immortal in every life. I have merely reclaimed everything from my past. What do you see before you? The future. An infant immortal can glimpse a corner of the future. These slender streams lead to what lies ahead. He pointed to one stream for you to look. Within the stream, fragmented images led to a gate. Around that gate, countless infant immortals, resembling you and Yi Yin, gathered charging toward it. You asked in confusion, what is that gate? A great calamity. Within a century, one among the infant immortals will ascend to the position of Dao Ancestor. The rest will perish. Yi Yin's answers were always brief, but struck at the core. You asked him what a Dao Ancestor was. He pointed to the heavens. I dare not speak rashly. They exist everywhere, in the air, in the soil, within our very blood. You said, no more sensing the pervasive crisis. You now possess the status, but lack the power, and if they found and discovered you. Unwilling to waste any more time, you swiftly examine yourself. You behold your own fate, like a moth darting into a flame, a self-inflicted doom, just as you had wished to hear the Tao in the morning and die content in the evening. This is the destiny of your current life. You perceive the overlapping threads before and behind you. Following them, you see Yi Tai, Zhou, Qingqing, Yi Yin, and countless infant immortals. They are the very perils surrounding you. Turning back to gaze upon the river of time, you find it vast as an ocean. You know deep down this is not your past life. You lean down to examine it, but layers of thick mist block your view. Looking ahead, you see nothing but mist as well. Is it because I don't belong to this world? You wonder, full of doubt, as you glance downward. The past cannot be sought, the future remains unknown, but the present is visible. You see the Yi estate. Yi Tai organizing account books in his study, while Zhou Qingqing hides in the shadows, her eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him, watching in silence. The servants of the Yi estate are either busy idling or chatting. Your vision extends all the way to Tianyuan City, where countless people are immersed in their daily tasks. At this moment, you have become an outsider, perched high above the world, viewing all creatures beneath heaven and earth as mere insects. Is this what it means to be an immortal? To sit astride the river of time, gazing upon the past, observing the future, peering wantonly into the present, and controlling everything. You marvel at the terror of this world's peak combatants and feel fortunate to have experienced the vista of an infant immortal with your very life. You have no regrets left. The perilous aura around the Ascension Immortal Temple grows ever more terrifying. It has become a hunting ground for a host of infant immortals. And you are the sole prey. You die. The simulation ends. Survival time this session, 8 months. Evaluation to hear the Tao in the morning and die content in the evening. You have gotten your wish, glimpsing the higher realms, and die without regret. The system detects that you did not inherit last time. With 2 simulations stacked, the following 4 items can be retained. First, peak cultivation before death, chi refinement, 13th layer, great perfection, supreme fire spirit root. Second items carried at the time of death: green edge, sword, upper grade magic artifact 7-star, sword, upper grade magic artifact, black robe, storage pouch, 63,000 spirit stones, 1 bottle of foundation, nourishing pills, 2 bottles of yellow dragon pills. Third innate talent trait: exceptional comprehension. Fourth cultivation techniques: sword control art mastered, spirit fire art mastered, indestructible true body mastered, chi concealment mastered, realm creation mastered, heaven avoidance mastered. Fifth peak cultivation before death, chi refinement. 13th layer great perfection, supreme fire spirit root, infant immortal status. Sixth items carried at the time of death: green edge, sword, upper grade magic artifact 7-star, sword, upper grade magic artifact, black robe, storage pouch, 61,100 spirit stones, 1 bottle of foundation, nourishing pills, 2 bottles of yellow dragon pills. Seventh innate talent trait: sword heart. They sure have good appetites. Devoured again. Yi Yang let out a cold laugh, ceased his reminiscing, and turned his gaze to the inheritable options. The cultivation levels were identical both times, yet the statuses were worlds apart. The former was merely a normal chi refinement status capable only of seeing the chi between heaven and earth. The latter allowed one to stand atop the river of time, observing the past, glimpsing the future, and peering into the present. Yi Yang was tempted to choose the latter, but on second thought, possessing the status without the power would only make him a dish on someone else's table. Pointless. Talent: exceptional comprehension or sword heart. Yi Yang leaned toward the former. The latter was merely a substitute for the 7-star sword. Comprehension was what mattered most. Yi Yang finally made his choice. I pick 1, 2, 3, and 4. Crack. His entire skeleton shattered instantly, skin split open, and meridians snapped. He collapsed to the ground, enduring the excruciating pain of transcending mortality. Before the physical agony could subside, his dantian swelled greedily, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. No good. Haunted by the psychological shadow of the simulation, Yi Yang forced himself into a cross-legged position, struggling to control his spirit root and slow down the absorption. At the same time, he pulled a vast number of spirit stones from his storage pouch to fill the dantian's void. Several hours later, over 10,000 spirit stones had turned to dust, and the lake within Yi Yang's dantian was finally full. Not easy, he muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he regained his composure. The disturbance he had just caused would certainly not have spread beyond the warehouse. On this he was confident. An ordinary foundation establishment elder would likely not notice such a minor fluctuation in qi. The only one capable of sensing the anomaly was Zhou Qingqing. Yi Yang lifted his head to look at the roof, lightly stomped his foot, and the tiles above scattered as Zhou Qingqing tumbled down. She rolled upon landing and tried to flee, but Yi Yang released his pressure, weighing heavily upon her head, rooting her to the spot. What do you want? Fear flickered in Zhou Qingqing's eyes, yet because she was not truly alive, her expression barely changed. Nothing much, Yi Yang replied in a gentle tone. Mother, I hope you can pretend you saw nothing today. Zhou Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows and asked, what are you planning to do to the Yi family? As expected, talking to someone who isn't human is troublesome. Yi Yang's gaze was calm and deep. I called you mother. Don't you understand? Mother. Zhou Qingqing froze, tears welling up in her eyes. Her reaction was understandable. She had 2 sons, one had died and was possessed by you, and the other was a reincarnated infant immortal who would sooner or later awaken his memories and become someone else. This address of mother might be heard only a few times in a lifetime. Yi Yang stepped forward, wiped the tear from the corner of her eye, and said flatly, from now on always. Zhou Qingqing trembled all over, her tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Yi Yang said no more. In his heart, his little abacus was clattering away, his mind full of calculations. He could set aside past grievances and integrate into the Yi family, not out of saintly compassion. Yi Yin was indeed a reincarnated infant immortal, but he would surely retain the memories of this life. If things were pushed too far, he might become an inner demon for him, a loss that outweighed the gain. Moreover, as long as the Yi family stood by him, he would be their beloved elder brother. Blood was thicker than water. Sending him to immortality in the future would also bring benefits. Yi Tai was a competent family head with no reason to harm him for the sake of the clan's development. Safety was guaranteed. Besides, though the Yi family was small, their extensive network in the medicinal herb business made them useful for gathering information. Why not do something with 100 benefits and not a single drawback? Yi Yang no longer looked at her. Having just endured another round of bodily collapse, he urgently needed a bucket of water to bathe. He picked up the storage pouch at his side, fastened it to his waist, turned, and left the warehouse, heading back to his own courtyard to order the servants to draw water. Once again lying in the wooden tub, Yi Yang closed his eyes and recalled the benefits brought by the infant immortal status. The vista of foundation establishment was forms, that of core formation was threads. No, to be precise, it was cause and effect. The infant immortal was the river of time. This was the shallowest layer of the vista. Beyond this, he also saw the requirements for ascending to each status. Even for chi refinement and foundation establishment alone, there were 3 paths: human-grade foundation establishment, earth-grade foundation establishment, and heaven-grade foundation establishment. Human-grade foundation establishment was the simplest, usually achieved by swallowing heavenly treasures or miraculous elixirs, forcing a breakthrough with their contained power. Earth-grade foundation establishment came next, requiring one to inherit fortune, receiving the infusion of fortune from a family or sect, forcibly binding oneself to the family or fortune to establish the foundation. Using fortune to establish a foundation had its benefits as long as the power was strong enough. Success was almost guaranteed. But the drawback was equally clear: one's fate would henceforth be tied to that power, sharing in its glory and its ruin. Heaven-grade foundation establishment was the most difficult. A single misstep could cost one's life. To achieve it, one had to go to the nether realm, find a calamity manifested from the laws, and evade the same calamity 3 times before one could establish the foundation. After establishing the foundation, one would grasp a thread of law power. If one could evade it a 4th time before establishing the foundation, an innate divine ability would be born. The 3 types of foundation establishment were entirely distinct, and the lifespans they granted were as different as heaven and earth. A cultivator with human-grade foundation establishment could only live for 300 years. Earth-grade foundation establishment granted a lifespan of around 400 years. If one's faction grew stronger or prospered, this lifespan could increase. However, if their faction weakened or perished, their lifespan would drastically shrink, even resulting in immediate death. Heaven-grade foundation establishment could bestow a lifespan of 500 years. Even a pig could form a golden core with 500 years of life, right? Yi Yang murmured to himself, clutching the simulator. There was no reason not to choose heaven-grade foundation establishment. It was just the nether realm, just the calamities of the laws. With enough attempts, he could surely find a pattern. No, his cheap brother couldn't be wasted either. Yi Yang raised Yi Yin, sending him to ascend to immortality. Making a wish to him might yield miraculous effects. If he could bestow the rank of an infant immortal, there was no reason he couldn't overcome a mere nether realm. It's settled. Yi Yang opened his storage pouch, pouring out a pile of spirit stones, and whispered, "System simulate. Exchange completed. Remaining simulations 1. Please choose 1 talent from the following. Resource instinct blue. You possess a keen intuition for valuable resources within 1,000 meters, much like a hungry beast that always finds its prey. Insensibility green. You can voluntarily block your body's sense of pain, allowing you to maintain mobility and a clear mind, even when severely injured, though it may occasionally cloud your judgment. Bloodburn white. You can exchange your own blood and chi for immense power, but this inflicts irreversible damage. Shinnon white. You possess the ability to identify all flora under heaven. At a glance you know if they are edible. Even if mistaken, you can endure the consequences. 1,000 cups unfazed white. You drink any liquor as if it were water, never getting drunk or missing a beat. I choose resource instinct. Yi Yang made his choice swiftly. Alright, talents little fortune white, gluttony green, superior comprehension blue, and resource instinct blue have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation 0. Day 1. You laid out your entire plan to Yi Tai. He wasn't entirely convinced, but lacked the power to stop you. Your cultivation gap was too vast. He could only agree. Yi Yin, upon hearing that the Dengxian temple was his opportunity, thought you were deceiving him. You used illusionary arts to weave a sweet dream for him, and that very night he consented. First month. You didn't remain idle either. Leveraging the Yi family's connections and spirit stones, you gathered some information about the Nether Realm. The Nether Realm lay north of the Qi Kingdom. Legend held that it once belonged to the Nether Sacred Ground, but after the sacred ground was annihilated by the heavenly Dao, it became the dwelling place of calamities. Famous calamities included the Bronze Gate, the Death Knell, and the Heavenly Thunder. The Bronze Gate was formed from fragments of the space law-wielding spatial power. It was said that anyone who entered would never emerge, forever trapped within. The method to find the Bronze Gate was simple. One could see it at the end of their rope. The Death Knell was formed from fragments of the time law-wielding temporal power capable of freezing time. No one who heard its chime had ever left alive. Finding the Death Knell was even simpler. Just venture deep into the Nether Realm, and upon hearing its chime it would appear. There were many renowned calamities and countless rumors. You skimmed through them, committing these powerful calamities to memory. Choosing a calamity meant choosing a law. You decided to be cautious, at least avoiding those that were utterly useless. In your mind, among the 3,000 laws, the law of power reigned supreme, followed by space and time. These 3 were your primary targets. Second month. The Yi family was ultimately a minor clan, and most of your spirit stones had been spent yielding only a few scraps of information. These weren't about the calamities, but about the Netherrealm itself. It had become a gathering place for rogue cultivators where murder and robbery occurred daily. Entering meant being wary not only of the calamities, but also of them. With your current cultivation, unless a Foundation establishment elder intervened, everyone else was just prey. You felt no fear, believing no rogue cultivator could break through to Foundation establishment. Third month, Pockmark arrived. You killed him and personally led the team to the Dengxian Temple. Eighth month, you reached the Dengxian Temple, sending Yi Yan back to his immortal position. He asked what you desired. You said to leave the Nether Realm alive. Your thinking was simple: if you wished for successful Foundation establishment, that might be followed by death. Surviving after Foundation establishment was the key. You two exchanged a glance. Yi Yan closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. He has agreed, he said. Who is he? You were puzzled. Yi Yan did not answer, nor did he open his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. You waited at the Dengxian Temple for over half a month, but he showed no signs of waking. Is this the price of the deal, or something else? Last time when you bestowed a rank upon me, it wasn't this severe. Is the Nether Realm truly that dangerous? Your mind was flooded with questions. You wanted to wait until he woke to ask for clarity, but after waiting several more months, he still hadn't stirred. You decided to wait, no longer left the Dengxian Temple, and set out for the Nether Realm. First year, you left the Qi Kingdom, traveling northward. On the road, you met a fellow traveler named Mu Yin, a disciple of the Golden Sword sect, also heading to the Nether Realm to break through. Her cultivation was also at the great perfection of the 13th Qi refining layer. You decided to journey together. After all, as a member of a major sect, she was bound to know more than you did. As expected, the information you had gathered before was but a drop in the ocean compared to hers. She even had an atlas marking the locations of various calamities and the resources within the Nether Realm. After reviewing it, you grew even more eager for the Nether Realm. Second year, you arrived at the Nether Realm. She invited you to seek out the Blood Sea Calamity together. The Blood Sea Calamity corresponded to the Blood Dao. Though it was nowhere near the top among the 3,000 laws, averting the calamity still required luck. You hesitated, then asked if she was confident. She shook her head, saying she had only heard a few rumors, but had a couple of substitute death talismans to try with. You nodded and decided to go with her to see the strength of this low-ranked calamity. You ventured deep into the Nether Realm, arriving at a cliff overlooking a sea of blood below. She said they had reached their destination, took a talisman from her storage pouch, affixed it to herself, and leaped down. Soon after, she climbed back up, cursing the rumormongers for their shamelessness. The deeper she went, the greater the pressure, making it impossible to evade the inevitable death trap. If not for her substitute death talisman, she would have perished. You looked down at the boundless sea of blood below and asked if she wanted to continue. She shook her head. I've used up all my substitute death talismans. It seems Heaven-grade Foundation establishment isn't meant for me. I plan to go back and compete for some heavenly treasures. At this, she said angrily, No, I get it now. I know why my senior brother didn't come himself, but gave me the atlas instead. He wanted to go for the heavenly treasures early to establish his foundation. You asked, Are the heavenly treasures limited? Our master only has one, she said, looking up at the sky as if feeling the road ahead was bleak. You offered a few words of comfort and invited her. There's a market at the edge of the Nether Realm. Maybe there's another opportunity. Care to join me? She sighed. Let's go. On the way, she remained silent for much of the time, her expression dim. Arriving at the market, she scanned the various stalls, but was deeply disappointed. What they sold were inferior spiritual herbs and pills, not even matching the quality within her sect. Heavenly treasures were out of the question. Her expression grew even more somber. In the end, she gave you the atlas as a gift, bade farewell, and departed. Taking the illustrated book, you examined it carefully, your mood complex. At first glance, it seemed rich with experience, but upon closer inspection, it was all conjecture. A compilation of various rumors useful only as a reference. Of course, it wasn't entirely without value. The section on calamities was quite comprehensive. You redefined your objectives, dividing the calamities into 3 tiers. For the first tier, you omitted the Tao of Force as it wasn't in the book. You retained the Taos of Cosmos and Eternity and added the Taos of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. The Tao of Heaven represented rules capable of uttering celestial decrees and commanding reality with words. The Tao of Earth represented life, able to make flora flourish or wither. The Tao of Humanity represented fortune. Mastering fortune meant mastering destiny. The corresponding calamities were heavenly tribulation, earthly disaster, and doom shroud. The second tier consisted of powerful laws that suppressed others, such as devouring, suppression, sealing, and enslavement. The third tier comprised various elements: earth, wind, fire, water, and the 5 elements. Your first choice remained the first tier. The second tier was a fallback, and the third tier was only for when you were left with no other option. With your plan set, you decided not to venture deep into the Nether Realm for now, opting to scout the vicinity. Before the simulation, you had chosen the talent resource scent. You hadn't used it yet and didn't want it to go to waste. You spent nearly half a month near the marketplace waiting for a bargain. One day you finally caught the scent of a treasure. You lifted your gaze toward a small stall in the distance. The stall was small, but like a sparrow, it had all the essential spirit herbs, pills, and artifacts. You passed over these trinkets and focused on a vase. Your perception originated from that vase. Peering through it, you sensed an aura no less formidable than the 7-star sword at your waist. It was a high-grade artifact. A high-grade artifact. If it were a low-grade or mid-grade artifact, you would have approached without hesitation. But a high-grade one. The aura of a high-grade artifact was immense. While others might not notice, it was unlikely the vendor had displayed it without careful inspection. Is this bait? You had been tricked too many times. The word came instinctively to mind. But what purpose could this bait serve? You couldn't fathom it, but you didn't want to provoke the entity behind it. Suppressing your greed, you pretended nothing had happened and walked past the stall. Suddenly, a voice asking the price rang in your ears. Fellow Taoist, how much for this porcelain vase? 200 spirit stones, take it. 200 spirit stones. The corner of your mouth twitched. Though you knew it might be a trap, you still felt a pang of loss at missing the treasure. You turned back to the stall, watched the two complete the transaction, and saw the cultivator who took the vase leave. Nothing happened. That sense of loss grew more acute. You were briefly dazed, then quickly put on an indifferent expression and prepared to leave the marketplace. You hadn't taken many steps when a hand landed on your shoulder. Turning, you saw over a dozen white-robed cultivators staring at you. The leader smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, well played." Your heart tightened. Recalling your earlier expression, you realized you had been exposed. You slapped your storage pouch, drew the 7-star sword, and prepared to fight for your life. The leading cultivator waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. We mean no harm. We merely wish to see if your golden scale aspect lived up to the rumors." Golden scale aspect. You were baffled. The leader explained, "Your destiny is the golden scale. A golden scale is no mere pond dweller. It transforms into a dragon upon encountering wind and rain. It is said that the golden scale aspect lies dormant in the abyss, averting misfortune and discerning all things. It is indeed extraordinary, as we see today." You thought of the talent resource scent you had chosen for this simulation. Perhaps this destiny was related to it. You cursed your own carelessness internally. Staring at him, you asked, "Is there a foundation establishment elder behind you?" The leading cultivator nodded and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. We only want to invite you to do a small task. Once it's done, we'll see you off safely." You glanced around at the crowd. If it were just these people, you were confident you could fight your way out. But the foundation establishment elder behind them. You asked, "What do you want me to do?" He said, "There's an auction coming up soon in the marketplace and several foundation establishment elders will attend. We want you to drive up the prices on 2 auction items." You instantly understood their purpose. With your golden scale destiny, you could discern all things. If you raised the price, it would signal that the item was a treasure. Other foundation establishment cultivators, seeing your destiny, would likely follow suit, and they would reap a huge profit. You knew the consequences of this action, either killed by the person behind them or by other foundation establishment cultivators enraged by the deception. Every single one of them is nothing but scheming bastards. But maybe it's not entirely bad. At a dead end, might I see the bronze door? You grumbled inwardly, a flicker of anticipation igniting in your heart. All right, I'll go with you. You offered no resistance and followed the crowd. They didn't mistreat you. They prepared a room for you early on with beautiful maids attending to you. The few days passed quite comfortably. On the day of the auction, the maids dressed you in splendid silk robes, and your storage pouch was stuffed full of spirit stones bulging at the seams. The white-robed cultivators followed behind you, pretending to be attendants, but actually watching you as you all arrived at the auction. The auction was different from what you had imagined. The scale was modest, just an open-air stage. The crowd was also small, about 200 or 300 people, mostly rogue cultivators, judging by their attire. Among them were a dozen or so foundation establishment cultivators, dressed plainly with no discernible sect affiliation. As you entered, an intangible aura swept over you. All the foundation establishment cultivators took note of you, but didn't look your way, though a strange light flickered in their eyes. You pretended not to notice them and sat in the center of the auction hall waiting for the event to begin. Then a voice transmission reached your ears, aged and raspy. "Don't bid on the early pills. Just act uninterested. Wait for my signal." You knew this was the person behind the white-robed cultivators. Without speaking, you nodded slightly in the air. Soon the auction began. The first few items were finished pills taken by a group of rogue cultivators through bidding. Then a painting was brought out. Its starting price was 300,000 spirit stones, with each bid no less than 10,000. The aged voice came again, act determined to have it. Bid 400,000. You complied. Another wave of intangible aura swept around you, and several Foundation Establishment cultivators began to bid. At the level of 400,000 spirit stones, the Chi refining rogue cultivators clearly couldn't afford it. Only a few Foundation Establishment cultivators placed bids. After one round, the painting's price reached 550,000. Raise it to 600,000. The aged voice came again. You complied. Two Foundation Establishment cultivators cast their gazes at you. One, a palace-dressed beauty, sent a voice transmission into your ear. Young one, what did you see? You ignored her, pretending not to hear. The palace-dressed beauty, enraged, glared at you fiercely and stood up saying, wait. I suspect this Chi Refining Jr. has no spirit stones and is just shouting prices randomly. I demand an inspection. Claim to be a disciple of the questioning Dao sect. If she insists on checking your storage pouch, use your sect to suppress her, the aged voice reminded. The questioning Dao sect. You sighed inwardly. In this life, you never thought you would connect with the questioning Dao sect in such a way. You stood up, putting on a disdainful look. I am a personal disciple of the questioning Dao sect. A few 100,000 spirit stones. Do you think I can't afford it? The palace-dressed beauty gave a cold snort. You claim it's true. I want to inspect your storage pouch. You glared at her. Are you challenging the authority of my Wendazong sect? The white-robed followers behind you drew their swords in unison, supporting you. The palace-dressed Bowtie's momentum faltered slightly as she cast glances at several Foundation Establishment cultivators nearby. An elderly Foundation Establishment cultivator stood up to mediate. Calm down, everyone. This is an auction. To prevent reckless bidding, it's reasonable for her to check. Isn't that right, Elder Mo? Elder Mo, one of the auction's organizers, sat on the platform. Hearing this, he smoothed things over. Young friend, I know you have an extraordinary background, but the auction's rules. You recognized Elder Mo's voice. It was this old man who had been transmitting messages to you. You gestured for the white-robed followers to sheath their swords, then untied your storage pouch and tossed it to the palace-dressed beauty. She caught it, inspected it, and her expression turned complex. Apologies, I overthought it. She returned the storage pouch to you without another word. Elder Mo chuckled. Since that's settled, let's continue. The palace-dressed beauty raised the bid again, pushing it to 72000. Elder Mo transmitted to you again, 8000. This is the last time after you bid. Stop raising. You complied. After your bid, the auction hall fell into dead silence. Finally, the palace-dressed Bowtie's gritted voice rang out, 8100. You sat back down and stopped bidding. Later, several more items were claimed by others. Elder Mo's transmission reached you again, the last item. Bid 8000 directly. Only the final auction piece remained, a black iron key, unremarkable and featureless except for being larger than usual. Elder Mo introduced it as the key to the bronze gate, claiming someone had once used it to freely enter and exit. You didn't believe a word. If it were that valuable, why auction it? The Foundation Establishment cultivators in the hall were also skeptical, but since it was the final item, no one demanded an inspection. Instead, they all looked at you. You bid 8000, putting on a show of determination. Boy, what did you see? Young one, tell me, what do you perceive? I have a deep connection with your Wendazong sect. Tell me what's special about this key, how about it? Speak now, or it'll kill you after the auction. Voices transmitted into your ears one after another, some trying to build rapport, others issuing threats. Elder Mo's transmission mingled among them. Stand up now, call me, and let me mediate. You shot to your feet and shouted, Elder Mo, someone is disrupting order and threatening me through transmission. Elder Mo rose, scanning the hall. Young friend, what did you say? You repeated yourself, pointing at the Foundation Establishment cultivators. It's them. They said they'd kill me after the auction. Not me. I never said that. Everyone waved their hands in denial. Elder Mo's face turned grim, and he declared loudly, Young friend, rest assured. If anyone dares to act rashly, I will protect you even at the cost of my life. You bowed in gratitude. Seeing Elder Mo's stance, the Foundation Establishment cultivators' faces shifted between pale and green. Ultimately, they behaved themselves. One elderly cultivator studied the key for a long time before raising the bid, 8200. Following his lead, others gradually joined in pushing the price to 103000. Perhaps satisfied with the price, Elder Mo ceased transmitting and concluded the auction. You knew the auctions and meant they would make their move. Sitting idle wasn't your style. You quietly left a paper effigy on the ground, using heaven-avoiding art to mask your fate. Turning to the white-robed followers behind you, you called out, Wait here. I'm going to find the sect elders. With that, ignoring everyone's reactions, you bolted away. The white-robed followers froze for a moment, then rose to follow. Elder Mo stayed put. The auction had just ended, and he couldn't leave. You were exploiting this time gap. The white-robed followers combined were at best slightly stronger than you. Escape wasn't impossible. Even if you couldn't escape, facing them wasn't as hopeless as confronting Foundation Establishment elders. At least until the Bronze Gate appeared, you wouldn't die in desperation. Leaving the auction, you stepped onto your azure edge sword, pushing your speed to the limit as you raced toward the heart of the nether realm. Whizzing sounds of flying swords cutting through the air echoed around you, but your powerful divine sense allowed you to dodge them all. Sensing the number of pursuers behind you, you felt both relief and disappointment. Relief that only 3 could keep up, they were no match for you. Disappointment because this meant you weren't truly cornered and the bronze gate wouldn't appear. You halted midair, sword hovering beneath your feet. Since your plan had failed, you decided not to flee. Drawing your 7-star sword, you made a sharp turn and charged at the nearest white-robed follower. With a single slash, his body burst apart. You didn't stop. A flick of your hand sent a blaze of fire to ignite his soul. After fully eliminating one threat, you plunged like a cannonball toward the remaining 2. You were at the great perfection of the 13th chi refining layer, while they were only at the small perfection of the 10th. The disparity was clear. After a few exchanges, both were annihilated body and soul. Am I really this strong? You were briefly astonished, then understood. Previously, you had faced Foundation Establishment Golden Core and even nascent soul cultivators. You had shouldered pressure far beyond your realm. Now, against peers at the same level, overwhelming them was only natural. You wiped your 7-star sword clean, feeling elated. You seemed to be enjoying the killing. It was Elder Mo's voice ringing in your ears and echoing in your mind. You stood with your sword scanning the surroundings, but seeing no one. Yet your divine sense told you danger lurked everywhere. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted above your head. You looked up to see a colossal bronze gate materializing in the sky. As expected of a Foundation Establishment Elder, your presence alone before you even arrive has driven me to the brink. You took a deep breath and flew your sword straight into the bronze gate. Bang! The gate burst open and you tumbled crashing into a wall. Clutching your throbbing head, you struggled to your feet. Darkness surrounded you. You extended your divine sense defensively, groping forward with your hands. Suddenly, your fingers brushed a doorknob. You turned it, and light flooded your vision. Is this my bedroom? Seeing the familiar bed and desk, you felt as though everything before had been a dream. You sat at the computer desk and tried to turn on the monitor, but it didn't light up. It was just a decoration. A fake. Is the bronze gate mimicking this from my memories? You sneered. The imitation was half-hearted. You'd been hoping to play a round of League. You closed the laptop and pushed open the bedroom door. Entering the living room, it was identical to your memories. You turned on the TV, but the screen remained dark, flickering only with crude images. It seemed unable to comprehend such a screen, forcing together fragments from your imagination. You turned off the TV, grabbed your keys from the holder, opened the door, and stepped into the elevator. The advertisements inside flickered similarly. You exited the building into the neighborhood. In the square, many people were watching children, and they smiled warmly at you. You smiled back, but wondered what the bronze gate was trying to do. Is it creating an imaginary better world for me? A new thought sprouted in his mind. He dashed out of the residential complex and arrived at the lottery shop near the entrance, ready to test his conjecture. He bought a scratch-off booklet, scraped it open. Every single ticket was a jackpot. Just as I imagined. If I'd had this luck in my past life, I wouldn't have been a beast of burden, he sighed. After the sigh, more questions arose. Why would it do this? After much deliberation, he formed 2 conjectures. First, this was its normal method of retaining people. Second, it needed to buy time. If it were the first, many should have sensed the anomaly. Few would cling to a beautiful illusion knowing they were inside the bronze gate. Yet why had he never heard of anyone leaving the bronze gate? There was only one possibility: the bronze gate possessed overwhelming power, and escape was inherently impossible. This created a contradiction. If it was so powerful, why go to the trouble of trapping people inside and letting them wait for death? There was no need to waste the power of laws to construct a world. Then it had to be the second: it was buying time. It needs time to completely ensnare its victims, and for that it doesn't hesitate to expend the power of laws to build a world. He looked up at the sky, not daring to waste a moment, and quickly left the lottery shop to search for an escape route. A shallow thought crossed his mind: the bronze gate might be connected to a door. Find that door, and he could get out. He wandered through the familiar surroundings, pushing open one grand door after another. Not this one, not this one, not this one either. He felt his line of thought had hit a dead end. Why must the bronze gate be linked to a door? He tried to empty his mind, no longer thinking about doors. He began to envision a path leading out. It was utterly useless. With the path blocked, he attempted to recall the bronze gate from his memories. Still useless. As time slipped away, he noticed a thick fog rising in the distance, swallowing everything familiar. The countdown had begun. He sat frozen in place, his brows furrowed with difficulty. He had tried everything. There was simply no way out. Should he give up? Waste one simulation attempt? No. He refused to surrender. He used the constructed scene to remind himself not to overthink and to boldly consider other possibilities. Imagine a pangu splitting open a path. What kind of game is this? Think of the Dengxian temple and have Yi Yin come in to help. He tried. It didn't work. By now the mist had already engulfed the residential complex, spreading rapidly. This can't be right. Yi Yin said he agreed that I would surely survive. There's still a way. There's still a way. Trembling, he stared at the encroaching fog. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. I know. Entering from a desperate dead end, I was bound to fear the hopelessness outside. Even if I wanted to leave, I'd waste time here. And you used the familiar environment to lure me into exploring further, delaying me. What a clever scheme. He burst into laughter, regathered his thoughts, and made everything in his mind align with the moment he entered. The mist before him vanished. He was back. The scent of blood still lingered in his nostrils, and faint bird songs reached his ears. The only difference was that the suffocating sense of crisis had faded. Old Mo had left, or rather he had achieved his goal. Gazing into the distance across the sea of clouds, he sneered. Old Mo, I'll remember this day. In this life I swear I will kill you. He couldn't gauge Old Mo's true strength, but his oppressive presence was far weaker than Luo Chuan's. Luo Chuan, who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment through heavenly treasures, was no match for him. This Old Mo was at most at the late foundation establishment stage. Was he strong? Yes. But once he obtained the divine ability of the Bronze Gate, he would be nothing. The Space Dao divine ability was invincible at the foundation establishment stage. If he couldn't kill him, he could trap him to death. With a plan in mind, he decided to explore the vicinity, search for treasures, and seize the opportunity of a desperate dead end. After flying for a day and a night, he found a brand new market. Compared to the small market before, this one was much more spacious. The vendors no longer set up stalls, but had their own shops. In front of the shops were dazzling arrays of items, pills, magical tools spanning various levels. He activated his resource sense talent to look for bargain opportunities. Wandering through the market, he soon found a suitable target, a booklet propping up a table leg. He could sense the aura of a heritage, a talisman-making heritage. Why are good things always used to prop up table legs? He grumbled as he walked over. Fellow Taoist, how much for this book under the table leg? This one. The drawings aren't good. If you're interested, I have better ones, the shopkeeper said with a grin, pulling out over a dozen erotic books from a drawer. Why are good things always used to prop up table legs? He grumbled as he walked over. Fellow Taoist, how much for this book under the table leg? Coming right up. That'll be 7 spirit stones in total. He paid the spirit stones and stowed the books into his storage pouch. Leaving the shop, he didn't exit the market. He continued exploring the area, finding a few dusty, low-quality magical tools and buying them cheaply. The journey went smoothly without anyone targeting him, leaving him momentarily unaccustomed. To further his grand scheme of desperate dead ends, he rented a small courtyard nearby. Once inside, he openly took out Spring Fragrance Mansion and examined it. The heritage was not deeply hidden. Every page of the book had a hidden layer containing small slips of paper. He arranged all the slips in order by page number, and they formed a complete talisman manual-based talisman compendium. From the simplest first-grade body fortification talisman to the most difficult second-grade life substitute talisman, each page came with insights and notes. A great fortune. His eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to buy talisman paper, talisman brushes, and spirit ink. With nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones on hand, he purchased the best set to avoid wasting time. Back in the courtyard, he spread out the talisman paper and began attempting the simplest body fortification talisman. The body fortification talisman could temporarily strengthen divine sense and resist control. Inscribing it only required merging divine sense into the talisman paper. He succeeded on his first try after reading the notes. Succeeding on the first attempt boosted his confidence, and he started trying other talismans. Talisman making shared similarities with breaking limits. First-grade talismans were simple and easy to learn, but second-grade ones were not meant for humans. After half a month, he laughed at his own foolishness. Even with his exceptional comprehension talent, his attempts were like a dog trying to imitate a tiger. Not a single finished product, only frequent explosions. Half a month yielded only shallow experience. Based on his calculations, it would take at least 3 years to inscribe his first second-grade talisman. 3 years. Why waste time on this? He decided to focus on foundation establishment first. Talisman making could wait until he had time, whenever that might be, perhaps in another lifetime. That same day, he left the courtyard and strolled through the market, waiting for a kindred spirit to drive him into the Bronze Gate. As long as he reached foundation establishment, anyone could see his fate. He wasn't afraid of lacking help. On this day, while you were treasure hunting, you spotted a familiar face from afar, the elegant woman in palace attire from the auction. She saw you too, a blaze of fury kindling in her eyes like a tigress who had just been betrayed. Seeing this, you smirked and turned to flee. She froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. Reaching out with a grasp through the air, you found yourself immobilized, snatched up in her grip. Running, she sneered. You. This isn't right. Shouldn't there be a game of cat and mouse? Why the sudden escalation? You forced a smile and said, last time it was old Emo who set you up. I had nothing to do with it. I know it was him, but he's too powerful to mess with. I can only vent my anger on a little mouse like you. Wait, I'm a victim too. I was coerced. Am willing to compensate. Compensate. Fine, let's hear it. Seeing this, you smirked and turned to flee. She froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. Reaching out with a grasp through the air, you found yourself immobilized, snatched up in her grip. You didn't forget to invoke their name. You dare mention the One Dao sect. It's the One Dao sect indeed. My master is Luo Chuan, the Peak Lord of Lingjian Peak, and my Dao companion is his daughter Luo Ran. You can verify it yourself. The palisarebed woman narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing you, unable to discern truth from falsehood. She reached out and snatched the talisman inheritance, studying it for a long while before asking, how do I know this is genuine? You retrieved a set of tools from your storage pouch, and before her eyes drew 2 first-tier talismans. After comparing the patterns, she nodded with satisfaction. You were wise to comply. You breathed a sigh of relief, yet a pang of regret lingered. What a missed opportunity for a chase. Just as you were thinking this, she continued, but your auntie is in a foul mood today and can't stand those who bully others with power. He'll give you 3 breaths to run. If you escape, he'll let you go. Oh, you replied, brimming with anticipation. Don't use any divine arts then. Fine, your auntie grants your wish. Hearing the answer you wanted, you leaped onto the 7-star sword and fled. She pursued on her own flying sword, but unlike before when she sought your life, she didn't attack, only followed behind. The hum of the flying sword grew closer as your spiritual sense caught her figure. A killing intent enveloped you. You looked up abruptly and saw the bronze door once more. You soared on your sword, charging straight toward that door. With a bang, you crashed through the door. Don't waste time, hurry. You forced yourself to recall the exact position, striving for absolute precision. You emerged from the bronze door. The palisarebed woman stared in disbelief. You came out. How is that possible? This is the bronze door. She rubbed her eyes, still incredulous. You chuckled, and seeing the door still there, you charged into it again. A second later, you stepped out once more. The palisarebed woman's beautiful face shifted through several expressions, shock, laced with terror, before she fled on her sword. Watching the bronze door about to vanish, you plunged into it again. The divine art was within reach, but your attempt to recall the previous position failed. Can't get out. Could it be that 3 and 4 times are a watershed with different methods to avert disaster? Your heart sank, never expecting this turn of events. Knowing you were racing against time, you dared not delay and immediately spread your spiritual sense to examine the surroundings. In the darkness, you found a door, turned the handle, and stepped inside. It was the familiar bedroom and living room. You tried to turn on the computer again, but it wouldn't start. Baffled, you went downstairs and looked at the square where elders were watching over children. Nothing seems different, so what's the way out? Previously, it was recalling a place of desperation. What would it be this time? You shook your head, unable to figure it out by sheer thought. You reminded yourself to race against time and decided to try the previous method if you couldn't find an answer. You recalled the door, the path, and even tried to summon Pangu to cleave this world apart. All in vain. In a daze, you saw your parents dragging suitcases to the community gate, waving at you. Dad, Mom, you called out in surprise, knowing it was an illusion, yet seeing them again filled you with joy. Though they had died before your transmigration, you embraced them, tears streaming uncontrollably down your cheeks. Your mother wiped away your tears, saying she was back to stay and would keep you company. You choked up, wanting to agree, but held back and shook your head in refusal. Seeing them, you guessed the method for the 4th disaster avoidance, severing emotions. The great Dao is impartial. Obtaining a law grants partial dominion over this realm, making you an agent of heaven unswayed by personal feelings. Even a preliminary grasp of the law demands emotional detachment. You were grateful it didn't require supreme apathy, or else even a prodigy couldn't comprehend it before the fog arrived. But how do I earn the bronze door's approval? By killing them. You drew the 7-star sword. The 2 backed away in fear. You shook your head, sheathed the sword, and said calmly, no need. Using scene construction, you planted a psychological suggestion emphasizing the fact that your parents were dead, mere bones before you. They were dead, returned to the grave as if they had never come. Your form grew faint, separating from this world. Your idea was correct. You used scene construction to fabricate a world 70 years later, filled with graves. Your era had ended. Oh, everyone you knew was dead. Your form faded further, but not enough to leave this world. You knew there were still people in your memory to deal with. Those you had met in countless simulations. The world before you shifted with your memories. You arrived at the One Dao sect burying Fatty Wong, Master Luo Chuan, 4th senior brother Lu Yuan, and your Dao companion Luo Ran. You returned to the Yi family burying Yi Tai, Zhou Qingqing, Steward Lu, and Red Butterfly. You interred everyone from your memory into the earth, severing all ties with this world, proving your ruthlessness under the witness of the heavenly Dao. A dizziness overcame you, and when you opened your eyes you were back in the nether realm. Spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around poured into your dantian, transforming the lake within into a boundless ocean. You had achieved foundation establishment, heavenly grade foundation establishment after 4 disaster avoidances. Above the bronze door swung open, and a beam of cyan light fell upon you. You knew this was the law of space and an innate divine art. The divine art was called One Thought Shakes Heaven and Earth. In simpler terms, it was a barrier combined with reality alteration. Once invoked, you became the master of a radius of hundreds of meters, able to do as you pleased within the barrier. Truly worthy of a space law divine art. You stretched your limbs, eager to test your skills. She probably hasn't run far, has she? Recalling your benefactor's deeds, you intended to repay her. Scanning the surroundings, you identified the direction of her escape and took off on your sword. After breaking through to foundation establishment, your speed had markedly improved. Coupled with the laws of spatial Dao, you moved swift as thunder, covering dozens of li in mere breaths. Soon you found the Palisarebed beauty. She was locked in a life-or-death struggle with someone in the bamboo forest below you. A real unlucky one. You paused, your heart skipping a beat. But this isn't bad either. It's my turn to play the mantis stalking the cicada. You draped a black robe over yourself, concealing your aura, intending to watch the two fight and reap the benefits. The two were in the heat of battle when suddenly the beauty looked up and shouted, "I know you're here. Help me now, and all past grudges are forgiven." You pretended not to hear. "I have a strand of your chi," she cried out. "I seized it the second time you emerged. I know you're here. Help me now, or I'll reveal your secret." She yelled. "What secret do I have?" You mused, then frowned. "The ability to freely enter and leave the bronze gate." This was undoubtedly a secret. Even a golden core cultivator would be intrigued, for who among them didn't have a few incompetent chi refining juniors? "I only wanted to test my divine ability on you, but you've chosen death." A cold glint flashed in your eyes. Though you felt a trace of pity for her, the thought of future troubles meant you couldn't hold back. You slowly materialized, hovering in midair above the two, and drew the 7-star sword. Both fighters fainted and stopped simultaneously. The one battling the Palisarebed beauty dared not linger and fled on his flying sword. The Palisarebed beauty gasped for air, took a pill from her storage pouch, and swallowed it to replenish her depleted spiritual energy. You moved, delivering a single decisive sword strike without any hesitation. She had no defense. A line of blood split open on her crown, spreading down to her waist as flesh and skin tore apart. "Ah!" She howled in agony, grabbed her fallen sword, and stared at you in bewilderment, fear flashing in her eyes. Thick-skinned. Had that strike of yours been against an ordinary chi refining cultivator, they would have exploded. On her, it only caused minor injuries. This showed the chasm between foundation establishment and chi refining. You didn't want to give her a chance to escape. Since you had acted, you had to finish it cleanly. Landing on the ground, you activated your divine ability, turning the area around you into a barrier. You transformed the barrier into a world of nothing but flames. A foundation establishment cultivator could go without food or water for long periods, but not without breathing. The flames consumed the oxygen in the air every moment. This was the fastest way to kill. Scorched by the surrounding flames, she dared not move. She hastily swallowed the pills from her porcelain bottle, coughed violently, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. After spitting out the blood, her complexion gained a hint of ruddiness, as if she felt much better. The wound that had reached her waist slowly healed. She said nothing, knowing her earlier threat had backfired. She waited, hoping to recover her strength and find a way out. The fire grew larger, and her flesh gradually mended. But the thick smoke from the flames made her cough. She wasted no more time and leaped into the air on her sword. She had barely risen when she hit the barrier above. She tried to break it, but despite using all her strength, she couldn't budge it an inch. You were satisfied with this and decided to drain a bit more of her spiritual energy. This was your first time using the One Thought World Shaken divine ability, and you were still unfamiliar with many aspects. She was a foundation establishment cultivator, a perfect subject for experimentation before her death. She hacked at the barrier overhead again and again, then fell into despair. She realized she was trapped with no way out. In desperation, she roared, "Come out. If you have the guts, come out." All right. You appeared. Before her, behind her, beneath her, all around her. Countless versions of you materialized within the barrier, all staring at her. You wanted to see if she could tell them apart. You had already used the technique to conceal your fate, so she couldn't sense your exact location through chi detection. She looked around, more despairing than ever, and swung her sword with all her might like a madwoman. "Can't do it, can you?" You said, your tone casual. "I'm not giving you no chance. Find the real me, and I'll let you go." She stopped her frantic movements as if she had found a glimmer of light in her hopeless situation. She landed on the ground and spread out her divine sense. After a long while, she fell into despair once more. Standing on the ground, she smiled bitterly. I can't see clearly. I can't see at all. I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. I won't tell your secret. Just let me out, please. You smiled faintly, increasingly satisfied with your innate divine ability. Chuckling, you said, aren't you going to beg for mercy? My barrier isn't without a way out. Isn't the bronze gate an exit? Just find it. She didn't move. Staring at the clone that had spoken, she said, I still have spirit stones. I can return the talisman inheritance to you. Just let me out. I'm not interested. I've already told you how to escape. Whether you go or not is up to you. Your tone was icy. She opened her mouth to beg for mercy, but the air around her was growing thin and she felt dizzy. Not daring to delay, she fled in panic. This time she didn't hit the barrier. She found herself out of the sea of fires standing in the bamboo forest, the same one where she had fought earlier. Overjoyed, she quickened her pace to escape. Watching the palisarebed beauty running in circles on the spot, you nodded slightly and summarized the ability of your divine power. The barrier could block attacks from Foundation establishment cultivators tentatively at the level of a weaker mid-stage Foundation establishment. It could create illusions of yourself. Aside from being weak in attack, they were identical to the original. An ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't tell the difference between the true body and the clones. It could project a lifelike replica of the real world, blurring reality and illusion, leaving people running in circles. In summary, it was an inescapable trap, more so than the Bronze Gate. At least one could leave the Bronze Gate. In your barrier, those weaker than you could only await death. The experiment complete, you dispelled the projection, not wanting to waste any more spiritual energy. The bamboo forest vanished, and she realized she was still trapped in the sea of fire. She stood there dazed and fell into despair. A look of determination crossed her pretty face. She shouted, I know of a legacy. It holds a divine flame. Spare me, and it'll take you there. You didn't respond. Things like legacies, 9 out of 10 were traps, and the 10th was an even bigger one. How could anyone get involved with such things? Were they out of their mind? Listen to me. That legacy is real. I only reached Foundation establishment because of it. There really is a divine flame inside. You have a fire spiritual root. You should know what that means. She refused to die without a fight and kept shouting. A divine flame. It was indeed useful. Possessing one would make learning related divine abilities twice as effective with half the effort. But if it was so good, why hadn't she taken it herself? Wasn't it because it was dangerous? You couldn't be bothered to respond and remained silent. Wiping the tears stung from her eyes by the smoke, she choked out, that divine flame is called the Feather Spider Divine Flame. It ranks 62nd on the Divine Flame list and is immensely powerful. I don't have a fire spiritual root, so I can't claim it, but you can. You have the spatial Dao laws and a fire spiritual root. There's no real enmity between us. Before, I only wanted to teach you a lesson. You've gained Foundation establishment from misfortune, so I've done you a favor in a way. I know you're afraid it'll reveal the secret of the Bronze Gate, but you don't have to be. We can sign a contract. You replied, very well, but I don't have a contract talisman. It's time for you to take your leave. The contract talisman was a third-grade talisman, far more difficult to draw than second-grade ones, and extremely rare. Those without the backing of a major power had likely never even heard of it. The last time you saw a contract talisman was because of Yangshan, a spy from the demonic path lurking within the One Dao sect, likely supported by some ancient monster behind the scenes. Ahem. I have one. I have one, she said weakly. You chuckled. If you even have a contract talisman, I can't let you go. What if I don't clean up properly and provoke some old monster? She fell silent, no longer begging for mercy, her face turning cold and ferocious. You've tricked me twice. First, you colluded with old Mo to swindle my spirit stones, then you used the talisman legacy to bring the Bai family after me. Now you want to kill me. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. She took a cloth doll from her waist pouch, pricked her fingertip with a needle, and plunged it into the doll's head. A wave of icy, malevolent energy shot from the crown of your head down to your tailbone, carrying whispers that corroded the soul. You heard the soft hum of the blood in your body, the sigh of the earth around you, the chant of all things. You were horrified. What have you done? She smiled, blood at the corner of her mouth. Nothing much. I'm just trading one life for half of yours, ha ha ha. Is it still negotiable, eh? You were certain how dangerous the sounds you heard were. Yi Yin once said the Dao ancestors were everywhere, in the soil and people's blood. You were hearing their voices. She was startled, not expecting you to be so sensible. It is. There are still 4 needles left to insert. She shook the silver needles in her hand. You gasped, never imagining she still had such a trick up her sleeve at death's door. You steadied yourself for a moment, suppressing the shock in your heart, and said, pull that needle out. Pull it out now. I'm going mad. All right. Her fingers pinched the silver needle, but she didn't pull it out. Let me out first. Sign the contract first. Hurry, I'm going mad. Stop screaming. I don't want to hear it. He'll tell you a story. Go to sleep and you won't cry. Don't argue, go play outside, okay? Go play. Seeing you in your deranged state, she didn't dare hesitate. She took out the contract talisman, quickly scribbled a few lines, dripped her blood onto it, and tossed it to one of your clones. You struggled to control yourself to keep from going completely insane. You caught the contract talisman, quickly scanned it to ensure the terms were acceptable, and withdrew the barrier. She took deep breaths, greedily inhaling the fresh air, and removed the silver needle from the doll's head. The sounds around you vanished. You sat on the ground, bloodshot, eyes filled with lingering fear. She glanced at you expressionless. That single needle cost me 30 years of my lifespan. As she spoke, you saw her 30-something face suddenly crease with a few wrinkles, shallow yet clearly visible. You gasped and asked, if you had inserted them all, what would have happened to me? All 5 of your senses would fully perceive them. You wouldn't die, but it would be more agonizing than death. Did you find this item at that inheritance site as well? Yes, she nodded. Take me there. You had developed an inexplicable interest in that inheritance. The senior who could create such a wondrous item must have been at least a golden core powerhouse, possibly even a nascent soul. She ignored you, snorted coldly, and said, the deal is done. We're even. She stepped onto her flying sword, ready to leave. You blocked her path. I have the golden scale fate capable of sensing treasures. Take me there. Whatever we find is yours. I just want to have a look. She hovered before you, hesitation flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nodded, fine. But if you try anything, I'll take you with me even if I die. And my name is Lu Yu. Yeong. Follow me. You leaped onto your sword and followed. You flew for over half a month before stopping at a volcanic crater. Lu Yu pointed at the lava below and said, it's down there. You hummed in acknowledgement. Under the perception of your resource sensing talent, there were indeed treasures below. More than one. She didn't go straight down, but reiterated their agreement. Everything we find belongs to me. Those were your words. I know. Your interest lay only in the inheritance itself. Satisfied with your answer, she leaped down. You followed closely behind, seeing a different vista. Beneath the lava was a hidden world, a pool of clear, bottomless water with spirit fish occasionally swimming by. In the center of the pool, lotus flowers bloomed, their leaves floating on the surface. Is this a paradise or an inheritance site? You muttered to yourself. Lu Yu read your thoughts and explained flatly, the inheritance isn't here. It's inside the lotuses. The fully bloomed ones held the inheritance I took. That half-open one seals the feather spider divine flame. You extended your divine sense to probe the lotus and found it was just as she said. There was another space within. She spoke impatiently. Besides the feather spider divine flame, what else have you found? Don't rush. I need to search slowly. You smiled faintly, using your resource sensing talent to explore the vicinity. Suddenly your gaze fell on a lotus leaf. Something was amiss beneath it. You extended your hand and shot out a sword aura, flipping the leaf to reveal what lay beneath, a pearl the size of a jujube. Lu Yu reached out and pulled it into her palm. After examining it, her eyes sparkled. The pearl exuded a vast aura. It was a high-grade magical artifact. You didn't look at her, nor did you care about the pearl, and continued your search. You found a 3-gene spirit fish, caught it, slit its belly, and found a hairpin inside. It was also a high-grade magical artifact. Judging by the style, the senior who left this inheritance was a female cultivator. You mused, glancing at Lu Yu. She held the pearl in one hand and the hairpin in the other, beaming. When she noticed your gaze, she rolled her eyes. We had a deal. Everything is mine. Besides, this is a woman's hairpin. You wouldn't use it. You know what I'm going to ask. You didn't want to play guessing games with her. She shook her head. The senior who left this inheritance didn't leave a name, but I assume it was a woman. You nodded, looked at the half-open lotus, and asked, what do you plan to do with the remaining divine flame? Sell it when the price is right. You hesitated, then unbuckled your waist pouch and poured out 100,000 spirit stones before her. Not enough. You doubled the amount. Not enough. You doubled it again. Still not enough. You stopped, adding, and said flatly, what if I add a promise? What promise? To kill old Mo. Lu Yu widened her big, sparkling eyes. Kill old Mo. You. She covered her mouth and laughed, mocking your ignorance. You asked her what was wrong. She asked how much you knew about old Mo. You shook your head, knowing nothing about him, not even his cultivation level. She found it even more amusing and said, old Mo is also at the Heavenly Foundation establishment stage, at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Moreover, he broke through twice by borrowing the Dao, meaning he has at least 3 perfected divine abilities. Borrowing the Dao was a method of breakthrough during the Foundation establishment stage, mastering the divine abilities of predecessors and walking their path. Each minor breakthrough in the Foundation establishment stage could take centuries, so many cultivators chose to cultivate divine abilities and borrow the Dao. However, borrowing the Dao would create karmic ties with the person behind the divine ability, leading to unpredictable consequences, both good and bad. After explaining Old Mo's cultivation, she continued, and that's just his strength. He has gathered over 100 Qi refining rogue cultivators, the weakest being at the late Qi refining stage. Together, they are no less formidable than any early Foundation establishment cultivator. Also, it said he works for the Netherworld sect. You know the Netherworld sect, right? You didn't know. Your understanding of the Netherworld realm was limited to the illustrated book Mu Yin gave you. The Netherworld sect is a renowned sect in the Netherworld realm with a golden core elder within its ranks. It's not something you, a novice Foundation establishment cultivator, can provoke. Her face bore a mocking expression. Your expression remained unchanged. A golden core is good. I was worried there wouldn't be one behind him. What do you mean? Before I entered the Netherworld realm, a nascent soul told me I could leave alive. So killing him won't bring danger. A golden core can see karma, meaning it will see the nascent soul behind me and won't act. Your words were firm and resolute. She was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. Impossible. If you had a nascent soul backing you, others wouldn't see your fate. Your golden scale fate is too obvious. The nascent soul only promised I could leave the Netherworld realm alive. What does that have to do with fate? You explained casually. Her beautiful brows furrowed together, and after a long while she said, if you're truly confident, I agree. Good. You leaped up, stepping on lotus leaves, and jumped into a half-bloomed lotus flower. Lu Yu watched your figure disappear, then silently looked up at the molten lava on the dome, clasping her hands together. Senior, the karma is settled. Damn it. What karma? Another trap, you gritted your teeth. Before entering the lotus, you had left a paper effigy on the ground to guard against danger, but you hadn't expected to hear her ambiguous words as soon as you entered. You shuddered at the divine fire, so close, sensing something amiss. This was likely another setup someone had prepared for you. You leaped out of the lotus and pointed your sword at Lu Yu. Lu Yu was terrified, frantically pulling out a cloth doll and clutching it tightly. You. What are you doing? Her panic was genuine, her face etched with fear. You snorted coldly. I heard something just now. Senior, the karma is settled. Who were you talking to? Do you know who the owner of this inheritance is? What karma is settled? Speak. Lu Yu looked around blankly, saw the paper effigy behind her, and silently cursed her own carelessness. Watching you approach step by step, she forced herself to stay calm, holding the cloth doll in one hand and gripping a silver needle tightly in the other, afraid you might suddenly attack. Not talking. You silently activated your divine ability, transforming heaven and earth. The surroundings remained unchanged, but you were no longer in the inheritance ground. Lu Yu sensed it, her expression shifting drastically, and she raised the cloth doll and silver needle in front of her as a threat. You sneered, still threatening. Look at what you're holding. I have the final say here. Lu Yu looked down and saw the cloth doll in her left hand had turned into a pair of eyeballs with maggots crawling over them. The silver needle in her right hand had become a skewer threaded with bleeding eyes, their pupils reflecting her pale face. She instinctively threw the items away. The next second she realized it was an illusion fake and tried to pick them up, but the ground beneath her was pitch black and she couldn't see anything. She had lost her trump card and was completely at your mercy. You stared at her, expression unchanged. Speak. She sighed. Fine. He was known as the White Lotus, immortal, venerable in life. I was tasked with finding his successor. This is the karma I inherited from him. The name might be fine, but you didn't believe a word of it. Who mutters to themselves when finding a successor? Seeing your cold expression, she waved her hands and stepped back. I don't believe it either, but that's what I saw. What do you think? I think it's probably not a good thing. You might not know, but an immortal venerable ascends in one life and becomes immortal in every life. I think this is a method for him to be reborn or to set up for his next life. Facing death, she dared not lie, just relying on a single divine fire. You couldn't understand. Your knowledge of divine fire was limited to cultivation. However, realizing it was an immortal venerable scheme, you didn't dare be careless. You stopped looking at the divine fire behind you and pressed on. What else do you know? She shook her head, untied her storage pouch, and dropped it on the ground. This is everything I have. We have a contract. I can't threaten you. It was a familiar scene. You didn't kill her. Now that the contract bound her, she couldn't threaten you. Originally, you wanted to kill her because she had used the secret of the bronze door to threaten you, but now there was no motive. You picked up the storage pouch, took back the spirit stones, and tossed the pouch back to her. I don't want the divine fire. The deal is off. With that, you put the cloth doll and 5 silver needles into your own storage pouch. At least you hadn't come away empty-handed. Having an extra trump card was beneficial. She looked stunned, then overjoyed. You didn't let her leave. You still wanted to kill old Mo, and keeping her meant having an extra ally. You took her away from the inheritance ground and headed back to the market town where the auction was first held. In the third year, you returned to the market town and searched for cultivators who had been wronged by old Mo together with Lu Yu. In less than 3 months, over 200 people had joined you willing to crusade against old Mo. This wasn't everyone, dozens more were too afraid of the Netherworld sect to come. You didn't force them, you already had enough people. Including you, there were 4 foundation establishment cultivators. The rest were Qi refining cultivators, the weakest at the mid-Qi refining stage. Defeating old Mo wouldn't be difficult. That night you led your forces to the market town to find old Mo. Old Mo's subordinates resisted fiercely but were outmatched and were all slain. You found the small courtyard where old Mo lived and rallied everyone to charge. When the door was broken down, you froze, everyone froze. The small courtyard was filled with corpses, including old Mo's. Old Mo sat in a grand armchair, his blood still warm, but his soul was utterly destroyed, dead beyond death. Someone had beaten you to it and silenced them all. The crowd clamored for more, and several Qi refining cultivators, heedless of others' gazes, vented their emotions upon the corpses. You did not stop them, instead relying on your innate sense for resources to search for what remained in the courtyard. Even old Mo did not have a storage pouch on him. It was clear the cultivator who killed him had taken it. You could only hope something was left behind. The others shared your thoughts and rushed into the rooms to rummage through them. Your senses stirred as you detected an unusual fluctuation. Crossing the courtyard to the study, you saw a painting hanging in the center, utterly unremarkable. You took down the painting, revealing a hidden door behind it. Within the secret compartment lay a book titled Divine Fire Scripture. Is this a divine ability? Your heart raced with excitement, but upon discerning the name of the divine ability, your mind grew tranquil and the thrill faded. The Divine Fire Scripture reminded you of the feather spider, Divine Fire. Was this left here for me on purpose? A shiver ran down your spine as you stowed the divine ability into your storage pouch without another glance. Though the ability was precious, you needed to live to cultivate it. You planned to trade it for another technique, unwilling to waste it. After searching the small courtyard further and finding no other opportunities, you ceased your hunt. You bid farewell to the group, including Lu Yu. That woman was of no further use. Keeping her by your side would only bring inconvenience. Parting ways was for the best. Lu Yu, as if granted a pardon, fled the market town. Thus your journey to the Nether Realm came to an end. You departed the Nether Realm, traveling southward, heading straight for the state of Qi. The 4th year, you returned to the state of Qi, to Tianyuan City, and to the Yi clan. The Yi clan remained unchanged, as did Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing. Upon your return, Yi Tai pulled you into the study, wishing to discuss the matter of producing an heir. He laid out portraits of all the suitable, noble young women of Tianyuan City for you to choose from. You had no desire to start a family yet and brushed him off with a casual excuse. Yi Tai disagreed. You revealed your cultivation level, and he relented. With a lifespan of 500 years, what urgency was there to have children? There was no rush. However, not wanting to disappoint Yi Tai too greatly, you took the little maid Hong Dai into your chambers as a bed servant. The 5th year, joy and sorrow mingled. The joy was that Hong Dai was with child, elevating her status to the young mistress of the Yi household. The sorrow was your cultivation breaking through any minor realm in the foundation establishment stage would take a century. To shorten this time, there were only 2 ways: find a corresponding heavenly treasure or borrow a path. Based on your past experience, you dismissed the idea of foundation establishment heavenly treasures. They were all traps. As for borrowing a path, you opened the Divine Fire Scripture. After reading the introduction, you dared not look further. This book was tailor-made for that feather spider Divine Fire, and forging a connection with an unknown nascent soul, immortal, was ill-advised. After some deliberation, you decided to go to the state of Qi's Imperial Library to exchange the Divine Fire Scripture for another ability. You sought one that was not overly powerful, but carried minimal karmic ties. You left the Yi clan and journeyed to the Qi capital. After announcing your arrival, you smoothly entered the Imperial Library. The library stood beside the throne hall in the palace, an unremarkable and inconspicuous building. It had 2 floors. The lower floor housed Qi refining techniques, while the upper floor contained divine abilities. At first glance, the shelves seemed full, but in truth, there were only a dozen or so original texts. The rest were copies. You scanned them all, finding only 2 techniques suitable for your cultivation. One was related to the physical body, named Dragon Elephant, and the other was for those with a fire spiritual root, called 3 Transformations of Divine Fire. Dragon Elephant was a divine ability renowned for its immense strength, capable of condensing the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants. It was created by a foundation establishment cultivator who never broke through to the golden core stage, thus bearing little karmic weight. Moreover, that foundation establishment cultivator had been dead for 1,000 years. Even if reincarnated, he could no longer cause trouble. After reviewing it, you knew this was a divine ability you could cultivate. First, your physical body had long transcended the mortal realm, no longer bound by its limitations. Second, you possessed the gluttony talent, making you more adept at converting power than ordinary cultivators. However, compared to Dragon Elephant, you were more intrigued by the 3 transformations of divine fire. This ability had 3 layers. The first shattered the physical body, the second burned the divine soul, and the third severed all karmic ties. If it could even sever karma, it meant no karmic consequences remained. This ability was utterly free of future entanglements. However, its cultivation was extremely demanding, requiring the devouring of a divine flame at each layer, and divine flames were rare. No, it wasn't that difficult. You knew of 2, one in the nether realm and one in the heavenly sect. Back then, due to harassment by the demon sect, the heavenly sect had stored many of its texts in the questioning Dao sect. Among them were numerous heavenly sect records which mentioned that the imperishable divine flame resided at the heavenly sect's blazing sun peak. In your simulation from several lifetimes ago, you also held a grudge against the heavenly sect. Taking one of their divine flames would serve as compensation. You brought the 2 divine abilities before the eunuch guarding the gate. He glanced at them and said flatly, 2 divine abilities valued at 5 million spirit stones. However, His Majesty says you bear the mark of a golden scale and are destined to soar high. Forget the spirit stones, you just leave the divine fire scripture behind. You bowed deeply in the direction of the palace and handed the divine fire scripture to the eunuch. He then added, "Allow me to offer a word of advice." The Dragon Elephant was ultimately written by a general of the previous dynasty. His cultivation was not high, and you may not be able to borrow its path for a breakthrough. If you seek advancement, you would do well to focus on the 3 transformations of divine fire. Is that so? You recalled everything you had seen through the nascent soul immortal's perspective, but there was little description of divine abilities. The eunuch shook his head. This humble servant's cultivation is shallow, and I do not fully understand. These are merely His Majesty's words for me to pass on. Take them as you will. You nodded and did not press further. Since the Chi Emperor had said, so there must be a reason. You also decided to make the 3 transformations of divine fire your primary cultivation method. As for Dragon Elephant, you would let fate take its course, slowly improving it through your gluttony talent. Leaving the Chi capital, you did not return to the Yi clan. Instead, you headed straight for the nether realm. The feather spider divine flame was still at the inheritance site, and you needed to retrieve it quickly lest you sell it to someone else. Now that you had exchanged the divine ability, you refused to believe a dead nascent soul immortal could foresee this. Even if it could, you would accept it. At least you had tried. The 6th year, you returned to the inheritance site in the nether realm. The feather spider divine flame was still there. You immediately activated the first layer of the 3 transformations of divine fire, devouring the divine flame and making it your own. You found a rogue cultivator who killed for profit nearby to test its power. A single strike at the same cultivation level grievously wounded him, shattering his physical form. It perfectly matched the description of shattering the physical body. Having verified its power, you decided to travel south to the heavenly sect. You had read many of their texts and knew the heavenly sect was largely similar to the questioning Dao sect. With your current strength, you were confident in securing a position as a steward. Moreover, judging by the timing, the heavenly sect was currently under assault by the demon sect, a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. After carefully planning, you set off southward. In the 7th year at year's end, you arrived at the heavenly sect. After undergoing a series of soul-searching trials, you were appointed as a steward in the inner sect. Devoid of any real authority, your sole duty was to guide inner disciples in their cultivation. You harbored no objection to this arrangement, for your true aim was to seize the undying divine flame from Danyang Peak, and you had no desire for power. Blessed with exceptional comprehension and the memories of countless simulations, you quickly adapted to the role. In your spare time, you gradually sought contact with the disciples of Danyang Peak. Danyang Peak was responsible for refining pills for the sect. Often feigning the need to purchase medicine, you waited in the alchemy chamber. Through repeated visits, you grew familiar with the people of Danyang Peak. After several months, you located the undying divine flame. The good news was that it was indeed on Danyang Peak. The bad news was that it resided within the furnace of the Danyang Peak Master. The Danyang Peak Master was at the great perfection of foundation establishment, rumored to have a heaven-grade foundation, and his mastered law was the Tao of Thunder. A direct confrontation offered no hope of victory. To scheme against an old monster of foundation establishment while you were merely a newly advanced steward? Impossible. After much deliberation, you decided to wait and see. Plans could never outpace changes, and all things required patience. Moreover, the heavenly sect was abundant in resources. The dining hall often served spirit fish and demon beasts for consumption. You could rely on your gluttony talent to first learn the dragon elephant divine ability. The Dragon Elephant ability required manifesting 9 dragon and 9 elephant phantoms. Each elephant phantom granted 100,000 gene of strength. 10 elephants equaled 1,000,000 gene. 10 elephants coalesced into 1 dragon, and the ultimate strength could reach 9,900,000 gene. Each dragon transformation would enhance the physique 9 times, rivaling great demons. Your current strength could barely manifest 4 elephant phantoms, leaving much room for improvement. In the following months, you ceased obsessing over the undying divine flame and focused solely on devouring food. You occasionally visited Danyang Peak, but only to purchase bloodkey pills. One day, while waiting for a blood embryo pill to be refined at Danyang Peak, you suddenly spotted a familiar face, Yangshan. Isn't she a spy from the demonic path? She completed her mission at the questioning Dao sect and came to the heavenly sect. You thought coldly tempted to report her, but after a moment's thought you deemed it unnecessary. Your own motives were impure, and you were evenly matched with her. Moreover, her arrival might bring about the changes you so desperately needed. You extracted a strand of her aura to observe her intentions, considering cooperation if an opportunity arose. For several days you tracked her location using the aura, but found nothing suspicious. Until one midnight she arrived at the mission hall and posted a task on the window inviting a cultivator with a golden scale destiny to an auction. Reward 1 answer to a question. You stared at the task and instantly realized that the entity behind her had discovered you. Was this a voluntary offer of cooperation? You took the task token and waited for Yangshan to seek you out. The next day she arrived with her familiar features and a sweet voice. Greetings, Steward Yi. You nodded slightly in silence. She smiled calmly and asked, would you like to ask your question first or accompany this junior to the auction? You inquired, any question at all? She replied yes. Lost in thought you pondered, can I successfully obtain the divine flame? No, even if she says yes I wouldn't know the turning point. Asking directly when I'll get the flame. Knowing the opportunity might confirm the chance. No, too direct. I should phrase it differently. You asked, when will I achieve my purpose for coming to the heavenly sect? 10 years from now, Yangshan replied, as if she had anticipated your question. You nodded slightly and agreed to accompany her to the auction. This time, it wasn't about driving up prices, but confirming value, a task within your resource perception talent. You analyzed all the auction items thoroughly and handed the information to Yangshan, concluding the transaction. Leaving the auction, she followed behind you and said with a smile, Steward Yi, ahead is the rogue cultivator market. Would you kindly appraise some items for this junior? You smirked, this isn't part of our deal. You're seeking personal gain. She nodded without a hint of concealment. After a moment of thought, you lowered your voice. How about this? We make another trade. Still one question. She squinted with a smile. Very well, but I trust you know what's appropriate to ask. Threatening me. Your expression turned cold. Then tell me what you can say. We'll have another chance to trade in 3 years related to the Golden Core secret realm. You noted this and said calmly, count from here. The 17th stall on the left has a soul calming herb mistaken for a spirit calming herb. On the right, the 103rd stall has a porcelain bottle. Inside the lid is a life-saving pill. On the left, that peddler covered in patches has something in his bag radiating an ancient aura. I suspect he's a grave robber. You waved your hand, that's all. Yangshan thanked you repeatedly. You muttered to yourself as she left, a mid-grade spirit root, a destiny of rootless duckweed. No wonder she's always seeking her own gain. You turned and departed without another glance. In the 10th year, relying on the strength from gluttony, you successfully manifested 5 elephant phantoms, your power exceeding 500,000 gene. The inner disciples you had taught progressed rapidly. Your reputation in the heavenly sect grew, granting you a bit more authority. Each year, you could select 3 outer disciples to enter the inner sect directly. Though this power seemed trivial, ambitious outer disciples often came bearing gifts, seeking a chance for inner sect entry. You looked down on their meager offerings and returned them, all unwilling to compromise your plans for petty gains. Many secretly criticized you for putting on airs of purity. You paid them no heed, waiting daily for Yangshan's arrival. The 3-year agreement was almost due. One midnight, you sensed her location again. She had hung another task board at the mission hall. You took it down and she found you. You asked the question you had prepared, where else can I obtain divine flames that are within my reach? You didn't ask how many remained or where they all were, for even if you knew, you might not know how to choose. Asking what you could obtain was the safest approach. She was prepared and replied, in the main hall of the Strange Fire sect, there is an ancient corpse divine flame. You can obtain it. You were satisfied with this answer. You followed her to the unknown Golden Core secret realm. It turned out to be an ordinary cave dwelling similar to your old one at the questioning Dao sect, only larger. She asked what you sensed. You closed your eyes, activated your resource perception, and froze. There is a Golden Core here. Your breath quickened, for one method to advance to Golden Core was to swallow a predecessor's core. This was a chance to reach Golden Core. Of course you weren't foolish. You knew the implications. At the very least, you would incur the enmity of a reincarnated golden core powerhouse. Even if he had died, the contingencies he left for resurrection would be more than enough to trouble you. At that moment, you hesitated, unsure if taking the core would bring dire consequences. After long deliberation, you chose not to break your agreement, retrieved the golden core, and handed it to Yangshan. Overjoyed, Yangshan told you the next trade would be in 7 years. 7 years later, you would obtain the opportunity for the undying divine flame. You understood, and a hint of anticipation stirred within you. The 17th year arrived. Leveraging the power from your gluttony, you successfully condensed the 7 phantom shadow, your strength exceeding 700,000 gene. Your position remained unchanged, but your authority expanded. You gained the power to oversee assessments. Any inner disciple who failed to meet standards could be demoted to the outer sect by you, with 3 such quotas available. Because of this authority, not only inner disciples, but also many stewards sought to befriend you. After all, who among them didn't have a few unworthy juniors? This time you abandoned your aloofness and extended favors to several stewards' younger kin, planting seeds of goodwill. One day Yangshan arrived. This time, she didn't post a mission, as the transaction couldn't be conducted openly. She requested that you vouch for a spy from the demonic sect, a deal fraught with problems. You hesitated. Vouching was easy, but you had been burned before and feared mishaps. This was akin to courting a tiger for its skin. Yangshan gave you 3 days to consider. After 2 days of indecision, you agreed. The opportunity to obtain the undying divine flame would come this year. Once you claimed it, you would leave. Even if a trap lay ahead, time was on your side. Of course, this assumed Yangshan's hidden master wasn't scheming to ensnare you. You had a countermeasure, a doll in your possession. If he dared, you resolved to perish together with him or it. The doll could make one hear the whispers of a Dao Ancestor. The higher one's rank, the greater the dread of such beings. This you knew with certainty. You bribed the prison steward and vouched for the demonic sect spy. Yangshan asked you what your final question was. You inquired whether your own cultivation could advance further. She answered that it could. You had no more questions and silently awaited that opportunity. 2 months later it came. The peak master of Danyang Peak failed in his attempt to form a golden core, his physical body collapsing, forcing him to seek rebirth through possession. He chose you. With your golden scale aspect destined for great fortune, your robust body and heaven-grade foundation establishment made you the ideal vessel for possession. You had been waiting for him all along. You devoured the undying divine flame. He brought cultivating the divine flame 3 transformations to the 2nd level, capable of burning even souls. You killed him, inheriting not only the divine flame, but all the resources he had amassed in life. With the deed done, you wasted no time and headed straight for the strange flame sect, determined to claim the final divine flame and break through. The 18th year. You found the strange flame sect reduced to rubble, its sect annihilated. Cautiously you entered the main hall. Thankfully, the ancient corpse divine flame still burned atop a corpse, blooming brightly. You approached, seized the flame, and began refining it with your arts. No sooner had you refined a wisp than the corpse stirred. Its empty eye sockets blazed with blue-green flames, seeming to gaze at you. You felt a pressure, one rivaling that of an infant immortal. Was it waiting for me? You tried to flee, but couldn't move an inch, unable even to retrieve the cloth doll from your storage pouch. It parted its lips, vibrating the air to speak. You finally come. I have waited many years for you. The voice was feminine, crisp, and pleasing. Yet to your ears it brought only terror. Are you the White Lotus, immortal venerable? You asked, suppressing your fear. Yes. Confirmation struck you like a thunderbolt. You shook your head with a bitter smile. To avoid traps, you had even changed your techniques, yet here you were. The schemes of an infant immortal were indeed beyond the grasp of a mere foundation establishment cultivator like yourself. You looked at her and asked, what do you intend to do? Give me the divine flame within you. Is that all? You asked in surprise. She looked up at the sky. The one behind you does not wish me to kill you. Yin, or that other. You didn't know, but you breathed a sigh of relief. You severed your connection to both divine flames, placed them before her, and turned to leave. Wait. Someone else seeks you. You stopped and looked back at her. She raised a hand in space before you shattered. A white-bearded elder emerged. His aura was even more formidable. He fixed his gaze on you and said, I saw you take my son's golden core. Return it. Your mouth twitched and you spread your hands. I don't have it. Someone else took it. In that case, leave your life behind. He raised a hand, sending a sword light at you, which was blocked by a barrier before you. Above your head, another infant immortal appeared in the sky. Not Yin, but a young man with an ordinary face, his aura no weaker than the elders. Old fiend, the karmic debt of your son's golden core does not lie with him. Do not be stubborn. The young man spoke, his tone flat. The white-bearded elder snorted, the karma may not be his, but he is involved. I want to see his past. Very well. The young man agreed on your behalf. You said nothing, First, because it wasn't your place to speak, and second, because you were curious to see how these infant immortals would react to your past life. They had likely never experienced the joy of watching videos. The river of time unfurled behind you, shrouded in thick mist. The white-bearded elder's eyes shot forth lightning, piercing the mist. Suddenly, the mist exploded. A sword chi from the past came hurtling, carrying devastating force. Has it returned? The white-bearded elder's body collapsed, his soul extinguished. It has returned. The white lotus, immortal venerable behind him, was also struck by that sword, her bones shattering. You were flung to the ground by the immense force, losing consciousness. When you awoke, you found yourself lying in bed wrapped in bandages. Only two phrases echoed in your mind: it has returned. It has returned. What does it mean? Was it my past life that struck that sword? Impossible. My past life isn't even in this world. Was it the original owner's past life? If the original owner's past life was so powerful, why was I able to possess him? You couldn't fathom it, your mind a tangled mess of wool that defied all untangling. You gave up thinking and moved your limbs. Though wrapped in bandages, the injuries were not severe. You jumped off the bed, pushed open the door, and found the ordinary-looking young man waiting for you. Sit. He made a gesture of invitation. You sat across from him and asked bluntly, "Senior, who am I? Who was I in my past life? And who are you?" This seat is Wang Hongyu, known as the Fortune Immortal Venerable. As for who you are, an otherworldly demon. I did not see your past life. Did not see. If I had opened my eyes, my fate would have been no better than theirs. Oh, so he dared not look. You understood, but dared not mock. What deal did you make with Yi Yen? No deal. I agreed out of regard for your golden scale aspect. You didn't believe him. Yi Yen had been unconscious for months. But those were minor issues. You pressed on, how do you intend for me to repay this karmic debt? I have reshaped your physical body using 2 of my infant immortal avatars. Your former golden-scaled appearance is no more, and now you possess a dragon transformation. I hope you will cultivate diligently and break through to the infant immortal level soon. Dragon transformation. You were stunned, contemplating your own destiny. With fortune upon you, the forces of heaven and earth are at your command. From now on, you will no longer encounter bottlenecks in your cultivation. The path ahead will be smooth. You looked at him with surprise and asked, "Senior, could you bestow upon me a divine ability?" He summoned a tome from afar and tossed it onto the table. This is my great divine ability, the floating pagoda, closely related to the Tao of the universe. You can master it in 3 years. Thank you. You grabbed the divine ability from the table as if it were a treasure. He said no more, lightly waved his hand to send you off. You stood up without lingering and left. In the 19th year, you returned to the Yi family and entered seclusion to cultivate the floating pagoda. You discovered that this divine ability was tailor-made for you. With your dragon transformation destiny and the forces of heaven and earth at your command, you only needed to bind the floating pagoda to your life, allowing you to progress rapidly and amplify your power. You were filled with anticipation. In the 21st year, your divine ability reached perfection. The floating pagoda could be summoned and retracted at will, capable of suppressing everything. This divine ability was more powerful than you could have imagined. With just one floating pagoda, you were not afraid of any perfected foundation establishment cultivator. You prepared yourself, ready to break through. The laws of the universe advanced further, and you succeeded. But it was only for a second. In the next moment, you were rebuffed by the laws, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. You looked incredulously, realizing that despite your perfected divine ability and the forces of heaven and earth aiding you, the person behind Yang Shan had said it was possible. Why couldn't you succeed? No, you succeeded for a second. He did not deceive you. Just like the divine fire, you obtained it, but also lost something in return. You looked up to the sky with a bitter smile. Why? Let me explain why, a bald monk said. You raised your eyes to see an elderly monk with a kind expression. Why? You asked weakly, simultaneously using a thought to stir the world and isolating the monk with a barrier. The monk laughed softly, because this floating pagoda is my divine ability, and I do not agree to lend it to you. You opened your mouth, recalling the words of the Fortune Immortal, and laughed bitterly. I thought I had a support, but I didn't expect to be just a pawn. Ha. The monk observed your expression and clicked his tongue. He was indeed generous, giving you his golden scaled destiny for a little girl, protecting your path to help you attain the laws of the universe, and ultimately using his infant immortal remains to reshape your destiny, allowing you to transform into a dragon. It must have taken considerable effort. What do you mean? Please explain clearly. Very well, I will not take your life without a reason. He has a debt to me, and now that you have mastered the floating pagoda, you are repaying that debt. Do you understand? You smiled bitterly, realizing the truth. So that's how it was. You had thought it was a golden-scaled destiny brought by innate resourcefulness, but it turned out to be given by others, all to repay their debts. He played you and the other two infant immortals. You were all pawns in his hands. You struggled to pull out a doll from your storage bag, took out a silver needle, and looked at the monk. Is that all right? It doesn't matter. The monk stepped forward, summoned the floating pagoda you had cultivated, and slowly peeled it away from you along with your life. The floating pagoda was bound to your life. If the pagoda existed, so did you. If the pagoda perished, so would you. You trembled as you drove the silver needle into the top of the doll's head. Even if you died, you did not want to let him be at ease. As the first needle pierced, a few strands of white hair appeared among your dark locks, and wrinkles formed on your forehead. As the second needle pierced, your hair completely turned white. You were no longer a youth, but had entered middle age. With the third, fourth, and fifth needles, your hair fell out, your teeth all decayed, and your vision blurred until you could see nothing. You were dying. The monk glanced at you and asked, do you have any questions? Yes, why didn't you agree? You could have let me succeed before taking the floating pagoda. Borrowing requires consuming my own laws. Oh, a dying person cannot repay my debts. So it turns out I'm unworthy. You looked up at the sky filled with reluctance and asked, monk, can you see my past life? The monk shook his head. I dare not. You smiled, your consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Who am I really? Am I truly an otherworldly demon? There was no answer. The monk fell silent and left with the floating pagoda. You looked up at the sky but could see nothing. Your consciousness sank into darkness. Reaping without sowing. Could Yi Yin ascend to the heavens without lifting a finger? Yi Yang's understanding of the principle ascend to immortality in one life and be immortal in every life grew ever deeper. In the tales of novels, it meant he had endured all the hardships in his past life and now could suffer no grievance, only enjoy bliss. Once proven, forever proven. That was the life of a true master. Amid his sighs, questions arose unbidden. If he could see Yi Yan's destiny, surely other Foundation establishment elders could too. Why then had Yi Yan remained unnoticed? Foundation establishment elders were no fools. To approach Yi Yan early and forge a bond of goodwill might yield immense fortune. Why did they not do so? Could it be that befriending a reincarnated nascent soul is not considered a fortune? Or does it harbor a deadly calamity? A stray thought flickered through Yi Yang's mind. He recalled the details of his last simulation, how it was because of Yi Yan that the auspicious fortune Immortal Venerable had rewritten his destiny, leading to all that followed. So, fortune could be had, but only if one lived to claim it. Next time I want send him to immortality. Yi Yang felt a twinge of vexation, then shook his head. Last time his ambitions had been too high, inviting the calamity. If he aimed lower, Yi Yan could still be useful. For instance, a cultivation technique with minimal karmic entanglement. Yi Yan was a reincarnated nascent soul. Yi Yang refused to believe he had never written a few divine abilities. And so it was decided. Yi Yang scrutinized Yi Yan for a moment, then said, I'll take my leave first. You carry on. The three nodded in silence, their demeanor clearly acknowledging that from now on Yi Yang's word was law. It was no surprise. With Yi Yang now at the Foundation establishment stage, even in Tianyuan City, he could act with impunity. He left the inner hall and returned to his small courtyard. Closing the door tightly, he lay on the bed planning for the next simulation. He had simulated 7 times already, not once dying a natural death. He was either being schemed against or on the verge of being schemed against. For the next simulation, he intended to send Yi Yan to immortality and then hide in the Yi family until he reached the great perfection of Foundation establishment. But if he had only cultivation without divine abilities, would someone else come to pluck the fruit? Soul seizure, forceful possession. Great powers helping their juniors extinguish souls and seize bodies. Yi Yang felt his persecution complex worsening, but having been tricked so often, he couldn't help but overthink. And these scenarios were entirely possible. It's not entirely hopeless. I can first gain cultivation, then later make up for the divine abilities. Gaining cultivation first meant no need to borrow the Dao. Cultivating abilities without borrowing the Dao incurred little karma. But what about this gap period? Frustrating. A dilemma. Cultivating abilities by borrowing the Dao incurred too much karma, impossible to repay. Breaking through first and supplementing abilities later left a vulnerable window, like fish on a chopping block. Moreover, practicing someone else's divine abilities would create karmic ties in reality. How would he repay them? Damn this cultivation system. He'll take it one step at a time. Hopefully it works out. Yi Yang summoned the system and whispered, System simulate. Remaining simulation count 0. Detected hosts current cultivation foundation establishment early stage. Each simulation consumes 10,000 spirit stones or equivalent value. Yi Yang poured out the spirit stones. Exchange completed. Remaining simulation count 1. Congratulations, host. Your status has been elevated. The purple trait library is now unlocked. Purple traits are epic grade. To avoid endless grinding, the number of selectable traits before simulation has been increased to 7. The purple traits are unlocked. Yang knew all too well the value of blue traits. The purple ones were likely even better. Please choose one from the following talents. Sublimation Purple, a one-time talent. You can enhance any divine ability you have learned. Endless Vitality Blue, your breath resonates with heaven and earth. Your spiritual energy, physical strength, and soul power recover extremely quickly, and you almost never feel fatigue. Master Thief Blue, your movement speed increases. You can snatch treasures you fancy without drawing attention. Photographic Memory Green, your reading speed increases. A single glance at a page suffices to memorize its contents completely. Enduring Breath White, your lung capacity is greatly enhanced, granting astonishing endurance for underwater holding or long-distance running. Wind's Grace White, you perceive your weight as lighter, moving almost soundlessly. Your jumping and climbing abilities improve. Hot-Headed White, in battle you briefly erupt with power, but afterward pay a price, possibly your life or permanent injury. Yang observed for a moment, then decisively chose Sublimation. Strength was paramount now. Perhaps Sublimation could compensate for his lack of combat power. Alright, talents Small Luck White, Gluttony Green, Outstanding Comprehension Blue, and Sublimation Purple have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation count 0. First month. You did not leave your room, consolidating your foundation establishment, early stage cultivation. Second month. Pockmarked arrived as promised. You killed him and led the group to the Ascension Temple. Seventh month. Yi Yin ascended to immortality in 4 steps and asked what you desired. Without hesitation you asked the question you had prepared, do you know my past life? Yi Yan's previously serene face suddenly changed. He did not look, but merely hearing your words made him sense danger. He paused for a moment, then shook his head without a word. This was within your expectations. Other nascent soul cultivators dared not look, and Yi Yan likely dared not either. You asked only to know if his reincarnation alongside you was by design. Clearly it was not. You cut to the chase. In that case, I want a divine ability. Given your status, you must have written some. He glanced at you, his expression calm. If I'm not mistaken, you walk the space Dao. Your spiritual root is fire, and you also cultivate the physical body with a powerful soul. The only divine abilities you can cultivate are along 4 paths: space, fire, body, and soul. Am I correct? You nodded. He continued, in my past life, I cultivated the thunder Dao. My spiritual root was also thunder. I did not cultivate the body, only my soul made some progress. He reached into the river of time behind him and plucked a booklet from thin air. The cover was old, bearing the title Infusion. Just from the name one could tell it was a divine ability concerning the soul. He held the booklet, but did not hand it over directly. With a faint smile, he said, since you are learning my ability and borrowing my Dao, you must repay the karma. I require a relic. You. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. You did not speak, but inwardly cursed him thoroughly. He looked at you with a knowing smile, not pressing. You hesitated for a long time, then asked, what relic? And can I obtain it without dying? You did not forget to ask fully. If obtaining it meant death, you wanted no part of that karma. He looked up, gazing into the distance, and said with a smile, the relic will appear. You will not die. Having said that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, pretending to be dead again. You curse inwardly. What on earth compels him to sleep so casually? Annoying mystic. The Yin spirit is an advanced cultivation stage beyond foundation establishment, expanding one's divine sense across hundreds of li. Once attained, the cultivator becomes immune to soul possession. Even if the physical body perishes, the spirit may forcibly seize another vessel, provided the target's soul is weaker. It offers no offensive capability, merely a supreme art of self-preservation. After reading, you hesitate briefly, then solemnly declare, I accept. With those words, you depart from Dengxian Temple. Year 1, you cultivate diligently, refining your soul by half a degree, yet still far from achieving the Yin spirit. Determined, you join the Qi Kingdom's demon-subduing guard, feeding upon the souls of demonic cultivators to strengthen your own. This technique is not a divine ability, but a forbidden art mastered as early as the Qi refinement realm, a practice you first learned at the Wendaog sect. Now it perfectly complements your cultivation. Nor have you neglected the dragon elephant art. Each day you devour vast quantities of food to fortify your vital energy, while purchasing blood Qi pills to ease the rigors of training. Year 3, you rise to Deputy Commander of the Demon-Subduing Guard, slaying over 100 heretical cultivators and absorbing their living souls. Your soul deepens further. Your divine sense now extends 30 li. At this pace, you estimate 20 more years to fully master the Yin spirit art. Meanwhile, your physical body advances as well. You've condensed 9 illusory elephant forms, granting strength exceeding 900,000 jin. Soon you will gather the power of 10 elephants to transform into a dragon, further tempering your flesh. Year 5, you face subtle suppression from superiors. Your rank remains unchanged, yet your workload swells dramatically. The infamous more work no pay unfolds before you. You slay even more heretics, accelerating your soul's refinement. Your divine sense expands to 40 li. At this rate, the Een spirit art will be yours in no more than 15 years. Your body likewise progresses after your first dragon transformation. Faint scales appear beneath your skin, minute yet impervious to ordinary magical weapons. Year 10, your achievements grow too conspicuous to ignore. Higher authorities finally approve your promotion, from deputy commander to full commander. Your authority surges. Execute first, report later becomes your habitual refrain, sanctioned by imperial decree. You slay ever more heretics. Your divine sense now reaches 60 li. Using rewards to acquire superior pills and combining them with voracious consumption, you refine your body, further manifesting 1 dragon and 3 elephant forms. Year 20. You are granted the title of Viscount. By merit alone, a baroncy would have been justified, but entrenched factions intervened, settling instead on the lesser rank. The Yi clan ascends into nobility. So long as you live, their noble status endures. Yet titles mean little to you. The true prize is mastery. You have achieved the Een spirit art. Your physique has also evolved, from 1 dragon and 3 elephants to 2 dragons. During your second bodily refinement, crimson light emanates from your concealed scales, deflecting 10% of any weapon's impact force. One day you request leave from the demon-subduing guard and return to the Yi residence to enter seclusion. Remembering the disastrous failure of your previous attempt to borrow spiritual pathways, you resolve to avoid mishap. Fortune favors the prepared this time. The karmic price was clearly marked, and you ascend. You formally enter the midstage of foundation establishment. Recalling your initial choice of the violet talent, sublimation, you decide to apply it to the Een spirit. The Een spirit evolves into the Yang spirit, granting complete autonomy over the physical form and enabling true soul projection beyond the body. Moreover, it bestows an unrivaled ability, soul parasitism. You may fragment your soul and implant it within another being, gradually overriding their consciousness and reshaping their very essence into your own likeness. Your current soul can generate 12 independent soul fragments. Each fragment may consume souls to regenerate itself, without limit. The air itself reeks of me now, you murmur, exhilarated. You had once intended to withdraw from the demon-subduing guard and focus solely on mastering the dragon elephant art at home. Now, with the Yang spirit attained, you see no reason to spare the old guard. Why not let them experience parasitism firsthand? Still, you act with caution. You test the art on a petty thief found roadside. His soul is unremarkable. Within 3 seconds, he becomes your perfect external avatar, responding to your mental command as effortlessly as a limb. You observe his chi, unchanged. His fate mark remains identical, the lone star destiny, solitary, friendless, companionless. This experiment satisfies you, yet shakes your faith in fate marks themselves. If your arts cannot alter destiny marks, neither can others. Henceforth, fate marks alone cannot determine character. Prepared and resolute, you host a banquet that very night, inviting the commandant of the demon-subduing guard to dine at your residence. Midway through the feast, you split your soul and infiltrate his attendants. He revels in your flattery, utterly oblivious. You delay action for several days, converting every attendant into an external avatar. Through soul consumption and fragmentation, you subsume his entire household within a single day. Disguised as his concubine, you feed him soul-dissolving water. As his son, you ignite soul-dissolving incense. You feel his soul weaken, then surrender. You parasitize him. He becomes you. A foundation establishment cultivator, early stage, perishes silently. His fate mark remains unchanged, grass and trees, emotionless and now truly without need for feeling. You inherit all he possessed. Through soul-searching, you uncover his memories, and in a hidden compartment claim a fortune of 1 million coins along with 2 divine arts. One is the space-folding art, a cosmic principle of the spatial Dao, the other the scent condensation art, a toxic principle of the poison Dao. You disregard the latter, fixating intently upon the former. This is a Buddhist art. Could it be linked to relics like the Saraira? Uncertain, yet ingrained caution forbids immediate practice. That night you set fire to the commandant's residence, reducing it entirely to ash. The next day you lead an inspection team back to the ruins, filing a brief report: retaliation by demonic cultivators, for profit. You cannot be certain whether the Qi Kingdom's emperor perceives your deeds through karmic resonance, but you stand behind Yi Yin and fear him not. With one commandant dead, the elder foundation establishment cultivators behind the demon-subduing guard appear to receive new orders, not suppressing you further, but elevating you directly to the position of commandant. They have fallen silent. You cease retaliation, recognizing the emperor's gesture as both concession and warning. Soul parasitism cannot evade karmic law. You marvel at the overwhelming authority of golden core cultivators, and at the sheer, inescapable might of karma. Yet deeper still burns your yearning for the next realm. You open the space-folding art and begin to study. The creator of this divine ability was a bodhisattva, a golden core great cultivator bodhisattva, whose Buddhist title was Walker. Cultivating a secret Buddhist technique, he comprehended the laws of space and authored this earth-spanning step. The earth-spanning step, divine ability, lived up to its name. A distance of 10,000 li was but a single inch beneath one's foot, and one step could cover 100,000 li. You chuckled, teasing Monkey for his inadequacy. Pity, like the Een spirit, it cannot enhance one's strength. You flipped through it for a while before setting it aside, deciding to first master the dragon elephant technique. Cause and effect were unknown. It was better to first increase strength before considering it. In the 40th year, no longer distracted, you focused solely on cultivating the dragon elephant technique. With your salary and merits, you condensed the 5th dragon shadow. In the 70th year, the dragon elephant technique reached perfection. You gained the strength of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, your physical body rivaling that of a great demon. Just as the emperor had said, your attempt to borrow the Dao failed. As expected, you did not dwell on it. After healing your injuries, you once again opened the earth-spanning step. You decided to cultivate this divine ability. In the 100th year, your earth-spanning step, divine ability, reached perfection. With a single step from the Yi residence, you arrived in the Chu kingdom. A distance of 10,000 li was now but a single stride for you. Fast. Too fast. You stopped at the border of the Chu kingdom, gasping for breath. It was your first time using it, and you had not yet adapted to the dizzying speed. When you came to your senses, you found a young girl of about 16 crouching on the ground, looking up at you with her chin resting on her hands, brimming with interest. Without a word, you stepped back half a pace to leave. She blocked your way, puffing indignantly. Wait, you learned my divine ability, and now you want to leave without a word. Are you the Bodhisattva Walker? The corner of your mouth twitched. You hadn't expected to run into a creditor the moment you stepped out. Yes and no. She was my past life, no, the life before that. In my previous life, I died unexpectedly. You stared at her, finding it hard to connect her with the legendary Bodhisattva. In your impression, Buddhist disciples were always solemn and unsmiling, but this girl before you couldn't even hide her temper. Seeing you silent, she grabbed your arm and flashed her sharp little canine teeth. Are you trying to Welsh? Careful, or he'll bite you. You. What had to come came. Raising an eyebrow, you asked, what do you want? Haven't thought of it yet, but my ox is lost. Help me find it first. It was right here, scared off by you. The girl said. You extended your divine sense, found an old yellow ox by the river, and brought it back. Is this it? Yes, this beast is disobedient and always runs off. The girl kicked a stone on the ground in frustration. Moo! Moo! The yellow ox mooed pitifully, its cries tinged with grievance. A chill inexplicably ran down your spine. You looked at the yellow ox and saw a glimmer of human intelligence in its eyes. It wasn't an ox, it was a person. Are you from the Dangxian temple? Moo! The yellow ox nodded emphatically. You shook your head. Rumors truly were harmful. You glanced at the ox and said softly, I can't do anything about it either. Bear with it for now. When I think of a way, it'll save you. The yellow ox nodded, tears in its eyes. The girl watched you chatting with an ox and laughed. I never pegged you for a good person. Too many experiences leave me with an excess of sympathy. Is that not allowed? You retorted irritably. The girl rolled her eyes. You haven't lived long enough. Your experiences are nothing compared to mine. You didn't take the bait and asked, what's your name? Lon Lon. Azure as the sea, orchid in heart and spirit. Good name, isn't it? She blinked her big eyes, looking proud. A good name, you replied perfunctorily, urging, don't waste time. Think quickly about what you want me to do so I can borrow the Dao. Lon Lon scratched her head. There's a lot from my life before last that I can't remember. Wait till I think it over. It'll just stick with you for now. You want a freeload? You snorted. Fine, I'll support you for a few years. In return, you'll let me borrow the Dao, right? Dream on. She spat at you, climbed onto the ox's back, and flicked her little whip. You followed behind in silence. She led you into the nearest city, eating and drinking along the way without paying. You paid for her from behind. So thin, yet eating so much. You grumbled inwardly. What did this creature have to do with a bodhisattva? Or was it that she had suffered all the hardships in her life before last, so now it was time for her to enjoy? In principle, a golden core great cultivator couldn't achieve eternal proof. At most, they could lay plans for their next life with success entirely up to heaven. And she? That's right. She already died once in her previous life, so she certainly didn't achieve eternal proof. But that doesn't mean she used up all her contingencies, just like now. You felt a helpless sense of being manipulated, lamenting the unfairness of the system. Those who came before dug the pits, and those who came after had no choice but to step in them. What are you standing there for? Pay up. Lon Lan's shout rang out. You pulled out some silver and tossed it to the vendor ahead. Her shopping spree lasted a full 2 hours, ending only in the evening. That night you stayed at an inn, and again it was you who paid. You really didn't want to wait on a reincarnated great cultivator. How could you bow and scrape before the mighty, sacrificing your own happiness? You tossed her a pouch of silver and 200 spirit stones, telling her to think it over first and that you'd return next month. She disagreed and insisted on going home with you. Using your divine ability, you transported her and the ox back to the Yi residence in a few trips. Once at the Yi residence, she became even more audacious, looking around as if she were the lady of the house. Yi Tai approached you and asked if you had found a Dao companion. You didn't hide it from him and told him about her identity as a reincarnated golden core great cultivator. Yi Tai understood. He instructed the servants to attend to her and asked Zhou Qingqing to teach her some manners, hoping to forge a good connection while minimizing trouble. You had to admit Yi Tai was a highly competent patriarch, handling matters thoroughly in every aspect. Had it not been for his inferior spiritual root, you would have been inclined to help him establish his foundation. In the 101st year, with Zhou Qingqing's guidance, she gradually curbed her temper and began to resemble a young lady from a prestigious family. She came to you and said she had recalled some things from her past life. In that life, she had died prematurely because the person who borrowed the Dao failed to repay the karmic debt. You asked if she wanted you to take revenge. Given your current strength, you could try as long as the opponent wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. She said no, that she could settle the debts of her past life herself. You stared at her and asked on what basis. She didn't even have a body tempering cultivation level. She was just an ordinary person with a spiritual root. Anyone capable of borrowing the Dao had to be at least at the foundation establishment stage, right? How was she going to handle it? She smiled mysteriously, jumped onto your back, and pointed in a direction. Giddy up, 3,700 li ahead. You were speechless. Weren't you supposed to be a proper young lady? Dropping the act already. Full of questions, you took a single step and covered exactly 3,700 li. She jumped off your back, skipped over to a grave, pulled a firecracker from her bosom, stuck it into the grave mound, and lit it. Boom. Debt settled. You. No wonder the karmic debt hadn't been repaid. The debtor was dead. And even in death, she wouldn't let him be, even blowing up his grave. How despicable. You regret having cultivated the art of shrinking earth into a single step. This woman is utterly insufferable. She glances at you and bursts into laughter, clutching her belly. All right. You're still alive after all. I'd never treat you like that. Haha. For a fleeting moment, you feel no desire to respond to her at all. She quietly clambers onto your back and kicks playfully. Giddy up. Let's go home. You roll your eyes and carry her back to the Yi family estate. 102 years later, she falls gravely ill, feverish for over half a month, and claims to remember many things. She confesses she is terrified of becoming someone else entirely. You offer your shoulder for her to lean on. She breaks down in tears, whispering that if she doesn't stop being reckless now, it will be too late. Then, you regret it and nearly cast her out of the household. Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing spend an entire day pleading with you. 103 years later, she dies. Not in the mortal sense, but in another. She ceases all playfulness, her face turning cold and distant, chilling to behold. You ask whether she has reached clarity. She counters with a question. Have you ever heard the legends of Wanbao Temple? You admit you haven't, but instinctively suspect it cannot be a place of virtue. She explains it is a place where anything may be exchanged, so long as one pays the price. Even the exalted status of an infant immortal may be granted given sufficient cost. You ask what she seeks there. My golden core lies within, she replies. You can't possibly expect me to help you retrieve it. No. You blurt out, certain this is no fair exchange for what you would gain pales beside what she would reclaim. To recover her golden core, you must journey to the unknown Wanbao Temple and pay a price beyond imagining. She watches your expression and adds softly, I'll compensate you afterward. Compensate me, Howie. She tilts her head toward the sky and utters 4 words, a Sarira bead. You understand instantly. Yin had been waiting precisely for this recompense. You ask, how do we locate Wanbao Temple? She answers, we must gather 7 individuals born under Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day, then lead them along a sunlit path worshipping deities en route to invite auspicious fortune. Isn't this the Denshin Temple, you ask? She shakes her head, no, it is Wanbao Temple. You do not argue, only inquire, what price must be paid to retrieve your golden core? She gazes at you intently. 300 years of your lifespan, and one promise from me. 300 years. The weight of that demand settles upon you like stone. Even knowing this is but a simulation. Your heart aches at the sacrifice. Your natural lifespan is 500 years. You are already over 100. Subtract 300, and you would be little better than an ordinary mortal. Yet this price is unavoidable. If you refuse, far graver consequences await. After a moment's hesitation, you agree. 108 years later, you leverage the Yi family's influence to assemble the 7 required individuals, and accompanied by Lan set forth upon the familiar path. Yes, the familiar path bathed in sunlight, it aligns perfectly with the road leading to Denshin Temple. Only this time the journey stretches farther. Nearly half a month past the statue of the Golden Crow before the legendary Wanbao Temple finally appears. You push open the temple gate. A female Taoist nun greets you, learns your purpose, and names the price: 300 years of your lifespan, and one promise from her. You receive your golden core, sever the karmic ties, and ascend, achieving foundation establishment late stage. She hands you a Sarira bead, it vanishes from your palm moments after contact. Free of debt, light as air. Hunched and frail, you laugh aloud. Unrestrained, unburdened. With barely 70 years remaining, you resolve to live solely for yourself, to savor life fully and die peacefully in old age. This is your deepest obsession. Through countless simulations, you have never met a peaceful end. Your sole unyielding wish is to expire naturally, serenely at life's appointed hour. 109 years later, you return to the Yi family estate atop a yellow ox, no longer pursuing cultivation, no longer chasing arcane arts. Under Yi Tai's and Zhou Qingqing's arrangements, you marry and begin building the Yi lineage. 110 years later, your child is born, a pair of twins, a daughter and a son. Overjoyed, Yi Tai bestows their names Yi Ping and Yian, meaning peace and tranquility, praying they live lives free of turmoil and blessed with smooth fortune. You gaze upon your newborns, then sweep your hand grandly, bestowing spirit stones as gifts and hosting a lavish birth celebration for both. The banquet is joyous. For the first time, you taste true familial bliss, exhilarated yet profoundly at ease. When the feast ends and guests depart, an inexplicable unease stirs, an odd sense of indebtedness toward the old yellow ox. You refill its trough with fresh hay, but it snorts disapprovingly, lets out a few low moos, and falls silent. 113 years later, the twins turn 3, the age for testing spiritual roots. Yi Ping possesses a low-tier spiritual root, Yian has none. Their blood flows from this body's original lineage, bound by innate limitations. This outcome falls squarely within your and Yi Tai's expectations. Just as their names imply, you seek only peace and safety for them. Meanwhile, the old yellow ox remains in the courtyard, gazing up at you with its humble, quiet eyes, and you resolve to restore its human form. You search widely for answers, eventually learning from an aged eunuch at court of a place called Huanren Valley in the state of Qin. Their Qin law is unforgiving. Those who err must atone. Wealth buys freedom, poverty sends them to Huanren Valley, where sinners are transformed into beasts to serve penance. The yellow ox is among the most common transformations. If they can transmute humans into cattle, surely reversing the process should not be impossible. You lead the ox into Huanren Valley. A valley cultivator examines it and shakes his head repeatedly. This isn't one of ours. Our elixirs won't work. We won't know until we try, you reply, and purchase a pill anyway. You feed it to the ox. Predictably, nothing happens. Failing this path, you return home with the ox. You still possess the technique of Yangshan soul parasitism. You decide to inhabit the ox, not to obliterate its consciousness, but to strengthen its soul, so it may seize rebirth through possession. Even if the attempt fails, its essence remains unharmed. Possession requires a suitable vessel. You ask whether it has preferences. The ox lows several times, then lowers its head to trace characters in the dirt, male body. You nod, descend into the demon-sealing prison, extract a rogue cultivator, and perform soul parasitism to enable the ox's possession. Leveraging your formidable soul strength, you erase the rogue's consciousness beforehand. The possession succeeds. Regaining human form, he bows deeply. I owe you boundless gratitude. You wave dismissively. No thanks needed. Perhaps it is I who owed you something. Now the debt is settled. He scratches his head, puzzled. What could you possibly owe me? Perhaps from a previous life. I'm not certain. You reply with a faint, enigmatic smile, and send him on his way. That lingering sense of debt vanishes completely. 130 years later, the twins have grown into adults, and you, diminished by 3 centuries of lifespan, appear as a wizened elder trembling on death's threshold. You petition the imperial court and obtain several Niang pills restoring youthful features, but the pills cannot reverse the truth. You are in essence an old man. You care little for appearance, yet your infant grandson adores clinging to you, so you build him a swing, craft a whirligig, and delight in his laughter. 150 years later, Yi Tai passes away, and Zhou Qingqing follows soon after. Though puppeteers may live exceptionally long, Zhou Qingqing, weary of existence, chooses to join him in death. Yi Ping reaches the peak of Qi refinement 3rd layer, and stalls, unable to advance further. She spends her days consumed by frustration. You empathize deeply, but are powerless to aid her. All you can offer is care. You dote on her daughter, your granddaughter, who likewise clings to you, demanding toys and treats, which you gladly provide. 180 years later, you sense your end approaching. Your vision blurs, edges dissolving. You reflect upon a life entangled in endless karma, and swear if reborn you will sever every thread of causality once and for all. You grow weary, close your eyes, and slip into slumber. You die. Simulation concluded. Simulation ended. Simulation duration 180 years. Evaluation: the first half of life was spent repaying karmic debts. The latter half was spent letting go of all for an obsession, finally understanding life. The summary spoke of karmic entanglement and unceasing obsessions. The memories of 180 years flooded Yi Yang's mind. Scenes flashed by, leaving his expression slightly dazed. Dying of old age was my obsession. How pathetic. Yi Yang stared at the final evaluation, muttering silently. Yet understandable, the borrowed Dao was too heavy, leading to nihilism. At least my later years were decent. In those final decades, he saw his parents to their final rest, enjoyed familial bliss, and had his children and grandchildren around him, an experience he had never known before. A glimmer of tears shone in his eyes, filled with contentment. He ceased his inner turmoil and summoned the system for settlement. Detected inheritable content for the host. You may retain 2 of the following. First, peak cultivation at death, late foundation establishment, supreme grade fire spirit root. Second, items carried at the time of death, high grade artifacts, 7-star, sword, demon subduing, battle armor, black robe, command seal, jade. 3 storage pouches, 95170 spirit stones. Third, talent trait sublimation. Fourth, divine abilities, dragon elephant perfected, yang spirit perfected, and ground shrinking perfected. Yi Yang scanned the 4 options without blinking, weighing the pros and cons. The final cultivation was late foundation establishment, saving over 200 years of arduous training, a worthy choice. Moreover, he was already at foundation establishment. With the spatial divine ability, one thought shakes heaven and earth. He could break through within a barrier, causing minimal disturbance, likely contained within a limited range. The carried items of few high-grade artifacts were decent, and the spirit stones were sufficient, pending. The talent sublimation was undeniably powerful, but it was a one-time use, pending. The remaining 3 divine abilities. Cultivating only divine abilities without borrowing the Dao. Shouldn't the karma be minimal? Yi Yang was uncertain, and the karmic implications behind each of the 3 abilities differed, requiring analysis. Dragon Elephant was created by a general of a former dynasty. Its karma was not heavy and was acceptable. Yang Spirit was an evolution of Yi Yan's Yin Spirit, fundamentally different. Whether this still counted as karma was unknown. Besides, Yi Yin was still a body-tempering cultivator. Even if repayment was needed, it wasn't urgent. Ground shrinking originated from the walking bodhisattva, a golden core powerhouse, whose current state was unknown. Yi Yang had 3 guesses. 1, after leaving the divine ability, she reincarnated. 2, she had yet to create the ability. 3, after leaving the ability, she was still alive. If it was the first, given her nature, he would likely still have to repay the debt. If the second, cultivating the ability before her, would incur no karma at all. The most feared scenario was the third, she was still alive. Yi Yang dreaded that the moment he inherited the divine ability, a bodhisattva would appear behind him. Being targeted by a golden core powerhouse was terrifying to contemplate. Pass up 3 divine abilities. Yi Yang's heart ached. He wanted to choose options 1 and 4, but feared karma would entwine and kill him on the spot. Damn it. Next simulation, I must sever all karma. Yi Yang cursed in frustration. After venting, he calmed down, too lazy to dwell on it. When in doubt, leave it for next time. He rose from the bed and spread out rice, paper to plan for the next simulation. Choosing options 1 and 4, the karma behind Yang Spirit and ground shrinking was unclear. He had to play it safe. If he could survive the walking bodhisattva, he needed to find a way to sever karma. Yi Yang knew several methods. First, enlist an infant immortal to obscure the heavens and shield karma. He could ask Yi Yan for help. Second, advance to golden core using his status to forcibly erase his own karmic threads. Third, find a treasure capable of severing karma. No leads on that for now. Fourth, cultivate a divine ability that erases karma. He recalled 1 divine fire, 3 transformations created by White Lotus, Immortal Venerable. After reviewing the methods, Yi Yang shook his head. None were easy. But not impossible. If Yi Yan's price was reasonable, Yi Yang planned to have him shield his karma while secretly seeking divine fire to cultivate divine fire, 3 transformations. He remembered 2 safely obtainable divine fires: the feather spider divine fire from the inheritance ground and the undying divine fire from the heavenly sect. Finding another likely wouldn't be hard. Divine fires weren't rare in the cultivation world. There was still a chance. If that failed, he would try to advance to golden core. He had ideas for that too. After so many simulations, the opportunities for forming a core were few, but not absent. First, the 5 elements great pill, which could advance him upon consumption. Second, the golden core from the golden core secret realm. Third, obtainable from the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Yiyang looked at his plan and nodded to himself. Once his goal was achieved, he would no longer have to run around repaying debts. System simulate. Without further hesitation, Yiyang poured out a pile of spirit stones. Exchanged. Remaining simulations 1. Please choose one talent from the following. Ultimate Sublimation Purple One-Time Talent. You gain the ability to draw power from your puppets, spirit beasts, goo insects, and avatars. No upper limit, but exceeding your own limit will cause you to dissipate. Blood Lock Purple One-Time Talent. You gain one chance to lock your vitality. Whether your physical body collapses or your soul disperses, you can survive for 3 more minutes. Muscle Memory Blue. After practicing any movement 3 times, your body automatically remembers it, allowing reproduction without conscious thought. Information Filtering Green. You can actively ignore distracting thoughts in your mind, doubling your focus and reducing distraction. Serpentine Evasion White. Your body becomes softer and more flexible when dodging, but your sense of direction briefly becomes chaotic, making you prone to hitting walls. Directional Correction White. You won't get lost in familiar areas and can clearly distinguish directions in unfamiliar environments. Enhanced sense of orientation. Sweat Like Rain Black. You sweat extremely quickly, soaking your clothes easily with increased body odor that tends to repel others. 2 purple traits appearing at once isn't common. Yiyang scanned the talent traits, quite satisfied, especially with Ultimate Sublimation. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. No upper limit meant it could potentially reach the status of a Dao Ancestor when stacked. Considering Yang's spirit's soul parasitic ability, Yiyang felt his previous plans were still conservative. He could fully release soul avatars to possess others everywhere, turning everyone below golden core into his incarnations. Wouldn't that be too despicable? Yiyang inexplicably shuddered, feeling that with each simulation his humanity was fading bit by bit. At first he would save unrelated fellow travelers. Now his mind was full of possession. But wasn't this exactly how the simulator worked? If he didn't act in simulations, he would be constrained in reality, dying inexplicably due to unknown karmic threads. Are the people in simulations real? They're just data extrapolated once. Yiyang comforted himself, unwilling to be swayed by his saintly conscience. The moment he made up his mind, cold water was poured over his head. The plan seemed fine at first glance, but on closer inspection, it was riddled with flaws. He had to face a real problem: how to deceive golden core cultivators. If I replace someone, their karma includes me. This can't fool a golden core. Yiyang murmured in confusion. A broad road vanished. The plan died before it even began. What about convincing Yi Yan to obscure the heavens? Maybe that's an opportunity. Yi Yang's lips curled. His cheap little brother was a jack of all trades. He might as well leech off him. As for the cost, who cares? He could always find him another relic. I choose Ultimate Transcendence. Yiyang declared his choice. All right, the talents Little Luck White, Gluttony Green, Exceptional Insight Blue, and Ultimate Transcendence Purple have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation count 0. Day 1. You selected Cultivation Base and Divine Abilities according to your plan. Inheriting the Cultivation Base was not far from what you expected. The disturbance was contained within the barrier and did not alert the distant Foundation Establishment Elder. But after inheriting the Divine Abilities, an accident occurred. You were locked onto by an unknown aura. You saw a woman across the vast sky, clad in white robes and skirt, holding a jade vase in her hand, barefoot, shattering space as she walked. The Bodhisattva Walker is still alive. This was the worst outcome you had guessed. You didn't know how she would demand repayment of karma, or if she would kill you outright because of this twisted cause and effect. You hid within the barrier, not daring to make a sound. She stopped before the barrier, her expression cold, and tapped it with her jade hand. Come out, I have questions for you. Knowing the barrier could not stop a golden core cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space, you reluctantly stepped out. She stared at you for a long time, frowning. I just wrote down the divine ability, and you've already mastered it. Who exactly are you? You shook your head. I don't know either. Maybe I'm a celestial demon from beyond. Facing a bodhisattva, you dared not lie. Her expression was complex as she scrutinized you in silence for a long time. At that moment, the door to your courtyard opened and Yi Tai, Yi Yin, and others entered. Upon hearing the commotion, the Bodhisattva Walker saw Yi Yin and fell silent. She looked at you with less hostility and said, relieved, the methods of a reincarnated infant immortal are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps he is helping you. You nodded eagerly like a chick pecking rice, more than willing to blame everything on Yi Yin. She sighed and tossed you a jade pendant. Though this is an infant immortal scheme, since you've cultivated my divine ability, you must repay the debt. In your next life, I will seek you through this pendant. You asked, what do you want me to do? Help me retrieve my golden core. I only cultivated the divine ability, not borrowed the Dao. This trade is unequal. There are many unequal trades in the world. You can either accept the deal or it'll kill you. Her tyranny left no room for refusal and you agreed under duress. After seeing off that troublesome deity, you tossed the pendant aside with no intention of repaying the debt, only wanting to send Yi Yin to ascend to immortality and sever that nauseating karma. First month, you stayed in your room consolidating your cultivation base waiting for Pockmarked to arrive. Second month, Pockmarked arrived as promised. You killed him and led the team to the Ascension Temple. Seventh month, Yi Yin ascended to immortality and asked what you desired. To verify your conjecture you asked, I've cultivated a soul, Dao divine ability called Yang Shun. Did you sense it? His expression was complex as he shook his head. This was good news. It meant you owed him no karma and the divine ability Yang Shun had landed safely. While relieved, you didn't forget your plan and said, shield me from heavenly secrets and block all unnecessary karma. I can do that. What price? Help me become a Dao Ancestor. His expression was calm, as if commenting on the pleasant weather today. Each demand was more outrageous than the last. He looked at you composed. I saw you in the future. Very interesting. You sneered, this isn't an equal trade. His smile remained. I can be your guardian. When the gate appears that year, they will no longer pay attention to the outside world. It's your chance. A chance. More like a death sentence. You snorted and made a demand. Give me 3 divine fires as compensation. Choose another request. 1 divine fire. That's my bottom line. None. Choose something else. Fine. When you become a Dao Ancestor, I have questions for you, and you must answer. Agreed. The deal was struck and you left the Ascension Temple heading straight for the Nether Realm. According to the plan, the next target was 3 divine fires. The Feather Spider divine fire lay in White Lotus, Immortal Venerable's inheritance site. Relying on memory, you took a step and arrived at the volcano's mouth, leaping down into the inheritance site. The inheritance site looked the same as last time. Lotus blossoms in full bloom, most taken by Lu Yue, leaving only a half-open lotus flower. You entered the half-open lotus and smoothly obtained the Feather Spider divine fire, mastering the first layer of 3 transformations of divine fire, which tempered the physical body. You didn't rush to leave the Nether Realm. The opportunity to obtain the undying divine fire came in the 17th year, so you prepared to seek the 3rd divine fire beforehand. You had 2 ideas. First, establish a force to have subordinates help search. Second, earn spirit stones and go to the 10,000 Treasures Temple. Building a force and earning spirit stones weren't mutually exclusive. You could do both. And the simplest way to build a force was to take over someone else's. You found old Mo in the market and left a soul fragment on his subordinate. Within a day, his subordinate became your external incarnation. Old Mo sensed it, but it was too late. The soul-severing incense had already been lit, his soul power rapidly waning, and you successfully possessed him. With your own foundation established, you began expanding outward, bringing the entire market under your control. You stopped possessing others and instead bound the rest with interests, founding your own sect, the One Heart Sect. You weren't afraid of the Nether Sect above the market either. Clouds and mist shrouded your head, deterring golden core cultivators from acting rashly. With the force, your information channels grew and countless rumors, true and false, came like snowflakes. First year, you verified them one by one at great cost, but suffered heavy losses. Most soul fragments were destroyed and your soul was damaged. You decided to stop rushing and focus on earning spirit stones. Second year, you verified a few cliched rumors and then stopped paying attention. Relying on the market's convenience and old Mo's accumulated prestige, you earned 3 million spirit stones in a year. After deducting the shares to distribute, you still had over 1 million left. You had looked into divine fire prices. Ordinary ones cost about 10 million spirit stones. Even the top 10 on the divine fire list, only 30 to 50 million. At your current earning rate, you could secure an ordinary divine fire within 10 years. Fifth year, you focused on running the market, business grew, and your subordinates increased. Initially, the entire sect had only you as a foundation establishment cultivator and old Mo as an external incarnation, but seeing sufficient profits, 3 more foundation establishment cultivators gradually joined. The One Heart Sect had no golden core cultivator, so you directly gave them the title of elder, tasking them with external expansion. In half a year, your territory doubled, but with more people, profits actually decreased. You didn't mind this. Your goal was to earn 10 million within 10 years, and there was still time. In the 10th year, you had gathered enough spirit stones, counting precisely 12 million. It was time to visit the 10,000 Treasures Temple. You entrusted the sect's affairs to several elders and brought along 7 cultivators born under the Een year, Een month, and Een day, whom you had found earlier, to the 10,000 Treasures Temple. In the 11th year, you arrived before a golden rooster statue, offered 3 incense sticks, and the grand gate leading to the 10,000 Treasures Temple swung open. A female Taoist stepped out to greet you. Her face was as white as jade, her features as if carved with a vermilion mole between her brows, exuding an ethereal and immortal aura. Unable to discern her cultivation level, you dared not be careless and respectfully stated your purpose. The Taoist led you inside and introduced, this temple possesses 13 types of divine flames. The most precious is the Golden Crow Divine Flame, ranked 3rd on the Divine Flame list. The cheapest is the Earth Flame Divine Fire, ranked 100th. There is also the Azure Edge Divine Flame, ranked 17th, and the Dragon Might Divine Flame, ranked 19th. She recited the rankings, values, and uses of each divine flame as if counting her own treasures. You asked for the prices. The Golden Crow Divine Flame costs 55 million spirit stones. The Earth Flame Divine Fire is 11 million. All divine flames carried a premium. Considering the spirit stones at hand and the needs of your divine ability, you purchased the cheapest one, the Earth Flame Divine Fire. With it, you successfully cultivated the second layer of the 3 transformations of Divine Flame, burning the soul. Having achieved your goal, you left the 10,000 Treasures Temple and returned to the Nether Realm to continue managing the market. In the 17th year, you had accumulated another considerable sum of spirit stones. You left the Nether Realm and headed for the Heavenly Sect. The Peak Master of the Heavenly Sect's Danyang Peak was destined to die within a few months. Unable to recall the exact date, you joined the Heavenly Sect in advance to wait. As before, the Heavenly Sect assigned you as a steward in the inner sect, responsible for instructing inner disciples in their cultivation. Such tasks were familiar and easy, and you quickly became proficient. After finishing your duties, you pretended to buy pills to visit Danyang Peak. However, you were informed that the Peak Master was in seclusion attempting to form a golden core, and outsiders were not permitted to visit. This obstacle couldn't stop you. The guarding disciples were merely chi refining cultivators. They couldn't detect your soul leaving your body. Your young spirit entered Danyang Peak smoothly. In a secret chamber, you saw the Peak Master. Dark clouds hung over his head, surrounded by deathly aura. His time was short. He had broken through using heavenly treasures, a perilous path. His fate wasn't strong enough and his luck was insufficient. He suffered a backlash. The backlash affected not only his flesh, but also his soul. His soul was now incredibly weak. You split off a fraction of your soul, silently parasitizing his body, subtly eroding his consciousness. After all, he was at the great perfection of Foundation establishment. You didn't want to waste it. Nearly a month passed, and he died completely. You seized his physical body and claimed the final divine flame. The 3rd layer of the 3 transformations of divine flame was cultivated. As the divine ability reached perfection, your vision began to ascend. You saw your own threads of karma. Yi Yan's concealment of the heavenly secrets did not block your own observation. You saw everyone entangled with you: Yi Tai, Zhou Qingqing, the walking bodhisattva, the white lotus, immortal venerable Yi Yan. You summoned the divine flame and ignited the karmic threads of the walking bodhisattva and the white lotus, immortal venerable. As the divine flame burned, their phantom images grew fainter and fainter, vanishing completely as the karmic threads melted away. Truly worthy of a divine ability created by an infant immortal. Impressive, you praised loudly. With this divine ability, you no longer needed to worry about unexpected karma. As for borrowing the Tao, you dismissed the thought, since she wouldn't agree. The best solution was to cultivate it forcefully. Considering the time when that door would appear, you decided to leave the task of cultivation to your future self in the next simulation. Based on experience, the final cultivation level of this simulation would inevitably be some strange, flawed realm marked with a defect, an experience card lasting mere seconds or minutes. Cultivating would be a waste of time. You revised your plan and used the remaining time to record opportunities for advancing to the golden core. In your past life, with the status of an infant immortal, you had seen the methods for advancement at each level, and those for forming a golden core were the most numerous. The simplest method was to form a golden core using heavenly treasures. Swallowing one could grant the possibility. Above that were various pills, including the 5 elements grand pill, the heaven evolving pill, the circadian pill, the golden transformation pill, the Tao fruit pill, and others. At least 7 types of pills could assist in the advancement. Beyond that was the method of devouring another's golden core. Swallowing someone else's core offered a chance to advance, though the original owner of the core would likely resurrect within your body. Additionally, there was the method of forming a contract with the Dao Ancestor of one's own law path to form a golden core, or obtaining the recognition of one's own Dao path's law to form a core. The difference between the two was that the former path had a Dao Ancestor above it, while the latter did not. Currently, the Space Dao had no Dao Ancestor. If you chose it, you could only opt for the latter. Among the remaining 4 methods, you preferred obtaining the recognition of your own Dao path's law to form the golden core. This method was the most difficult, but after forming the core your law would be further enhanced, making your strength the greatest. If you couldn't find a way to gain the law's recognition, you could barely accept the other three methods. The difference was minimal, and the law could be compensated for later through the tribulation transcendence. The 10,000 Treasures Temple might have information, but I wonder about the price. The 10,000 Treasures Temple was the first place that came to mind. The 10,000 Treasures Temple claimed to sell everything. There would likely be a method to gain the law's recognition. Even if it wasn't for the space Dao methods from other Daos could serve as a reference. But the price. A single golden core could cost 300 years of lifespan and a promise. A question like this would probably be exorbitantly expensive. You decided to leave the heavenly sect and return to the One Heart sect to accumulate spirit stones. In the 18th year you returned to the nether realm. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had developed treacherous intentions. They conspired with your external incarnation Old Mo to eliminate you and make him the new sect master. Learning of this in advance, you arranged a Hongmin banquet admonishing each of them in turn and reclaimed full authority. To punish them, you ordered each to find a method for forming a golden core within 30 years. This included, but was not limited to, information on Heavenly Treasures pill formulas, golden core inheritances, or methods to gain the law's recognition. The 3 were forced to accept the punishment and left the One Heart sect. In the 30th year, the 3rd elder returned bringing a pill formula. He claimed it was the formula for the 5 elements grand pill. You looked at it and didn't believe him. In your memory, the cauldron from that time contained at least 70 types of pills. This formula at most had only 31 ingredients. It was missing more than half. The 3rd elder wept, feeling greatly wronged, and offered to let you search his soul as a sign of sincerity. You examined his memories and found an old man with a green beard. You recognized him. He had swindled you before. You recalled that Luo Chuan's 5 elements grand pill had also come from him. You reviewed the memories several times and confirmed the accuracy of the pill formula. As for the discrepancy in the required spiritual herbs, you reasoned that the extra ingredients might be for a longevity pill. That would explain it. You carefully memorized the pill formula, reinstated the 3rd elder to his original post, and ordered him to continue overseeing the sect's expansion. In the 35th year, the Grand Elder returned with good news. He had discovered a golden core secret realm. When asked why he didn't enter it himself, instead of bringing the news back, you recalled having visited a golden core secret realm before. It resembled an ordinary cave dwelling, showing no apparent danger. If there was any risk, it lay in the karmic consequences, not in entering. So why did he dare not go in? His face pale, still shaken, he said, "Sect leader, I couldn't get in. A great demon guards the entrance." A great demon was a beast comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator, thick-skinned and far more formidable than ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners. A great demon guarding the entrance of a golden core secret realm. You recalled the consequences of taking the golden core last time and accepted this reality. After all, not every golden core cultivator had a nascent soul father backing them. After a moment's hesitation, you arranged for the Peak Master of Danyang Peak to accompany him. The Peak Master of Danyang Peak was now your avatar, its strength already restored to the great perfection of Foundation establishment. Combined with the Grand Elder's mid-Foundation establishment cultivation, dealing with a great demon was more than sufficient. The Grand Elder accepted the order and led the way. The Golden Core secret realm was not located in the Nether Realm, but in the far western region of Great Sheen. Your avatar followed him, traveling for months by flying sword before finally finding it. You sensed the aura of the Golden Core secret realm to confirm it was correct, then turned your gaze to the great demon at the entrance. The demon stood 8 feet tall, pitch black, all over, somewhat resembling a bear, but with slight differences. It had 3 long tails growing from its back, much like a 3-tailed white fox. You had seen this great demon in ancient texts, the 3-life bear. Each tail represented one of its lives. Losing one tail made it 3 times stronger, making it extremely troublesome to deal with. After scrutinizing it for a moment, you instructed the Grand Elder to set up camp and rest on the spot, as you had another plan. Although the 3-tailed bear was powerful and thick-skinned, its soul had not even touched the threshold of the Een spirit. It was entirely possible to possess it. However, the avatar you had sent was insufficient for possession. You needed to find wandering souls nearby to devour, strengthen your primordial spirit, and then split your soul again. Every day thereafter, you searched the vicinity for old graves and wandering spirits devouring their souls. Soon your second split soul was born, and you used it to parasitize the 3-tailed bear. Over 3 days from initial parasitism to complete possession, you gradually reshaped its soul into your own form. Through soul searching, you saw the 3-tailed bear's past. It had originally been an ordinary black bear that obtained a sliver of fortune and transformed into a demon beast. Later, it listened to scriptures at a Daoist temple, gradually gaining intelligence, forming a karmic bond with the temple's master. Now guarding the secret realm was its way of repaying the karmic debt from that Taoist lifetime. The Taoist golden core lay within this secret realm. You sent the Grand Elder back to the sect and entered the realm with the three-tailed bear. The secret realm was not large, not a cave dwelling, but a Taoist temple named Green Mountain Temple. The temple was empty, yet incense burned and vitality lingered. Stepping into the temple, you extended your divine sense and discovered many valuable items. The temple walls were covered with talismans, not the ordinary kind used by mortals to ward off evil, but genuine talismans. There were second-grade heavens, secret talismans, third-grade doom talismans, third-grade enlightenment talismans. You reached out and peeled one off to examine it, finding layers of restrictions upon it. You forcibly erased the restrictions, and an ethereal human figure appeared, the Taoist himself. He clasped his hands in a humble gesture. Taoist friend, since you have entered the temple, it means fate has brought us together. I am willing to gift you a talisman inheritance. Please show mercy. So you can't stop me and come begging for mercy, you said with a knowing chuckle. Senior, do not jest. How can a mere talisman inheritance compare to a golden core? His expression unchanged, he stomped his foot, lifting a blue brick from the floor and retrieved a scroll from beneath it, handing it to you. Taoist friend, take a look first before you speak. In my lifetime, I had considerable expertise in talismans. Even fifth-grade heaven-piercing talismans were within my understanding. You took the scroll, glanced at it, and shook your head. Too difficult. I can't learn. The Taoist sighed. Since that is the case, I shall not force it. I am willing to exchange all the talismans and treasures in this temple for your mercy. What do you have? You asked with interest. Rather than searching high and low yourself, it was better to let the Taoist deliver them. Seeing your interest, he peeled off all the talismans from the temple walls and brought a chest from the backyard, placing it before you. When the chest opened, it was filled to the brim with miraculous elixirs. Without examining them closely, you stowed them into your storage pouch. He smiled. Thank you for your mercy, Taoist friend. You gave a faint smile. Don't thank me yet. I still have a question. Is your golden core a dead core or a living core? A dead core was a golden core that had just been formed without giving birth to a Tao embryo, pure and free of any imprint from its original owner. Consuming it would not subject one to the owner's influence. A living core, on the other hand, had birthed a Tao embryo and bore the original owner's imprint. Consuming it might allow the owner to resurrect within your body. The Taoist waved his hand, conjuring a golden core. A living core, he said with a smile. A living core that has endured 3 lightning tribulations. That figures. If not for a great heavenly tribulation, someone like you wouldn't choose reincarnation. You shook your head and turned to leave. Swallowing a golden core was merely a backup plan. Your goal was simply to confirm the existence of a golden core in the secret realm. There was no need to provoke a deceased golden core cultivator over a living core. The Taoist stared at your back for a moment, then called out, wait. You stopped and turned around. He tossed the talisman inheritance to you. Taoist friend, fate has brought us together. Take this talisman inheritance. You want me to owe you a karmic debt, you snorted. He nodded. A small one. Please seal this secret realm shut after you leave. Agreed. You accepted the request and turned to leave. This trip had not been in vain. You had noted the location of a golden core, acquired many useful talismans, and obtained this inheritance. In a previous simulation, you had sworn to learn it in your next life. Was it time to fulfill that promise? After a long hesitation, you couldn't resist and opened a corner of the talisman inheritance. In the 38th year, you finally drew the first successful second-grade talisman of your life. With that first success, relying on the experience brought by your exceptional comprehension, you began to expand into different types of talismans. In the 40th year, you mastered the drawing of 3 types of second-grade talismans. The Enlightenment Talisman, upon use, it immediately induces a state of flow, elevating one's comprehension to a higher level. The Inspiration Talisman, upon use, it gathers scattered thoughts and provides a clear burst of inspiration. The Cleansing Talisman, upon use, it restores closed rooms or even alchemy furnaces to a pristine like new condition. These 3 talismans were the most common and best-selling second-grade talismans. The business of One Heart Sect expanded, and your monthly income saw a slight increase. Though modest, it marked a promising beginning. The 4th to 5th year, you have mastered the drawing of 7 types of second-grade talismans. Apart from the previous 3, you have gained 3 more common talismans: the Thunderburst Talisman for killing enemies, the 10-Mile Talisman for escape, and the Perception Talisman for treasure hunting. You have also crafted an unusual talisman, the Oath of Poison Talisman, a second-grade talisman that can temporarily substitute for a contract talisman. The Oath of Poison Talisman only remains effective for 3 to 7 months, after which the oath dissolves. It may seem of little use, but for those who venture together in search of treasures, it is a dream come true. In recent years, the One Heart Sect has expanded, swallowing up several neighboring markets and becoming a colossus in the Nether Realm. Your income grew alongside your strength, and in just 1 year, you earned 3 million spirit stones. The 48th year. The second elder returned, barely making it within the final deadline. He brought news regarding the recognition of a law. He told you that over the past 30 years he had joined a demon sect and witnessed a steward gain recognition from the blood law. You were thrilled and asked him how it was achieved. He said, that steward slaughtered his entire family, used their blood to create a sea of blood, and then plunged into it to cleanse himself, earning the recognition of the blood law. You. Unexpected, yet reasonable. After all, demonic thoughts are beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. You forgave the second elder and let him manage the market in peace. You resolved to continue delving into the talisman Dao. Among the second-grade talismans, the one you desired most was the substitute death talisman, but you had yet to find a clue. With time on your hands, you wanted to focus on learning. The 55th year. You finally drew the substitute death talisman, weeping with joy. 7 years, 7 whole years to master it. It was incredibly difficult, yet the benefits were immediate. With the substitute death talisman, your business flourished, and even the Nether sect sent envoys to seek cooperation. You refused. You planned to run it yourself, knowing that an exclusive monopoly on the substitute death talisman would yield the greatest profit. The Nether sect, angered, resorted to underhanded tricks. You summoned Yen, and then you became the current sect master of the Nether sect. After inspecting the Nether sect's treasury, you couldn't help but marvel at the unfathomable heritage of a millennium-old power. It was the first time you saw hundreds of millions of spirit stones piled together, a sight so dazzling it nearly blinded you. You had originally planned to save up for a visit to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, but now that was entirely unnecessary. You ordered your subordinates to find those born in the Een year, Een month, and Een day. It was time to set out. The 56th year. You gathered the required people and headed to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The same female Taoist received you, asking what you sought. Without hesitation, you said, I want to know the method to gain recognition from the space law. The female Taoist fell silent, then shook her head. There is no record. Doesn't the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion claim that anything can be bought as long as the price is paid? You questioned. The female Taoist studied you intently for a moment, then asked, do you truly wish to force this purchase? Would you pay any price? Not any price. At most a few hundred years of lifespan, 2 or 300 million spirit stones. Very well. She nodded and departed. After a short while, she returned, supporting an old blind man. The man was emaciated, skin and bones, with not a single tooth left in his mouth. Flickering candle in the wind was an understatement. You could not discern his cultivation level, but felt shrouded in mist. Not daring to be disrespectful, you bowed. The female Taoist helped him sit before you and asked, 300 years of lifespan plus 200 million spirit stones. Can you accept this price? I can. Deducting 300 years of lifespan would not affect your promise to Yi Yan. Good. She said no more and turned to the old man. The old man sat there, his pupilless eyes scanning over you, then began to snap his fingers. As his fingers moved, you felt your own life force rapidly draining away. Well, this old geezer uses others' lifespans for divination. What a ripoff, you grumbled inwardly. After about half an hour, the old man stopped his movements and mumbled, you have no affinity with the space law in this life, but you are fated with the demon law and the killing law. What does that mean? What did this have to do with your question? Was he just not telling you because there was no affinity, or had he simply failed to divine it? The female Taoist explained, apologies, we did not see it. Since you are fated with the demon law and the killing law, we can inform you of the conditions for their recognition. What? You nearly lost your temper. Did this mean you had spent 300 years of lifespan and gained nothing, only to settle for the demon law or killing law as a second choice? Although the demon law and killing law were not weak, they were classified as heretical and evil. Forming a golden core with these laws would mean counting down the days until your death. The various major sects and royal houses all had demon suppression guards under their command. Like hyenas, they would sniff you out, kill you, grind your bones to dust, and build their reputations on your demise. Seeing your dark expression, the female Taoist smiled and said, since you are dissatisfied with this transaction, our pavilion is willing to offer compensation. We can inform you of the recognition methods for other laws for your reference. Can you return my lifespan? You asked. She shook her head. After a moment's deliberation, you said, I want pay the spirit stones. Just tell me all the law recognition methods you know, and we'll call it even. Agreed. She produced a contract and handed it to you. The contract was a confidentiality agreement. After reviewing it and finding no issues, you bit your fingertip and pressed your fingerprint onto it. After putting away the contract, she slowly began, our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion knows the recognition methods for 127 laws. These include the earth, wind, fire, water, the 5 elements of heaven and earth, as well as evil demonic blood killing. You interrupted her, saying, I want to hear about the top ranked among the 3,000 great laws, excluding those like the demon law and evil law that everyone condemns. She shook her head. The 3,000 great laws have no inherent strength or weakness. Such rankings are merely the creations of later generations. Since you wish to hear them, I will recount a few. The earth law transform a land of death into a thriving realm. Such dead lands include battlefields shrouded in great malevolent chi, the depths of the nether realm eroded by calamities, and the barren wastelands of the far north. You must turn the land as far as your eyes can see into a paradise where life flourishes. The human law establish your own kingdom or a powerful sect. Conquer your subjects or disciples through kingly ways, bind their fortune to your own, and gain the power of sentient beings to receive the recognition of the human law. Alternatively, if you accumulate enough fortune, you might also achieve recognition. The chaos law eliminate the order of a nation or a powerful sect, plunging its people or members into chaos. Then sever the karmic ties of all involved, causing them to sink into a lawless realm and revert to a primal state. Doing so will grant you the recognition of the chaos law. The heart law control the hearts of the people in a nation or a powerful sect. Make your goals their goals so they genuinely believe your thoughts are right, trust you, and lower all mental defenses. When you roam freely above their consciousness and do as you please, you will gain the recognition of the heart law. You committed the recognition methods of these major laws to memory deep in thought. The methods for powerful laws were all beyond imagination. What then would the space law be? Based on the methods above, you have several conjectures. First, to carve out your own secret realm within this world, extending the principles of the universal Dao into it. Second, to establish your own mental realm akin to the Bronze Gate, drawing a multitude of people into it so they acknowledge its existence. Third, to leave this world and expand your territory, extending the principles of the universal Dao into new domains. Troublesome. Merely imagining it gives you a headache. How could any of these be achieved at the foundation establishment stage? And even if you tried, it might not be correct. The female Taoist glanced at you and said indifferently, the elder said you could walk the demonic path or the slaughter path, no need to waste time pursuing the elusive universal Tao. You haven't been outside for long, you don't understand. You couldn't be bothered to explain to her that demonic cultivators are hunted by all. Choosing that path is inviting death. That's all I have to say. She waved her hand and turned to leave. You stopped her. Wait, I have a question. How much do you sell those golden cores for? I need a dead core. The female Taoist looked back coldly. It varies from person to person. You can't afford the price now. Leave. Varies from person to person. You make extortion sound so high-sounding. You muttered, then led your people away. There were still 20 or 30 years until that gate opened. You had no time to verify your conjectures, and your strength was insufficient. Your foundation establishment was not yet perfected. You decided to continue studying the talisman path, at least to draw all second-grade talismans. The 60th year, your talisman path advanced further. You drew a teleportation talisman and a blazing fire talisman, which you created by integrating your divine abilities into the talisman path. They contained a trace of law principles, more like a superficial manifestation of your divine abilities placed in advance rather than mere talismans. You gradually gained new insights into second-grade talismans, able to draw inferences and create talismans that surpassed the originals. The 70th year, you had essentially mastered the basic second-grade talismans and had also experimented with many special ones, steadily improving. Your speed in drawing talismans increased significantly. A second-grade talisman used to take nearly half an hour, but now it took less than a quarter of an incense stick's time. Your understanding of the talisman path's inherited insights deepened, and drawing talismans became increasingly effortless. The 80th year, you had fully mastered second-grade talismans and dared to formally call yourself a second-grade talisman master. Having mastered second-grade talismans, you planned to use the remaining time to study third-grade talismans. Third-grade talismans were far more difficult. If first grade were like a line of strange characters, second grade were like stacked undulating chips, while third grade were even more three-dimensional, requiring not only stacking, but also forming a desired shape. You spent months copying a talisman, but gained nothing. Your exceptional comprehension and talent seemed to have failed, and you accumulated no experience at all. You didn't give up, still practicing daily and diligently recording the lessons from your failures. One day, while drawing talismans, you heard Yi Yan's voice. You can begin now. We're going to wait before the gate. No one will pay attention to you anymore. All right. You knew what to do. You left a vast number of soul avatars in the nether realm, controlling them to seize bodies. Then, using the technique of condensing the ground into inches, you left soul avatars in various countries, cities, and clans. You gave them only one command to seize bodies. You intended to turn everyone below the golden core stage into your avatars, thereby achieving that ultimate sublimation. In the first month, small states like Qi Wei and the Mountain Kingdom fell. Except for the Golden Core cultivators, everyone became your incarnations. In the second month, great states like Qin Chu and Jin fell one after another. The major sects resisted desperately, but without the intervention of nascent soul immortals, they were powerless, and the Golden Core cultivators had to go into seclusion to avoid the onslaught. In the third month, your separated souls left the continent, heading to the demon domain, the demonic domain, the overseas regions, and the surrounding islands, turning all the people there into your incarnations. 3 months. In just 3 months, your avatars were everywhere. You saw the gate Yi Yin had spoken of, the gate that could allow nascent soul immortals to achieve the Dao Ancestor realm. The gate opened and countless nascent soul immortals around went mad, tearing into each other to be the first to enter. Yi Yin was among them, also frenzied, unleashing the most primal violence on the nascent soul immortal before him. You gazed at that gate and walked toward it. The barrier before it stopped you. You halted before the gate, looked at the countless madmen before you, and closed your eyes. It was time to repay the karmic debt to Yi Yin. The vast fortune, terrifying power, and might of souls condensed from countless people across the entire continent gathered upon you. Your body swelled infinitely, your head touching the heavens, and your feet treading the earth like the mythical heaven-earth avatar. You didn't know what realm you had reached, but one thing was certain: the nascent soul immortals before you were all ants. You reached out, grabbed a nascent soul immortal, and squeezed gently. Most of his body shattered, and his soul merged into your colossal form. You looked at the crushed remains in your hand, ignited the divine flame in your dantian, which fused with the law of fire, and his body burned to ashes. You found a quick way to deal with these people, engulfing all the nascent soul immortals before you in an endless sea of fire. You picked up the delirious Yi Yin and kicked him through the gate. The gate closed. A few seconds later, it opened again. Yi Yin sat on a throne, looking up at you, nodding slightly. You looked down at him and asked, "Is it done?" "It's done." Hearing the answer, you breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Who am I?" "An outer realm demon." You shook your head. That wasn't the answer you wanted. You pressed on, "Who was I in my past life?" "The reincarnation Dao Ancestor." Those 4 words struck your ears like thunder. You roughly understood you were an outer realm demon, but this wasn't your first life. You had long since crossed over and become a Dao Ancestor. Perhaps your current self was merely a contingency plan for his resurrection. You didn't dwell on it. Your body and soul were rapidly collapsing, and you still had questions to ask. How did he die? Based on your understanding of Dao Ancestors, they were the pinnacle existences of this world. What kind of being could kill them? Yi Yin seemed to recall murmuring he died during Ascension. Ascension. The term was not unfamiliar. It appeared in various novels and tales, and you didn't find it strange. But in this world, wasn't a Dao Ancestor already an embodiment of laws? Why would he want to ascend? What was up there worth ascending for? You paused for 2 seconds, then asked, why did he want to ascend? Yi Yin shook his head. I don't know. Why did ascension cause death? The descendants of sin shall not ascend. Sin? Blood. You could no longer make a sound, and your heaven-touching, earth-treading form returned to the world. Simulation ended. This simulation's survival time, 80 years. Evaluation: in a lifetime you finally reached the pinnacle. Though it was but a fleeting moment, you glimpsed the summit scenery. A life well lived. The nascent soul immortals of the world were but ants in your eyes. All things in the universe were mere insects. At the end of the immortal path, there is no emotion or desire. Your state of mind was extraordinary, just as in your past life. Descendants of sin blood cannot ascend. That's quite a revelation. As he received the memories, Yi Yang was dazed. Compared to before, this time was even more shocking. Conversing with the Dao Ancestor seemed to have unveiled certain secrets. The term sin blood immediately brought criminals to Yi Yang's mind. Thus the phrase meant that the descendants of criminals were forbidden from ascending. Is this realm a prison of the upper world? No wonder I wanted to escape in my past life. Who would want to stay in a prison? Yi Yang chuckled, sorting out the relationships. Still, he had died too quickly, leaving many questions unasked. He still didn't know the past of the reincarnation Dao Ancestor. Even an infant immortal could achieve eternal verification. There was no reason the Dao Ancestor's position couldn't. He hadn't asked about his contingency plans. Beyond that, there was also the system. I am a fake, a contingency left by him in the world. What about the simulator? Yi Yang summoned the simulator and asked, "System, are you not an evolution of the reincarnation law?" The system ignored him. Yi Yang snorted coldly and looked at this simulation's evaluation. An extraordinary state of mind, just like in your past life. System, you know quite a lot. Spill it, Yi Yang urged. The system still ignored him. Fine, artificial idiot. Yi Yang stopped asking and looked at the options from the 2 combined simulations. Detecting that the host did not inherit last time the 2 simulations are combined, the following 5 items may be retained. 1 Peak Cultivation and Life Foundation Establishment Late Stage Top Grade Fire Spiritual Root. 2 items carried at the time of death. Top Grade Magic Artifact 7-star Sword. Top Grade Magic Artifact Demon Suppressing Battle Armor. Top Grade Magic Artifact Black Robe. Top Grade Magic Artifact Command Seal. 3 Storage Pouches 951,700 Spirit Stones. 3 Talent Trait Sublimation. For divine abilities, Dragon Elephant Perfected, Yang Spirit Perfected, Ground Shrinking to an Inch Perfected. 5 Peak Cultivation in Life, Demon Dao and Slaughter, Dao Dual Law Quasi Dao Ancestor Flawed. 6 items carried at the time of death, 523,074,000 Spirit Stones, 28 Storage Pouches, a pair of top-grade Magic Artifact Jade Pendants, 1 top-grade Magic Artifact 7-star Sword, 1 top-grade Magic Artifact Black Robe, 3 4th-rank Talismans of Heaven Unity Talisman. 7 Talent Trait Ultimate Sublimation. 8 Divine Abilities, Dragon Elephant Perfected, Yang Spirit Perfected, Ground Shrinking to an Inch Perfected, Divine Fire, 3 Transformations Perfected. 9 Recognition of Demon Dao Law. 10 Recognition of Slaughter Dao Law. Luxurious. Luxurious. Utterly luxurious. Only this one word could describe the simulation's harvest. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth to become a dual law quasi-Dao ancestor. This harvest is well-deserved. Yi Yang's eyes were fixed on the options before him, evaluating their worth. Cultivation. He definitely wouldn't choose an experience card. Foundation Establishment Late Stage wasn't bad, saving over 200 years of hard cultivation. Carried items. Over 500 million Spirit Stones. It pained him to give them up. He had to choose them this time. Talent Traits. Both Sublimation and Ultimate Sublimation were good, to be decided. Divine Abilities. This was the main goal of the simulation. Choosing the ones below was definitely the right move. As for Demon Dao Law and Slaughter Dao Law, they were not within Yi Yang's consideration. After some deliberation, he said, I choose 1-3. No, I can't choose now. Considering the perception and speed of the Walker Bodhisattva, he couldn't make the choice here, at least not in the Yi family. Divine Fire 3 transformations required a few seconds to burn karma. He planned to leave the Yi family wait until he received the divine abilities, burn the karmic ties with the Walker Bodhisattva, and then return. Disgusting karma, always having to take detours. Yi Yang grumbled, stepped onto his flying sword and departed. At this moment, he didn't yet have the ground shrinking to an inch divine ability, so he could only fly as far away from Tianyuan City as possible to mislead the Walker Bodhisattva's perception. After flying for a day and a night, he landed in a deserted valley. His divine sense swept the surroundings, detecting no other Foundation Establishment elders. Reassured, Yi Yang cast one thought, moves heaven and earth, summoning the system within the barrier. I choose 1, 3, 6, 7, 8. As he made his choice, the surrounding spiritual energy stirred, and the spiritual sea in Yi Yang's dantian boiled. He suppressed the urge to break through and quickly sensed the divine fire within him. The 3 divine fires returned to their positions, and Yi Yang ignited the superfluous karmic threads. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The karmic ties severed. Yi Yang looked toward the horizon and saw a barefoot woman hovering in midair at a loss. She snapped her fingers but could see nothing. Yi Yang dared not be careless. He continued to suppress the urge to break through until the Walker Bodhisattva departed. Finally, the trouble is gone. Yi Yang released the suppression on his dantian. The boundless spiritual sea doubled in size in an instant, and he formally advanced to Foundation Establishment Late Stage. As a Foundation Establishment Late Stage cultivator with 5 perfected divine abilities, even an ordinary Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivator would find it hard to gain an advantage against him. No, I can be even stronger. The sublimation talent remains, and I can choose one of 4 divine abilities. Yi Yang's eyes were full of anticipation. Currently, Yang's spirit had been upgraded once, making his soul strength monstrous. Ground shrinking to an inch was related to speed and came with no offensive capability, leaving no room for improvement. Divine Fire 3 transformations was an infant immortal divine ability. It could even burn karma, leaving little room for enhancement. That left only Dragon Elephant, a divine ability created by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, providing limited physical enhancement. Being comparable to a great demon didn't offer much improvement for him. Dragon Elephant it is. Yi Yang made up his mind and activated the sublimation talent. Crack, crack. His joints popped crisply and a soft sanguine glow emanated from his skin. The sanguine light rolled and coalesced into divine patterns etched onto his skin like rolling blood-colored dragon scales. Dragon Elephant sublimated, transforming into the Dragon Elephant Divine Body. The Dragon Elephant Divine Body possessed strength capable of moving mountains, and its defense was no less than that of a Dharma treasure. Another qualitative leap. With my physical body and soul alone, I am probably the number 1 under the Golden Core stage. Yi Yang murmured to himself. It's time to go back. He moved his limbs, retracted all divine patterns, and took a single step back to the Yi family. Such was the benefit of divine abilities. A journey of a day and a night was covered in a single step. Returning to his courtyard, he entered his room and closed the door. On the table before him lay the previous simulation plan. He picked up the brush and continued writing in the blank spaces. For the next simulation, he still had to send Yi Yin to the Immortal Ascension platform. He had questions about the reincarnation Dao Ancestor to ask. Apart from infant immortals, Yi Yang didn't think anyone else would know about the Dao Ancestor. He also needed to push his cultivation to foundation establishment great perfection. He wouldn't consider borrowing the Dao through divine abilities. With a heaven-grade foundation establishment granting a long lifespan, he could cultivate hard for over 100 years. Moreover, cultivation wouldn't interfere with other matters. He also had talisman arts to study. 100 years would be enough to master third-rank talismans. Among third-rank talismans, Yi Yang most desired the contract talisman. With it, dealing with others would become simple. At least he wouldn't have to rack his brains to possess them. After foundation establishment, great perfection, he would attempt his own hypothesis, preparing for space Dao core formation. He had a vague idea combining his own laws with talisman arts or formations to create a divine ability for others to cultivate and then reap the rewards. Controlling everyone's divine abilities to merge, creating a world, or more precisely a secret realm, where he could experiment with his hypothesis. After finishing writing, he blew on the ink to dry it, reviewed it once to confirm there were no issues, and then set the paper ablaze. He lay back down on the bed, poured out a pile of spirit stones, and called to the system, take what you need. Exchanged. Remaining simulation count 1. Please select one of the following talents. Mastery purple. You have a deeper understanding of the knowledge you've already mastered. Related learning becomes twice as effective with half the effort, often sparking innovative ideas. Pigeon King blue. You often forget the promises you've made, but others find it hard to recall them as well unless they see you in person. Rage green. Once your fury ignites, it spirals out of control. Your physical abilities double, but your rationality drops to 0. Wallflower white. Your presence is extremely low. Others unconsciously overlook you. Even if you stand before them, they pay little attention to your existence. Sleepwalking green. You act unconsciously while asleep. Upon waking, you may find yourself in possession of desired items, but the consequences often fall upon you after you wake. Instant familiarity white. Everyone feels like an old friend upon first meeting you, sensing something different. If the other person is of the opposite sex, they might not mind doing something with you. Grafting green. You can transfer your injuries to nearby plants or animals. They bear your wounds and bleed in your stead. Pigeon King. Isn't this an alternative way to sever karma? Yi Yang was tempted to choose the Pigeon King talent, using it to make promises to Yi Yin in exchange for enormous benefits, then defaulting. But at Yi Yan's level, the present was also visible. If he wished to see Yi Yang, he could do so anytime. There was no possibility of reneging on a promise. Forget it. They'll take mastery as a supplement to my exceptional comprehension. Yi Yang selected the only purple trait. Alright, the talents Little Luck white, Gluttony green, Exceptional Comprehension blue, Supreme Ascension purple, and Mastery purple have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation count 0. Day 1. You tested the effect of the Mastery talent. As you suspected, it was merely a supplement to the Exceptional Comprehension talent. Relying on Mastery, you attempted third-rank talismans. The results were decent, barely enough to accumulate some experience. According to your calculations with Mastery, it would take only 10 years to draw your first third-rank talisman. 10 years, acceptable. Day 2. You discovered that the Mastery talent granted you many inspirations. Inspirations regarding the creation of divine abilities. Daydreaming by day, dreaming by night, you thought it was just your imagination and casually tried it out. Then, you realized most of these inspirations were not empty talk, but practical blueprints. You felt as if you had discovered a new continent and began experimenting tirelessly. Day 10. The prototype of your divine ability emerged. Relying on formations to mimic the laws of space, Dao, you created a barrier. Within the barrier, formations alone evolved heaven and earth, blurring the line between reality and illusion. It was somewhat like a high-quality imitation of One Thought Shakes the World. But unlike it, this divine ability did not belong to the space Dao. Its effects depended on the formations you learned and your spiritual root. Of course, this was merely a prototype. To complete it, time and meticulous polishing were needed. Time was what you had in abundance. After entering seclusion, you could gradually accumulate inspirations and slowly integrate them. Month 1. Your inspirations exploded. You successfully conceived the name of the divine ability, the Space Dao Sutra, and wrote its first layer. The first layer, named Illusion and Reality, relied on talismanic formations to construct simple arrays fusing the laws brought by your spiritual root. It divided the world before your eyes into illusion and reality, altering heaven and earth with a single thought. After experimentation, you were extremely satisfied with the effect and decided to split the entire divine ability into 5 layers, creating them one by one after sending off Yi Yan. Month 2. You ceased creation and stood at the door every day waiting. Pockmarked arrived as promised. You killed him and led your people to the Dao Temple. Month 7. Yi Yan ascended to immortality and asked what you desired. You asked what weighed on your mind. How much do you know about the reincarnation Dao Ancestor? Yi Yan rarely showed a hint of gravity. After a long pause, he said, he is the most astonishingly talented Dao Ancestor in this world bar none. Originally, the laws of this world were incomplete. Because of him, reincarnation existed and the world became interesting. In his lifetime, he mastered the Dao of reincarnation, space Dao, time Dao, humanity Dao, and soul Dao, 5 great paths. He was the unparalleled 5-law Dao Ancestor, the supreme being of the world. Was my past life that impressive? You muttered to yourself. Yi Yan noticed your expression and continued, not only that, but the Celestials once feasted on Dao Ancestors. It was because of him that all Dao Ancestors could take refuge. However, in his later years, he fell into misfortune and went mad, desperately trying to replace the heavenly Dao. He failed. Later, he sought to ascend, but that too ended in failure. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about the past. You weren't surprised by this. Since this world was a prison, it was only natural for a prisoner to try to replace the warden, the heavenly Dao, or escape ascend. You smiled calmly and asked with interest, if a Dao Ancestor dies, how can they return to their original realm? Yi Yan, this is a secret of the world. With my current status, I cannot see it. You found it unsurprising and switched questions. How much do you know about the upper realm? Yi Yan replied coldly, a pack of beasts. A pack of beasts? You mean those above? You asked with a smile. You seem to know quite a bit. Speaking of it is unlucky. In my past life, I failed the tribulation because of the Celestials' deception. Every time I think of it, I want to use them as sacrificial banners. Deception, you asked, puzzled. With their power, do they need to deceive? Do beings who feast on Dao Ancestors need to deceive? He glared at you, mocking your ignorance. Did you play with ants as a child? You had the power to destroy the anthill, so why didn't you just destroy it directly? They are playing. I don't know if they are playing, but it's just a guess. Perhaps most of the Celestials aren't as strong as I am, Yi Yan explained. What else do you know? What realms do they have? Yi Yan said indifferently, this is not something at my level can know. If you want to find out, help me ascend to the Dao Ancestor throne. The door is about to open. You want me to be your tool again. You ignored him. In this life, you only wanted to cultivate to the great perfection of foundation establishment first and find a way to gain the recognition of the space Dao. If you change your mind, you can call my name. He didn't insist and closed his eyes. You turned and left the Dao Temple. Year 1. You returned to the Yi family and chose to go into seclusion. Before seclusion, you set yourself 3 tasks. First, to write the divine ability. Second, to learn 3rd-rank talismans. Third, to advance to the great perfection of foundation establishment. In the 3rd year, you deduced the formation in reverse using your divine ability and wrote the 2nd layer of the universe Dao scripture, the barrier. You simulated the barrier by combining talismans and formations. Once mastered, its deployment speed rivaled the universe Dao, and its range surpassed the single-thought world-shaking technique. You tested the barrier's strength. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator without a powerful artifact could not break free. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to shatter it by force. In the 5th year, you completed the 3rd layer of the universe Dao scripture, naming it Illusory Kill. It was an offensive divine ability whose power scaled with the cultivator's spiritual root. Those with a lightning spiritual root wielded the Illusory Lightning Kill, striking between reality and illusion, catching foes off guard. Those with a fire spiritual root used the Illusory Fire Kill, which functions similarly. For this layer, you incorporated powerful killing techniques of various elements, allowing the practitioner to choose. By the 10th year, you completed the final 2 layers. The 4th layer was the trap, allowing barriers to be prearranged for lethal ambushes akin to powerful formations. The 5th layer was the stack, designed for cultivators with abundant spiritual energy. If one had enough power, they could generate barriers within barriers with strength that could theoretically stack infinitely. After finishing, you handed the divine ability to Yi Tai, instructing him to print and sell as many copies as possible, prioritizing quantity. By the 20th year, you successfully drew your first 3rd-order talisman, the Contract Talisman. There were many similar talismans, and through mastery, you found learning other analogous ones much easier. That same year, you also drew the Oblivion Talisman, which functioned similarly to the Contract Talisman, but was designed for those seeking to sever emotional ties. If a Dao couple signed the Oblivion Talisman, they would never remember each other in this life. In the 30th year, you shifted from drawing simple contract talismans to the Vitality Talisman. The Vitality Talisman could restore life to the dead and regrow flesh on bones. As long as the physical body was not destroyed, it could recover its state, a treasure coveted even by golden core cultivators. Based on your experience with the Vitality Talisman, you expanded into other restorative talismans, successfully drawing the Spirit Recovery Talisman and the Immortality Talisman. By the 50th year, your understanding of the talisman Dao had deepened. You could effortlessly create ordinary third-order talismans and began attempting more difficult ones. In the 100th year, you had fully mastered all third-order talismans from the inheritance, earning the title of a third-order talisman master. In the questioning Dao sect, your skill alone could make you the peak master of a mountain. Unsatisfied, you turned to fourth-order talismans. If third-order talismans were like three-dimensionally integrated chips, fourth-order ones were akin to a mobile phone composed of various components. The difficulty increased exponentially. Prepared for this challenge, you continued your diligent study. In the 121st year, you drew your first and simplest fourth-order talisman, the Desolation Talisman. Upon use, it could turn dozens of miles of land into barren waste, draining its spiritual energy and vitality to temporarily enhance your own state. You were very satisfied with this talisman, deciding to keep it as a trump card. That year, your cultivation also reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, and it was time to prepare for forming the golden core. You examined the threads of karma, searching for cultivators who had fully mastered the universe Dao scripture. Over 1,300, far beyond your expectations. They hadn't sought to borrow your Dao, yet you intended to borrow their lives. You felt a pang of guilt, but you knew this was the correct way to use the simulator. Convincing yourself, you followed the karmic threads to find these people. By the 130th year, you had persuaded those willing to help, while the unwilling were turned into your avatars. You chose a spacious area in the nether realm and commanded everyone to use their divine abilities to establish a barrier. The barrier expanded, replacing tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. You now possessed your own secret realm where your word was law. You introduced the laws of the universe Dao into the secret realm and waited patiently. The universe Dao laws did not respond. You waited for over half a year, but there was still no effect. In the 131st year, you decided to abandon this approach and test your second hypothesis, creating a mind realm of your own, pulling in a large number of people and making them acknowledge its existence. You had an idea for creating the mind realm, drawing inspiration from the Bronze Gate. As for the thoughts of those pulled in, you decided to directly use soul-searching and piece together their memories. You spread rumors that a secret realm in the nether realm could help cultivators achieve foundation establishment and waited quietly for those fated to arrive. The nether realm was never short of wandering cultivators. They came drawn by the rumors, and you captured them one by one within your barrier. Through soul-searching, you learned their memories and pieced together the scenes within the secret realm. It's real. I found a heavenly treasure. Taoist, I've made it. Atop the immortal peak overlooking the mortal world I Goshing. You created a perfect world for them, where all wishes came true and all worries vanished. The number of people drawn by the rumors grew. By the 135th year, over 10 million people were within the barrier. The daily consumption was immense, and you had spent all your spirit stones. For the sake of your experiment, you did not hesitate to sell all your valuable talismans and artifacts, hoping that the universe Dao laws would acknowledge you sooner. In the 136th year, you sensed an opportunity. The laws had locked onto you. A bolt of heavenly thunder filled with killing intent descended upon your head. As the thunderbolt struck, you felt your original universe Dao laws strengthen slightly. You used the single-thought world-shaking technique, and its range had increased a little. You confirmed this was the acknowledgement of the universe Dao laws and allowed the heavenly thunders to strike you one after another. Within your Dantian, the ocean of spiritual energy began to churn with a powerful vortex as the thunderbolts fell. Within the vortex, a grain of golden sand was coalescing, the nascent form of the golden core. You took a deep breath, not daring to be careless. Both the heavenly thunder and the formation of the golden core were perilous trials. You could only balance the damage you received and control the speed of the core's formation. Time passed slowly. The dark clouds above you dispersed, and the heavenly thunder ceased. The ocean of spiritual energy within your Dantian had dried up, leaving behind a golden core, suspended above it, shining like a blazing sun. A golden core. A universe Dao golden core. I've done it. You shouted in excitement. After 100 years of effort, you had finally achieved your goal. But in your elation, you sensed you were being watched. In the clouds, a figure in green robes was watching you with a faint, enigmatic smile. An infant immortal. He was an infant immortal. An infant immortal. Weren't they all supposed to be dead? Has he revived so quickly? You tried to flee, but found you had lost control of your body again. He descended from the clouds and said indifferently, "This poor Taoist has been waiting for this golden core for a long time." With that, he reached into your dantian and plucked out the radiant golden core. Grievously wounded, your cultivation plummeted rapidly. You coughed up blood and gasped. "You. Why?" He raised an eyebrow. "Which family doesn't have a few unworthy descendants? I must do something for them." Fury surged within you. For the sake of his descendants, he would take your golden core. On what grounds? What right did he have? He looked at your state and sneered, "Aren't you the one who goes around seizing bodies and demanding karma? Since you acknowledge the law of the jungle in this world, don't complain when you are on the losing side." You collapsed to the ground wanting to curse, but you had no strength left. He was right. You did acknowledge the law of the strong preying on the weak. Now that you were being bullied by someone stronger, you had nothing to say. However, you weren't without a backup plan. You still had the ultimate sublimation talent. As long as you survived, revenge was not impossible. He gave you a pitying look and snorted, "If it weren't for your faint connection with him, this poor Taoist would have killed you. If you want revenge, you can come find me in Great Gene anytime." "Fine," you uttered with your last ounce of strength. He paid you no further. He descended into the clouds and vanished. You collapsed to the ground and fell unconscious. Upon awakening, you found yourself within the Dengxian Temple. Yian was waiting for you to come to on a stone table nearby. You stared at the person before you and asked, "You're still alive? Didn't you say that when that door appears, only one can become the Dao Ancestor and all other nascent souls would perish?" Yian shook his head. "I never said that. But you clearly did." Then you remembered, this was from a previous simulation. This time you hadn't asked, and he hadn't said it. You asked, "Are you the Dao Ancestor now?" He shook his head again. "That door is still in the future. For some reason it failed to appear." You were stunned. For some reason. What could possibly alter the appearance of that door? In the last simulation it had appeared precisely on time. You had even kicked Yian through it. You shook your head, unwilling to bring the memories of the last cycle into this one, and asked, "What do you want by bringing me here? To continue the transaction?" Yian nodded. "Yes. Help me ascend to Dao Ancestor, and I will be your protector." "This transaction?" You smiled bitterly. "With your cultivation now crippled, it would take an unknown number of years to rebuild it. If you refused, it would likely be difficult to even form a new golden core again. If you agreed, you would receive another 3-minute experience card, and then what? Your cultivation would still be lost." You hesitated and asked, "If I get my golden core back, can my cultivation be restored?" Yian pondered for a moment and said, "I can help you, but newly formed golden cores are all dead cores. Even if you retrieve it, you will be coveted by other nascent souls unless you can birth a Dao embryo from the core." Birthing a Dao embryo meant turning a dead core into a living one, imprinting one's own brand upon it. But how could a newly formed golden core birth a Dao embryo? Dao embryos were conceived by absorbing laws through tribulation transcendence after obtaining a golden core. How could one birth a Dao embryo without undergoing tribulation? You pressed further. "Is there a way to nurture a Dao embryo in advance?" "There is." "What method?" He didn't answer, instead asking you in return, "Do you know how nascent souls come into being?" You were puzzled. He said calmly, "A nascent soul is this very Dao embryo. When the Dao embryo breaks out of its shell, it becomes a nascent soul. In essence, we are no longer human." Such a secret. Your heart was shaken. The last time you possessed the status of a nascent soul, you hadn't seen anything related to this. He explained further, "So to turn a dead core into a living one, you can erase the nascent soul's intelligence, stuff it back into the golden core, and leave your own brand upon it, making it your Dao embryo." You drew a sharp breath. This method was probably beyond human conception. No, only a nascent soul could have conceived it. Ordinary golden core experts wouldn't dare have such thoughts. Only a nascent soul would dare to desecrate another in such a way. Seeing your expression, he smiled. "Have you decided?" You remained silent. For now, agreeing seemed to be the only path. You needed a golden core, you needed a Dao embryo, and these had to be obtained through strength. But after you obtained them, you would die. Even if you got them, you couldn't convert them into cultivation. No. Perhaps if you put the golden core and Dao embryo into your storage pouch, they would count as items and could be taken out. It suddenly became clear to you. "I agree. First, help me retrieve my golden core. Give me 3 months to develop, and I will turn him into my Dao embryo." "No. I see the door. It's about to appear. You can reclaim your golden core and take your revenge yourself. The door's appearance is related to me." Your heart was filled with terror. Just now you hadn't agreed to the door being in the future. You agreed, and now the door was about to appear. You couldn't help but suspect the door was intimately connected to you. "Perhaps," Yian said, equally puzzled. You looked at the sky and shook your head. This question might only be answered after Yian became the Dao Ancestor. You wasted no more time. You left the Dengxian Temple and scattered your split souls to develop. Your cultivation was gone, but your physical body remained, as did the laws of space. You could barely still perform the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch. You traveled through countless nations, cities, and clans, leaving behind split souls, allowing them to be taken over by possession. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Your avatars were spread across heaven and earth. You saw that door. It was there, still unopened, surrounded by nascent souls. You found the azure-robed Taoist who had stolen your golden core. He was unremarkable among the throng of nascent souls. The door had not opened yet, so they still retained their sanity. The door appeared because of me, so it will likely open because of me as well, you sneered. It's better to settle this grudge now. You stepped forward to the door, tilted your head to look at the azure-robed Taoist, and smiled. Accompanying your smile was the infinite expansion of your body. You once again transformed into a towering giant, reaching out to grab him. He was as weak as an ant. And we meet again, crushed by your oppressive aura and unable to move. His face turned ashen. You? It's you. I merely sought to pave the way for my juniors. Why must I bear such karma? Since you acknowledge the law of the jungle in this world, do not complain about your own misfortune. You threw his own words back at him. No. He tried to flee, but was pinned down by your overwhelming pressure, unable to move. You took out the golden core from his bosom, confirmed it was yours, held it before your eyes, erased his intelligence, forced it back into the golden core, and left your own brand upon it. Huh. Now I don't have to worry about a bunch of old schemers coveting this. You clenched the golden core in your hand, lightly picked up Yi Yin, and kicked him through the door. Ignoring the reactions of the remaining nascent souls, you waited for the door to open. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the door opened. Yi Yin sat upon a throne looking down at you and asked, "Do you have any questions? How can I reclaim everything from my past life?" He died at the hands of a celestial being. You cannot directly reclaim everything from your past life. Tell me what you see of the upper realm. The upper realm is called the celestial realm. It is vast and boundless, giving birth to countless beings far more powerful than us. They call themselves the 10,000 races. Humanity is weak. They're seen as slaves. The ancestors of this realm were the offspring of criminal slaves. They named this realm Well of Heaven. The celestial realm has more cultivation stages. They call the Dao Ancestor realm Huashun. Beyond Huashun are the Dongshu, He Dao Tribulation Transcendence, and the Chung realms. Dongshu lords feed on Huashun cultivators to fill their own laws. He Dao is also known as World Lord, possessing a world within their bodies. Tribulation Transcendence is unknown, and the Chung is unknown. He knew your time here was limited, so he spoke rapidly. You nodded and continued to press. How does one ascend? He shook his head. You were unparalleled in your past life, and still couldn't. I cannot see it. Know this: the status of a Dao Ancestor allows one to see only the secrets that exist, not the conjectures that do not. Is that so? You were lost in thought, then asked your final question. What is the relationship between the door and me? I told you that in your past life you tried to replace the heavenly Dao and failed. Although you failed, you endowed the heavenly Dao with consciousness. You needed it to appear, and so it did. This time was limited, so you ceased questioning and placed the golden core before him, saying, "Sever all karmic entanglements upon this golden core, past, present, and future." As you spoke, you were also performing this task. Within the golden core was sealed a deceased infant immortal, and you had no desire to leave and have its true self track you down by scent. Very well. He did not move, yet the golden core was already covered in dense prohibitions. With the prohibitions set by a Dao Ancestor, not even other Dao Ancestors could peer into its karma, let alone a mere golden core. Satisfied, you stored the golden core in your storage pouch. The next moment, your colossal form crumbled. You could no longer make a sound, and darkness enveloped your vision. Simulation ended. Survival time for this simulation, 136 years. Evaluation: the flames of vengeance burned, driving you to ascend to the pinnacle at any cost. Though your brilliance was fleeting, you glimpsed the summit scenery and avenged yourself with your own hands, leaving no regrets. Unraveling the mysteries in your heart, your state of mind broke through once more, and the path to becoming a Dao was within reach. Detected inheritable content for the host. The following 3 items can be retained. 1. Peak cultivation at the time of death, dual laws of the demon path and the killing path, quasi-Dao Ancestor with flaws. 2. Items carried at the time of death, 1 storage pouch, 1 space, Dao golden core. 3. Talent, affix mastery. 4. Recognition by the demon path law. 5. Recognition by the killing path law. 3 items. How am I supposed to choose? Yi Yang's mouth twitched. Cultivation was certainly not an option. Using an experience card would mean his end. Carried items and the talent system were both viable choices. But what were those last 2? Recognition by the demon path law and the killing path law, forming golden cores twice. It seems after the golden core stage 1 can graft karma, so I can graft the law recognition onto others. The perfect solution lifted Yi Yang's spirits. It's a bit inhumane though. He reflected and decided not to bring the simulation's mindset into reality. After all, he was still a human, a living one, not an infant immortal devoid of human sentiment. I choose 2, 3, and 4. Yang made his final decision. Between the demon path law and the killing path law, he leaned toward the former. Though the demon path also governed slaughter, it was not purely about killing, making it slightly better than the killing path. As he made his choice, a storage pouch appeared before him. Opening it, he found a golden core within, covered in layers of prohibitions, untouched by karma. He closed the pouch and let out a long breath. With this golden core, once he elevated his cultivation to the great perfection of foundation establishment and swallowed it, he could restore his former status, and the path ahead was promising. Moreover, advancing in cultivation with a golden core differed from foundation establishment. It required no borrowing of the Dao, only tribulation transcendence. Every decade, a minor tribulation, every century, a major one. Surviving deepened the laws, nurtured the Dao embryo, and increased power. Failure meant starting anew. Of course, starting anew was no simple matter. It meant reincarnating, restoring one's status, and then seeking other solutions. This was the primary reason golden core cultivators often reincarnated. With the simulator, Yang had no need for reincarnation. If he failed a tribulation, he could try again until he found a way. So the next plan comes together effortlessly: lie low until reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment, swallow the golden core, transcend tribulations. Utterly unremarkable. Yang pondered. There was one person not included in the plan, but he no longer needed him. All questions had been asked, seeking him to obscure the heavens. The cost was too great. Without ultimate sublimation, Yang couldn't afford it. Protection was also unnecessary. The main theme of the next simulation was lying low, not casually provoking infant immortals. My cheap brother is useless now. Yang shook his head. That was too hasty. He still had some use. Golden core powerhouses could perceive him through karma, and as long as he was visible, he served as a deterrent. It could be unused, but it must exist. Yang raised an eyebrow, marveling at the infant immortal's far-reaching schemes. No matter how he maneuvered, he couldn't avoid being returned to the position of an infant immortal. Enough, this bargain can't go to pockmark. They'll handle it myself. Yang poured out a pile of spirit stones and summoned the system. Take what you need. Simulate. With over 500 million spirit stones, now he was flush with wealth. 10,000 stones was mere pocket change. Exchange completed. Remaining simulation attempts 1. Please choose one talent from the following. Prosperity for all. Purple, you may develop a clan and produce offspring or widely accept disciples. The more prosperous your clan and the mightier your faction, the stronger your fortune. Additionally, any divine abilities your clan's juniors or disciples learn can be mimicked and used by you without law support, with effects equal to the original. Birthday gift. Purple, after reaching 100 years of age on each birthday, you will randomly receive a gift within 3,000 li of yourself. The gifts may include, but are not limited to, heavenly treasures, rare elixirs, high-grade talismans, and top-tier magical artifacts. Forced settlement. Purple, in every battle you can enforce a settlement of the stakes. If you win, you forcibly take everything from the opponent. If you draw, you may forcibly take one item. If you lose, you may forcibly bestow one item upon the opponent as the price of defeat. Coin toss. Green, you can toss a coin to determine your fortune for the day. Heads brings good luck, tails brings misfortune. If it lands on its edge, your fortune remains unchanged. Sleep swap. Green, you can exchange your sleep time with another without paying any cost. Occasionally, you may see the dreams of others. Auto archive. White, your brain automatically categorizes memories into folders: useful, useless, and cringe. You often find yourself opening one of them habitually, frequently troubled by reliving cringe-worthy moments. Inner barrage. Black, when you do something, real-time comments float above your head, visible only to you. They reflect your subconscious, mostly sarcastic. You are skilled at self-deprecation. Yang examined them for a moment, speechless. He had just planned to lie low, and now 3 purple historical level affixes appeared. The birthday gift affix was acceptable, as it could be combined with a low-key approach without too much fanfare. Prosperity for all required establishing a clan or faction. If the faction was too small, the talent wouldn't shine. If too large, it would inevitably attract all sorts of trouble. Forced settlement was even more absurd. It required fighting, and the more battles, the greater the benefits. A choice of 3. Yang's face twisted with hesitation, his brows furrowed. The value of the 3 talents was similar, but they clashed with his plan. He was tempted by birthday gift, but random acquisition within 3,000 li might invite unnecessary trouble. Magical artifacts and talismans were manageable, but heavenly treasures were finite. If one turned out to be a treasure hoarded by a golden core powerhouse or an infant immortal, he would be doomed. The forced settlement talent was also troublesome. Fighting everywhere and forcibly taking items would inevitably draw the attention of higher powers. Even losing too often would attract notice. It was a major anomaly, a disturbance within disturbances. Only prosperity for all remains. Yi Yang had never found choosing a talent so agonizing. After considering how to integrate the plan with the talent, he reformulated his strategy. Establishing a clan was out of the question. The Yi family's genes couldn't produce talented offspring. This had been proven in previous simulations. Expecting them to reach foundation establishment. Ridiculous. The only option was to widely accept disciples, but those with good aptitude had already been snapped up by royal courts or major sects. What remained were rejects. To recruit quality disciples, he had to join a royal court or a sect. Royal courts were xenophobic. Sects were also exclusive, but less overtly so. Among the sects, Yi Yang thought of the Questioning Dao sect. It was large, had many disciples, and was willing to maintain a righteous facade, making its exclusivity less apparent. The Questioning Dao sect it is. With my proficiency in talismans, becoming a peak master should be feasible. No, I'm being misled. I can develop on both fronts, recruit disciples, and have children. It doesn't conflict. A child's genes aren't determined solely by the father. There are plenty of women among the disciples and stewards of the Questioning Dao sect. As a peak master, taking a few concubines would raise no eyebrows. Yi Yang smiled calmly and made his choice. I choose prosperity for all. All right, talents: little fortune, white; gluttony, green; exceptional insight, blue; comprehensive mastery, purple; shared glory, purple, have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation 0. First month. You shared your thoughts with Yi Tai, proposing to relocate the Yi family near the Asking Dao sect in the Chu Kingdom. Your reasoning was straightforward. Yi Tai was a competent patriarch, and with future children needing guidance, he and Zhou Qingqing were the ideal choices. Yi Tai beamed with joy, having thought he'd never see grandchildren. Upon hearing you planned to have a whole brood, he declared he could move any time. You told him to hold on, as you first needed to send Yi Yin to ascend to immortality. Second month. Pockmarked came and went. You saw him off personally, then took the remaining people and Yi Yin to the Ascension Immortal Temple. Seventh month. Yi Yin ascended to immortality and asked what you desired. You waved your hand, saying you sent him off, sincerely seeking nothing in return. A flicker of surprise crossed his stoic face. He scrutinized you for a long moment before asking, you want me to owe you karma? Not owed. Pockmark was already meant to send you here. I merely escorted you for safety on the road. You knew I could become an immortal. Yi Yin paused, attempting to glimpse your past life, but failing to pierce the mist. The unknown danger made him halt, his form trembling. Who are you exactly? Your past life makes me this wary. He asked, alarmed and angered. Immortals aren't so different from humans after all. You thought, have you heard of the reincarnation Dao Ancestor? That was my past life. No wonder. It all makes sense now. His eyes sparkled as if he had found a rare treasure. You. Did I say too much? Won't he try to devour me? A pang of regret hit you, but your expression remained unchanged, feigning indifference. He said nothing, simply gazing at you, studying you. The atmosphere grew eerily tense. After a long pause, he chuckled. Tell me, what do you want? Opportunities to have a Dao Ancestor owe you karma are rare. You. I think I've found a new approach. You pretended to ponder deeply, then said, I dislike karma, but since you insist, I'll reluctantly accept. Act as my guardian. He shook his head. I need to slumber for a time. My memories are incomplete after just returning, and I require recovery. Then first amplify our karma. When you awaken, be my guardian. You offered the optimal solution. Amplifying the karma would instantly let all golden core and nascent soul cultivators know he was your guardian. Though he couldn't act directly, the deterrent grew stronger. Fine. I want the fortune of your current life. He stated the price. You thought it over and nodded. You knew he could glimpse the future and had likely seen the fortune you gathered through shared glory. As a guardian's price, it wasn't steep. Though great fortune could turn calamity into safety and bring endless encounters, lacking it would mean a life of hardship and struggle. Yet in this life you sought no opportunities, aiming only to lie low. Thus, whether you had fortune or not mattered little to you. The deal struck. You left the Ascension Immortal Temple, returned to the Yi residence in a single step, and ordered the household to pack for the move. Second year. At the year's start, the Yi family relocated to Cloud City, near the Asking Dao sect. Cloud City was no smaller than Tianyuan City, and with the sect's support and numerous markets, it was ideal for development. Yi Tai thrived here, purchasing several shops to continue his herbal medicine trade. You arrived at the Asking Dao sect ahead of them and demonstrated your talisman mastery before the elders. You drew your signature 4th grade talisman, the Primordial Chaos Talisman, leaving them in awe. The Asking Dao sect already had a spirit talisman peak dedicated to talisman crafting. Unwilling to be a deputy peak master, they selected a mountain in the back hills for you to establish your own peak. You named your domain Green Talisman Peak, symbolizing surpassing the original as a counterpart to Spirit Talisman Peak and widely accepted disciples. However, the inner and outer disciples were truly unimpressive. rarely even high-grade spiritual roots. You reluctantly took them on as nominal disciples. As for personal disciples, you had your eye on the sect's core disciples, especially Luo Chuan's, for who possessed supreme-grade spiritual roots and impeccable talent. You went to Spirit Sword Peak, found Luo Chuan, and without beating around the bush, told him you intended to poach his disciples. Then, he wanted to fight you to the death. You beat him up. At the late Foundation establishment stage, against his peak Foundation establishment, the advantage was yours. He was trapped in your barrier, demanding to know what you were after. You conjured an image of a gray-bearded elder before him and asked if that man had given him the 5 elements great pill formula. He was astonished you knew this and demanded what else you knew. You transmitted a memory to him through illusion, a scene of him being thrown into a furnace. Still don't get it. He's using you, reaping the benefits while standing by. He gave a bitter smile, wanting to deny it, but knew it was likely true. Had always known, but kept deceiving himself, hoping it wasn't real. His craving for forming a core outweighed his fear. You enlightened him, hand over your disciples to me. Once I form my core, I'll kill him for you. His golden core will be yours. You gave your word. Really? Luo Chuan couldn't believe his ears. You don't have the power to refuse now, do you? You looked at him coldly. Before you, he was now like a raw recruit, in both strength and vision. He didn't even ask about the risks of swallowing a living pill, so you chose not to mention it. After a silence, Luo Chuan said, "You're misleading me. I could refuse. The elders are on the mountain. I can alert them with a commotion." You dissolved the barrier, clearing a path for him to summon the elders or sect leader to see if they dared to act against you. He stared at the path before him, stunned, then looked at you in bewilderment. Since you have such backing, why not just say so? Why resort to force? Ahem, I just wanted to beat you up to avenge my weak past life. You scoundrel. He fumed, but dared not lash out, fearing you might simply act again. After hesitating, he asked, "Can you form your core within 50 years? That's all the time I have." He had formed his core using rare treasures, leaving him with a mere 3-century lifespan. Without 2 borrowed paths, he wouldn't even have touched the threshold of peak Foundation establishment. You shook your head, no, at least 120 years. This was the timeline from your last simulation. From late Foundation establishment to peak would take at least 120 years unless borrowing a path. Borrowing a path required another's consent, and finding someone willing was no easy feat. Moreover, the karma was uncertain, prone to complications. In this life, you only wanted to lie low, avoiding any entanglement with karma. He froze, murmuring, "I don't have 120 years left. Can't you even bother to lie to me?" He thought you were spinning a tale, only to halfway confess. You tossed 2 storage pouches to him. "This is 80 million spirit stones, enough to buy 2 longevity pills. It'll be more than enough for you to wait." His gaze sharpened, landing on the pouches. The ones you gave were different from ordinary storage pouches, more compact and exquisite, belonging to the category of high-grade magical artifacts. The space inside was also far larger than usual, comparable to a football field. Both pouches were bulging, with at least 80 million spirit stones crammed inside. Luo Chuan quickly untied one, glanced inside, and gasped. "Who exactly are you? A Foundation establishment cultivator can't just casually produce this much." You replied, "Enough chatter. Take the benefits and do the job. Hurry up and tell them they're switching masters." He was furious. Being bullied by someone weaker was bad enough, but your disdain cut deeper. That made him even angrier. "Fine, I'll do it now. I hope you keep your word." He stormed off resentfully, only realizing mid-flight that this was Spirit Sword Peak. You were the one who should leave. You ignored him and waited for him to bring the disciples. After a while, he returned with 4 people. It was your first time seeing the senior sister and 3rd senior sister. They were prettier than you'd imagined, both budding beauties. Niu Feng was still unhinged, completely out of sync with the other 3. But Lu Yuan was different. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he sized you up. You understood his thoughts. He had reached the great perfection of qi refining, but couldn't break through to Foundation establishment, resigned to death. Then you arrived, a savior. Luo Chuan introduced them. "This is my eldest disciple Mu Xinran, 2nd disciple Niu Feng, 3rd Su Qian, and 4th Lu Yuan." Your gaze swept over the 4, and you smiled. "Your master is preparing for seclusion and is no longer fit to guide you. From now on, I am your teacher." "Understood." The 3 nodded in unison, while Lu Yuan forced Niu Feng's head to bob heavily. "Excellent. For now, my only wish is for you to reach Foundation establishment quickly and carry forward my talisman arts." You paused, then added, "Don't worry. Unlike some, I have no plans to refine the 5 elements great pill. Just focus on your cultivation." Luo Chuan's face flushed red, never expecting you to be so blunt. The 3 glanced at him, then turned back and knelt. Niu Feng knelt too, but facing the wrong direction. His madness was severe. You consoled yourself, "Can't force it. Think of it as buy 3 get 1 free." As their teacher, since they knelt before you, a formal apprenticeship gift was necessary. You took out 4 magical artifacts from your storage pouch and placed them in front of them. Take these. I'll give you the spirit stones back at the peak. Without storage pouches, carrying them back would be exhausting. Lu Yuan's eyes welled up as he rubbed them. Your disciple isn't afraid of hard work. Fine. You pulled out over 30 chests from your storage pouch and set them on the ground. Each chest was the size of a millstone, half a person's height, packed full and weighing 1,000 jin. Here are your spirit stones. Remember to carry them back. With that, you left. On the ground, the four stood dumbfounded, utterly lost. He actually gave them. Lu Yuan cried. The distance between the two peaks was at least a dozen li, and 30 round trips would be a death sentence. You returned to Green Talisman Peak, sat at the stone table, and silently made plans. First, you needed to assess Niufeng's condition. If he could be restored to normal, that would be ideal. If not, you'd abandon him. The remaining three all had supreme-grade spirit roots. Relying solely on heavenly treasures for foundation establishment would be wasteful. Among divine abilities, what tempted you most were innate ones. Like your thought moves heaven and earth unmatched at the same level. All three needed heavenly-grade foundation establishment. The difficulty was immense. So far, you only knew the Bronze Gate's disaster avoidance method. The rest were vague. You had possessed many people, and the memories from soul-searching were fragmented with little about avoiding calamities. Maybe I should draw more substitute death talismans for them and let them try. The thought flickered past, and you shook your head slightly. Even with substitute death talismans, it was dangerous. Many calamities held unknown perils, and if trapped, the talismans would be useless. Better go ask at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. I have enough spirit stones now to buy such information. First, ask what they think. You waited for them to come up the mountain to ask their opinions. Soon as dusk deepened, they carried the chests back and came to find you in unison. You glanced at Niufeng and swept your divine sense over his soul, finding it split in two, a consequence of practicing evil arts. You had read about it in ancient texts. His condition in the outside world was called soul separation. If it were just that, there was hope. But coupled with delusions, it became a dire situation. You pondered for a moment, then split off a fragment of your soul to attach to Niufeng's, using dream weaving to instill correct thoughts. A flicker of clarity passed through Niufeng's eyes, proving your idea was right. He could be saved, but it would take time. As long as he could recover, time was no issue. You ordered the soul fragment to continue weaving dreams and guiding him, then arranged for Niufeng to stay in a nearby cave for observation. After Niufeng left, the remaining three stood nervously, sneaking glances at you, waiting for instructions. Your gaze settled on them. Do you know how to achieve foundation establishment? Lu Yuan chuckled. Swallow heavenly treasures, use the sect's chi fortune to infuse and avoid calamities. He knew all three methods, heavenly, earthly, and human. You smiled with satisfaction. I dislike relying on treasures and chi fortune. I want you to build your foundation through calamity avoidance. Tell me, which path do you wish to take? The three exchanged glances, clearly aware of the dangers. They felt like they had just escaped a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. You said calmly, calamity avoidance isn't too difficult. I'm a talisman master and have drawn plenty of substitute death talismans, enough for you to waste. I'm just asking why I won't force you. Mu Xingran spoke first. Master, your disciple has a metal spirit root. After foundation establishment, I can naturally walk the metal path. Which law would you suggest I pair it with? She tossed the question back to you. The 5 elements generate each other. Metal generates water. You could pair it with the water path. Metal is also known for sharpness, so you could walk the sword path, cultivating righteous chi to ward off evil. However, metal is prone to brittleness, so you could balance it with the paths of calligraphy and painting. Your disciple is enlightened. But calamity avoidance is a grave matter. I'd like a few days to consider. You nodded. No rush. I told you I won't force you. Thank you for your kindness, master. She bowed. Su Qian opened her mouth to speak, but Lu Yuan beat her to it. Your disciple has an earth spirit root. Which laws can I pair it with? Earth is versatile, no conflict with any other law. You can choose any of the 3,000 great paths. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. That wasn't what he expected. Was Earth truly that versatile? You had mentioned metal generates water, but why not Earth generates metal? He felt a pang of suspicion that you were playing favorites. Unaware of his thoughts, you turned to Su Qian. Water is the same. It nourishes all things silently. You can consider any of the 3,000 great paths. Her big sparkling eyes widened. Which path did you choose? The space path. Your disciple also wishes to walk the space path, they said in unison. A proven path was the safest. That was their reasoning. You said solemnly, you are not suited for it. The Bronze Gate appears only to those who have reached utter despair, and even then only if they survive that despair. I myself barely attained its divine art under the protection of an infant immortal. You possess no such karmic fortune. They fell silent. An infant immortal? They could not even locate a foundation establishment elder, let alone one who commanded such celestial guardianship. Seeing their dismay, you reassured them, fear not. Once you settle upon your Dao principles, I shall procure methods to avert calamity, and with substitute death talismans, safeguarding your lives poses no difficulty. Thank you, Master, they replied respectfully before taking their leave. 3 years passed. Niufeng's condition improved markedly. He could now recognize people, and with a few more years of gentle guidance, full recovery would be assured. Mu Xinran chose the sword Dao. Su Qian selected the wisdom Dao. Lu Yuan, however, remained obstinate. Uninterested in averting calamity, he sought only rare spirit treasures. You recorded each disciple's choice without objection, then instructed your subordinates to locate 7 cultivators born under the triple Yin alignment, Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, for your imminent journey. That same year, leveraging the influence of the Windasong sect, you assembled the required cultivators and set out for Wanbao Temple. For years had elapsed when you finally entered its hallowed precincts. Once again you were received by the peerless Taoist nun, who asked your purpose. First you inquired about spirit treasures capable of aiding foundation establishment, the price 20 million spirit stones. For Lu Yuan's earth Dao cultivation, you reluctantly purchased the spirit treasure, and also acquired seeds intending to cultivate them yourself. Their cost was negligible, less than 1% of the treasure's price. Indeed, growing them posed little challenge, but guarding them would prove arduous. Yet you harbored no intention of sowing for another's harvest by the time they matured. Over 2 centuries hence, you would have long attained golden core cultivation, rendering their protection effortless. Having secured the spirit treasure, you turned your inquiry toward calamity aversion methods for the sword Dao and wisdom Dao. She quoted 6 million spirit stones, non-negotiable. You paid without hesitation. After verification, she explained, the sword Dao's tribulation is the sword grave. In the first 3 trials, one must locate one's destined heart sword and withstand the sword grave's 10,000 sword slaughter using it alone. In the final trial, one must uphold justice and punish evil, thereby cultivating the vast and upright sword chi. Shouldn't attaining a Dao principle sever all emotional attachments? You asked. Upholding justice seems contradictory. She lifted her gaze. Dao principles differ, and so do their tribulations. The cosmic Dao and Chronos Dao approach heaven's Dao most closely. Since heaven's Dao is impartial, such virtue is required. Other Daos need not fulfill this criterion. You bowed in humble acknowledgement. Then she proceeded to describe the wisdom Dao's tribulation. The wisdom Dao's tribulation is the eye of omniscience. In the first 3 trials, one must solve riddles. Success grants survival, failure guarantees death. In the 4th trial, one must pose a riddle. Should the eye fail to answer, the cultivator gains the Dao art. Your facial muscles twitched. What kind of riddle? Do you know the questions in advance? No, she answered truthfully. You fell silent, then inwardly prayed she might return alive. Payment settled, you departed. 5 years had passed by the time you returned to Windasong sect, relayed the revelations to Mu Xinran and Su Qian, and handed the spirit treasure to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan proved fortunate. His foundation establishment succeeded. You instructed him to seek several earth Dao techniques and not squander his time. He departed with a cheerful grin. Mu Xinran and Su Qian deliberated for days, and seeing their junior brother Lu Yuan surge ahead, anxiety stirred within them. You comforted them, bestowing upon each 17 substitute death talismans, granting them 17 chances to escape certain death. Resolved at last, they journeyed together to the netherworld realm. You dispatched a splinter soul to possess a foundation establishment demon cultivator, trailing them covertly as protector. Your main body remained atop the mountain, continuing cultivation. That day, while practicing chi absorption, you glimpsed a familiar silhouette, a flowing white gauzy robe, a translucent waistband, and a 3-foot azure sword at her hip. Noticing your gaze, she turned and smiled. Greetings, Peak Master. I've come at my father's behest to become your disciple. Luo ran, still as breathtakingly beautiful as memory preserved. This time you perceived the source of her allure, a desire's spirit root. One thought could stir passion, her face shifting through infinite expressions. You could not help but marvel, such a root perfectly matched to such beauty, truly forged a celestial seductress. You swallowed hard. You're not merely here to take discipleship vows, are you? Dressed like that, tisk tisk tsk. Peak Master, I heard you have no Dao companion yet. She feigned a lunge into your arms, but you sidestepped. She stumbled, fell with a soft cry, piteously enchanting. This seductress, you murmured inwardly. Peak Master, I've long admired you. Ahem, you interrupted. A Dao companion is impossible, but I will accept you as a concubine. A concubine? Luo ran, pouted, dissatisfied. A Dao companion was akin to a principal wife, a concubine, a secondary consort, though both shared intimacy with their master. Then forget it, you replied coolly, employing reverse psychology. Well, it's not that I refuse. Just promise you'll never be given to another Peak Master. She lunged, wrapping herself around your back. You let her cling tightly. Then a notion struck you. You possess a superior grade spirit root. Yes, superior grade desire spirit root. A superior grade root offered at least a chance at foundation establishment, if wasted solely on procreation. You assumed a detached expression. I am bound by deep friendship with your father. Since he entrusted you to me, I cannot refuse. You shall be my 5th formal disciple in name, and my concubine in secret. Oh, I heard my father say you're a paragon of virtue. She teased, eyes crinkling. A paragon of virtue. You scoffed inwardly. Luo Chuan must have been struck senseless. Glancing at the slanting sunset, you waved your hand, sealing the stone door shut. It grows late. No need to depart tonight. The next morning, Luo Ran lay nestled against your chest, gazing up at you with tender devotion. I too wish for spirit treasures and foundation establishment. Very well, but first conceive a child. Already. She stared stunned. Not yet, perhaps in a few days. For now remain. Oh, 6 years had passed. Niu Feng had fully recovered. Upon hearing of Lu Yuan's successful foundation establishment, he sought you out to inquire about his own path. You recounted the tribulation aversion methods for the wisdom Dao and sword Dao, and asked whether he wished to attempt either. He possessed keen self-awareness, neither Dao suited him. As a peerless grade wood spirit root cultivator, he aligned naturally with the earth Dao, the Dao of life and vitality, harmonizing seamlessly with wood cultivation. You had once ranked the earth Dao among the most perilous paths. Its trials demanded extraordinary fortitude. Are you prepared, you asked? He nodded resolute. You inscribed 3 substitute death talismans for him and urged him onward. Niu Feng had been included as an afterthought. Buy 3 get 1 free. And you held no intention of undertaking a special pilgrimage to the Dengxian Temple on his behalf. Niu Feng took the talismans and departed for the netherworld realm. Luo Ran also became pregnant that year, giving birth to a boy whose delicate features mirrored her own, a tiny, enchanting creature. Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing adored their grandson, naming him Yi Qianwan. The name held no special meaning, it was simply inspired by his mother's appearance. Using the child as a bridge, Luo Ran swiftly forged a bond with Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing, calling them father and mother so earnestly that the elder couple urged you to marry her. You refused. Your grand plan to build a family through offspring had only just begun, and you intended to have an entire brood. When one scheme failed, Luo Ran turned to demanding rare treasures from you. You asked her to wait. A mere human-grade foundation establishment was simple, but you desired for her to achieve heavenly-grade foundation establishment. Certain calamities and information needed verification first. She glared at you, huffing, if you dare break your word, I'll take our son back to my family. Unmoved by her threat, you sent her back to her family that very night. Luo Chuan personally returned her, for he knew well the importance of a golden core over a daughter. Luo Ran wanted to weep, but you comforted her, promising to share any other methods to evade calamities once you discovered them. In the 7th year, your avatar witnessed Mu Shinran successfully achieving foundation establishment and acquiring an innate divine ability. You meticulously recorded every detail you observed, focusing primarily on the search for the heart sword. Su Qian failed in her foundation establishment, exhausting all her substitute death talismans, and you documented the issues she encountered. Yet you did not urge her to leave. If the path of wisdom was impassable, other roads remained. You advised her to lower her sights and attempt other calamities. You drew more substitute death talismans for her, allowing her to try again. She was moved to tears, vowing to achieve foundation establishment, and began scouting for information on weaker calamities. After more than 2 months of searching, she finally learned of a calamity from an elderly foundation establishment cultivator, the Dream Dao calamity, known as the Nightmare. The old man had built his foundation through the nightmare and demonstrated his Dream Dao abilities to prove his claim. Of course, nothing in this world comes free. To learn how to evade the calamity, she would need 2 million spirit stones. Su Qian was stunned. Such a sum was beyond her means. You were equally astonished, realizing you had encountered a fool. At the Wanbao Pavilion, such information cost 30 million spirit stones, no negotiation. His price was a steal. Under Su Qian's astonished gaze, you paid the spirit stones. Overjoyed, the old man declared, the first 3 times you need only survive the nightmare's pursuit in the dream. Out of respect for the spirit stones, I can assist you. The final time you must face it alone, conquering the nightmare by manipulating the dream yourself. You had no understanding of the Dream Dao. Your only means of entering dreams was through scene construction, which was of no use here. All you could do was wait. Following the old man's instructions, Su Qian fell asleep deep in the nether realm. The old man held her hand and also drifted off while you stood guard. About half an hour later, Su Qian's substitute death talismans exploded one after another, signaling great peril. The old man bled from all 7 orifices, his life force slowly ebbing away. You pressed a vitality talisman onto his face, halting the decline. Another half-hour passed. The old man woke first, gasping for air as if he had just survived a fierce battle. Indeed, he had, though only within the dream. Soon after, Su Qian also awoke, panting like the old man, a look of post-calamity relief on her face. You asked them both, is the dream realm so perilous? The old man shuddered. Dreams are tied to the dreamer. I never imagined this young lad's dreams could be so terrifying. A master concocting the 5 elements, great pill, an old man riding a serpent. I nearly perished at that serpent rider's hands. You were speechless, recalling similar dreams of your own, truly dreadful. After the old man finished grumbling, he noticed the talisman on his face and cast a grateful look. Thank you, master, or this venture would have been a loss. You smiled and saw him off. Then, turning to Su Qian, you asked, will you attempt the 4th time? Evading all 4 calamities grants an innate divine ability. No. Su Qian waved her hands frantically. The harrowing experience was more than enough. Another attempt would likely mean death, especially without the old man's aid. Very well. Proceed with foundation establishment now. Even without an innate divine ability, it won't hinder your cultivation. All right. Su Qian inhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, officially achieving foundation establishment. With 3 disciples successfully establishing their foundations, you felt a surge of powerful fortune, altering your own destiny. Your previous Honghu Swan aspect transformed into a Qingshan Green Mountain aspect, a symbol of a stable, unshakable foundation. Only Niu Feng remains, you thought, filled with anticipation. Before he left, you extracted a wisp of his aura. Now he had reached the nether realm and was searching for an earth calamity. An earth calamity was the calamity of the earth Dao. You dispatched your avatar to follow him, discreetly paving the way as needed. In the 8th year, when Mu Xinran and Su Qian returned to the sect and revealed they had achieved heavenly Dao foundation establishment, Lu Yuan was overcome with regret. To play it safe, he had sacrificed 200 years of his lifespan, and he wanted to weep. Seeing him unable to cry, you brought him before the disciples as a cautionary example. This is your 4th senior brother. He ignored my teachings and insisted on using rare treasures for foundation establishment. Now look at his remorse. Lu Yuan finally wept. Salt rubbed into a wound would make anyone cry. But your aim was not to torment him, it was to show these outer disciples that everyone had the potential for heavenly grade foundation establishment. The crowd understood. A few quick-witted ones immediately asked, Master, do you know how to evade the calamities? You nodded and shared the methods for the Sword Dao and Dream Dao, concluding with a summary of the Wisdom Dao's challenges. I suspect the Eye of Wisdom poses questions based on the individual. It observes your actions, attire, and etiquette, then asks questions you cannot answer. The questions it asked your 3rd senior sister were telling. It noted Su Qian's attire from a major sect and inquired about farming and sericulture, matters she knew nothing of. You could consider how to mislead the Eye of Wisdom if you choose the path of wisdom. Hearing this, many were tempted, especially those aware that you still held substitute death talismans. They grew excited, eager to head to the nether realm and experiment immediately. With a sweep of your hand, you distributed travel funds. Those who wish to go may take these and depart. The journey will take at least a year. You'll have time to think on the road. I have about 30 substitute death talismans. First come, first served. The Qi refining minor completion disciples' eyes turned red as they scrambled for them. You released your pressure. Stop. Those who wish to go will receive 3 each, enough to survive 3 questions. If that's insufficient, he'll draw more. With your current talisman crafting skill, you could produce a substitute death talisman in half an hour. The main challenge was sourcing the rare materials. If not for that, you could mass produce them. In the end, you drew over a dozen more, exhausting the materials, and managed to distribute 3 to each disciple. Overjoyed, the disciples packed their travel funds and set off together for the nether realm as if they had never been fighting moments before. Ah, youth. No grudges last overnight, you mused with a smile, returning to your cave dwelling to cultivate. Not long after they departed, news of the demonic path's assault reached the sect which you had anticipated. You dispatched the remaining disciples to guard the major cities. The few Qi refining minor perfection disciples who had hesitated felt as bitter as swallowing dead flies. They had once had the chance to build their foundation, but chose to stay and face death. How harsh life could be. This was exactly the effect you desired. If they survived, they would never hesitate again. Moreover, when the disciples who returned without foundation establishment learned the news, they might feel that a loss was a blessing in disguise, and they wouldn't curse you as an unworthy master. Perfect. As a peak lord, though you were exempt from garrison duty, you were tasked with drawing talismans to fuel the war effort. You had no objections and spent a little time each day fulfilling this obligation. Then you devoted yourself to relentless cultivation. Mu Xinran's innate divine ability was the Righteous Heart Sword, which could nurture righteous sword chi, repel all evils, and cleanse negative effects. You perfectly replicated it through the prosperity for all talent. With righteous chi bolstering you, your strength advanced further. Lu Yuan had cultivated a divine ability called Earth Dance, which he had only just begun to master. You planned to let him fully grasp it before you copied it. Su Qian was still searching for a dream path divine ability, but the Asking Dao sect had none. You knew the next batch of divine ability scriptures from the heavenly sect would arrive soon, so you consoled her to wait and first study a water path divine ability. She found a divine ability called Freeze 10,000 miles and began to learn it. The 9th year arrived bringing mixed news. Bad news: Niu Feng had vanished right before your eyes. Not even Chi Interception could locate him, and his karmic traces were lost. Your heart ached as you suspected a rogue cultivator had coveted his spiritual root. You split your soul to search everywhere. Good news: your other disciples had reached the nether realm and were gathering intelligence. Moreover, the demonic sect retreated that year. Most of your nominal disciples returned alive and immediately requested to go to the nether realm. You told them to wait a few years while you searched for materials to draw substitute death talismans. They left satisfied. By the 10th year, Niu Feng was completely untraceable, and you gave up. Several of your nominal disciples found the Eye of Wisdom and barely survived using substitute death talismans. They analyzed and summarized the insights for advancement. The Eye of Wisdom possessed extremely high intelligence. You could mislead it at most twice after that it would ask questions contrary to your deception. For instance, if you pretended to be a rogue cultivator, its first 2 questions might concern the sect or common knowledge of the upper echelons. But the 3rd question would likely become, how does a rogue cultivator survive in a great sect? What to do when encountering a bandit cultivator? A true rogue cultivator could answer these offhand, but sect-born disciples could only guess. Great sects don't reject rogue cultivators and coexist peacefully. When encountering bandits, kill them. The Eye of Wisdom would not accept such answers. Moreover, it remembered those who had asked questions before and would deliberately make things difficult, asking unexpected questions without restraint. Thus, they had no further chance to obtain the law of wisdom. Using an external incarnation, you encouraged them to stay resilient and continue seeking opportunities. Once you found materials for substitute death talismans, you would send them a few more. They were invigorated and scoured for information to compile. Remarkably, they were fortunate enough to learn of a blood path disaster avoidance method: find a spirit fish in the blood sea and hide in its belly to evade disaster 3 times. But there was no 4th method, and it relied on luck. Luck. You were never short of it. You immediately transferred your own luck to one disciple, gave him a substitute death talisman, and told him to try. He succeeded in foundation establishment. However, this consumed most of your accumulated fortune, and your fate reverted to Hongwu, the swan with lofty ambitions that cannot thrive without luck. The others also wanted to build their foundation by the blood sea, but you told them the harsh truth: there wasn't enough luck left. Disheartened, they continued searching for other possibilities. That same year, your eldest son, Yi Qianhuan, reached the age for spiritual root testing. He fully inherited his mother's genes, possessing a superior desire spiritual root. To reward Luo Ran, you planned to have another child. She was reluctant and demanded you make her your legitimate wife. You agreed on the condition that she wouldn't interfere with your taking concubines. She consented. By year's end, through your diligent efforts, she was pregnant again. By the 20th year, 2 more of your disciples had finally succeeded in foundation establishment through unconventional means. One pursued the path of wisdom, the other the path of music. The wisdom path disciple was Li Qing, originally a rogue cultivator who had joined after hearing of your fame. With decades of experience and your knowledge, he managed to deceive the Eye of Wisdom. The music path disciple was Lu, a master of melody. Initially seeking wisdom path foundation establishment, he later found a calamity Guqin on the music path. Playing a tune, he avoided disaster and obtained the innate divine ability, a tune that breaks the heart. You accepted them as personal disciples, ranking them behind Luo Ran and the blood path disciple Hua Qingxiu as your 7th and 8th disciples. You relied on fortune to restore your fate to the Azure Mountain phase. In contrast to your disciples, your family seemed cursed. After Yi Qianhuan, several children either lacked spiritual roots or had only inferior ones. Even though the concubines you chose all had superior spiritual roots, they couldn't stop the Yi family's genetic transmission. Seeing this, you consoled yourself to let fate take its course. Having children was like opening blind boxes. Maybe the next one would be better. By the 30th year, you grew disappointed with opening blind boxes and turned your focus to your disciples. In the past decade, another disciple had built his foundation through sword path talent, though without an innate divine ability. You accepted him as your 9th personal disciple. Now, aside from Niu Feng and Luo Ran, all your personal disciples had achieved foundation establishment. No, to be precise, you only accepted disciples as personal ones after they reached foundation establishment. Luo Ran came to you asking when you would fulfill your promise. She had given birth 8 times and had been a tool long enough. You told her to take the wisdom path. After countless observations, you devised a plan for her. She could learn to act like a worldly woman but pretend to have pride, deceiving the eye of wisdom into mistaking her for a rogue cultivator who had reformed from a courtesan. Then its first question would likely be about sect news or upper-level secrets. If she answered correctly, it would grow suspicious, and the next question would probably concern rogue cultivators or receiving clients. You decided to find a real courtesan and Li Qing to cram her with knowledge in these areas. If the second question was about rogue cultivators, you guessed the third would likely revert to the sect, probably asking about more esoteric secrets. If the second question was about receiving clients, you speculated the third would depend on her demeanor. If she acted casual, it would ask about rogue cultivators. If she seemed reluctant, it would ask about the sect. Of course, it might also inquire about farming based on her behavior. You found an old farmer to cram her with that knowledge. As for the fourth disaster avoidance inspired by Li Qing's failure, you thought of a good question: what are the realms of the heavenly beings? This was a secret you knew known only to the Dao Ancestors, and you had the answer, making it hard for the eye to deceive. Luo Ran, seeing your thorough analysis, forgave you and decided to learn before heading to the Nether Realm to build her foundation. In the 31st year, Luo Ran arrived at the Nether Realm and found the Eye of Wisdom. As you had anticipated, the first 3 questions were answered without issue. As for the final question, the Eye of Wisdom evaded the topic. Luo Ran challenged it, and unable to explain it, resorted to a lethal strike. Fortunately, Luo Ran had enough life substitution talismans to escape. You concluded that the 4th question was irrelevant to the answer, as long as one could survive its lethal strikes, disaster could be averted. After evading disaster 4 times, Luo Ran successfully achieved foundation establishment and acquired the innate divine ability of wisdom, the Eye of Illusion. This divine ability allows one to see through truth and falsehood, dispel all illusions, and locate an enemy's weakness. Among all divine abilities, this was the most useful to you, further enhancing your strength. Your fortune also increased, though your fate remained unchanged. By the 50th year, 2 more of your disciples achieved foundation establishment, one through luck in finding heavenly treasures, and the other through dream Dao foundation establishment, relying on their family and your life substitution talismans. All those who had previously achieved foundation establishment cultivated other divine abilities, granting you an ever-growing number of powers. However, problems arose cultivating divine abilities by borrowing the Dao required repaying karmic debts. You could mimic without repayment, but they needed to settle theirs. You had yet to find a way to help them default on these debts, hoping only that no one as shameless as the traveler Bodhisattva would appear. Your disciples were precious. Losing 300 years of lifespan was a price they could not afford. To this end, you intensified your cultivation, aiming to reach the great perfection of foundation establishment as soon as possible, then swallow a golden core to sever their karmic threads. By the 100th year, perhaps blessed by fortune, your cultivation speed increased, and you sensed an opportunity for advancement. Within 2 years at most, you could break through. With many disciples, your fortune grew further, and your fate changed once more, transforming the Azure Mountain into golden scales. This was not good news for you. The last time you bore the golden scales aspect, you were first used as a pawn by old Mo, then exploited by Yangshan's backers, and finally forced to repay debts to the auspicious immortal. The memory was painful. Still, the divine ability pagoda of transcendence was indeed formidable. Even the divine fire 3 transformations could not match its output. Pity, you mused, that monk seems even more terrifying than Yi Yan. I cannot afford that karmic entanglement. You reflected and reminded yourself to stay low. In this life, only the thunder tribulation could kill you, and only it would. Just as you thought this, you sensed your fortune surge, rising sharply in an instant. Another disciple achieved foundation establishment. You felt a hint of relief and checked for innate divine abilities. There was one, but why was it of the demonic Dao? You froze. Though you did not care about committing crimes, you could not tolerate such corruption among your disciples. You looked at the related karmic threads. Then you froze again. No, you were petrified. The figure behind the karmic thread was Neofeng. He had reappeared, having achieved foundation establishment through the demonic Dao. You sighed at the irony of fate and decided to follow the karmic thread to investigate. You sent an avatar to the Nether Realm. After searching for over half a month, you found Neofeng. He wore the robes of the Nether sect, mingling with a crowd as they searched for something. You moved closer to examine him, but caught a familiar scent, the fragrance of peach blossoms. It emanated from a human head. You saw Neofeng's storage pouch slightly open, revealing a bleeding eye. Sigh. I cannot touch this karma, you reminded yourself, and turned to leave. But after a few steps, you sensed a powerful presence sweep over your avatar. She had locked onto you. Your split soul was instantly erased, and you lost control of the avatar. An old acquaintance. You lamented silently, coating your hand with flames ready to burn away that karmic thread. As your hand touched the karmic thread, you hesitated. A broken golden core cultivator is hard to come by. I'm about to form my core, perhaps it's better to keep this karma. You abandoned the idea and returned to seclusion. The next day, Luo Chuan arrived leaning on a cane, aged and frail. His time was short, and he had come to see you. You told him to wait 2 years at most, and you would form your golden core. He coughed with a smile and handed you an invitation. By the way, take this. I didn't come for nothing. What is it? You took the invitation and saw the name Auspicious Immortal. It said he admired your talisman skills and wished to consult you. Forcing a connection. Trying to help me transform again. You scoffed, transcribed your talisman inheritance, and gave it to Luo Chuan to deliver. Luo Chuan obeyed and left. A few days later, you inexplicably felt the urge to visit the scripture depository. You went instinctively. Among the many divine abilities, you found the pagoda of transcendence conspicuously prominent with the words Space Dao, even more striking. You looked up at the sky knowing this was his arrangement. As for why you could perceive it, it was likely due to Yi Yan's mediation. This one fears Yi Yan, but not enough. You concluded and left the depository. To avoid forced interference from infant immortals, you entered seclusion. A death seclusion, vowing not to emerge until you formed your golden core. In the 102nd year, you reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. You took out the golden core you had prepared and swallowed it. With a single core entering your belly, your fate was yours to command. You successfully formed your golden core. Afterward, your vision expanded, from only seeing your own karma to being able to examine others. You could even sever or graft karmic threads. At this level, you truly became a being capable of mastering your own destiny in this world. Moreover, within your golden core lay a complete Dao embryo. On the surface, you were a golden core cultivator, but in essence, you possessed the nature of an infant immortal. His law was the law of darkness, where darkness and fear coexisted. You had now become the embodiment of fear. Of course, you could not use this power recklessly. The law did not belong to you, but to the original Dao embryo. Each use diminished it. Use it sparingly. 3 activations should be enough. You estimated the total reserves of the law. With your cultivation achieved, you drew up a plan. Golden cores face a minor tribulation every 10 years and a major one every 100. Minor tribulations were nothing to worry about. No golden core cultivator had ever died from one. Only the major tribulations warranted concern. Golden core cultivation was typically measured by major tribulations. Surviving one major tribulation made one a 1 tribulation golden core. 2 made a 2 tribulation golden core. Usually after 10 major tribulations, the Dao embryo within the core would mature. When it broke free from the core and shed its old body, one would become an infant immortal. Considering your strength, the first major tribulation was manageable, but the second would be difficult. Without means to withstand it, you could only await death. In the simulator, death meant true death, no reincarnation. Still 200 years away. No rush for now. Dealing with 2 golden cores is more important. The 2 you referred to were the old man riding the snake and that severed head. The severed head's existence likely required at least a golden core's support, possibly with a magical artifact. If it were a defensive artifact, you could attempt to use it to survive the tribulation. 2 choices. Let's start with the easier one. You stepped out of the Asking Dao sect following the threads of karma to find her. Unlike 2 years ago, she now had a body beneath her head, a woman's head attached to a man's torso, an indescribably eerie sight. She noticed you and chuckled. Are you here to kill me? To avenge your external incarnation? You said nothing, casting one thought. Heaven and earth stirred to seal the surrounding miles into a barrier. With your law's enhancement, your spatial techniques had all improved. She sneered. You've just crossed the tribulation to form a golden core, yet instead of nurturing a Dao embryo, you come seeking revenge. How amusing. Since you want to play, this old lady will indulge you. She paused, then added, I forgot to tell you, this old lady is a 4 tribulation golden core, mid-stage among golden cores. You interrupted coldly. I also forgot to mention, I'm a 10 tribulation golden core, the peak of the golden core stage. 10 tribulations. She burst into laughter, a stream of bloody tears trickling from the corner of her eye as a bloody aura swirled around her. You recognized her law, the blood Dao. You activated the dragon elephant's sacred body to prevent your lifeblood from being drained, then employed the dark Dao law. You amplified the Dao Ancestor's whispers you had once heard, enveloping her entirely. What is this? How can you communicate with the Dao Ancestor? She wept, blood streaming from her 7 orifices as she desperately resisted with her blood Dao. You watched calmly, doing nothing more. After a quarter, she went mad, completely insane. After half an hour, she stood frozen in madness, too terrified to move. After 3/4 of an hour, she died, scared to death. Even her soul scattered in terror. Perhaps this was her means of revival, but you drove your split souls to devour it all, then approached her corpse to inspect it. The golden core still lay in her dantian, but her life force was rapidly fading. You took out a life talisman and pressed it onto her face, then split off a wisp of your soul to claim this body. She became your external incarnation. Upon inspecting her golden core, you realized she was a fraud. Only 2 tribulation marks adorned it. She claimed to be a 4 tribulation core, but was merely a 2 tribulation 1, dashing your hopes for nothing. Through devouring her split soul and sifting through her memories, you found her pitifully poor. Not a single magic treasure, not even a top-grade magical artifact. A huge loss. You deeply regretted acting for the sake of potential treasures. Now the gain did not outweigh the loss. The only thing you gained was a golden core external incarnation, and a weak one at that. The core was still a living core, and someone could revive her by devouring it. Forget it, let's consider it a test of the dark Dao law. You suppressed your discontent and set out to find Niufeng. Niufeng's karma still lingered in your threads. At least he was of foundation establishment cultivation and possessed a top-grade wood spirit root. You didn't want him wandering outside, you needed to bring him back to train in wood Dao techniques. After a brief search nearby, you found him. Just like when you first met him, he was playing make-believe with himself. He had gone mad again. This time you had experience. You sent a wisp of your soul to guide him and brought him back to Green Talisman Peak. Once inside the peak, you no longer concealed your strength. Within the sect, the treatment of Golden Core Grandmasters and Foundation Establishment Cultivators was worlds apart. Becoming a Golden Core Cultivator truly granted you a voice. Several divine senses swept over you, and you were invited into the sect master's residence. After the elders conducted a heart inquiry, you were appointed as the 7th elder of the Asking Dao sect, responsible for overseeing the assessment of core disciples and stewards. The assessments covered both character and strength, meaning your word could decide their fate. This was true power in hand. Luo Chuan was overjoyed, seeking out your new residence and asking when to make a move. You replied now. Now you could still use the dark Dao law twice more, had an external incarnation, and were protected by a nascent soul guardian. This was the perfect time. You saw Luo Chuan's karmic thread and followed it to the blue-beard old man who was feeding a snake. Even across karma, he noticed you, but continued feeding the snake unconcerned. You grabbed Luo Chuan and stepped directly into the swamp where the old man resided. He paused, his expression cold. What does the esteemed one intend? I have no grudge against you, do I? Not in this life, at least. You said casually. He caught the meaning behind your words. It seemed today would not end peacefully. Rolling up his sleeves, he looked eager for a fight. You set Luo Chuan aside and smiled. How many tribulations has the esteemed one endured as a Golden Core Grandmaster? He snorted. 5. Oh, you continued. I'd like to know. What use does the 5 elements grand elixir have for you? Wanna know? Spar with me first. If you win, I'll tell you. As the blue-beard old man spoke, he moved like a phantom, reaching you in an instant. You crossed your arms to block. With a thunderous crash, you were sent flying backward. He followed, immediately raining blow after blow upon you, shattering your golden light. A body-refining cultivator. You understood, pushing the dragon elephant's sacred body to its limit as divine patterns emerged on your skin. Seeing the patterns, he retreated several steps, no longer closing in. Instead, he took a strand of your hair and began chanting. As his voice entered your ears, your internal organs shattered inch by inch, blood gushing forth. Cursed Dao? Interesting. You cast one thought, heaven and earth stir to trap him within, then unleash the power of the dark Dao. The same terror descended upon him, but he laughed heartily, trying to scare me with the Dao Ancestor. You're still green. It didn't work. You felt a bit troubled, analyzed the situation, and had an idea. You split off a wisp of your soul to forcibly parasitize him and conduct a soul search. Everyone's fears are different. You feared the Dao Ancestor's whispers and the celestial beings, but he might not. Yet every person has something they dread. You found it. In his memories, he had been used and manipulated by higher-level beings countless times. What he feared most were those more powerful than himself. You conjured the image of Yi Yin as well as the many grandmasters and nascent souls from his memories, forcibly grafting an illusory karma upon him. No, you can't. We have no enmity. You can't. Spare me. They'll tell you whatever you want to know. He was terrified, and the more he feared, the deeper the fear you implanted grew. Now only 2 outcomes remained. Either he would cowardly submit and go mad, or he would be tormented by fear until death. Clearly, he was cowardly enough. He kept begging for mercy until he went mad, completely insane. You approached his body, reached into his dantian, and withdrew a golden core. A 5 tribulation golden core. He hadn't lied. You tossed the core to Luo Chuan. It's yours. With that, you removed the ring from the blue-beard old man's index finger. It was a magical treasure called the Force Ring, which you had seen in his memories. This treasure could absorb the physical bodies of body-refining cultivators. That was his confidence in closing in. A prophet. You pushed the dragon elephant's sacred body to its peak, and then put on the ring. Once the ring was on your finger, your physical form advanced further, reaching the defensive level of a demon king. In other words, relying solely on your body, you were already outstanding among golden cores. I wonder if I can use it to cross the tribulation. You kissed the ring and began to digest his memories. His memories contain methods for evading calamities through the curse path ways to gain recognition from the laws of the curse path and the effects of the 5 elements great pill. An infant immortal had told him that the 5 elements great pill could replace tribulation transcendence. Heh, you chuckled. How could he believe such an absurd statement? Did he think the 5 elements great pill could enhance his state and assist in crossing the tribulation? After laughing, you froze. Did it even matter whether he believed it? The infant immortal wanted him to find the 5 elements great pill, and he had no choice but to search for it. Just like Luo Chuan. If the immortal wanted Luo Chuan to refine the 5 elements great pill, it only needed to strengthen his obsession with forming a golden core. A single obsession would make Luo Chuan willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. You couldn't help but glance at Luo Chuan, that pitiful wretch. Luo Chuan swallowed the golden core, and his aura became profound. In an instant, he transformed from a frail, gray-haired elder back into a youthful state. His murky eyes turned as clear as a lake, as if reborn. I've formed a golden core. Finally, I've formed a golden core. He laughed maniacally, his laughter wild and unrestrained. You stared at him, a hint of cunning flashing in your eyes. You had only heard of swallowing a living pill, where the owner of the pill would resurrect inside the host's body, but had never witnessed it. Now was the perfect time to verify the rumor. You split off a sliver of your soul, quietly infiltrating Luo Chuan's soul to observe slowly. The golden core remained still for now. This might be a long-term experiment. You were quite looking forward to it. Returning to the sect, you disclosed the method for evading the catastrophe of the curse path to the disciples who had not yet reached Foundation establishment and instructed them to attempt it. The catastrophe corresponding to the curse path was called the ghost doll. For the first 3 evasions, one only needed to protect oneself and prevent the ghost doll from obtaining any hair or skin from the body. If luck was poor and it used a remote curse to kill, a substitute death talisman could block it. The graybeard elder had failed the 4th evasion, but after reviewing the memories, you speculated that a paper effigy substitute could be used to transfer the curse damage. You did not force them to persist until the 4th evasion. Reaching Foundation establishment was sufficient. Upon receiving the news, they set off one after another for the Nether Realm. 2 of them, with relatively good fortune, succeeded in building their foundations, while most returned in failure. After all, even knowing the evasion methods, it was still a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. Out of over 30 people, 2 was already a rare achievement. At the Yi family, Yi Qianhuan had long reached the age for Foundation establishment, but you had never attended to it, delaying until now. If not for Luo Ran's concern for this son, you might have forgotten entirely. Looking at this handsome son, you asked, have you decided how to build your foundation? Is there a law where I don't have to work hard, but just have children to become stronger? Your son was nothing like you. You thought for a moment Earthgrade Foundation establishment should work. With fortune infusion, the family's prosperity is your prosperity. If the clan thrives, you thrive. Having children should also help. He grinned and begged you to infuse him with fortune, impatient with eagerness. You turned serious and asked if he was truly ready. After all, with shared glory and shared loss, choosing Earthgrade Foundation establishment would bind him to the Yi family forever. Dad, with you around, can I really live to die? Hurry up, he'll let you hold plenty of grandsons later. You nodded, gathered the Yi family's fortune, and performed the infusion for him. With you a golden core grandmaster, the Yi family was no longer a minor clan. The fortune was sufficient, and he smoothly built his foundation. Dad, is this what foundation establishment is? It doesn't seem that strong. He didn't feel much change. After all, it was Earthgrade Foundation establishment. No laws, no innate divine abilities, just a few times more spiritual power and physical strength than the Qi refining stage at best. No more nonsense. Focus on making babies. You had no hopes for yourself. With 2 people having children, they constantly dragged down the average. Your son had a superior grade spiritual root. Perhaps he could bring surprises. Got it. Just wait, father. Year 112. You survived the decade's minor heavenly tribulation, and your laws grew slightly. 27 of your disciples had built their foundations one after another, causing your fortune to surge again. Your destiny transformed from golden scale to dragon transformation. After becoming a dragon, you frequently felt the influence of the auspicious fortune Immortal Venerable. Even in dreams, the floating pagoda appeared many times. To completely resolve the trouble, you sought out Yi Yin and had him take away most of your fortune, returning your destiny to Green Mountain. The troubles were finally gone. Over these 10 years, Yi Qianhuan had found a Dao partner and concubines consecutively fathering 4 children. 2 had passed the age of 3, their spiritual roots were tested, and both were superior grade. Seeing the next generation about to flourish, you left behind 100 million spirit stones for the family's development. With the spirit stones, the family advanced by leaps and bounds, rapidly expanding its influence and taking over the entire Cloud City. Year 120. You took on several stewards as disciples, and your fortune swelled again. In a daze, you sensed the recognition of a law from heaven and earth. It was related to luck, but not the law of humanity, just an ordinary law of fortune. The law of fortune governs luck, but not destiny. It can only grant others temporary good or bad luck. Considering that you still had the demonic law left to graft, and now another one had arrived, you felt immense pressure. These 2 laws might force you to form a golden core at any time, but you already possessed one, which could lead to unforeseen dangers. You asked Yin, and he told you that law recognition did not necessarily have to be grafted onto a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator. There was no realm requirement. Anyone would do. This answer relieved you greatly. You grafted the law of fortune onto your son, Yi Qianhuan. As for the demonic law, you grafted it onto Niu Feng. Since he had chosen the demonic path for his foundation, if he could form a golden core and elevate the law further, it would only benefit you. Year 130. In your spare time, you browsed through the talisman inheritance again, preparing to pick up this craft once more. Relying on your exceptional comprehension, mastery of integration, and the blessing of fortune, you quickly mastered most of the 4th-rank talismans. Your understanding of fortune deepened. The blessing of fortune not only shortened cultivation time, but also enhanced comprehension, truly terrifying. During this period, your disciples showed little change. In contrast, the family was different. With Yi Qianhuan, the baby-making expert, the 4th generation was nothing short of monstrous. 5 with superior grade spiritual roots, 1 with an extreme grade spiritual root, and 1 with a mutated spiritual root. The mutated spiritual root had both thunder and fire attributes, but no impurities, making it a dual attribute extreme grade spiritual root. Such talent was unparalleled even in the Inquiry Dao sect. You personally named the little one Yi Bufan, hoping he would be as extraordinary as his talent. With the birth of this little one, your fortune and destiny changed again. You gained the fate of being shielded by descendants, ensuring that among your future progeny, there would surely be one who would become a dragon. You were immensely expectant, leaving a golden core avatar to protect your grandson. Year 150. The sliver of soul you had left on Luo Chuan detected an anomaly in the golden core. The imprint of the Dao embryo within was influencing Luo Chuan's judgment. Luo Chuan had been misled by the imprint several times, his soul damaged, and his daily behaviors altered by the imprint. It was going to resurrect within Luo Chuan's body. You did not intervene, silently observing and noting the changes in Luo Chuan each day. After about half a year, Luo Chuan raised snakes, and they were merging. His habits were returning to those of the old man with the green beard. You could clearly sense that Luo Chuan still existed. He was not completely resurrected, but rather a fusion of both. This outcome is not necessarily bad for Luo Chuan. He merely has added some habits and memories. In the 155th year, Yi Bufan reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and the Yi family exhibited a natural phenomenon. An infant immortal observed Yi Bufan's moon-like appearance and decided to take him as a disciple. You were unsure of the infant immortal's attitude, so you sought out Yi Yin, who told you to rest assured and accept it boldly. There was no malice. You entrusted Yi Bufan to him, but requested to meet once every 10 years. He agreed to your request and took Yi Bufan to the netherworld to establish his foundation. The commerce path of foundation establishment. This was a path you had no recollection of, but the innate divine abilities were remarkably strong. The divine ability of the commerce path was named bribery and corruption, a conceptual ability that could weaken enemies by offering them gifts, while accepting gifts from enemies could similarly weaken them. These gifts could even be a fist. Acquiring this innate divine ability advanced your power further. In the 202nd year, you awaited your first great heavenly tribulation. Compared to it, a minor heavenly tribulation was merely a tickle. The terror of the cosmic heavenly tribulation surpassed your imagination. With your powerful body and soul, you barely endured this first heavenly tribulation. However, the cost was severe. You were bedridden for half a year, nearly reaching the brink of death. The second lightning tribulation would surely be even stronger. You lacked confidence in passing it, so you searched for methods to transcend the tribulation after your injuries healed. You sought out Yi Yin for assistance, but he stated that transcending the tribulation could only rely on oneself, as outside help would only strengthen the tribulation. You then asked him if there were methods to weaken the tribulation. He mentioned that his path was the path of thunder, and the cosmic heavenly tribulation was different from it, suggesting you inquire at the Wanbao Temple, as there might be answers. You reluctantly continued your search for others and went to the Wanbao Temple. In the 203rd year, you gathered people and arrived at the Wanbao Temple to inquire. The female Taoist quoted a price of 100 million spirit stones for a method, a price that left you speechless. Looking at the few remaining spirit stones in your storage pouch, you decided to sell some information in exchange, asking her about the value of methods recognized by cosmic laws and those recognized by spell laws. She estimated the value at just over 100 million. How outrageous. When you inquired previously, it was 300 years of lifespan plus 200 million spirit stones, and you still hadn't gotten a response. You thought for a moment, and then revealed the secrets you knew as well as various disaster avoidance methods, and asked for a price. She estimated the value at just over 100 million. Counting the spirit stones you brought this time, you could barely ask 3 questions. The female Taoist replied, "Actually, this temple only has 3 methods. First, drawing a heaven-deceiving talismans can weaken the heavenly tribulation, reducing its power by up to 30% at most, but the heaven-deceiving talismans can only be used once. Using it a second time will likely strengthen the heavenly tribulation. Second, find a magical treasure that can resist cosmic laws. The degree of weakening depends slightly on the strength of the treasure, generally not less than 20%. Third, cultivate a great divine ability related to cosmic defense. Such a divine ability can effectively weaken the lightning tribulation." She then explained the concept of great divine abilities, which generally refer to the abilities created by infant immortals. There are also exceptional opportunities in the golden core stage that can write a part of one, but it will never be more than that. You paid the spirit stones and noted down the 3 methods. The heaven-deceiving talismans are 5th-tier talismans that you currently cannot draw, but they are present in the inheritance, and with your current fortune, drawing them within 100 years should not be a problem. Magical treasures. Finding such exclusive treasures is exceedingly difficult. You can only leave it to fate. As for great divine abilities, the only one you can think of is the Buddha Tower, but the causality involved. A dead friend is not a dead path for me. You plan to reveal the disaster avoidance method of the cosmic bronze door to the disciples, allowing them to avoid disaster, after which you would apply luck to alter their destinies, enabling them to cultivate divine abilities. Such causality is not yours. The divine abilities you could manifest would be simply perfect. Moreover, utilizing the Buddha Tower might also establish some connection with the fortune immortal, making him owe you causality, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the same year, you returned to the sect and announced the disaster avoidance method of the bronze door. Upon hearing the news, many disciples from your sect went to the netherworld. You sent out an external incarnation to follow silently. Due to that desperate situation, within a few months, over half of the disciples suffered casualties, who under your protection, only 2 barely managed to enter the bronze door. Then, they never came out again. Could it be that the bronze door has changed? You felt somewhat confused. It was most difficult to face a desperate situation, yet they seemed to linger in that world after entering. No, perhaps they entered too quickly. Unlike you, who had time to record the surrounding environment, your success in the dark was due to the fortune immortal's manipulation. You summarized the lessons from failure and sent disciples in again, instantaneously constructing a realm to transmit the surrounding images into their minds. Not bad. 2 disciples survived against all odds, successfully avoiding disaster. One had avoided disaster 3 times, but hesitated to try the 4th time after hearing it would sever emotions. The other was a devoted cultivator who did not care about the slaughter of his relatives, friends, and mentors, gaining a divine ability related to space strangulation. Unlike your ability to move the heavens with a single thought, this divine ability belonged to the domain of slaughter and could manipulate space for strangulation. You had tried it and were somewhat satisfied with the attack strength. It was a relatively standard divine ability. It was time for a difficult choice again. You had to choose between the 2 disciples, and you selected the latter. To be able to exit the bronze door in less than half a minute during the 4th disaster is also a person without compassion, since he is heartless. Let him come. You granted him the appearance of a dragon, allowing him to cultivate the Buddha Tower. In the 206th year, he succeeded. You successfully mimicked his talent, relying on the cosmic laws you now controlled. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Buddha Tower could suppress the entire golden core realm. Within a radius of 30 meters of the Buddha Tower's appearance, the strength of everyone except you would be reduced to 0, literally even less than that of an ordinary person. With the divine ability in hand, you felt a bit more confident about the second crossing of the tribulation. At the same time, you did not forget about the heaven-deceiving talismans and began to attempt drawing them. In the 270 year, you finally achieved success, drawing the first heaven-deceiving talismans, securing the second crossing of the tribulation. You no longer secluded yourself and began to move among the disciples and clan members. Over 200 years, 73 disciples successfully established their foundation. One person achieved golden core. 2 from the third generation of the Yi family established their foundations, and 7 from the fourth generation did, gathering immense fortune. You were once again recognized by the laws, this time by the human path. The human path governs fortune and destiny, and it is a law that can rank among the top tier. You grafted this power onto your granddaughter Yi Qingtan, who possessed an exceptional spiritual root, greatly increasing her chances of achieving golden core. As for Yi Bufan, you were not worried. With his master around, he would eventually find a way to achieve golden core. In the 280th year, you sensed an anomaly within the Yi clan. One of your grandchildren had been possessed. He had been away for years transporting medicinal herbs. On this journey, he encountered bandits, was gravely wounded, and sent back, and then he seemed like a completely different person. Initially, you wanted to kill him to prevent misfortune for the Yi clan, but after observing him for a few days, you suddenly realized he might be a fellow countryman. Within just 2 days of returning home, he had handcrafted a microscope, seemingly studying something. You abandoned the idea of killing him. After all, your descendants were as numerous as hairs on an ox. Losing one was nothing, but a fellow countryman was a first. You hid in the shadows and continued to observe. After half a month, you noticed he had a keen interest in business. He used lard and plant ash to make soap and sugarcane to refine white sugar. Your curiosity about him grew. However, it was a pity that his aptitude was merely that of a lower-grade spirit root. He would never cultivate past the chi refining midstage in his lifetime, with a lifespan of at most 200 years. He seemed aware of this as well, and focused entirely on commerce. In the 290th year, Yi Qianhuan of the Yi clan formed his golden core. For him, life was effortless. Chi refining relied on talent, foundation establishment, on luck, and golden core formation on the favor of destiny. With his golden core, the Yi clan leaped to become a major clan in the Chu state, its sphere of influence expanding rapidly. You arranged for him to hold an honorary elder position in the One Dao sect, hoping he would not repeat your mistakes. He was obedient, fearing the attention of infant immortals, and occasionally visited the One Dao sect to maintain relations. Over the past decade, your fellow countryman, Yi Qingsong, showed no obsession with cultivation, only a burning desire to expand his commercial empire. He was clearly a talent in this field. The Yi clan thrived in business over the decade. His status rose accordingly, and as a direct descendant, he smoothly became the clan's chief steward. He eventually met you, and without concealment exchanged secret signals. Having observed him for 10 years, and found his character acceptable, you asked what he sought. He knelt solemnly and pleaded, "Master, I have returned. I hope you can help me reclaim all I lost, and restore me to infant immortal. I will protect your Dao." His words struck like thunder, leaving you speechless. Only then did you notice his countenance. You had inexplicably overlooked it before. Another one who reaps without sowing. You shook your head. Perhaps it wasn't neglect, but an inability to see, or it had been concealed. You had watched him for 10 years. Even with neglect, you couldn't have missed it entirely. The most likely explanation was that he had only recently changed or awakened his memories, gaining the destiny of reaping without sowing. "How do you intend to reattain the Dao?" you asked, a hint of anticipation in your voice. "Master, I am different from other infant immortals. I walk the heavenly Dao, which requires ascending step by step. You must first help me raise my cultivation." You were speechless. This was not what you had imagined. Wasn't an infant immortal eternal, once proven? He sensed your confusion and explained, "I face no barriers in breaking through major realms. Only the minor realms are trials set by the heavenly Dao for me." You didn't understand and hesitated before saying, "As far as I know, a lower-grade spirit root has almost no chance of breaking through to the chi refining midstage." He shook his head. "I only need a pseudo-spirit root talisman. After using it, I will gain an additional pseudo-spirit root, allowing me to break through." Such a talisman existed. You had no memory of it. He explained this was drawn by you in a past life. It's no surprise it wasn't passed down. With that, he transmitted a fragment of his memory to you, the experience and insights of the pseudo-spirit root talisman. After reviewing it, you nodded. It was merely a third-grade talisman, not difficult to draw. You took out paper and brush and quickly completed it. He took it and applied it to himself. You observed him again. His aura had indeed changed, and his dantian was autonomously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. You pondered whether to draw more of these talismans and distribute them. Although the Yi clan had many geniuses, there were even more mediocrities. With the pseudo-spirit root talisman, they could advance further. You quickly made a decision. Leaving behind a storage pouch, you headed to the clan's ancestral hall to find the current heads of the Yi clan. You instructed them to gather the clan members, intending to grant them the pseudo-spirit root talisman, but demanded secrecy due to its significance. Having witnessed its effects, they decisively placed the talisman on the clan's reward and punishment list, only to be granted to trustworthy members. You had no objection. In the 300th year, thanks to the pseudo-spirit root talisman, another member of your clan successfully achieved foundation establishment. Yi Qingsong was among them. As he had said, he faced no barriers in breakthrough. After reaching minor perfection in Qi refining, he directly advanced to heaven-grade foundation establishment. You acquired his innate divine ability. Words become law, allowing you to arbitrarily modify the rules before you, for instance, preventing someone from speaking or moving. With this ability, your strength increased further. He then made another request. After reaching foundation establishment, he wished to borrow the Dao and asked you to help find several heavenly Dao divine abilities. You asked if he was confident in borrowing the Dao. He told you that his borrowing left no karmic ties and required no consent. Such was the tyranny of the heavenly Dao. You somewhat regretted choosing the path of space. Had you chosen the heavenly Dao instead, it would have been better. Now regret seemed too late. You traveled among the three sects and gathered the divine abilities he needed. In the 302nd year, you faced the second great heavenly tribulation. With the heaven-deceiving talisman and the pagoda of transcendence, you barely survived. Analyzing the changes between the first and second great heavenly tribulations, you concluded that the third would likely be your end. You asked Yi Qingsong if he had any methods to aid in tribulation transcendence, hoping for a new solution. He said yes. Help me regain the infant immortal rank. The heavenly Dao is the only way to counter the lightning tribulation. You grew increasingly awed by the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao law was but a microcosm of the true heavenly Dao, and yet it was so formidable. How powerful must the true heavenly Dao be? No wonder it could serve as the warden of this prison. You asked him how you should help him once he formed his golden core. He said to go to the snowy mountains where at the peak there was a dragon sealing well. If you could retrieve the dragon essence, he could regain the infant immortal rank. It sounded simple enough, and you breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a doubt crossed your mind. Was this simulation going too smoothly? Your persecution complex flared up again. In the 308th year, Yi Bufan formed his golden core, and Niu Feng also formed his. Your fortune grew ever stronger. It would not be an exaggeration to say your luck was as vast as the heavens. Guided by fortune, you discovered a magic artifact, a small simple heart-protecting mirror capable of withstanding golden core-level attacks. You weren't sure if it could withstand the lightning tribulation, but keeping it would always be beneficial. In the 330th year, Yi Qingsong achieved the golden core after borrowing the Dao 3 times. He invited you to the Snow Mountain's dragon sealing well, and you gladly accepted. The mountain was not named, it was simply called Snow Mountain due to its perpetually snow-capped peak, a common sight in the realm of cultivation. You both flew up the mountain and found the dragon sealing well. The well's mouth was narrow, but within lay a hidden world. He leaped in first, and you followed closely. The cavern inside was terrifyingly vast. A 100-jong dragon bound by layers of iron chains let out a piercing roar. Yi Qingsong said, "Master, this is it." You assessed the dragon's strength and found it troublesome. Its rank might not have reached the nascent soul level, but its power was undeniably its equal. Fortunately, you still had one use of the secret path law. Reluctantly, you employed it on the dragon, which in terror thrashed against its chains, producing a clinking sound. The noise persisted for a while until it finally ceased moving, having been frightened to death. Yi Qingsong rejoiced, immediately burrowing into the dragon's belly to retrieve 3 dragon cores, which he swallowed in one gulp. His power surged rapidly after consuming the cores, nearing the nascent soul stage in the blink of an eye. Nearing the nascent soul stage. You were startled. It didn't work. It fell a bit short, he said, swiftly approaching and thrusting a hand into your dantian, grasping a golden core. Now it's enough. You looked down at the gaping hole in your abdomen and asked with resentment, "Why, since you're about to die, I'll let you die with clarity." He swallowed the golden core, wiped his mouth, and said, "Did someone tell you that you're the reincarnation of the reincarnation Dao Ancestor?" You nodded. "Ha ha ha." He laughed maniacally. "You're pathetically naive to believe such a thing. How could an existence like the Dao Ancestor put all its eggs in one basket? You are merely a contingency for its resurrection, as am I. We're nothing but fragments of its great Dao." You pondered and asked, "Since we're both contingencies for resurrection, why did you kill me?" "Because only one of us can succeed." He paused. "Moreover, we are both born from fragments of the great Dao. Devouring your fragment allows me to advance further, like now." "No." He froze. By his plan, he should have achieved nascent soul by now, yet after all this talk and delay, his rank remained unchanged. "What's wrong?" You emerged from the shadows. Before entering the dragon ceiling well, you had sensed the karma there was obscured. Having been deceived countless times, you were prepared. The one who died was merely your avatar. As for the golden core, your avatar also possessed a 2 tribulation golden core, perfectly imitated. You had simply altered its appearance. As you spoke, you activated the seal within the golden core, a fatal strike imbued with the blood path. With a hiss, all his blood essence was devoured by the core, leaving him a bag of bones. After a dazed moment, he said, "My state returns to its peak." With a word, the law manifested and his injuries healed instantly. You frowned. The heavenly Dao was indeed overbearing. This would be a hard battle. You struck first, turning the area into a barrier and engaging him in close combat. Relying on the heavenly Dao's laws, he freely altered the rules of this realm, proving your equal. After hours of fighting, you grew increasingly adept while he began to falter. "What have you done? How can you weaken others?" He roared, all his earlier arrogance gone. You sneered. Your innate talent for bribery through the merchant path had been honed to perfection. You had been feeding him all along to guard against this day. Moreover, your attacks, his attacks, were acts of bribery, weakening him further. As one grew stronger and the other weaker, he became nothing more than prey in your hands. That wasn't all. You knew that after his golden core, he could see your karma, including your guardian Yi Yin. Yet he still dared to move against you, implying he had other tricks. You had your own ace, the karma of the auspicious immortal sovereign. You had obscured your connection with him and agreed that if you didn't emerge within 6 hours, he would enter. That time was nearly up. Yi Qingsong's face darkened. He glanced at the sky above the well and sighed. "I didn't want to use this on you." He retrieved a seal from his storage pouch and crushed it. As golden light from the seal swirled, he instantly ascended to the nascent soul stage. The pressure bore down on you like a mountain on your shoulders. You sneered and invoked the law of words. "The state of the one before me is absent." This was your first time using this law before him. He paused, then laughed heartily, mocking your ignorance and pity. You snorted and began a silent countdown. 1, 2. In under 3 seconds, his laughter ceased abruptly like a goose with its throat cut, his face full of bewilderment. "Kid, forgot to tell you. Whatever divine ability you can use, your grandpa here can too. I held back waiting for you to reach nascent soul. This level of the law of words can only be used once." "A pity." "No. Impossible." "Who the hell are you?" he screamed hysterically. "A contingency for the reincarnation, Dao Ancestor's resurrection. Isn't that what you said?" You spoke as you approached, summoning the pagoda of transcendence. You didn't intend to kill him, yet he knew more than you and needed to be questioned. The pagoda suppressed all. His form was enveloped, unable to move. "Why? How can a two-tribulation golden core have such means?" Enraged and humiliated, he pounded his fists against the pagoda, sending ripples across its surface. You watched him calmly and said, "I have questions. Answer, and I won't torment you." Your tone was calm, but the threat within was chilling. "I'm at your mercy. Ask away." He collapsed, feigning helplessness. "How do you identify others like us?" "By an instinctive feeling." "What kind of feeling?" "A peculiar sense of kinship." "Don't you feel it?" "Kinship." You pondered and realized that upon meeting him you had indeed felt a joyful familiarity, like encountering an old friend in a distant land. Even after he possessed your grandson, that joy lingered. It was unsettling in hindsight. "How many more of us are there?" "I don't know." "Then give me your guess." "Based on the number of great Dao fragments, I estimate no fewer than 10. You nodded lightly and pressed on. "What's the benefit of devouring a fragment?" "I don't know. Perhaps one can reclaim part of the Dao Ancestor's authority or recover lost memories." "Hard to say." You hesitated, then smiled. "Is the fragment within the golden core?" "Yes." He voluntarily produced his golden core, holding it before him. "I'm outmatched. It's yours. Bury me on the snow mountain. I like it here." You retrieved the core with a wave of your hand and examined it closely. It was strange, bearing 10 tribulation marks, but no Dao embryo within. It was a dead core. A 10 tribulation dead core. You couldn't comprehend it, nor did you wish to. You felt only that the core before you was the most alluring treasure. Opening your mouth, you swallowed it in one gulp. In your mind, scrolls unfurled one by one, ancient secrets slowly revealing themselves before your eyes. You saw the past, the celestial beings. You were deeply captivated by them. Within the pagoda of transcendence, Yi Qingsong rose and walked out the supposedly all-suppressing pagoda, offering no resistance. Mission accomplished. He stretched lazily and pressed his hand upon your head, peeling strands of Dao aura away from your body. The true fragments of the great Dao were not the golden core. It was you yourself. You felt your vitality slowly draining away, but it was already too late to break free from the past. The game was over. You had lost. After devouring the dragon origin, he had already shattered the core and achieved nascent soul, yet he deliberately concealed this. He took the golden core from your external incarnation and swallowed it. He led you to believe the great Dao lay within the golden core, then feigned desperation, guiding you to consume it and sink into memories of the past. Also, he could devour your Dao. You understood now, yet confusion still lingered. If he had already attained nascent soul after consuming the dragon origin, why resort to trickery? Why not crush you with sheer power? A newly hatched nascent soul is very fragile, barely stronger than an ordinary golden core. If not for that, I wouldn't have needed to scheme. Seeing your unwillingness, he explained. So the Ten Calamity Death Core was the shell you left behind. You smiled bitterly, most of your consciousness still trapped in the depths of the secret, unable to break free. As the Dao fragments were stripped away, your life force waned slightly, your mind grew hazy, and you silently gazed at the well's mouth. You had lost, but there was still a chance. He was coming. I suppose you're waiting for the auspicious fortune, Immortal Venerable. No need. I've altered the rules of this place with the heavenly Dao. Unless a Dao Ancestor comes, no one can find the well's mouth. He chuckled and added, let me tell you another secret. The Dao Ancestor owes us karmic debts from a past life and won't intervene. You opened your mouth, slurring, truth mixed with lies. You're trying to deceive me again. Huh. You coughed violently, mustering all your strength to once again perform the act of bribery. Your Dao fragments were the highest tribute. You had weakened his power to the utmost. At the well's mouth, a figure descended. He looked ordinary, but his strength was inversely proportional to his appearance. The auspicious fortune, Immortal Venerable, had finally arrived. He swept his gaze over the two of you and smiled calmly. When the snipe and the clam grapple the fisherman profits. It was worth making this trip. Yiching Song. You? Weren't you supposed to repay the karmic debt? Not only do you not repay it, but you're going to kill us. You realized your understanding of karma had deepened. When your fist is big enough, karma is nothing but nonsense. You couldn't speak, so Yiching Song spoke for you. What are you saying? The truth. I used the pagoda to establish a connection with him, not just to repay a debt, but for this moment. The Dao origins of the two of you will allow me to advance further. You too. No. You beings of the same kind can devour each other, but I cannot. I can only take what's ready like now. He sniffed the air. Your Dao fragments haven't fully merged yet. The broken Dao origins smell quite good. Yiching Song snorted coldly. We're both nascent souls. I don't believe you're that much stronger. The auspicious fortune, Immortal Venerable, smiled, bluffing. How many more times can you use your word of law? A newly returned nascent soul dares to speak so arrogantly. He had been seen through. Before an equal, there was nowhere to hide. You silently watched the two players before you, your heart tangled with complex emotions. Never in your wildest dreams had you imagined this life would end like this. You were supposed to die by thunder tribulation and lie low to the very end. I was interfered with again. You recalled the dream the auspicious fortune, Immortal Venerable, had woven for you. You had only noticed the divine ability pagoda, completely forgetting that he had been subtly altering your perception all along. The schemes of a nascent soul are truly terrifying. You glanced at the two of them and steered your consciousness back to the past. Before death, you wanted to look at the past once more and unravel some doubts in your heart. Fragments of the past flickered before you. You saw the reincarnation Dao Ancestor of ages past and how he attained the Dao. In the past, there was no concept of a gate. To attain the Dao, the Ancestor had to constantly erode the great Dao, acquire its origin, and then merge with the laws of heaven and earth. It was only with the advent of the reincarnation Dao Ancestor that the gate came into being. The Celestials truly fed on Dao Ancestors. The reincarnation Dao Ancestor established reincarnation, bridging past and future, allowing all Dao Ancestors to hide in the past, present, and future. He turned them into slippery loaches, hard to catch, thus evading predation. The surviving Dao Ancestors owed him karmic debts. On this point, Yiching Song had not lied. Later, the reincarnation Dao Ancestor went mad, truly mad. He furiously eroded the heavenly Dao, seeking to replace it. He failed because the Celestials did not consent. Only then did he realize that the world beneath his feet was a prison. Without the approval of those above, he could do nothing. So he created the gate. Any nascent soul who entered the gate could become a Dao Ancestor, a meal for the Celestials. He was bribing the Celestials, trying to assimilate to become their lackey. He failed again. The bloodline of sin remained the bloodline of sin. They could never blend in. The reincarnation Dao Ancestor was consumed by rage, seeking a passage between heaven and earth to stow away to the upper realm. He fell into the trap of those in the upper realm. In the past, he had relied on this world to exist in the past, present, and future, but upon ascending, he lost that authority and was devoured entirely. The scattered Dao fragments drifted into the void, perhaps his final contingency. Is this how we came to be? For a moment you were dazed. So you were merely remnants of what others had left uneaten, and you had foolishly believed yourself to be the reincarnation of the reincarnation Dao Ancestor. How laughable. You laughed, but questions flashed through your mind. The answer Yi Yin had given upon ascending to Dao Ancestor was completely different from what you were seeing now. Which one was lying? The station of a Dao Ancestor allowed one to see every secret that had ever existed. If these were true, could Yi Yin not see them? No. If the gate was merely a bribe from the reincarnation Dao Ancestor to the Celestials, then those who became Dao Ancestors through the gate were nothing but sacrifices. Could the station of a Dao Ancestor used as a sacrifice be stable? Compared to the words of a sacrificial Dao Ancestor, you now leaned toward what you saw before you. After all, Yi Ching Song was real. You sighed and continued exploring. More than your own origins, you wanted to know the origin of the system. Your gaze fixed on a fragment of the great Dao. You watched it reincarnate as a human sail through life smoothly and return to a high station, all without the system's help. You refused to give up and examined other fragments. Except for those that hadn't reincarnated, none of the fragments had a system. The system is not born from the laws. I am unique. This news greatly lifted your spirits. As long as the system wasn't an evolution of this world's laws, you still had a future. You withdrew your consciousness from probing the past and looked at the present. The two had already decided the outcome. The auspicious fortune Immortal Venerable pressed one hand on your head and the other on Yi Ching Song's, drawing the Dao origins from both of you. You opened your mouth, but no sound came out. Your life force grew weaker and weaker. With your last strength, you transmitted a message to the auspicious fortune Immortal Venerable. You know Yin is my guardian. How dare you still make a move? This has always been your question. It's not that I'm unafraid of him, but I saw the pull of fate, glimpsed half the ending, and followed destiny to claim the harvest. Your great Dao origin belongs to me, the fortune belongs to him. We each take what we need. With your death imminent, he had no reason to conceal anything. You laughed, realizing you had been sold out by him once more. It wasn't that he couldn't come, but that his fortune had reached a point where he chose not to. What a fine Dao guardian. What a fine Yi Yin. You ceased your questions as darkness veiled your vision. You died. Simulation ended. Survival time in this simulation 330 years. Evaluation steady and stable, peaceful development, a life with few upheavals, yet enough to elevate your status, glimpse higher vistas, and live without regrets. After crossing the tribulation, storms arose, thrusting you into the grand schemes of three chess players. You became a pawn, and in the game you fared slightly worse. Yet having uncovered hidden secrets, your mind was elevated once more, and though you perished, it was a glorious death. Detected: the host has inheritable content. The following 3 items may be retained. 1 peak cultivation at death, 2nd tribulation golden core extreme, grade fire spirit root. 2 items carried at death, 23 storage pouches, 87,230,000 spirit stones, 1 Dharma artifact force ring, 1 Dharma artifact, heart protecting mirror, 1 extreme grade Dharma artifact elders, jade talisman, 1 extreme grade Dharma artifact path seeking, token 1 celestial treasure azurite flat, peach 1 celestial treasure immortal tree root, 1 celestial treasure gourd vine. 3 talent trait, 1 glory for all, and the mimicry divine ability derived from it. Prajna Tower, perfected. Freeze 10,000 miles, perfected. Words become law, perfected. Bribery and corruption, perfected. Eyes of illusion, perfected. For recognition by the law of fortune. 5 recognition by the law of humanity. I choose 1, 2, and 3. Yi Yang made his selection and swiftly set up barriers around him. The next moment, a 2-mark golden core appeared within his dantian, devouring the vast ocean of spiritual power within. Yi Yang, not daring to be careless, poured out a massive pile of spirit stones from his storage pouch, letting the golden core consume them. Simultaneously, he employed words become law to calm the disturbances in the area. With each simulation, his fear of those above grew, and he dared not make the slightest mistake. Fortunately, his golden core was merely 2-marked, and it reached its peak after devouring 30 million spirit stones, sparing him from absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. With words become law, the disturbance was confined to the Yi family estate. The only 2 who sensed it were Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing. On one hand, they had been watching Yi Yang closely, on the other both were at the Qi refining stage, most sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. Yi Yang sensed the commotion at the gate and stepped out before them. Yi Tai shuddered, nearly dropping the tray in his hands, which was piled high with spirit stones. Having agreed to support Yi Yang in reclaiming his former status, he had brought the stones upon hearing the disturbance. Then, he was stunned. Before the meal, Yi Yang had been at the late foundation establishment stage. Less than half an hour later, he had formed a golden core. He swept his gaze over Yi Yang and bowed, saying, "Congratulations on recovering your strength." Yi Yang helped him rise, saying, "No need for such formality." Yi Tai was flattered. This was a golden core grandmaster, a realm not even the emperor of Qi had surpassed. That such a figure would be so polite to him. Zhou Qingqing also scanned Yi Yang's dantian, her expression briefly betraying a hint of humanity, as she asked timidly, "Have you truly recovered?" Yi Yang waved his hand, saying, "Not yet. I'm still a bit short of Dao Ancestor." The 2 exchanged glances, understanding the implication. He was subtly revealing that in his past life, he had been a Dao Ancestor. Yitai felt like crying. How could he deserve to have a Dao Ancestor reincarnate as his son? Yiyang ignored his father's sentimental melancholy, retrieved a talisman brush and paper from his storage pouch, and quickly began to draw. Soon he had sketched out a pseudo-spirit root. Take this. Paste it over your dantian, it will serve as a spirit root. When you reach the minor perfection of qi refining, it'll find a way to help you establish your foundation. Yitai took the talisman, his breath quickening. Zhou Qingqing felt the same. As a puppet, her lifespan was vast, far beyond Yitai's, but now perhaps they could grow old together. Yiyang glanced at them and instructed, I need to consolidate my cultivation. Don't let anyone in. If that pockmarked man comes, come and inform me. Yes. The two withdrew. Yiyang returned to his room, closed the door, and began to stabilize his cultivation. That day, as Yiyang sat cross-legged in meditation, Yiyan's voice rang in his ears. Brother, a pockmarked man is here. He wants to take me away. Save me. My detestable little brother, that's your fate. Yiyang grumbled inwardly as he rose and opened the door. Yiyan's eyes were filled with tears, showing none of the essence of an infant immortal. Calm down. He'll go see. Yiyang grabbed Yiyan by the collar and stepped into the front yard. In the yard, the pockmarked man was sipping tea at a stone table attended by Yitai. 6 young men stood nearby, their expressions numb. Patriarchy debts must be repaid. You're not thinking of reneging, are you? Yitai shook his head. No, how could I? But my 2 sons have rather significant origins. They tend to bring disasters. Perhaps you might reconsider. I could compensate you with a sum of spirit stones. Significant origins. Who could choose to be reborn into the Yi family? A golden core grandmaster, perhaps. The pockmarked man cackled. Why don't you see for yourself? Yiyang flashed before the pockmarked man and gazed at him calmly. He had killed him countless times in simulations, and now seeing him again, even his hatred had faded. In earlier simulations, Yiyang would have gladly made him taste the loss of his limbs, becoming a human stump. But now it was unnecessary. The pockmarked man's laughter died in his throat. He was petrified. There really was a golden core grandmaster. Seeing his expression like he had swallowed a dead fly, Yiyang asked, Where did you hear about the Ascension Temple? Yiyang suspected that the rumor was spread by Yiyan in his past life, and the pockmarked man was part of his return plan. The pockmarked man stammered, I learned it in a dream. Someone in the dream told me that the Ascension Temple could lead to immortality. A constructed dream. Yiyang understood instantly. He patted the pockmarked man's shoulder and said, All right, your task is complete. They'll take it from here. No. The pockmarked man only managed a single word before his body was erased, like writing on paper wiped clean by an invisible eraser. This was the spatial annihilation divine ability, pushed to its extreme, and the effect was quite pleasing. Having dealt with the pockmarked man, Yiyang turned to the other 6. The pockmarked man is gone, but you still need to go to the Ascension Temple. They'll give you a choice now: stay and serve the Yi family. Once my cultivation is stable, it'll take you to the Ascension Temple. There's no immortal fate for you in the Ascension Temple, but following me, at least you won't die. What do you say? The 3rd young man asked weakly, Do we have a choice? Yiyang, no. The 4th young man asked, Can we make requests? Yiyang thought for a moment and replied, Yes. Stay with the Yi family, and you'll have food and lodging. Ask for whatever you want to eat. But if you try to run, consider my status. At the golden core level, bound by karma, no one could escape. The 6 fell silent. Yiyang's oppressive presence was far beyond that of the pockmarked man, even though it was their first encounter with a golden core cultivator. After a long hesitation, old 5 took the lead and said, This is a golden core cultivator. This is our chance. What are we hesitating for? If you don't mind, I would like to take you as my master. Yiyang waved his hand. There's no need for that. If you obey, I have some means to help you advance to qi refinement. Upon hearing this, the 6 knelt down. Yiyang chuckled and looked at the silent Yitai. Father, arrange rooms for them and see to their needs. With that, he left a storage pouch on the table. Inside were 10 million spirit stones, enough not merely for food and lodging, but to purchase the entire Tianyuan city. Yitai opened the pouch, drew a sharp breath, and promptly bought the neighboring courtyard. He settled the 6 in and assigned servants to attend to them. Yiyang returned to his chamber, sat cross-legged, and continued to consolidate his cultivation. A month later, he let out a long breath. His cultivation was finally fully stabilized, and his golden core foundation was firm. It's time to plan for the next simulation. Yiyang walked to the table, spread out a fresh sheet of rice paper, and began to write. He was now at the 2nd tribulation golden core stage. In 100 years, the 3rd heavenly tribulation would come, and he had yet to devise a way to survive it. The heaven-deceiving talisman could only be used once, and the pagoda alone would likely fail against the Great Tribulation. Only 2 options remained: find a suitable artifact, or seek another spatial defensive divine ability. Both depended on luck. Fortunately, the all prosper together talent could condense fortune, and with some luck there might be a chance. The reincarnated Dao Ancestor's revival schemes were hostile and required caution. Beyond that, he had to guard against those who would profit from the chaos. That fortune immortal venerable had already tricked him twice, and that wretched Yi Yin was also a pitfall. Still, the enhancement of his rank should also elevate his talent pool. Above purple epic might be gold legendary. He wondered if he could even roll it. He hoped to draw a talent that would aid him in tribulation transcendence. The next simulation's tone would still be one of stealth. After sending Yi Yin to immortality, he would repeat his previous operations and lie low. He reminded himself not to rely entirely on Yi Yin. Having drafted his plan, Yi Yang poured out a pile of spirit stones and summoned the system. Take what you need. Remaining simulation count 0. Detected hosts current cultivation second tribulation golden core. Each simulation requires 1 million spirit stones or equivalent value. Oh, so you're jacking up the price again, system. Yi Yang replenished the spirit stones. Exchange completed. Remaining simulation count 1. Congratulations, host, on your rank promotion. The gold tier word pool has been unlocked. Gold tier words are legendary. To prevent the host from endless rolling, the number of selectable words before simulation has been increased to 9. Please choose one of the following talents. Two-sided reversal gold one-time talent. You can change the final outcome of one event. The worse the original result, the better the reversal. Forced finale purple one-time talent. You can ensnare everyone into a drama with yourself as the protagonist. If something goes awry, you can force a finale and end the show early. Short selling purple one-time talent. You can expend all your luck at once to curse any person or organization into collapse, achieving a short-selling effect. Reverse aging green. Each year you age, you grow 1 year younger in appearance. You will never truly grow old. Disconnect reconnect blue. If you are interrupted, you can reconnect from the point of interruption and quickly regain your peak state, but your body will stiffen for 1 second during reconnection. Auto formatting white. When you write, your font size tends to become uniform, with formatting no less than that of template text. Delayed fear green. You won't feel fear when facing danger. Only after it's safe will your legs go weak from terror. The longer the crisis, the greater the subsequent fear. Thief white. You develop a compulsion to steal, always noticing others' pockets and often picking up odds and ends in the chaos, rarely drawing attention. Mental countdown white. A countdown often echoes in your mind. When it ends, you receive an unimaginable gift, perhaps a kiss from your girlfriend or a new pair of shoes. A gold talent on the first roll. Two-sided reversal. A glint of gold flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. A conceptual talent. Undeniably a conceptual talent. What if I use it for tribulation transcendence? Even if I can't normally pass, relying on two-sided reversal can reverse the outcome. The worst result should still be success, and there might even be a pleasant surprise. The more Yi Yang thought, the more excited he became. A gold talent truly lived up to its name. Even if not used for tribulation, it could be employed against infant immortals. Paired with a healthlock talent, he might even bait other Dao fragments into attacking and kill them, leaping to the top in one go. He then shook his head, dismissing what he didn't have. The law of the dark path plus two-sided reversal. If it could kill an infant immortal, he would be grateful. But I don't know who holds an artifact usable for tribulation. Does the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion know? Yi Yang wasn't sure. Although the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion claimed to have everything, he had roughly gauged its capabilities through several transactions. Its intelligence on Qi refining and foundation establishment was comprehensive, but on Golden Core it was scarce, and on Infant Immortal it was likely even rarer, perhaps non-existent. He'll ask Yi Yan. He's lived long and probably knows something. After a moment of deliberation, Yi Yang said, I choose two-sided reversal. Begin the simulation. All right. Talents little luck, white, gluttony green, superior comprehension blue, mastery, purple, all prosper together, purple, two-sided reversal gold have been equipped. Simulation begins. Remaining simulation count 0. First month. You find the 6 staying in the mansion and take them along with Yi Yin to the Ascension Temple. Intimidated by your strength, no one tries to flee this time, and you derive no pleasure from tormenting others, so the journey is peaceful. 6th month. You send Yi Yin to ascend to immortality. He asks what you desire. You make an agreement with him, he becomes your guardian. Finally, you ask about tribulation crossing artifacts and divine abilities. Yi Yin tells you that his memories of artifacts are incomplete, and he needs time. However, he knows of one divine ability, the Buddha's Palm Kingdom, a great Buddhist divine ability. It can evolve a world into a palm-sized Buddha kingdom. The laws within are determined by the practitioner, and it might be able to block the great heavenly tribulation. You note down the divine ability and decide that after taking disciples, you will help them pass through the Bronze Gate and have them learn this great ability. That day, you lead your people away from the Ascension Temple and return to the Yi family. Year 1. You arrange for the Yi family to relocate south to Cloud City near the Inquire Way sect. Yi Tai and Zhou Qingqing handled the moving arrangements while you entered the Inquire Way sect ahead of them. Through your mastery of talisman arts and sheer strength, you successfully became the 7th elder of the Inquire Way sect, though your authority was somewhat limited, lacking the power to appoint or dismiss stewards. You raised no objection, understanding that as a newcomer with an unstable foundation you needed to advance step by step. You selected a residence and immediately proceeded to Spirit Sword Peak, compelling Luo Chuan to transfer his 4 disciples to you. This time you made no promises, you merely invoked sect rules to force his submission. You knew it was not the rules that intimidated him, but your power. You were now a genuine Golden Core Grand Cultivator. With a single word you could brand him as a demonic cultivator, especially since he truly intended to use his disciples for pill refining. Upon the 4 disciples' induction, you did not coerce them. Instead, you revealed the methods to avert calamity through the paths of space, dream, curse, blood, wisdom, and sword, allowing them to choose freely. Niufeng still needed time, so you used your old method of creating illusions to help him recover gradually. You deliberately displayed the power of one thought moves heaven and earth, exaggerating the might of the space, Dao, leaving a profound impression on them. Then you gave them a few days to consider. Lu Yuan was the first to make his choice, the sword Dao. This was the safest path so far. He was originally a sword cultivator from Spirit Sword Peak, and finding a suitable heart sword would not be difficult. You did not stop him. To each their own. At least this time you would not need to purchase heavenly treasures. Wasn't that a form of progress? Mu Xinran and Su Qian made their choices shortly after. Mu Xinran also chose the sword Dao, while Su Qian chose the space Dao. Finally, your efforts had not been in vain. You declared that you would personally protect their cultivation journey, and that they could use the substitute death talismans freely. The 3 were exhilarated and followed you to the nether realm. Year 2. Mu Xinran was the first to establish her foundation, acquiring the innate divine ability, the righteous heart sword. Lu Yuan followed suit, successfully establishing his foundation. The only pity was that after 3 calamity avoidance attempts, he did not gain an innate divine ability. With your protection, Su Qian smoothly established her foundation in the space Dao, acquiring the innate divine ability strike across the void. You falsely claimed that the Inquire Way sect had no divine abilities related to the space Dao, and instructed her to study at the Buddhist sect. You used your illusion technique to plant a psychological suggestion in her mind. She was filled with determination and resolved to study at the Buddhist sect. You personally saw her off. That same year you returned to the Inquire Way sect with your disciples. With such outstanding examples before them, countless disciples vied to join your tutelage. Your fortune gathered at an astonishing rate, your destiny underwent a great transformation, and you acquired the Verdant Mountain destiny. Year 5. Niufeng regained his sanity, and you arranged for him to go to the Nether Realm, secretly following him. With your current strength, you could easily capture the dead man's head without using the laws of the dark paths. You needed a golden core external incarnation. In the 3rd month of Niufeng's stay in the Nether Realm, the dead man's head set its sights on him. A supreme grade with spirit root naturally emanates life force, easily attracting such evil beings. In 3 months you had encountered no fewer than 3 of them, all of which had now become your external incarnations. This dead man's head was the most powerful of them. It hid inside a storage pouch, tossing both itself and the pouch before Niufeng, waiting for him to pick it up. You used one thought moves heaven and earth to obscure Niufeng's vision, bent down, picked up the storage pouch, and imprisoned it within the pagoda of transcendence. The dead man's head sensed the danger, but your speed was too great for it to react. It was suppressed beneath the pagoda of transcendence, reduced to an ordinary lifeless head. You split off a portion of your soul to possess the dead man's head, then found a demonic cultivator to stitch a body onto your external incarnation. Your first golden core external incarnation was complete. You left the external incarnation to protect Niufeng from the shadows. Year 10. After relentless inquiries, Niufeng, using the substitute death talismans you had given him, located the earth calamity within the underground path. You hid nearby, silently observing and recording. As you understood, the first 3 attempts to evade the earth calamity were related to resisting desolation. Niufeng, with his wood spirit root brimming with life force, chose to directly contend with the earth calamity from the start. It was a battle between life and desolation. The substitute death talismans on him exploded one by one, but the desolation persisted, spreading to his legs. In the blink of an eye, his legs withered like those of an old man reduced to skin and bones. Niufeng did not give up. He used the life force of his wood spirit root to rain-fuse his legs, restoring their flesh. The cycle of desolation, decay, and life renewal played out on his body several times until the last substitute death talisman exploded. Finally, he succeeded in evading the calamity. 3 calamity avoidance attempts yielded no innate divine ability, but foundation establishment was sufficient. The goal was achieved. The tension in your heart eased. Compared to other calamities, this earth calamity was utterly unreasonable. Apart from a supreme grade with spirit root, you could think of no other spiritual root capable of countering it. And fortunately, you had provided him with enough substitute death talismans. Neofeng, still shaken, dared not attempt a fourth calamity avoidance and established his foundation on the spot. Your sect gained another foundation establishment cultivator, and your fortune rose slightly. You dared not manifest the golden scale aspect again, so you transferred the fortune to a disciple, allowing him to establish his foundation through the blood Dao, relying on that fortune. Unlike before, you were not in a hurry to manage the family. An excess of fortune would do you no good. Yi Yin might sell you out if he saw the fortune was sufficient one day. You would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Year 20. You received news of Su Qian. She had become a disciple beneath the Buddha and was currently cultivating the Palm Buddha kingdom. There were few space Dao divine abilities, so her rapid progress in cultivating the Palm Buddha kingdom was within your expectations. Nevertheless, you were still excited. The third great heavenly tribulation was most likely secured. All you had to do now was wait for Yi Yin to recover his memory and tell you the whereabouts of the space Dao defensive artifact. Year 30. You had successfully imitated the Palm Buddha kingdom. This great divine ability was not inferior to the Pagoda of Transcendence, though their orientations differed slightly. If the Pagoda of Transcendence was a great divine ability focused on sealing and defense, then the Palm Buddha kingdom was one centered on absolute control. Within the Buddha kingdom, you could do as you pleased. The kingdom was equivalent to your own small world, where you could even exclude certain laws of the universe. From a certain perspective, the great heavenly tribulation was also a law of heaven and earth. The resources of the world were limited, and heavenly tribulations served as a balancing mechanism. Your confidence in overcoming the tribulation grew. Year 50. Yi Yin awakened. You went to him and once again asked for information about the space Dao defensive artifact. Yi Yin said the Western Buddhist sect has a purple gold alms bowl. The Great Qin imperial family possesses a heaven-conforming hall. The Great Jin's Heart Inquiry sect owns an oil paper umbrella. The Fox clan's demon emperor in the demonic lands holds a mirror, and the White Lotus Immortal Venerable once had a lotus throne. Do not even think about the Western regions. There is the Buddha himself, equal to the Dao Ancestor, 3 Buddhas, all at the nascent soul immortal level, countless bodhisattvas beneath them, all golden core, and even more Vajradharma protectors. It can be said to be the greatest human power. The Great Qin imperial family has 1 nascent soul immortal, openly 3 golden core cultivators, and secretly another nascent soul immortal who has been in seclusion for ages. They are not to be trifled with. Great Jin is a power second only to Great Qin. The Heart Inquiry sect is the state religion of Great Jin, and its sect master is the state preceptor, a nascent soul immortal entangled in karma with many other nascent soul immortals within Great Jin. Do not provoke them. The demon race and humanity are mortal enemies. Do not venture into the demon domain lightly. At best, you will be devoured. With your powerful physical body, you might be kept there as a blood slave. The White Lotus Immortal Venerable has fallen and has not yet returned. You might be able to find that lotus throne. The White Lotus Immortal Venerable was once the sect master of the Strange Fire sect. The sect was destroyed, so you can search for traces there. You thought, why does this guy give off the same vibe as a human skin parchment? If I hadn't met the White Lotus Immortal Venerable, I might have believed him. He's right there waiting at the Strange Fire sect. Going there would be delivering divine fire to him. Yi Yin glanced at you, frowning slightly. You don't seem to believe me. You asked you wouldn't happen to owe the White Lotus Immortal Venerable some karma, would you? Yi Yin rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. A faint twitch tugged at the corner of your mouth. Was this fellow not even bothering to conceal his intentions now? Too weary to argue, you began analyzing the difficulty of acquiring those 5 treasures. The Western regions. The Buddha owed you a karmic debt from a past life, and would likely refrain from acting against you, yet you could not demand repayment either, for you were merely a fragment of the great Tao, not the true reincarnation of the wheel of rebirth Dao Ancestor. Beyond the Buddha, the Western regions teemed with nascent soul and golden core cultivators. Was it truly worth offending an entire realm for a single artifact? No, this was not a question of worth, but of feasibility. Even with the 2-level reversal, success was far from guaranteed. To forcibly challenge the Buddhist kingdom was nothing short of courting death. If brute force failed, what of softer approaches? The conduct of the Bodhisattva of the traveler revealed the temple's ethos. Karmic debts would likely prove futile as well. Borrowing passage cost 300 years of your lifespan. The price of borrowing a treasure to transcend tribulation was beyond imagination. Great Qin, Great Jin, their ways were equally domineering. To seize a treasure would mean war with an entire nation, the consequences too dire to fathom. It's not entirely impossible. If I summoned that gate, all nascent soul cultivators would be drawn to it. With my current strength, I could take on 3 of the same realm at once and snatch it. You murmured to yourself for a long while, then shook your head. After all, they were vying for the qualification of Dao Ancestor. There was no reason they would come without their treasures. Even if they did, they would have left contingencies for resurrection. If they revived before you could transcend the tribulation, the loss would be catastrophic. Better to plan carefully. As for the demon race, you knew far too little, no idea where to even begin. After much deliberation, the White Lotus Immortal's Lotus Pedestal remained the easiest target. This is an open stratagem. No matter how I analyze it, the choice remains the same. You cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yin, finding this convenient brother utterly detestable, scheming at every turn. Yi Yin showed no surprise, speaking calmly. You could also choose not to seek a treasure and face the great heavenly tribulation hidden. It is not impossible to survive. If I could transcend the tribulation directly, why would I even seek a treasure? Then there is no other way. I can only help you this far. My karmic ties with the White Lotus Immortal are shallow. She will not take your life. You may try. True, she won't kill me, but she will surely take my divine flame. A great supernatural power cultivated for nothing. You muttered under your breath. After a moment of hesitation, you said coldly, "I'll think it over." Good. With that, he sent you away from the Ascension Temple. Back at the questioning Dao sect, you ceased your fretting. Mastering the Buddhist kingdom in the palm would secure your third great heavenly tribulation. The treasure was a concern for the next century. For now, you resolved to first investigate the demon domain. As you recalled, the demon domain bordered the Buddhist sect lying further west of the western regions. Its vast, boundless expanse was known as the myriad races of the demon domain. Your memory told you that the demon race had several demon emperors, all at the nascent soul stage, and above them a demon ancestor who, like the Dao ancestors, had gone into hiding. Still, my knowledge is too scant. I must investigate thoroughly before acting. The 80th year. 23 of your disciples had already reached the foundation establishment stage. The golden scale manifestation, empowered by your fortune, reappeared. You dared not delay and scattered most of your fortune to Yi Yin. The remaining fortune you used as rewards, dispatching your disciples to gather intelligence on the demon race. Soon a flurry of true and false reports about the demon race poured in like snowflakes. You sifted through the rumors, discarding the obviously fabricated ones. Then you journeyed to the border to verify the remaining tales. Following the leads, you found the Feather Clan, who traded with humans. Not all demon races harbored hatred for humanity. Many had little to no interaction with them. Some, like the Feather Clan, were even friendly. Only during times of war did the demon and human races become outright hostile. More often they cooperated. After extensive inquiries, you confirmed this. Yi Yin had indeed deceived you. His earlier claims about the demon race were meant to leave you with only one choice: to repay his karmic debt. Once I achieve nascent soul, I will beat him black and blue. You ground your teeth, swearing a solemn oath. With a demon guide acting as your collaborator, you disguised yourself as a merchant and infiltrated the demon domain. The borderlands of the demon domain did not shun human merchants. In fact, they welcomed you warmly, offering wine and meat. Your hostility toward the demon race diminished considerably. During the feast, you occasionally probed them, asking about the Qingxiu demon emperor. They answered without reservation, chatting about Qingxiu. Qingxiu? That's the land of the Fox clan. The demon emperor, the Fox Queen. One word sums her up: stunning. The little demon drooled as he spoke. Demons, like humans, shared a love for beauty. Though he was a toad spirit, after transformation, reproductive barriers ceased to exist. An ant bearing an elephant's child was not beyond the realm of possibility. You wiped his drool away and asked, "Besides beauty, what else?" "Nothing else. That's all I know, just stunning." The toad spirit replied casually. Nearby, a pheasant spirit added, "Besides beauty, of course, there's her immense power. Demon emperors are all nascent soul cultivators. Do you know what that means?" You feigned ignorance, and he grandly expounded on the might of nascent soul cultivators, capable of moving mountains and draining seas. You offered a casual remark to keep the conversation alive. With you as his straight man, he rambled on for hours, recounting all his experiences. You listened instinctively, discarding useless information and retaining only the essentials. The demon race had no shortage of nascent soul cultivators, but most were clan chieftains who rarely intervened in demon affairs and were seldom seen. They only appeared during conflicts with humans, and few were warmongers. Most preferred peace and harmony. As you had suspected, after toiling to reach the nascent soul stage, who would want endless battles? Why not enjoy the subtleties of human relations instead? If that were the case, you were confident you could obtain that mirror. A treasure need not be destroyed after a single use. Negotiating with the Qingxiu demon emperor would not be difficult. However, this was a task for the next century, and you still needed to prepare. The 100th year. Your third great heavenly tribulation descended. You unleashed the Buddhist kingdom in the palm, altering the heavenly laws within the kingdom to reduce the tribulation's power by 20%. Then you summoned the pagoda of transcendence to diminish it by another 10%. This was the limit of your divine abilities. You endured the remaining force of the tribulation. The space Dao tribulation carried the power to shatter dimensions. Your physical body nearly crumbled, leaving you severely wounded once more. It took over half a year to recover. Once your strength was restored, you wasted no time and set out for Qingqiu. You had investigated beforehand. Currently, the demon and human races coexisted peacefully with no border conflicts. It was the perfect opportunity. You carried a shipment of goods into Qingqiu. The cargo consisted of spiritual herbs and grain seeds. You had gathered scarce resources in the demon realm, your gift to the Qingqiu demon emperor. After announcing your arrival, you were invited up the mountain. The Qingqiu demon emperor, separated by a thin veil, faced you from afar and asked, "Human, what business brings you to my Qingqiu?" "I came straight to the point. I wish to borrow the mirror imbued with the laws of space from the demon emperor to transcend my tribulation." Her divine sense swept over you, and she nodded slightly. "I can agree to that. But what price are you willing to pay?" "The 2 carts of spirit herbs and grain seeds you sent are far from sufficient." You had prepared for this and said, "I possess a heart-protecting mirror, also a Dharma artifact which I can offer in exchange." You had used the heart-protecting mirror during your tribulation. It was useful, but its utility was pitifully limited. Trading it for the right to use that mirror was hardly a loss. "Let me have a look." "All right." You retrieved the heart-protecting mirror and placed it on the stone table before you. She took it from the air, held it in her hand to examine it for a moment, then shook her head. This heart-protecting mirror was once part of a suit of divine armor that fell apart. It cannot be considered a Dharma artifact. You gave a faint smile. "No, among the human race, it is indeed a Dharma artifact sufficient to withstand a fatal strike from an ordinary golden core cultivator." The Qingqiu demon emperor's lips curled. "Do not measure the standards of my demon race by those of humans. This heart-protecting mirror lacks sufficient weight." Your expression turned cold, and you summoned your external incarnation. "What if I add this puppet?" In life, she was a golden core cultivator harboring a 2 tribulation golden core within her. "Agreed." The smile on the Qingqiu demon emperor's face widened. "You may come to Qingqiu for your next tribulation." "My thanks." With the deal struck, you left Qingqiu in high spirits. The 4th great heavenly tribulation was now secure, granting you another century of leisure. You resolved to draft a century-long plan. First, you could not pin all your hopes on Yi Yin alone. The world was rife with countless rumors, and news of Dharma artifacts was not his exclusive domain. You decided to cast a wide net. Relying on your talent for synthesis, you had once written the Sutra of Space. Now, with mastery over so many divine abilities, you resolved to refine it further. Those who cultivated it would owe you karmic debts, which you could later call upon for information. Those capable of cultivating divine abilities were at least Foundation establishment cultivators, blessed with long lifespans and privy to many secrets. Even if they had none, you could demand spirit stones instead. Moreover, you were a 5th-rank talisman master capable of crafting deceiving heaven talismans that could resist thunder tribulations. Surely many golden core cultivators would find them enticing. Compared to Foundation establishment cultivators, golden core cultivators possessed far more extensive knowledge. With your plan in mind, you took a single step and returned to the questioning Dao sect. You wrote down the Sutra of Space and handed it to your disciples with one simple instruction: print as many copies as possible and distribute them all. Then you entered seclusion, simultaneously fabricating divine abilities and crafting deceiving heaven talismans. The 120th year arrived. You devised the 5 elements divine abilities. Compared to the Sutra of Space, they were far easier for others to perceive and cultivate, since most people possessed 5-element spiritual roots. For the sake of clarity, you renamed the 5 elements divine abilities to be more straightforward: Sutra of Metal, Sutra of Wood, Sutra of Water, Sutra of Fire, and Sutra of Earth. During your seclusion, you managed to craft 10 deceiving heaven talismans. It was not that you wished to make fewer, but the materials were scarce and the success rate low. Producing 10 was already commendable. You summoned your disciples and instructed them to spread the 5-element sutras. The recompense was that you would not claim the karmic debts from those who cultivated them. After reviewing the divine abilities, the disciples gladly agreed, printing countless copies and disseminating them far and wide. As for the news of the deceiving heaven talismans, there was no need for deliberate propagation. You went to the treasure pavilion controlled by the 3 sects and informed its stewards. Upon hearing that the deceiving heaven talismans could withstand thunder tribulations, they grasped their value and actively helped spread the word. You exercised great patience, waiting a full 2 months before returning to the treasure pavilion. To your surprise, it was now crowded with golden core cultivators. A single glance counted over 20 of them. The more the merrier. More people means higher bids. You, brimmed with anticipation, took over the treasure pavilion and brought out the 10 completed deceiving heaven talismans. Fellow Taoists, these are the deceiving heaven talismans. I have little interest in spirit stones. I would prefer that you all prioritize exchanging information with me. The crowd turned their gaze to you and the talismans in your hand. A leading golden core cultivator in brocade robes spoke. Fellow Taoist, the efficacy of the deceiving heaven talisman is not something we can believe based on your words alone. May I ask if you have verified it? You were well prepared. From your memories, you extracted 2 scenes, one of you inquiring about information at the 10,000 Treasures Temple, and another of you using the deceiving heaven talisman during your tribulation. The Taoist nun from the 10,000 Treasures Temple. If the 10,000 Treasures Temple vouches for it, then it must be true. Someone recognized the stunning Taoist nun, and their doubts about the deceiving heaven talisman vanished, replaced by greed gleaming in their eyes. The brocade-robed golden core cultivator was no exception. He asked, fellow Taoist, what information do you seek? I pride myself on knowing every secret of the Chu kingdom inside out. Perhaps I have what you need. I know a fair amount about the Great Jin kingdom as well, and I possess secrets from the nether realm. Moreover, I hold information recognized by the laws of fortune and humanity. I have information acknowledged by the laws of curses. Before you could speak, they had already begun driving up the price. You slammed the table to silence them, then declared, I require intelligence on defensive Dharma artifacts of the space law. I am already aware of 5 such artifacts located in the Buddhist kingdom Great Jin, the Qingqiu domain of the Demon Territory, and the Strange Fire sect. I trust that none of your contributions will overlap. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. How could ordinary golden core cultivators possibly know of Dharma artifacts? Seeing their expressions, disappointment flickered in your eyes. Among over 20 people, not a single one had any useful information, not even vague leads. After a long silence, the brocade-robed golden core cultivator produced a worn, ancient golden lamp. This is a broken Dharma artifact I obtained from a secret realm. It can find anyone you seek. The laws contained within this artifact can still be used once. I wonder if it might be exchanged for 1 deceiving heaven talisman. Your eyes lit up. Find anyone you seek. Could a condition be added to locate someone possessing a defensive Dharma artifact of the space law? As if reading your thoughts, he said sheepishly, that should not work. To locate someone, you need to infuse their aura. If you wish to find someone with a space law defensive artifact, you would need to infuse the aura of such an artifact. This felt utterly useless. It was like a hound that needed a scent to track. If you already possessed the scent, why would you need the hound? Disappointment surged within you. This broken artifact was of no use whatsoever. Watching your expression closely, he hastily added, it can sense similar auras. If you possess a space law artifact, it might be able to locate a space law defensive artifact, though the probability is quite low. You fell into thought. Probability was a matter governed by luck, and you were not lacking in that regard. However, you did not even possess a space law artifact yourself. Should you bring it along when you go to Qingqiu for your tribulation? You pressed further. What is the effective range of its detection? He pondered for a moment. If used here, it would probably not extend beyond the Chu kingdom. The area was too small. The territories between the various tribes in the demon domain were vast. If used in Qingqiu, its range would not cover more than 5 major tribes. The probability was already low, and with this range restriction, it became even lower. You were on the verge of giving up when a sudden inspiration struck you. Why must you use it to find someone possessing a space law defensive artifact? You could simply use it to find similar artifacts. You could emit the aura of the great Tao origin, seeking out weaker beings of your kind to devour their origin. According to the hidden truths of the past, you had glimpsed acquiring 10,000 strands of the great Tao origin would qualify one to become a Dao Ancestor. Perhaps the great Tao origin could even aid in surviving the tribulation. Even if it could not, you could still glean secrets from your kin and reap benefits. There was no loss in any outcome. Deal. You handed him a heaven-deceiving talisman, instructing, place it atop your head during the tribulation exactly as in my memory. He committed it to memory, handed over the golden lamp, and cautiously withdrew from the treasure pavilion. The others envied him, but lacking any information, they murmured among themselves. After about half an hour, someone finally spoke. A young golden core cultivator clad in black robes. None of us possess such intelligence. I believe the heaven-deceiving talisman is of little use to you. How about trading it for spirit stones or other information? Very well. Information takes precedence. I wish to know the methods of transcending the space Tao tribulation. I am aware of 3: the heaven-deceiving talisman, a supreme space Tao divine ability, or a treasured artifact. As for space Tao divine abilities, I know of the Stupa Pagoda and the Buddha's Palm Realm. If you know of others, we can trade. The crowd's expressions grew complicated. Even your reduced demands were beyond their reach. Witnessing this, you sighed and lowered your requirements further. A plausible hypothesis will suffice. Hearing this, the elder of the Golden Sword sect present said, I once had a conjecture, though I know not if it applies to the space Dao. Would you care to hear it? If the hypothesis is reasonable, the trade is on. You replied calmly. I am a sixth tribulation golden core cultivator treading the fire Dao. Each great heavenly tribulation brings thunder accompanied by heavenly flames. During a tribulation I was confident of overcoming. I observed the ratio of heavenly fire to heavenly thunder, half and half. Your breath quickened as you guessed his intent, but you refrained from interrupting. From that conjecture onward, I began observing fellow cultivators' tribulations. The ratio of heavenly thunder to the corresponding law's heavenly tribulation was always half and half. If the space Dao's great heavenly tribulation can be countered with divine abilities and treasures, why not the heavenly thunder? Dead silence fell over the assembly. Every eye gleamed with insight. Even without obtaining the heaven-deceiving talisman, their journey had not been in vain. You were exceedingly satisfied with this answer. Having barely survived 3 tribulations, you had never been able to observe the great heavenly tribulation. The value of this information was beyond measure. You produced another heaven-deceiving talisman and handed it to him, then surveyed the crowd. Anyone else? No one spoke. Such insights were rare and elusive. Surviving a tribulation was perilous, and few had the capacity to observe the great heavenly tribulation. A flicker of disappointment crossed your face. You said flatly, in that case, information on lightning attribute defensive treasures will do. Still no one responded. You shook your head. The remaining 8 heaven-deceiving talismans bid for them. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of bids. As expected of golden core cultivators, the talismans fetched astronomical prices, over 100 million spirit stones each. Making money was faster than robbery. You did not let the unsuccessful bidders slip away. Drawing a heaven-deceiving talisman, even accounting for failures, cost no more than 5 million spirit stones. You promised to produce 10 more in 20 years at a custom price of 5 million each, and they scrambled to pay. With the spirit stones in hand, you did not return directly to the Dao Inquiry sect, but went instead to the Ascension Temple to seek Yian's knowledge of lightning attribute defensive treasures. Yian showed no surprise at your query. He said calmly, the lightning Dao governs slaughter and destruction. Defensive treasures are exceedingly rare. I know of only one, the Thunder Prison. It was once in the possession of the heterodox Flame sect. You might search there. You. Just how much karma did this fellow owe the White Lotus Immortal? And why must I be the one to repay it? I'm not deceiving you. The White Lotus Immortal, also known as the multi-treasure Immortal, delights in artifact forging and possesses countless treasures. A visit will not be in vain. You had no desire to engage further. You strode out of the Ascension Temple and returned to the Dao Inquiry sect to enter seclusion. Within 20 years you had to produce at least 10 heaven-deceiving talismans. There was no time for travel. The 140th year. You had drawn 15 heaven-deceiving talismans and returned to the treasure pavilion for trade, but gained nothing beyond spirit stones. Your fingers traced the golden lamp as you pondered whether to use it. After the 4th tribulation you decided. You did not wish to court disaster prematurely. The 200th year. You traveled extensively in search of karmic opportunities, and fortune smiled upon you. You found several lightning attribute defensive artifacts, though their efficacy against the thunder tribulation remained uncertain. You visited Qingxiu once more and requested the Fox Queen to bring out the mirror. Within the mirror lay a separate space that isolated most of the laws. It bore similarities to the Buddha's palm realm, but its surface rippled like water and offered a measure of defense. You stepped into the mirror and awaited the great heavenly tribulation. At the same time, you did not forget to position the lightning attribute defensive artifacts above your head for testing. The great heavenly tribulation arrived on schedule. A bolt of heavenly thunder descended, pierced the mirror's surface, and struck the defensive artifact. The artifact shattered with a bang, but the heavenly thunder remained unaffected. Artifacts lacking law power are indeed useless. You were not particularly surprised. You deployed the Stupa Pagoda and the Buddha's palm realm to resist the erosion of the thunder tribulation with all your might. Fortunately, with the mirror's weakening effect and the aid of the 2 divine abilities, you narrowly survived the tribulation. Yet you were gravely injured, and the space Dao laws within you were unstable. You dared not convalesce within the demon domain. With a few strides you returned to the Dao Inquiry sect and chose to enter seclusion. Over half a year you recovered. A 4 tribulation golden core was considered mid-stage. Your mastery over the laws had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even without employing divine abilities, you could now suppress early-stage golden core cultivators. You again took out the golden lamp and caressed it. Considering that the next great heavenly tribulation remained unresolved, you hesitated no longer. You released a wisp of the great Dao origin aura and silently intoned, "I seek a being of my kind weaker than myself." Without such a condition, the golden lamp's power might inadvertently locate a Dao ancestor for all Dao ancestors or the great Dao origin. Nascent soul cultivators likely possessed it too. An invisible thread extended from the lamp's opening, rapidly stretching until it halted at the border connecting the Chu and Qi kingdoms. Following the invisible thread, you saw an effeminate man. At first glance, you felt a slight discomfort, but upon closer inspection, an inexplicable sense of kinship arose, like a long-lost relative. You immediately confirmed his identity, a kindred being. You quickly assessed his cultivation early foundation establishment. Such strength was nothing but an ant before you. Yet you dared not act rashly. From a distance you examined his fate and karma. His fate was as ordinary as stone, neither prominent nor fallen, a life without peaks or valleys spent in peaceful days. His karma was simple. As well, his father had died early, his mother was absent, and he had once had a master whose cultivation was merely mid-foundation establishment. The rest of his karma was unremarkable. I can make my move. No. You hesitated, abandoning the idea of direct action. He was too straightforward, as if he were bait deliberately cast out. Could a backup plan for the Dao ancestor's resurrection be this simplistic? I must formulate a plan. Having been deceived numerous times, your mind had grown increasingly meticulous. First, probe without leaving any karmic traces. You decided to deploy your incarnation hidden within the demon sect, commanding a steward with 100 million spirit stones to carry out the hunt. The steward's karma would bear the mark of your incarnation, but not of you. You remained safe. If he possessed a powerful backup or was bait cast by another of your kind, you would adapt accordingly. The divine lamp's power was nearly depleted. Should you intercept his chi to pinpoint his location? No. Intercepting chi would create karma, and even a fleeting connection could be detected. You gritted your teeth and decided to play big. Seek out Yi Yan. He could freely observe the present, and you could borrow his vision to watch the hunt. Yet if you devoured the other's Dao essence, it might ultimately benefit Yi Yan. Compared to Dao essence, fortune and Qi were insignificant. If he dares to devour it, he'll use the reversal. My detestable brother isn't beyond death. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in your eyes as you communicated with your incarnation, issuing orders. With a single step, you entered the Ascension observation pavilion. Yi Yan sat at a stone table, 2 cups of tea before him still steaming. He was clearly waiting for you. You sat opposite him without ceremony, took a sip of the fragrant brew, and spat. Your taste is rather poor. He paid it no mind, drained his cup in one gulp, and asked bluntly, "What price are you willing to pay?" "Just to borrow your vantage point for a look, and you demand a price. We're blood brothers." "In flesh, yes, in soul, no." He smiled faintly. "I want half of your gains." "What? Just to use your vantage point for a look, and you want half?" You clenched your teeth, suppressing your rising fury. "What did you see?" Yi Yan shook his head. "I can only glimpse a corner of the future, shrouded in mist and clouds. It feels like a substantial harvest. And the danger? I saw none. Perhaps it exists, perhaps not. Half the gains, and as long as the Dao Ancestor doesn't intervene, it'll help. Deal." Yi Yan spoke with such sincerity that you almost believed he was benevolent. You sneered. "We already have an agreement. You are my guardian. That's your duty. Our transaction is merely for me to use your vantage point. You're growing cleverer. Get lost. Don't speak to me in that fatherly tone. Without sufficient compensation, I won't agree to the deal. Fine, take this as a gift." He opened his palm, and a white chess piece materialized, crackling with lightning. "What is this?" "A defensive artifact forged from my lightning Dao laws. It can be used only once, and will help you survive the tribulation." "Deal." You snatched the piece and stowed it in your storage pouch. He no longer looked at you, but waved his hand, conjuring an image before the stone table. At its center, an effeminate man was drinking in a brothel. He was utterly oblivious to the killing intent brewing in the city. Notably, the demon sect where your incarnation resided was on the border of the Chu kingdom. A foundation establishment cultivator could infiltrate the city in half an hour. You had provided them with portraits beforehand, so they would likely find him soon. About half an incense stick later, your men entered the brothel. With clear purpose, they kicked aside patrons and entered a private room, scanning the faces within. The effeminate man was displeased by the intrusion, but dared not defy them given their attire. He lowered his head and drank. "Lift your head." The demon sect steward bellowed as he kicked open the door. The effeminate man raised his head, tremblingly revealing a simple, honest face. "Disguise." You stared at the image, the corner of your mouth twitching. "As expected of one of your kind, some skill. I hope those demon sect fools notice the clothes are identical." You silently prayed. Yi Yan raised his teacup and said indifferently, "A petty trick." You looked at him, filled with anticipation. He did not elaborate, urging you to continue watching. In the image, the demon sect steward shuddered as if struck by lightning, but did not leave immediately. He turned to the other stewards and said, "Bring the portrait." The other stewards handed him the portrait. He compared it with the simple-faced man repeatedly frowning. Same clothes, similar build. You two check if he's disguised. Hearing this, the effeminate man sensed danger. He hurled several thunderclap bombs and fled. Chase him. The demon sect stewards drew their weapons and gave chase. Outnumbered 7-1 at the same cultivation level, the effeminate man was soon surrounded, fighting as he retreated. He glared at his assailants and roared, "Who are you people? We have no enmity. Why hunt me? Don't overthink it at death's door. Your head is worth 100 million spirit stones. Enough reason for us to act." The effeminate man glared at them, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but more so resolve. He tore the jade talisman from his neck and crushed it, his trump card. Instantly, the demon sect stewards lost sight of their target, flailing blindly, as if struck blind, searching for the effeminate man. He meanwhile quietly slipped away, trying to escape. You frowned and glanced at Yi, noticing his brow also furrowed in thought. You interrupted him. He's about to escape. How about another jolt of lightning? He shook his head. A nascent soul cultivator of the heart Dao has intervened. The heart Dao nascent soul is formidable. This isn't physical invisibility. The nascent soul used the heart Dao to control your men, making them believe he vanished. A heart Dao nascent soul. You smiled. Indeed, caution had its merits. If you had acted directly, you might have faced a nascent soul again. Yi Yin continued to watch the image, his brow gradually relaxing. A heart Dao nascent soul, dead, yet lingering. Interesting. He turned to you. Shall we continue? Can you suppress it? It's but a remnant. The heart Dao differs from other paths. It's centered on the mind. He was already dead but refuses to believe it, so he persists. Not a true nascent soul. Then what are we waiting for? Get on with it. You urged. The heart Dao sounded like a cheat code for invincibility. Exactly what you were waiting for. I want half of his Dao essence. Agreed. He smiled, raised his hand, and grasped at the void. A spear formed from lightning materialized in his grip. He aimed and hurled it with all his might. You look back at the present image. Soon a lightning spear appeared, landing near the effeminate man. Where there had been emptiness, a human form now emerged, a charred, desiccated corpse. The corpse opened its mouth as if to speak, but no sound came. Then it vanished once more. You tried to alert Yi Yin, only to find he had disappeared as well. When he returned, he held an ornament. A miniature replica of the Ascension observation pavilion, its gate painted black and white. Your mouth twitched. Don't tell me this fake Ascension observation pavilion is your artifact. I borrowed the White Lotus Immortal's treasure for 3,000 years. You understand now. This is how karma comes about. How treacherous. Spreading rumors, anyone besides themselves would enter the fake Ascension temple and transform into spirit roots. Is it afraid of being without spirit roots in this life? You voiced your thoughts. He nodded, changing the subject. Your goal and that remnant of the heart infant immortal are both inside. You may begin. You're not going to trap me in there and reap the benefits, are you? He admitted generously. That was the plan, but fortune warned me of danger. You have the ability to resist, don't you? You guess. You enjoyed seeing him discomfited. He shrugged nonchalantly, waved his hand, and two gates, one black, one white, appeared before you, bidding you enter. You stepped forward into the Ascension temple. It was the same eerie temple with the soil sighing and human-faced fruits on the trees laughing. You casually picked a human-faced fruit, chewed it gently. It tasted quite good. Fruit in hand, you looked at the two figures bound by roots in the courtyard and asked, "Speak up, there's no one else here, am one of you?" The effeminate man baffled cursed, "One of us. You're a fellow countryman." "Sort of," you replied earnestly. "To be blunt, I want to hear about the reincarnation of the cycle Dao Ancestor and news of the others." The effeminate man looked utterly clueless, having no idea what you were talking about. Your gaze shifted past him to the mummy, who opened its mouth and emitted a hoarse, unintelligible sound. You fetched paper and a brush, telling it to write. It took the brush and trembling wrote two twisted characters, "Master." What does that mean? You were also baffled, ordering it to continue. It dropped the brush and with a trembling hand pointed at its own head. You asked, "You want me to search your soul?" It shook its head vigorously. "Enter a dream." You possessed a divine ability for dream entry, and this was the only thing you could think of. It nodded emphatically. You distanced yourself from it, sat cross-legged on the spot, and forcibly pulled it into a dream. In the dream, it was no longer a mummy, but a complete person, an old man with an immortal air. Seeing you, he wept with joy, kneeling on the ground. "Master, your old servant Zhao Yuan has finally awaited your return. Don't tell me I'm the reincarnation of the cycle Dao Ancestor, or I'll be forced to smack you to death." You were sincere in your deception, unwilling to be deceived in return. You must have awakened some memories. We are indeed not the cycle Dao Ancestor's reincarnation, but you likely lack the later memories. You later reattained Dao Ancestorhood and found us. You didn't kill this old servant, but allowed him to attain infant immortality. For that I am eternally grateful. You didn't believe a word, treating it as entertainment, and casually asked, what kind of Dao Ancestor am I? If I were a Dao Ancestor, why would I have to go through the misery of recultivation? You are the Heart Dao Ancestor. As for how a Dao Ancestor reclaims their past authority, this old servant does not know. He didn't seem to be lying, but you'd met plenty of natural-born actors, untrustworthy. Still, it was easy to verify you could grant him partial authority over the dream to generate past scenes directly. Even if prepared, a generated scene, not truly experienced, would be riddled with flaws. Seeing it would confirm the truth. Come do it. You granted him partial dream authority and let him show whatever he wished. Without any resentment at being distrusted, he directly generated a scene. In the scene, the figure bore some resemblance to you now, but was more imposing. It was the moment he witnessed the Heart Dao Ancestor's attainment of Dao Ancestorhood. It had nothing to do with the gate. It was the orthodox path, eroding the great Dao to obtain the myriad Daos origin and fusing it with the Heart Daos laws. This was similar to what you'd seen of the cycle Dao Ancestor's attainment. The scene shifted. Relying on the Dao Ancestor's authority, he sought out others of his kind and gathered them, all founding the One Heart sect. The One Heart sect. You had also founded a One Heart sect in your simulation. It felt like your style of naming. The old servant before you knelt before the Heart Dao Ancestor in utter devotion. You glanced at him sideways and saw the same devotion and reverence in his eyes. The scene changed again. The Heart Dao Ancestor was swearing an oath to be irreconcilable with the Celestials, to change this world and to replace the Heavenly Dao. What kind of obsession is this? You couldn't help but sigh, gradually accepting that the Heart Dao Ancestor was your second life. You were indeed somewhat unique. You had a system could summon a gate that made one a Dao Ancestor, and your second life didn't conflict with the cycle Dao Ancestor's resurrection schemes. You couldn't help but straighten your back and continue watching the scene. His method of replacing the Heavenly Dao was beyond human imagination. He allied with the Chaos Dao Ancestor to delude the world, establishing the Chaos Heart Dao in opposition to the indifferent Heavenly Dao. The Chaos Heart Dao emphasized the nature of the heart. All things originated from the heart. He also devoured the deception Dao. People could deceive themselves to gain power, and thus the entire world's laws changed, causing the power system to collapse. Those who believed in fear gained power from fear. Those who believed in pain gained authority from pain. Those who believed in sin received blessings after committing evil. Because the One Heart sect believed in him, they became deceivers, all masters of deception, turning all who believed in the Heavenly Dao into his followers. Thus the Heavenly Dao itself descended, but it had only gained consciousness because of the cycle Dao Ancestor, and was also fooled, eventually becoming one of his own. Holy crap. Seeing this, you could only raise your thumb. Neither the cycle Dao Ancestor nor the Heart Dao Ancestor could be described merely as formidable. They had toyed with the entire world in the palm of their hands. Just as you were engrossed, the scene suddenly cut off. You looked at the old man blankly. That's it. This old servant is now dead and my memories are incomplete. Only a few impressions remain of what came after. He looked a bit embarrassed. You didn't press him, asking what happened to him later. How did he die? You're alive, aren't you? This old servant dares to guess that you deceived yourself to fool the Celestials. You were utterly bewildered. How could a person say such a thing? Deceive yourself before deceiving others. You shook your head. You didn't possess any authority over the Heart Dao or Deception Dao. If you did, you'd likely be able to achieve anything you wished rather than struggling in a dangerous alliance. That's not right either. If I were to deceive myself, I wouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. Your head ached. You were bearing pressure no one your age should have to. Suddenly you froze. Why should you believe his words? The One Heart sect were all deceivers, jokers who fooled the world. Why couldn't he be deceiving you? Ha ha ha, how foolish I am truly. The smile on your lips faded, a cruel glint flashing in your eyes. A very interesting story, my most loyal servant. Your mission is over. I'll bury you here. You didn't believe that an undying infant immortal would die for your words. Thank you, Master, for granting my wish. This old servant is honored to help restore your memories. He knelt again and vanished. You, truly dead. Would no one be bored enough to pull a scam on their deathbed? You withdrew from the dream, filled with melancholy and guilt. A servant like this would be hard to find a second time. Gazing at the desiccated corpse, you had lost your initial decisiveness. After hesitating for a long while, you finally reached out and placed your hand upon its head and that of the effeminate man, absorbing the Dao origin within their bodies. Threads of pure origin poured into your body. The effeminate man died unwillingly, and the corpse grew even more withered. The combined Dao origin of the two amounted to a mere 402, far from the 10,000 mark. I wonder if Dao origin can help with the tribulation. It is indeed useful, enhancing my control over the laws. But it's a pity I have to split it with Yin. How vexing. You withdrew your hands, separated a sliver of your soul, and used it to possess the dead corpse. Although the infant immortal's remnant body had lost its Dao origin, the laws it contained would not dissipate for a short time. After seizing it, it could serve as a life-locking cheat. As long as the separated soul did not believe you were dead, you would remain alive. Such was the overbearing nature of the Dao of the mind. You stored the external incarnation into your storage pouch, picked up the shovel leaning against the wall, and buried the effeminate man. Afterward, you pushed open the two black and white doors and left the artifact. Yin was still sipping tea by the table. Seeing you emerge, he poured you a cup, making no mention of the transaction. You did not bring it up either, asking instead, "Do you know of the Dao Ancestor of the mind?" Yin shook his head, then paused mid-motion, a bewildered expression on his face. "I should know, but it seems someone has erased that part of my memory. I have a vague impression that he might be related to the heavenly Dao, but I have no specific recollection." He ceased his bewilderment, as if unwilling to force the memory, and drained the tea in his cup. You hesitated for a moment before changing the subject. "What is the law of the mind associated with?" You knew that the law of darkness was born from fear and the demonic law from corruption and erosion. The law of the mind surely had more to it than mere solipsism, or it would not rank so highly among the 3,000 laws. The Dao of the mind is naturally related to the heart. Where there is emotion in the heart, the Dao of the mind can control those emotions. Emotions? You pondered this. Was the melancholy and guilt you had just felt not an emotion? Things were becoming interesting. You continued, "What are its main methods? To what extent can it control?" Yin shook his head. "I am not certain, but according to ancient texts, the Dao of the mind can confuse a person's heart, trapping them within. As for how they become trapped, I do not know." "I see," you said, suddenly enlightened. "I just absorbed 400 Dao origins. According to our deal, it'll give you 200. "It's 201, Yin said seriously. "You're quibbling over such a small amount. I have great difficulty eroding the Dao. I cannot waste a single one." He was utterly solemn. Too lazy to argue over a sliver of origin, you wasted no more words and handed half of the yet unstable Dao origin to Yi Yin. "Transaction complete. Remember to call me if you have such good fortune again." Yi Yin was somewhat elated after absorbing the Dao origin. You hummed softly in acknowledgement, took a step, and returned to the questing Dao sect. Now that everything was in place, it was time to consider the final plan. With the two-level reversal and the life-locking cheat of the mind Dao external incarnation, you could summon the gate to attract all the infant immortals, then reveal your identity to lure the ones below infant immortal rank to their deaths, seizing their origin. Finally, you would go to Great Jin, or the heterodox fire sect to obtain an artifact for the tribulation. The plan is sound, but perhaps a bit early. Would it be better to execute it a year before the tribulation? There were still nearly 100 years until the fifth great heavenly tribulation. You were uncertain if the infant immortals could return within a century, but with only a year, you could guarantee they would not. So be it. They'll continue with the century-long plan of the last 100 years, writing techniques, drawing talismans, and collecting karmic debts. You quickly made up your mind and went into seclusion to draw the heaven-deceiving talisman. Year 220. You emerged from seclusion, delivered the heaven-deceiving talisman to the treasure pavilion, and inquired about information regarding artifact abilities. Once again, you found nothing. In the end, you exchanged everything for spirit stones, so many that your storage pouch could barely hold them. You decided to visit the Myriad Treasures Temple to see if you could trade the stones for something valuable. Unfortunately, there was little of value to you at the Myriad Treasures Temple. After much deliberation, you only bought some pills and heavenly materials. These you intended to use as rewards for your disciples. Year 270. With the aid of pills and treasures, the number of your disciples who had reached the foundation establishment stage reached 90. With the support of Buddhist resources, Su Qian smoothly formed her golden core. Without waiting for the golden scale omen to appear, you gave most of your fortune to Yi Yin, who accepted it gladly. Year 290. Over 10,000 people had cultivated your techniques. You traveled extensively seeking karmic debts, hoping to obtain some useful information. Foundation establishment cultivators were not like golden core grandmasters. Even the grandmasters had no information. The intelligence channels of foundation establishment cultivators were woefully inadequate. In the end, you only gained some spirit stones and a few useless artifacts which you distributed among your disciples. Year 299. It was time to execute the plan. You summoned the gate, and it appeared. You watched Yi Yin leave the Ascension Temple, confirming that all the infant immortals were attracted by the gate. With no infant immortals, the Dao Ancestors would not intervene. You feared no one, not even your peers with their powerful trump cards. You revealed your identity as the reincarnated Dao Ancestor of reincarnation and waited for your peers to come. The plan was a success. Within just a few days of spreading the news, several familiar auras appeared around you. They were all your peers, and their cultivation was also at the golden core stage. They recognized each other as well. Wary they did not attack, but neither did they leave. You also remained still, quietly waiting for more of your peers to arrive. One day while you were on guard against the surrounding peers, a Foundation establishment peer suddenly scrambled to your feet, crying out, "Sect Master, I have finally found you." He fell to his knees, weeping loudly. Following his lead, a few other peers knelt and shouted, "Sect Master." Again, one imposter was more than enough. You disliked being toyed with. You drew the 7-star sword and pressed it against the neck of the leading Foundation establishment peer. "Speak. Who told you to deceive me?" "Sect Master, you are our Sect Master. How would we dare to deceive you?" "Ha ha ha. Do you wish to die?" To die at the hands of the Sect Master would be a death without regret. He closed his eyes, his face filled with fervor. "Ignorant puppet." You withdrew the 7-star sword, looked around and shouted, "Come out, you skulking rat. I know you want to make me feel guilt to manipulate my emotions. An interesting idea, but you have chosen the wrong person." Silence answered you. No one replied. Well, it was a rat after all. Why would it willingly come into the open? You swung the 7-star sword, beheading the Foundation establishment peer before you deliberately taking the bait. Indeed, an indescribable wave of guilt surged over you as scenes of fighting side by side with him flashed through your mind. You had battled the Celestials together, established the Chaos Heart Dao, and reshaped the world to your liking. You laughed heartily like a madman. How amusing, truly amusing. Sword in hand, you strode toward the others, asking with a smirk, "Do you wish for the same?" To die at the hands of the Sect Master, we have no regrets. Their faces burned with the same fervor, like martyrs marching to their doom. You swept your long sword across, cutting them down. Visions multiplied before your eyes. You saw their entry into the sect, more scenes of fighting alongside them, and your guilt deepened. You fell to your knees, tears streaming down your cheeks. At this moment, you were like Xiang Yu at the banks of the Wujiang River, longing only for death, just like the Comradescent arms before you. In a daze, you glimpsed more of your kind lurking in the shadows like orioles, forever waiting to reap the spoils. Which one could it be? You murmured, kneeling as you let your emotions churn, making yourself appear harmless. Your kindred around you watched, none daring to strike first. They were wary of each other, wary of those hidden in the dark, and for a moment an eerie peace settled over the field. Yet how long could this peace last? Someone had to make a move. The Dao origin of your fallen kind before you would eventually return to heaven and earth if left unclaimed. Finally, someone stirred. A woman in an ink-black dress rode her sword to the corpse, placed her hand upon it, and began to devour the origin. After her, 3 more of your kind approached, cautiously pressing their hands on the corpse. No one looked at you, no one saw you as a defenseless lamb. Well, that made sense. After all, you had dared to voluntarily expose your coordinates, either a fool or someone of immense power. You knew they were aware of your strength, but to lure out the rat hiding in the shadows, you didn't mind playing the fool. Time passed little by little. No one left, for if this strange balance could hold here, retreating would betray weakness, and you might be attacked by all. This eerie atmosphere lasted 2 full days. Drowned in guilt, you wilted in place like a lifeless little flower. At last, someone could no longer resist making a move against you. The woman in the ink dress. She manipulated her flying sword from afar, aiming to sever your head. Such an attack required no defense from you. Your dragon elephant divine body could withstand it. Clang! The flying sword struck your neck and shattered. The woman in the ink dress curled her lips. Thick-skinned and tough are we. She formed hand seals and unleashed a divine ability. Countless flying swords flew from her storage pouch, turning into rainbow streaks that struck your neck in turn. All the swords struck the same spot with precision. She clearly knew the weakness of body-tempering cultivators. Continuous attacks on one point were the best way to break through. Crack! One flying sword after another shattered. Your neck throbbed with agony, as if it might snap at any moment. Still, you offered no defense. Losing your head was trivial to you. A single utterance of words of law would restore it. As the swords slashed again and again, your neck could no longer bear the strain, and your head was severed from your body. She smiled in satisfaction. Seems like nothing but a fool. Everyone, if you don't mind, after I devour his origin, let's call it a day. You killed him, that's true, but the Dao origin belongs to the one capable of claiming it. Indeed, because of your origin, the air finally grew charged with confrontation. A group of your kind joined the fray all at once, and even those who hoped to play the final ambusher were inevitably dragged in. After all, no one wanted to fight a great battle only to have someone else snatch the spoils, or even lose their life. You watched it all in silence, not bothering to restore yourself, because there was still someone in the shadows who hadn't shown up. You were waiting for him. Suddenly, you heard movement underground. Very faint, but with your ear pressed to the ground, you could hear it clearly. Crawling in the dark. A real rat. You almost laughed. This rat wasn't having an easy time. The underground sound drew closer, and you sensed his presence. Zhao Yuan, the reincarnated Zhao Yuan. He sensed you too. A hand emerged from the earth reaching for your head. You rolled your head away, evading his touch, and transmitted a message. You are still alive as I thought. Hey, you were indeed faking it. But holding out this long is enough. Without the heavenly Dao's divine ability of words of law, even if you're faking, you'll die. Fine. Before I die, I have one question. What exactly is the deal with the heart Dao Ancestor? The nascent souls I know don't even know of his existence. How did you? You're about to die. Knowing some secrets won't do you any good. He reached out again, trying to grab your head. You rolled lightly to dodge and threatened. If you don't tell me, you'll shout and let someone else benefit instead of you. Interesting, he said flatly. The heart Dao Ancestor did exist, but he wasn't a contingency plan for the reincarnation Dao Ancestor's revival. I forcibly merged him with you. The more you believe, the greater the influence. As for why other nascent souls don't know about the heart Dao Ancestor, I suspect it's related to the heavenly Dao. If I hadn't seen memories from many of our kind, I wouldn't know either. Excellent. One more question. When nascent souls return, they all return as nascent souls. How did you control yourself to return only to the golden core stage? Naturally, I stored the rest of my power away. How else could I reap the spoils? You caught the implication in his words. He could tap into nascent soul level strength at any moment. This was a formidable foe. Of course, you were no slouch either. You could also unleash the shadow path law 3 times at the nascent soul level. But mutual destruction wasn't in your plan. Attrition was something to leave to the others. He reached out again, trying to grab your head. You rolled to dodge, and with a twitch of your lips invoked words of law. The person beneath me is no longer in the earth. Let him appear before everyone's sight. Affected by the words of law, his body burst forth from the ground with a bang, leaping into the air and coming into view of all your kind. He was momentarily bewildered, and the others even more so, but they quickly realized this was the rat lurking in the shadows. Before he could react, their artifacts and treasures came raining down on him. He flew into a rage, realizing you had tricked him with words of law. Damn it. He dodged most of the artifact attacks, but was struck on the head by a treasure, blood streaming down. Seeing this, the others pressed on. Those who fought openly were not the real threat. It was the one who waited until now that was truly dangerous. Unanimously, they ganged up on him. With over a dozen golden cores against one, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. He crushed a jade talisman hidden in his sleeve to save himself. As the talisman shattered, he briefly possessed nascent soul level power. His countenance darkened as he swept a grim gaze across the crowd, a flicker of cruelty flashing in his eyes. He had intended to save this for last, yet now he was forced to use it prematurely. The others, undeterred by the oppressive aura, pressed forward instead of retreating. After all, they were all reincarnated pawns of the Dao Ancestor, each harboring true trump cards. In an instant, the sound of shattered jade talismans and torn flesh rang out incessantly. Many revealed their ability to rival infant immortals. The once favorable tide turned once more. The reincarnated Zhao Yuan found himself besieged again, barely clinging to life through the power of his Dao heart. You observed from below, refraining from using your words of law to heal your injuries, unwilling to draw attention. The great battle raged for nearly 4 hours. Over half of the kindred fell on the battlefield, their origins devoured by others. Only a few remained alive, false infant immortals who had briefly elevated their status, yet appeared to be at their last gasp. In the end, they fought with primal instincts, clawing at each other without any semblance of dignity befitting golden core powerhouses. There shouldn't be anyone else left, should there? You were uncertain and decided to wait longer. The words of the reincarnated Zhao Yuan had struck a chord of caution within you. Infant immortals of your kind likely understood the significance of the gate. None would wish to be a sacrificial offering. Hoarding power was the superior choice. The battle in midair grew increasingly tedious. Even golden core powerhouses had resorted to bare-handed brawling. How utterly dull. The reincarnated Zhao Yuan's state was also off, yet a gleam still shone in his eyes. He did not succumb to numb instinct, instead weaving some skill into his melee combat. Relying on these techniques, he managed to catch his breath and became the last one standing. He devoured the Dao origins of everyone except you. Still no one coming. You could wait no longer. If he recovered his strength, he would surely target you first. You invoked your words of law to restore yourself to peak condition. You unleashed the law of the hidden path toward the midair figure enveloping the reincarnated Zhao Yuan in dread. You could guess his deepest fear now. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But what if an eagle lurked beyond the oriole? You conjured within his mind several more powerful kindred, all reincarnated infant immortals like him, who had also refrained from restoring their peak for this very moment. You saw the light fade from his eyes, leaving only bewilderment and terror. You shot forward like a spring, pressed your hand upon his head, and devoured his Dao origin. In this game you had won, effortlessly. His origins surged into your body 110, 100, 1,000. 3,007 strands. You had harvested 3,007 strands of Dao origin, surpassing what most infant immortals gained from eroding the heavenly Dao. As you raised your hand, laws spontaneously manifested. Your power underwent a qualitative transformation. With over 3,000 strands already this formidable, if I gather all 10,000, perhaps even a cross-dire challenge would be within reach. In this world you had never heard of such a feat. You might be the first, a unique false Dao ancestor. You indulged in a brief fantasy, but soon dismissed it. The remaining kindred were mostly infant immortals. There was little chance left. You shook your head and stowed the corpses into your storage pouch. Though their bodies held no Dao origin, their golden cores remained. With proper nurturing, they could serve as external avatars. You also inspected their storage pouches. Disappointment set in. Spirit stones and pills had been nearly exhausted in the recent battle. Most artifacts and treasures were battle-worn, and not a single defensive artifact of the space or thunder path remained. Unexpected, yet reasonable. Unwilling to linger, you lifted your foot and took a step, heading straight for the questioning Dao sect. Suddenly, you halted mid-step, your raised foot suspended, as if frozen by an unseen force. More. You murmured inwardly, your eyes devoid of fear, burning only with fighting spirit. The Dao Ancestor would not intervene. No infant immortals were present now. Even reincarnated ones could only briefly tap into their infant immortal essence through stored power. Your laws had just undergone a qualitative leap. With 2 uses of the hidden path law and the reversal ability, you need not fear anyone. You vibrated the air forcibly, invoking words of law to break your frozen state, and scanned your surroundings. You saw a woman. The moment you laid eyes on her, a strange familiarity arose in your heart. She was indeed a kindred spirit. She was watching you too, her thin lips parting. The mountains and rivers here are lovely, a fitting place for your burial. It would suit you just as well. You retorted without a trace of fear, only eagerness. You could sense the Dao origin within her, at least 1,000 strands, an irresistible temptation. The same went for her. No, she was even more interested in the origin within you. Before you could strike, she acted first, unleashing another time-stopping divine ability. The path of time. You sneered inwardly, remaining motionless as you activated your hidden path talent, invading her soul and sowing fear. You analyzed the situation. She was likely the last one standing. The only thing she feared was that you might be stronger than her. You conjured an illusion of your own peak state, the pinnacle when you were a dual-law quasi-Dao ancestor so mighty that you viewed all infant immortals as mere ants. She curled her lips and said indifferently, I came here with the resolve to die. Nothing is worth fearing. As she spoke, she briefly assumed infant immortal power, drew a whip artifact from her storage pouch, and lashed at you. Crack. The whip struck your body. Though your flesh felt no pain, your soul nearly shattered, abruptly interrupting your hidden path attack. A soul path offensive artifact. You immediately deduced the truth. You could not afford another lash, or your soul would scatter. You vibrated the air again, using words of law to regain mobility, then executed the Buddha's palm realm to take refuge within, summoning the pagoda tower to hurl at her. Freeze. She did not move, merely uttering a single word. The pagoda tower halted midair, frozen in place. As expected of the law, I admire. Truly domineering. Now the hidden path is useless, divine abilities can't touch her. Should I devour her Dao origin and use the reversal? You shook your head. A spark of insight struck. She claimed to have a death wish, yet she immediately used power rivaling an infant immortal and unleashed her artifact to interrupt your attack. What was this? Her words belied her heart. She was not as resolute as she claimed. Once you understood, you adjusted your tactics. Your goal now was not to fight her heathen, but to wear her down. You wielded the law of space. Kiting tactics were your forte. Forcing her to chase would only rapidly drain her power. When her strength was sufficiently depleted, you could likely probe her true fear. Then finish with the hidden path law. Perfect. Having made up your mind, you stepped out of the Buddha's palm realm. 10,000 miles vanished beneath your stride. Her delicate brows furrowed, her confident expression faltering. Yet she wasted no time summoning her flying sword to pursue. The disparity in speed was immense. You occasionally paused to let her catch up, feeding her a sliver of hope, then continued your kiting. Her expression shifted from a frown to a grimace of fury. She saw through your kiting strategy. The time path, though powerful, had limited range. You were playing to your strengths. Yet she could not bear to let you go. Over 3,000 strands of Dao origin lay within reach, and no one would willingly abandon such a prize. The chase lasted over half a month. At last she gave up. You struck her with a distant slap, and then joyfully the chase resumed. Your mastery over the laws has grown increasingly refined of late, especially in your spatial techniques, which have undergone a qualitative transformation. A strike that once spanned mere hundreds of li now reaches 10,000 li. In other words, you could slap her from 10,000 li away and watch her rage impotently. A slap counts as a bribe, albeit a rather paltry one. You abandon slaps in favor of pelting her with storage pouches, each brimming with spirit stones. Bribing her with spirit stones weakens her power to the greatest extent. Of course, there is a technique to pelting someone. With each throw you beg for mercy, projecting both weakness and a hint of defiance. She stares at the pouches piling up before her, lost in thought. In a matter of days, this is the 273rd, over 10 billion spirit stones. Is this something a golden core cultivator can casually produce? What exactly are you trying to do? She communicates with you across the void. Begging for mercy, of course. 10 billion spirit stones to let me off. A fair deal, no. I had already abandoned the pursuit. Why do you provoke me with malice? This is a life ransom, not a one-time pardon. I seek peaceful coexistence whenever we meet in the future. Impossible. We are born enemies, just as you slew them. I cannot let you off forever. I also have heavenly treasures, artifacts, talismans, intelligence, and even fellow golden cores to offer. You hand her the last storage pouch across the void. This is everything you possess, save your own artifacts. A bribe must be thorough. She takes the pouch, scanning its contents with her divine sense. After a long silence, she sighs, "For 1 year, I will not kill you." How your entire fortune buys, but a single year. You sneer, inwardly grateful this is not a genuine plea for mercy, or you would have been utterly ruined. You slap her across the void once more. "Since you have no shame, let us continue." Very well. She mounts her flying sword and gives chase. This time you do not flee. The bribe is sufficient, and with the power of words of law and your final secret passage technique, killing a severely weakened golden core grandmaster is well within reach. She quickly closes in, her eyes cold and empty. She closes her eyes for a moment, briefly restoring her infant immortal rank, and casts time stop upon you. You are prepared. You counter with words of law, then unleash another. The one before me is not in her true state. This level of words of law can be used only once. As you speak, you activate your final secret passage technique. From your observations, you deduce that what she fears most is the trampling of her dignity. Every slap you deliver shatters her self-respect. You amplify this fear to its extreme, yet it is not enough. Every method of crushing another's pride you can imagine you project into her mind. She displays the terror of a frightened little girl. Eyes vacant, lips clenched tight, forgetting even the battle before her. Now is the moment. You split off over a dozen soul fragments to invade her spirit, intending to amplify her fear through soul searching. You glimpse her past. She hails from the great Jin dynasty, a legitimate daughter of a prince, a commandery princess by title, blessed with in supreme qualities, spiritual root, a true child of destiny by worldly standards. But she encountered her lifelong rival, the great Jin's Princess Anshin. Anshin surpassed her in status, comprehension, and beauty 100-fold. Her radiance was eclipsed. She grew jealous of Princess Anshin, provoking her at every turn, yet each time she was berated mercilessly. Her dignity was trampled again and again. Only upon awakening her memories did she regain some pride, but deep down, she remained a fragile little girl. You know how to handle her. You replay those memories in a loop within her mind. Countless humiliations like nails shatter her will. She goes mad. Finally over. Aside from the reversal, I've truly exhausted every means this time. You pin her down, place your hand on her crown, and devour her Dao source, all while continuing to search her soul. She is a golden core grandmaster of the time Dao, possessing the death knell's disaster avoidance methods and the recognition rites of the time Dao, both invaluable. Wandering through her memories, you discover the death knell's avoidance method. The first 3 times require shattering one's own physical and spiritual auditory perception. The 4th time demands leaving its domain under the death knell's law, slowing your speed 100-fold. The death knell's territory covers most of the netherworld's heart, spanning over 1,000 li. En route, you encounter familiar faces. If you spare them, your speed halves again. If you slay them, it remains unchanged. Shattering auditory perception 3 times is already inhumane. This 4th method, whoever devised it is a true genius. Compared to the time Dao's disaster avoidance, its recognition method is equally outrageous. The time Dao's recognition method is like water wearing away stone. For 100 years, you must pay homage to the law at a fixed time daily, with the strict requirement that the time deviation does not exceed half a coup. Yet from the moment you begin the homage, it clouds your perception, making you lose track of time. You need not only an unwavering Dao heart, but also an assistant, otherwise a single misstep wastes decades of effort. What a scam. Compared to the time Dao, you find the space Dao almost endearing. You'll recruit a batch of disciples with firm Dao hearts in the future and let them give it a try. You resolve to obtain the time Dao's techniques. You lift your hand from the woman's head. No longer mad, she has long since died, her Dao source lost. You reclaim the storage pouches you gifted her and rummage through her own pouch. Aside from a single artifact, the soul-destroying whip, you find an eyeball radiating an aura no less powerful than an artifact. You take out the eyeball and examine it. Suddenly, its pupil contracts into a vertical slit, staring at you eerily, exuding a sinister aura. This aura does not belong to the well of heaven. You jerk your head up to the sky. Winds surge and clouds churn, heralding a brewing storm. Shuddering, you toss the eyeball to the ground. With tribulation transcendence imminent, you dare not provoke the celestial beings. Let it be then. Tribulation is near, finding artifacts is paramount. You decide to first visit the Strange Fire Sect, then choose between the Qin and Jin kingdoms. With a single step, you enter the Strange Fire Sect. Unlike your last visit, the ruin is gone, replaced by a village. Children fly kites at the village entrance, and a few old men play chess. You feel a pang of disorientation, wondering, did I take the wrong path? You wander around the village entrance, finding no trace of the Strange Fire Sect, yet the location is unmistakable. You soar into the sky and survey from above. At last, within the village ancestral hall, you spot a stone chair, the likely remnant of the Strange Fire Sect's old site. No corpse sits upon it. It appears untouched for ages, draped in cobwebs. You descend and search nearby, finding nothing but the worn stone seat. Entering the ancestral hall, you look at the deity enshrined within, not the White Lotus Immortal Venerable, but the Dragon King. The Dragon King's vertical pupils are lifelike, seeming to watch you no matter where you stand. They are identical to the eyeball you saw moments ago. Damn it, am I tainted by ill omen? You gasp sharply as you quickly exit the ancestral hall. The moment you step outside, you notice several villagers staring at you. Their eyes are equally eerie, vertical pupils, sending a chill crawling up your spine. Not daring to meet their gaze, you take a step toward the direction you came from. Everything is connected to that eye. You must retrieve it. Returning to the spot, the eye is gone. You look up in bewilderment, only to find a massive vertical pupil staring down at you. This simulation isn't going to end in vain, is it? Your heart trembles with unease. But recalling your Dao Heart's invincibility cheat and the double reversal ability, you manage to suppress your anxiety. You communicate with your external incarnation, reinforcing the thought that everything is normal. You have no desire to live in perpetual fear. The Dao Heart's law restores the world before your eyes, but the laws within your external incarnation are mostly depleted. This invincibility cheat will vanish in at most 3 years. 3 years. That's after the tribulation. You take a step toward Great Jin. With the current uncertainty, you have no mood for choices. Great Jin is closer than Great Qin, so you head there first. Entering Great Jin, you make simple inquiries and arrive at its capital. The Heart Inquiring Sect, the state religion of Great Jin, is located in the capital adjacent to the Imperial Palace. Your divine sense sweeps over the capital, detecting 9 golden core auras and countless foundation establishment cultivators. You temporarily abandon the idea of forceful acquisition and enter the Heart Inquiring Sect as if nothing is amiss. The sect's gate is 9 bays wide, as imposing as the palace itself. The stone path inside glimmers with a faint golden luster. Upon closer inspection, it is layered with formations brimming with spiritual energy. Devotees come and go holding oil paper umbrellas, their steps hurried. They pay no attention to you, an outsider. The torrential rain above is blocked by your space law as you stroll through the downpour, untouched by a single drop. You bypass the crowd of rushing devotees and enter the inner sect of the Heart Inquiring Sect. In the inner sect, within the grand hall's corridor, an old man with white hair spots you. He wears a white robe with 9-petal red lotus embroidered on his chest, clearly an elder of the sect. He hands you an oil paper umbrella. Fellow Taoist, you must carry an umbrella in the rain. You wave your hand to refuse, but freeze upon touching the umbrella. Is this a treasure? The oil paper umbrella you've longed for is now in your grasp. You snatch the umbrella, cherishing it like a priceless gem. He smiles warmly. I am Red Heart Child, the eldest disciple beneath Heart Inquiring Immortal. Before departing, my master said the Heart Inquiring Sect is willing to assist you in your tribulation. No karmic consequences. You probe cautiously. Fellow Taoist jokes. In this world, what exists without karmic ties? Borrowing the umbrella naturally incurs karma. What if I don't return it? Then in 3 years your death awaits, he states with certainty. I don't believe he can return in just 3 years. Even an infant immortal's return must follow natural laws. Reincarnation is not possession. Red Heart Child shakes his head. My master will not return in 3 years. Your death has nothing to do with him. Nothing to do with him. Then, you glance at the sky, lost in thought. In 3 years your Dao Heart invincibility cheat will fail. A lone double reversal ability is hardly enough. You could be killed before you can use it. You ask weakly, Red Heart Child, do you mean that as long as I owe karma, I can live until he returns? My master never makes a losing deal. That reassures you. As long as you can deal with that eerie owing karma is nothing. Fine, I'll owe this karma. But the oil paper umbrella is mine. I might use it in my next tribulation. Agreed. Year 300. Your fifth great heavenly tribulation arrives as scheduled. You use the chess piece given by Yi Yin, place the oil paper umbrella above your head, and activate your divine abilities to resist with all your might. With the treasure and divine abilities, the thunder tribulation is weakened by over 40%. The great Tao's origin reduces it by another 20%. The tribulation's power is greatly diminished, and you successfully weather it. 5,000 Tao origins can weaken the great tribulation by 20%. You note the ratio filled with anticipation for the future. You use a secret technique to plant the corpses of your kind in your cave dwelling to nourish their flesh, slowly restoring their lost blood and vitality. You calculate that in at most a year, they will become your external incarnations. 15 golden core external incarnations will be your most powerful allies. Year 302. Your invincibility cheat is about to fade. You look at the sky where the faint outline of that vertical pupil is visible. You know what's coming is here. You trust the heart inquiring immortal, but fear lingers. You choose to go into seclusion, out of sight, out of mind. Not long into seclusion, you sense a familiar aura, one of your kind, a golden core. You feel the vast Tao origin within him, at least 1,000 strands. He senses you too, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. You know a battle is inevitable. Recalling the previous simulation, you remember that only your kind can directly devour Tao origin. Perhaps even that I cannot. It is following the path of the fortune immortal. What should I do? A sharp glint flashes in your eyes. Above all, you despise being used as a pawn. I can't fight. Persuasion is the way. No, he could also kill me and have him devour my origin. The moment he appeared, the outcome was sealed. You lament that even the upper realm is full of bastards weaving schemes with abandon. Since you're both pawns, you have no choice but to win. Victory grants you a choice, a defeat leaves you with nothing. With that thought, you recall all your external incarnations, resolved to stake everything. 15 golden core external incarnations linked by your space law appear behind you in an instant. Your divine sense locks onto the nearby golden core of your kind. You strike first. Time freeze, and the Pagoda 2 ultimate moves unleashed from the start. His form freezes for a moment, then dodges the pagoda, displaying a brief pseudo-infant immortal strength. As expected, a tough fight. With no dark law left to use, you rely solely on your external incarnations and several divine abilities to maneuver. Against a pseudo-infant immortal, you have only a 70% chance. If he possesses a powerful treasure, your odds dwindle further. You draw the soul-destroying whip, activate time freeze again, and in that instant lash out with the whip while sending a sliver of your soul into him. The soul fragment enters his body. You use illusionary realm, showing him the false secrets Zhao Yuan once revealed before you. He falters briefly, then erupts in fury, conjuring a battle axe to strike at you. You use a foundation establishment external incarnation as a shield. Its flesh and blood body explodes on contact with the axe. But with the Tao Heart's methods, he sees his fallen comrades, who once fought alongside him. His expression twists with complexity, faltering again. The Tao Heart's methods are truly useful. You think with delight, ordering the other external incarnations to kneel. We welcome the return of our master. He flashes with bewilderment, then roars, "You dare disturb my Tao Heart? Boy, you've already earned death." He swings his axe, cleaving through the nearest incarnation, his demeanor verging on madness. You strike again with the soul-destroying whip, lashing it across his body. His already faltering spirit grows even more dazed, like a lunatic fresh out of an asylum. You raise the whip, lashing him again and again. His soul can no longer bear the torment, shattering rapidly and scattering in all directions. With another whip, you obliterate his 3 souls and 7 spirits entirely. Finally, it's over. You command your soul fragment to seize his body directly. As for the Tao origin, you want no part of it.